Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The bright sun was bent in the sky. A small town was visible in the distance. Someone was hammering a nail into the ceiling. The guy, holding the nail in his teeth, laughed. Looking at the building, he asked, "Is this really all?" A tear ran down his cheek as he mentally noted that it finally happened. The 9th grade Archmage named Ellison clenched his fist, mentally noting that he was able to open his own restaurant after 15 years. 15 years ago. As usual, returning late from school, the brown-haired man yawned, saying that he wanted to sleep. He walked across the road, noting that he wanted to practice slicing a little, but it was already completely dark. The main character dreamed of becoming a chef and even entered a high school with a culinary focus, and in the future, he was going to become an excellent cook and open his own restaurant. However, the headlights of a truck flashed nearby. Seeing her, the guy froze with a puzzled face. The traffic light was green for pedestrians. That day, his dream shattered into small pieces. Then, when he woke up, he found himself in some incomprehensible world. While everything around was burning, the brown-haired man sat up and asked where he was. In front of him, warriors were running towards a huge dragon, and it turned out that he had ended up in a fantasy world, which was restless. Fear appeared in the protagonist's eyes. Someone grabbed him by the shoulder and called loudly. The adult man frowned and sternly told him to come to his senses, because if he missed the evacuation, he would simply die here. After a while, he walked with the others. Looking at the man, the guy asked where they were. He asked if he was not a local, noting his strange clothes, and then said that they were on the outskirts of the Louvren Empire. Looking at the destroyed burning city, the man said that he never thought that the Scarlet Dragons would go so far. The brown-haired man, gritting his teeth and looking down in fear, wondered what was going on here, realizing that he had ended up in a world full of monsters and magic. Frowning, he thought that, however, people tend to quickly adapt to their surroundings, so he would try to accept what was happening as soon as possible. The protagonist looked at his hand, thinking that he needed to think positively, and since he was almost run over by a truck, then maybe this was his second chance. He thought that maybe it wasn't so bad, because he wouldn't have to take exams and wouldn't have to join the army. The guy perked up, clinging to these words and mentally asking himself if he would have to join the army in this world. He tried to comprehend the new state of affairs. The sound of hooves was heard to the sides. A man on horseback appeared on the hill and asked for attention, shouting loudly that there would be an imperial decree. The man, reading the text from the scroll, loudly told the inhabitants of the Louvren Empire that the fate of their nation was on the brink, the mercenaries had fled, and the knights had fallen in battle. People with frightened eyes listened to the words that they could no longer hide from the dragons. The guy grimaced when the inhabitants began to rejoice after the man's words that it was time to stand up for the country's defense. He wondered what was going on here at all. The messenger frowned and shouted that the emperor was joking to fight to the death in the name of the knights. The brown-haired man froze with a stunned look, while everyone around him rejoiced. He realized that he had arrived here in the midst of a war with dragons. The protagonist raised his frightened eyes, mentally noting that the army was exhausted, and the empire relied on contractors. The government had to introduce conscription. The bald man, scribbling with a pen on a piece of paper, asked if there were any relatives of noble or knightly origin. It was noted that a man aged 17 to 45, regardless of origin, was automatically assigned to the knightly army. The guy stood with shock on his face and muttered. The man noted that apparently there was no one, and then called the next one. After a while, the brown-haired man entered the dark barracks. After another while, on the street, the knight loudly ordered to salute the emperor. Standing in the crowd, the main character screamed and cried, thinking that it would be much better if he were hit by a truck. Thus, he became a knight. The guy breathed heavily, looking at the sheet of paper. Someone called him, calling him number 32. The knight, looking at the document, noted that he had good magical potential, so after training he would go to the magical troops. In the dining room, the cook poured soup. The brown-haired man put his plate on the table. As he put the spoon in his mouth, he thought that being a mage sounded better than mindlessly swinging a sword. He grimaced, tasting the potato with pulp. At this time, the people at the table with him said that the food was quite good and even tasty. The protagonist turned a surprised look at them, wondering if they really thought it was tasty. Watching the man gulp down the soup, he mentally asked himself what would happen if he opened his own restaurant right here. The guy began to train hard, thinking that here he could also fulfill his dream. He also trained in magic, mentally noting that the dragons here were just animals, and his service would end in only 2 years anyway. Walking along with the others in the mountains, he sang a battle song, at the same time telling himself to just pat himself for 2 years. At that time, he did not yet know that his service would last not 3 or even 4 years. Looking at the red sunset in the distance, the guy sang that their courage would overcome even the Burnet River, and a wonderful day had come for the greedy dragons. The warriors walked along the rocky terrain. Would the protagonist have been able to keep his spirit if he knew that he had served for 15 years? Time flew by. The city of Drake. The girl looked at a small estate. She raised her eyebrows and asked if this store had always been here. Next to her, she saw a guy trembling with tears. Looking at him with a puzzled look, the brunette mentally noted that, apparently, he had kept his emotions inside for quite a long time. She approached him and asked if he was okay. The protagonist replied that everything was fine, he was just happy that he had finally opened his own restaurant. The girl covered her mouth, asking if it really meant that he was the owner. She shook his hand and told him that her name was Rain. Ellison replied that he was glad to meet him. Looking at the sign, the brunette asked how long he had been here, saying that she didn't think she had seen him here before. The guy waved his hand when the girl asked if he lived here alone, and he replied that he did. Looking at the window on the top floor, he said that he had a loved one, but she really liked to sleep and was unlikely to wake up until the evening. Meanwhile, a dark-haired girl was sleeping on the bed. The brunette happily clapped her hands, saying that he had recently told her about a restaurant and then asked if he needed a meat supplier. The main character ran his hand through his hair, answering that he did and that he was just about to look for a butcher. While the wind swayed the grass, Rain told her that her husband had a butcher shop, which was located on the left side of the alley at the entrance to the city and was called Knoll Butcher Shop. Ellison thanked her and said that he would go there right now. The girl looked down and noted that her husband could be very hot-tempered at times, and if he suddenly lost his temper, it was worth saying that he had come from her. The guy smiled, thanked her and thought that she was very sweet, after which he wondered how such a kind soul could have a hot-tempered husband. Then he thought that in 15 years of service he had seen all sorts of people. Large pieces of meat had been seen on steaks. A stern man with a scar on his face bared his teeth and, half asleep, what was the matter? The brown-haired man froze in confusion. Trembling with fear, he began to mumble that he had a butcher shop nearby and was going for himself. Mr. Knoll hit him with his fist, exclaiming that he was not selling. Frowning, he repeated, saying that he was not selling meat. Pointing at the piece hanging behind him, he noted that he had seen many such restaurants that bought fresh meat and then sold almost spoiled slop at exorbitant prices. The protagonist smiled nervously, listening to the butcher's words that he had been deceived like this for almost 3 years, and he was clearly no better than all of them. They hit him sharply on the head, shouting loudly, asking what he was talking about. Rain, holding a frying pan in her hand, exclaimed that she had a suspicion, a premonition, so she came to check for herself. She sighed heavily, asking Ellison for forgiveness for her husband, noting that it was worth angering him. Then he immediately carried away, and then asked if it was true that he needed meat. The man exclaimed that she knew how much he had suffered over the years. The guy froze, listening to the squabble of the spouses. Mr. Knoll went to the side when his wife sent him to get meat. The girl took off her hair bandage, asking for forgiveness again, and then told him that she had served a restaurant for a long time, being a contract worker, and he still could not forget how he was treated. The brown-haired man answered that everything was fine, and then asked if she had been in the army. He smiled nervously with tears in his eyes when Rain answered in the affirmative, and, noting his youthful appearance, asked if he had already confessed to the troops. The protagonist replied that he had been through a lot, and that these 15 years of experience would be hard to forget. Mr. Knoll abruptly put the bag on the table, exclaiming that he had brought meat. When Ellison began to open it, he told him to brag about his skills. The guy muttered in confusion. Not seeing his wife's anger, the butcher asked him if he really thought that he would give him the magnificent meat from Belrin, adding that he only provides such meat to those restaurants that he trusts. The brown-haired man, pursing his lips, looked into the bag, thinking that he had miscalculated that he would get this. While the frying pan was approaching his head again, Mr. Knoll told him to cook a decent dish from this meat, and if he didn't like it, then let him forget about his meat. Pointing his finger at himself, he told him to get ready for the fact that he was very picky. Looking at the saddened face of the protagonist, the man asked if he was listening to her at all, after which he began to laugh, noting that it seemed that he was very scared. At that moment, the butcher was lying unconscious, and a spirit was hovering over him, saying that he would be happy to appreciate the taste of his dishes. Looking at Rain with a frying pan in his hands, Ellison asked if she had given him too much. She replied that he would be fine, after which she asked not to pay attention to his words. The guy smiled, saying that so be it, he cooked him a dish. The girl looked at him with surprised eyes, listening to the invitation to his restaurant that evening. When he approached the door, the brown-haired woman asked if he was really going to cook from this meat, noting that if he wanted, she could give him Belrin meat. The protagonist replied that it was not necessary, and that this meat would be enough to cook a delicious dish. Rain looked at the bag in his hands. She lowered her eyebrows sadly, noting that it was just wooba fat. An orange-pink sunset filled the entire sky. The sun's rays illuminated the restaurant. In this world, cattle are called differently, cows are uga, chickens are palanque, and wolves are Belrin. Ellison put the bag on the table, saying that they would come to him very soon. Looking at the pig meat, which in this world was called wooba, he said that it was time to cook this belly. The brown-haired man looked at the piece with surprised eyes, thinking that now he understood what Mr. Knoll was so proud of, because it really was good meat. He noted that palanku, unlike the usual chicken, was a very expensive ingredient. The cheapest here was wuba or pork, and its most businesslike part was the belly. The main character, putting the meat on the board, said that she could not understand why this part of the pig was so disliked. A fireball appeared on his hand as he said that if a pig's belly was always like this, then it was the right choice. He began to set fire to the meat. While the sky was still setting, the girl asked her husband why he said that. Walking in front of her, he asked what exactly she was talking about. Rain answered that he would only provide good meat to trusted restaurants, after which she asked how long he had such principles, noting that he was a kind and honest man, but treated this newcomer inhospitably. The butcher turned around with a displeased face and asked how she even knew if she had only met him today. The girl, startled, indignantly asked if he really thought he understood people better than her, also asking who everyone was constantly deceiving. Frowning, she told her husband to admit that he just wanted to see his culinary skills, and then asked if he wanted to test him for responsibility. Mr. Knoll remained silent. He pointed his finger, saying that he was very picky, and then asked what would happen if it turned out that he was a terrible cook. The brunette asked what he would do in that case. Continuing to walk forward, the man said that he would give only half of what she asked for. The toothy orc screamed loudly. He did not hit the knight with his club. The man, turning to the warriors, shouted that there were too many of them and they needed to retreat. A certain man, whose legs were crushed, began to loudly ask for help. He cried loudly, asking not to leave him, and in the meantime the orc raised his club over him. The guy waved his hand, activating the thermal blade spell. A bright blue light was directed at the orcs. The monster with many cuts on its body growled. A second later, it crumbled into pieces. The knight looked at the bloody corpse in fear. The others were caught with puzzled faces. The man put away his weapon, greeting Allison. The protagonist listened with a gloomy face to the joyful exclamations of people that he came here to save them. The guy, standing in the restaurant, activated thermal blade, noting that magic can be used in different ways. Breaking the meat, he said that if you cut it this way, it allows you to improve the taste of seasonings, and during frying, excess liquid is corrected and the meat becomes more crispy. The brown-haired man wiped his hands with a towel, saying that he was done with the meat. At that moment, the bell on the front door rang. Rain entered the room and greeted him. The protagonist looked out from behind the door and told them to sit down in any place, and he would bring out the dish. Sitting down at the table, the girl said that it was very cozy, and her husband noted that this was just the most common show. The brown-haired woman smiled and picked up the frying pan, telling him to stop grumbling, offering to wait for the food. Ellison poured oil into the pan, noting that once the surface was hot, it only needed a little oil, since the fat on the wuba's belly was enough to fry it without burning. The guy laid out the raw meat, noting that the crust needed to be fried first, and once the meat began to fry inside, the crust would curl up, making it harder to fry the meat evenly. He thought it would be a good idea to give the moisture a little time to evaporate. Looking at the frying meat, the brown-haired guy noted that delicious food even sounded appetizing. Grabbing it with tongs, he thought that once the crust became crispy, the meat needed to be fried evenly on both sides. The protagonist salted the meat, then let it bake well inside. Then he cut it into pieces. Cutting an onion, Ellison noted that it was also worth making a salad. While chopping the vegetable, he thought that such a combination might be unknown to the locals. He decided to use different vegetables and add a hot sauce to emphasize the juiciness of the meat. The guy poured the sauce into a bowl, saying that Mr. Knoll seemed very picky, so it was better not to take risks. After that, he began to take the meat to put it on a plate. Fried pork with salad can be served. The brown-haired man brought out a plate with meat, and Rain exclaimed that it looked simply wonderful. The butcher, frowning at the dish, muttered that he was impressed. The girl took one. Then she sent it into her mouth. Imagining pigs running across the field, she shuddered in shock. The protagonist smiled nervously when she began to ask if this was really abdominal fat. He answered in the affirmative. Looking at the food, Regina said that it was crispy on the outside, juicy on the inside, and the fresh, flavorful salad took the edge off the sluggishness in her mouth. Seeing the smile on her face, Ellison said he was very glad to hear that she was pleased. Rain said that she would now be supplying the kitchen with meat. The guy smiled and began to thank her, then asked Mr. Knoll how he liked the dish. He saw a gloomy man with an empty plate in front of him. The butcher bared his teeth and rudely exclaimed that they had no meat. He slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming that he was unhappy. His wife hit him over the head with a frying pan when he demanded that they bring him more. The man clutched his bruised spot, and Rain ordered him to first express his honest opinion. Mr. Knoll coughed into his fist. He waved his hand and said that he admitted that it was the best dish he had ever tasted, and then said that he agreed to cooperate. The brown-haired man laughed and thanked him. Then they shook hands, and the protagonist noted that he had now found himself a good butcher. Sitting at the restaurant table, the man again asked for more, and Ellison said that he would bring it now. He wondered if it was possible to say that the first day had been successful for him. At that moment, a black-haired girl was sleeping on the bed. Waking up, she muttered, The brunette with disheveled hair noted a delicious aroma. Early evening on the outskirts of Drake. Ellison's restaurant had successfully coped with the first week. A visitor waved his hand, asking for 2 more servings of wooba belly. After a while, the guy brought out 2 plates. Then they were very quickly emptied. The men, leaving the restaurant, thanked for the food, saying that the meat was very tasty. Wiping his hands, the brown-haired man noted that it was probably time to start cleaning. Suddenly, he saw that his spices and seasonings were almost finished. Taking one of the jars, the protagonist noted that everyone knows how important they are in cooking, after which she said that he needs pepper and a few more spices. Taking out a gold coin, Ellison noted that unfortunately, they are very valuable here, so you can't use them at any cost. Their quality is not comparable to spices in the modern world, and then said that it's high time to replenish his supplies. When he put the coin down, a seal appeared under it. A blue light appeared around him, and the guy began to chant, coming up with a solution to this problem. His eyes lit up. After that, a flash occurred. Outlines of objects began to appear through the thick smoke. Sauces and spices appeared on the table, after which the brown-haired man noted that he was using summoning magic from another world. Wiping his forehead from sweat, he thought that he had developed this magic by accident in an attempt to return to his world, noting that any magic is good if used correctly, but there are limitations in size and weight, but this technique is very useful. He noted that of course this is the best solution, because he never managed to return to his world. The main character, taking the object in his hand, said that it would be nice if he could move as easily as a pepper shaker. It was said that for the delivered items he sends a park of gold. Poured the spice into the jar, Ellison thought about the fact that raw meat, eggs and vegetables spoil along the way, and even cooked products have an expiration date, so this is not the only problem, and the exact reason is unclear. Suddenly the guy froze. Squatting down, he thought about how this magic takes a lot of strength, and later said that it does not get any easier for him. The brown-haired man thought that even for him, a 9th grade Archmage, 1 summoning per day is the limit. He opened the refrigerator, saying that with such fatigue, a can of beer would be just right. Seeing the emptiness in the place where they should have stood, he shouted loudly, asking where it is. The protagonist's eyes turned black, tried on the name Ruin. The brunette at that moment was sleeping soundly on the bed surrounded by empty cans. After a while, there was a bump on her head. Grabbing it, she loudly asked what did she do again. Ellison picked up the crumpled can and asked how she could drink all the beer and not clean up after herself, remembering how she smelled a delicious aroma after waking up, and after a while saw empty plates. The girl exclaimed, "What is this about him not leaving her any goodies?" Pointing at herself, she exclaimed that she is a black dragon and cleaning is for losers, so she will not clean. Hearing this, the guy trembled with anger. After a while, there was another bump on the woman's head. She was sitting in front of a bucket of onions and peeling them, and the brown-haired guy told her to clean up after herself later. The girl exclaimed again that she is a dragon. Looking at her, the protagonist mentally noted that she really is a dragon, but now in human form. Remembering the crying dragon in the dark cave, he remembered that he came across her during the war with the dragons, when she lost her mother and lost her lair, and since he just could not leave her there, he took her with him and began to care for her. Looking at the brunette, Ellison noted that being a dragon, she lived for hundreds of years, but was still quite young. He closed his eyes and sighed, telling her to stop cleaning, and that he was now cooking her a steak for dinner. The guy looked away, puzzled. A butcher came into the restaurant. He sat down at one of the tables and asked for a glass of something strong. Looking into the refrigerator again, brown-haired remembered again that his girlfriend drank all his beer. Grabbing a green bottle, he said that he thought this would work too. Taking out soju, the protagonist said that he was lucky that he grabbed it last time, and then noted that he needed to pour it into another bottle. After a while, he put the meat in a transparent bottle on the table. Pointing at it, the man asked if it was water. Ellison said it wasn't and then asked to try it. Pouring soju into a shot glass, he told him the name of the drink. Smelling the drink, Mr. Knoll said it smelled strange. Then he tasted it. The man stuck his fork into the meat. Then he put it in his mouth. Closing his eyes, he muttered with pleasure. The guy smiled widely when he heard that it was delicious. Looking at the food and drink, the butcher reasoned that at first it was a little bitter, but then sweet notes appeared, and they just went perfectly with the meat. He noted that just one drink changed the taste of the dish so dramatically. Raising his glass, Mr. Knoll said that the main character was an excellent cook. Ellison turned around when he was asked to bring another bottle and wondered if something had happened. After a while, one bottle was empty, and a new one was standing next to it. When it was empty, several more appeared nearby. Abruptly putting the glass down on the table, the man demanded another bottle. The guy started waving his arms, saying that he had enough since it was a very strong drink. The butcher exclaimed that he wanted more, and that he simply had to get drunk today. The brown-haired man asked him why with a puzzled face. The man looked down sadly when asked what happened. Opening his mouth, he said that it was all about Rain. Mr. Knoll, looking gloomy, said that he thought she had someone else. Imagining the silhouette of his wife, he began to tell that she said a couple of times that she needed to go away, but now it happens all the time, and she began to dress up every day. Staring and shaking, the butcher said that this had been going on for months, so one day he decided to go after her and found out that. Slamming his fist on the table, he exclaimed that he had found out that she was secretly dating his comrade in arms and that he was his closest friend. He said that after he opened the butcher shop, they had never seen each other again, and now he understood why, because he must have been simply ashamed to look him in the eye. Clenching his trembling fist, Mr. Knoll said that today she had also left, and that perhaps she no longer loved him. The protagonist lowered his eyes and asked her to calm down, saying that another bottle would not help his grief. The man asked how he could survive this and asked if he knew what the funniest thing was. He touched his face with his hand and said that he still loved her very much, and despite all this, he simply could not live without her. Ellison was silent, listening to the butcher's question of what he should do. Mr. Knoll looked up when he offered to help. He asked what he could do. The guy adjusted his sleeves, saying that although they hadn't seen each other much, he would never have thought that she was such a person, and then asked him to wait. At this time, Ruin was still peeling onions, saying that this was too much, and the brown-haired man was just an idiot. She perked up when the protagonist appeared in the room and told her to finish and come to him, noting that there was something that needed to be done. The girl frowned and screamed when Ellison said that if she wanted, she could stay and continue peeling onions. She exclaimed that she was already on her way. Lanterns illuminated the streets along which locals were walking. People were sitting at a restaurant having dinner. Sitting with a friend on the roof, the brunette exclaimed that the local restaurants were very crowded. Looking at the people walking, the guy mentally noted that Mr. Knoll told him that it was around here. Outside the window, inside the restaurant, he saw Rain. The brunette pursed his lips, thinking that she was sitting next to some man. Watching the gloomy old man, he wondered if this was the comrade in arms that the butcher had told him about. The protagonist glanced at his girlfriend and called her, asking if she saw a man and a woman there. Pointing to the two people behind the glass, he asked if she could eavesdrop on their conversation. The girl leaned towards him and asked suspiciously if he would give her a steak. Hearing that she would get two at once, she agreed. Closing her eyes, the brunette repeated the question to the worried Rain, whether she should tell her husband everything. Mr. Ment looked at her. He looked away and touched his chin when the brunette said that Mr. Knoll was already beginning to suspect them, and that he was sad that he did not come into the butcher's shop. Ellison's eyes widened when the man said that if he found out about his help, he would treat him even worse. Looking at the brunette, he asked if he had said that exactly. She replied that she was sure of it. The guy looked down and touched his chin, thinking that this did not look like a business meeting at all. He said that he did not need to know more. When he jumped off the roof of the house, Ruin indignantly asked where he was and what she should do now. The brown-haired man told her to go home. He found himself inside the restaurant, hearing Mr. Ment say that he understood why she thought so, but the girl exclaimed that there was no room for misunderstandings here, and that they did it for their own good. Ellison apologized and asked for permission to intervene. Approaching the table, he said that Mr. Knoll really had a lot of suspicions about everything. At this time, a drunk man was sleeping on the table. The bell of the restaurant door rang. The butcher opened a puzzled look. In the passage, he saw his wife and friend. The old man frowned sadly, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The man clenched his fist tightly, saying that they looked good together, and Rain exclaimed that everything was wrong, and he had misunderstood everything. Clenching his trembling fist, Mr. Knoll said that he believed Mr. Ment. Swinging sharply, he screamed. At that moment, the man closed his eyes. The butcher's fist hit the blue magic barrier. The old man froze with a surprised look. The brown-haired woman, looking up, asked if this was magic. Mr. Ment looked at the protagonist when he asked him if it wouldn't be better to clarify everything. Holding a basket of meat and vegetables, he said that aggression won't solve anything, and then asked him to just tell Mr. Knoll that the man simply borrowed money to open a butcher shop. The man froze with shock on his face. Looking at Ellison passing by, he asked what he said, and then the guy offered to sit at the table and talk, and he prepared the food. Rolling up his sleeves, he said that the butcher had been drinking all day today, so he prepared a soup to restore digestion, and then noted that Rain brought special Belrin meat. Putting the cauldron on the stove, the protagonist said that shabu shabu soup sounded just great. Pouring the broth, he noted that he prepared several soy-based sauces, and when the broth is ready, he will need to rinse the anchovies and place them in a pan. After a while, there was cold meats and soup on the table. Wiping his hands, Ellison noted that the dish was ready and then said that he hoped they had cleared up the misunderstanding. Looking at them with puzzled eyes, Mr. Knoll asked if Mr. Ment had really lent them money. Rain closed her eyes and answered in the affirmative, saying that after the deception he had no money left, and Mr. Ment had given them most of his savings. The old man listened with a sad look to her words about how now that the store had begun to bring in a steady income, she made it a point to see him to return the money. The butcher, frozen, muttered that the money had been given after the deceivers had been caught, and then asked if that had really been a lie. Opening his mouth, the man asked if he would have taken the money if he had known the whole truth. Looking at the empty bottles of alcohol, he apologized for not being there to congratulate him on the opening of the store because he had no choice. Because if the truth came out, he would be found out to be a liar, and added that he had no idea that he was going through such a hard time now. While Ellison was putting the dish on the table, Mr. Knoll, with a gloomy face, asked if he had any plans after retirement and how he could give away so much money. When the men looked at the cook awkwardly, Tall apologized. Lighting the fire under the cauldron, he suggested that they continue the conversation over food. Taking a piece, Mr. Met noted the thinness of the meat, and the guy told him that it was Belrin meat from Mr. Knoll's store, and he cut it very finely because such meat was sold with the soup. Looking at the finished dish, he asked to try it. The brown-haired man poured the broth into a cup. The man took out the ingredients from it. He tried the dish. A smile appeared on his face. He handed the cup to his friend and told him to try it. Mr. Knoll sniffed the broth silently. Suddenly his eyes widened. The old man stroked his beard and asked if he remembered their fight in Perrin. Remembering his wounded comrade, he noted that he had sacrificed himself to protect him. Remembering his shocked face, he said that he also clearly remembered that day. Seeing a bunch of weakened knights ahead, the blonde thought about how they had run out of food then, and the fight had dragged on too long. The bandaged Mr. Knoll held a plate of lean soup in his hand, since that was the only thing they ate then. Then Mr. Ment caught a wild Belrin. Coming to his friend, he cursed exhaustedly. After a while, the two of them looked at the boiling cauldron, and the man noted that the meat soup made from Belrin was bland and the meat itself was tough. Smiling softly, he said that it was amazing then. Shuddering slightly, Mr. Knoll agreed with him. The old man, pouring the broth into a cup, said that his friend asked why he helped him despite his plans. Remembering how they happily ate the soup, he said that in fact, he had no plans. Tears rolled down the butcher's cheeks as he listened to Mr. Ment's words that the only thing he wanted was to help him. Holding the soup with trembling eyes, he apologized. The protagonist stood to the side with a slight smile. Mr. Ment began to eat. While the bright stars shone above the restaurant, he said that this dish warmed the soul. Rurin pointed her finger and indignantly exclaimed that promises to dragons must be kept. Ellison smiled nervously and replied that it was only evening, and he would cook her a steak so she should not worry. The girl clenched her fists, exclaiming that it was already night, so she was demanding what she was entitled to according to the contract. At that moment, Mr. Ment came and called the guy. The brown-haired man covered the brunette's mouth with his hand and asked if he liked everything. The man replied that everything was amazing, and then hesitated to say that he wanted to ask something. The protagonist asked with a surprised look on his face what happened. The old man smiled and said that the squad had recently received an order to escort a rather high-ranking person, and they would like to celebrate before leaving. Ellison's eyes widened when he was asked if it was possible to organize a banquet at his restaurant. Palanku are monsters similar to chicken, but here they are treated differently, which is why they periodically change their habitat. They are difficult to catch. The guy clenched his teeth tightly. Stretching his hand forward, he shouted loudly, telling him to come here and noting that they are very fast, so catching them is not so easy. The beast's paws froze on the ground. A large chicken stood in front of the brown-haired man, and he thought about the fact that because of this, Palanku meat is considered rare and highly valued. Burning with anger, he asked with a nervous smile if he should just set the whole forest on fire. The protagonist thought that he had already regretted choosing this meat for the festive dinner. Mr. Knoll propped his face up with his hand, asking about the meat. While Ellison was rubbing his chin, he asked him if he thought they really existed, and then noted that if someone managed to catch them and sell them, that person would already be swimming in gold. He muttered and noted that it seemed like they didn't have any. The guy darkened, saying that he had said that he could get any meat, and then asked where his confidence had gone. The man snarled and cursed. Rolling his eyes, he gave in and said that he had heard that they had recently been spotted in Lemon Forest. Looking at the large chicken, the brown-haired man noted that he had gone straight to that forest, but, sitting on the ground, he exclaimed that he gave up, and now it was up to Rurin. A girl appeared in front of him, saying that alright, she would help if he washed the dishes later. The protagonist agreed. Suddenly, a dark aura appeared around the brunette. Her eyes glowed white. The chicken screamed loudly when a blow pierced it a moment later. While Ellison was picking up the carcass, Rurin, with her nose in the air, asked him if he was scared, after which she said that the same thing would have awaited him if he had not absorbed the dragon heart then. The brunette asked what was so special about that, noting that he would have absorbed 15 more of those. After a while, the girl drank a drink from a can and left. She sat on the kitchen table, asking what could be better than a can of beer after work. The protagonist, busy with the meat, answered that she was just watching from the side. The brunette frowned, saying that he did not know how hard it was, and that her eyes even began to burn. Ellison asked her not to drink much alcohol since he needed to leave it for the guests. Pouring the liquid into the meat, he said that this dish went well with beer. After a while, a dark sunset covered the restaurant. The voice asked if this was the place his friend had spoken of. There were many customers inside, and the man asked if the others thought it was delicious, noting that he did not trust Mr. Mint. Mr. Ment's young comrade, Miltine, smiled broadly and said that he believed him and that he was sure it would be delicious. While the brown-haired man was serving dishes, the man said that he would find the earth delicious if Mr. Ment said so, but the boy exclaimed that it was not so. The protagonist approached the table, and the old man apologized to him for the noise. He pointed to his comrade and introduced him, after which Miltine exclaimed that he had heard a lot about him and said that Mr. Ment praised his restaurant a lot. Ellison leaned over and said that he hoped they would be satisfied. The men stared at the dish in surprise. The boy waved his hand and said that it was fried palanquin. He smiled nervously when the brunette jumped up and asked if this was the legendary creature that even professionals couldn't catch. The brown-haired man muttered that it wasn't that rare, and then asked them to try it quickly. Mr. Ment took a bite. After trying it, the three froze in surprise. The older man exclaimed that it was very tasty, and his friend noted that he had told him that this restaurant had no leaders. Miltine, the older meat further, agreed with him. The protagonist smiled sweetly, looking at them, and then said that he would go serve the expensive tables. Returning to the kitchen, he told Ruin that there were a lot of people today and asked if she could help him. Sitting on the table, the girl clarified whether he had really asked the black dragon to serve people. She asked if he had forgotten that he was addressing Ruin, who had caught the legendary creature that even the best hunters could not catch. Ellison wondered if she was using her powers to eavesdrop on him. His face darkened, he opened his mouth and said that if she didn't want to, then fine. The girl raised an eyebrow in confusion when she was asked if she had forgotten, and clarified what they were talking about now. Leaning on the wall, the guy noted that they opened this restaurant together after the end of the war, and that they swore that they would work together, and then noted that people change. Closing his eyes, he said that he remembers those times with light sadness. The brunette jumped up when she was told that if she did not want to, then she could leave here. She exclaimed that she changed her mind. The brown-haired man smiled when she began to say that serving guests could even be very interesting, and then asked if she should bring beer. Chicken meat was dipped in sauce. Visitors inside were happily drinking alcoholic drinks. The brunette at that moment helped deliver orders. When everyone left, she put her head on the table, said that finally it was all over. The main character approached her with a plate in his hands, praising her and offering to eat together. The girl began to eat palanquin meat. She closed her eyes and said that it was very tasty, and Ellison replied that he was very happy. Looking at the empty tables, he said that he had not asked her to clean up, and then asked if she had finally grown up. A blush appeared on Ruin's cheeks. She laid her head on the guy's shoulder, saying that this was their restaurant after all. They both froze like that for a while. The guy looked at her with a smile. Someone was stinking outside the restaurant, while he was asking if they could then forget that he had to wash the dishes for a whole month. Suddenly, the girl's eyes widened. She abruptly hid behind the brown-haired man's shoulder, and he asked her what was wrong. The stranger opened the door slightly, saying that it was simply disgusting. The protagonist looked away in fear. Entering inside, the old man said that it was always terrible in human villages. Looking at him sideways, Ellison noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. The black dragon, the elder Metadonna, took off his hood and said that humans were not worthy of pronouncing this name. Standing in front of him, the boy asked what brought him here. The old man noted that he and the dragon were doing quite well in such a hovel. The girl looked over her friend's shoulder when she was asked if there was anything she did not like. She answered negatively. The boy frowned and asked if he had come for her, and noted that as far as he knew, no one objected to her living with him. Metadonna darkened when asked if he really came to dispute this. He noted the sharpness of the boy's tongue in response. The girl bit her lip when the old man confirmed that he had come because of her. The brunette said that she would stay here, and then asked what he was going to do. Looking at Metadonna, she exclaimed that he hadn't abandoned her once. The man replied that he hadn't abandoned her, but had only been a little late, and although her mother had committed a terrible sin. The brown-haired man, with his eyebrows drawn together, said that that was enough, after which he asked if he remembered their promise. He said that as far as he knew, a dragon like that wasn't something to joke about. The old man grinned and said that he had come to discuss this promise. Looking at the two comrades, he said that they had indeed promised to entrust him with Ruin, but that they could always take their words back. The protagonist asked what he meant. While imagining a dragon surrounded by gold, the man said that in the Black Dragon clan, 800 years of age is considered the age of adulthood. However, a dragon deprived of a lair becomes a ward by the age of 800 and goes to the sacred lands, and Ruin lived in her mother's lair, which was destroyed. So, Metadonna extended his hand, saying that next year she will turn 800 years old and she will have to go to the sacred lands, and these are the rules of the clan that no one is allowed to break, since breaking the law stinks of starting a war. The protagonist sighed and asked what's wrong with that. This autumn, the old man's eyes widened in shock. Beginning to blaze with energy, he asked again. Ellison, frowning, asked if he had a choice. The man got angry and insulted him. Then he came closer and said that even though the young man had absorbed the Lord's heart, he was behaving too insolently. The girl was standing nearby at that moment and shouting that everything was fine, as if they had it, war was not an option. And the main character asked again in surprise, what war were we talking about? He only talked about the dragon's lair. Suddenly the man stopped, and the little girl raised her head and asked again. In response, she heard that they had a whole year ahead. Why not build it during this time? You can start even now. And then the main character asked the men if this would work. He was a little surprised, but said that in general everything suited him. Then he turned around and said that he agreed to see him here in a year. The guys waved to him and shouted that they had agreed. After that, the main character decided to build a dragon's lair. Some time passed. The dragon's lair is a cave in which dragons live, excellent interiors, and dazzling treasures. A symbol of the dragon's lair, it is obvious that it will take a lot of time and resources to build it. At that moment, the men in the tavern turned and shouted that they wanted to make an order, asked for more beer. And the young man looked at them and thought that they simply would not have enough time, even if they started right now. While working in the kitchen, she was discussing the rumors that they were selling palinza here, so people came running to the restaurant. And they did not listen even when I told them directly that it was a limited dish. Then a brunette came into the room and said that the third table was ready to place an order. They had to hurry. And the guy frowned and thought that he could not do this any longer. He had to reduce the flow of guests. After some time, he led the man right into the forest. He raised his head and saw huge birds on a tree, asked what it was. And the young man came closer and said that it was of course palinza. Then he realized who it was, but did not understand why he was brought here. Ellison raised his hand and said with a smile that he would provide him with this bird, and his shop would be the only one in the city that sells such elite meat. The competitor looked at him and asked again, then asked how the young man was going to catch them, and even better hunters in Greece can't handle such a thing. That's what he heard, that there's no need to worry. Didn't he hear that the squad tasted such meat in his restaurant? He himself thought that he needed to bribe him with meat. The guy also added that he was ready to agree on half. He would supply the meat for free, so half the proceeds would come from them. He was a little surprised and asked again, said that this was too much. He himself decided to catch them and bring them. Why did he need the whole half? And he turned and answered that this was quite fair. He would not be able to supply meat in large quantities, so in any case these people would not earn much. And it was necessary to use this as an opportunity to earn extra money by selling other meat and buy the lady a new dress. The man heard this and became very angry. Then he looked at these birds and agreed, but the main thing is that the other did not change his mind. The deal was made. Then the owner of Slavka began to watch the main character and said that he heard that these birds often change their habitat. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of them, and a huge dome formed right above their heads. The main character looked to the side and asked if this would be enough. The man did not understand what was happening at all, said that it was some kind of incredible barrier. Then he lowered his head and added that a beginner in magic simply could not create such a thing. Who is this? The boy raised his hand and said that he was a retired chef, just like Mr. Knoll. He also added that he hoped his magical powers would remain a secret. The next day, the main character's plan was carried out flawlessly. Not a single person remained in the restaurant. That's all, it's perfect. He stood in the middle and laughed, saying that there was not a single guest. At that moment, a brunette came up to him from behind and asked why he was so happy about this. And the young man was a little upset and said that, to be honest, she thought that at least a couple would stay. But he also said that now there is time to build a lair, and the girl shouted that she forgot about it, and asked when the lair is built, will the guy live with her? Ellison turned around and answered that no, he will stay to live here. In response he heard that then she does not need it, let the war with the dragons begin, and said that she should calm down, the lair will be built somewhere nearby. The little girl raised her head and asked if this will really happen. This is what she heard, that she should not worry and should follow him. After some time, the guys came to the clearing, discussed that this slope right under the restaurant, and it is just nearby. Since the restaurant is on the outskirts, all the adjacent land belongs to it. The girl smiled and said that this is great, she is satisfied with this distance, and the guy turned around and answered that it will be necessary to dig, so you will have to constantly monitor the internal barrier, otherwise the earth will collapse. The little girl agreed. Then she rolled up her sleeves and shouted that they had to start digging, and Ellison waved at her and said that he was going back to the restaurant because he couldn't leave the restaurant empty. That's when the girl realized that it seemed like all the work was left on her. The young man himself was relaxing in a restaurant after some time and said that he had not had so much free time for a long time. The sun's rays were so warm. But suddenly someone attracted his attention. A blonde man came in, apologized and looked around. Then he came closer to the owner and asked if this was the famous restaurant. In response he heard that he did not know, but how famous? But yes, at least this man came to the restaurant. Then the blonde added that he heard that they sell the legendary finger meat here. The owner was a little upset and said that he was sorry, but they no longer cook this dish. It is better to look into the Knoll butcher shop. The boy turned around and said that he could not, asked if there were other dishes he really wanted to eat. At that moment, the owner sat him down at the table and said that if he was satisfied with another dish, then he could order it, and he heard gratitude. Also, the main character raised his hand and thought that it seemed that this boy was from a prosperous family. He just ran into difficulties and said that he had the same attitude towards all guests. Then the cook took out the meat and thought that the only dish that the child would like is a hamburger. He often cooked them for ruin. For the cutlet, he decided to use a sign from a wok, turned it into minced meat and began to fry it. It was necessary to give it a shape, salted it a little and fried it in butter. Then he put the cutlet on vegetables and salted it with garlic sauce. It looked delicious. And at the end, the young man decided to add an egg of that miracle bird. He thought that he said that they don't sell birds anymore, but eggs are a completely different matter. It was his thing. Finally, the burger was ready. Not even a dragon stands in front of such a hamburger. The cook brought it to the visitor and said that it was served. He was very happy and shouted that it was amazing, really a sandwich. In response, he heard that it was something similar. The blonde took the hamburger in his hands and said that in that case he would try it. But suddenly a man came in and turned to the young gentleman, said that he had been screwed everywhere, and what was he doing here? The boy turned around and said in fear that he had just come here. This man started shouting that if a child gets poisoned when eating in such a place, what should he do? He should follow him. The cook heard this and became very angry. He approached the new guest and said that he did not want to interfere, but this was too much. He turned around and asked if this man was the owner of this place. He was not sure that he knew who the food was suitable for. Then he looked at the boy and said that this was the Lord's son, Baron D'Aaron. The protagonist came closer and said that he did not care about the title. He was just serving his guest. What was wrong? And the man got angry and asked again. It was all arrogant. At that moment the boy asked them to stop and said that everything was fine. Then the young guest put the coin on the table and said that he was not sure that it would be enough and apologized, said that he made him cook, but he himself did not even try. And then he left the establishment upset. The main character scratched the back of his head and said that something was bothering him. At that moment, the brunette returned to the restaurant and shouted that now it was his turn. She simply could not dig anymore. She cried and shouted that she could not do everything alone. Her hands already hurt. And the young man replied that it was enough. They would dig more tomorrow, but now they had to follow him. The little girl looked up and asked what to wear. Now she wanted to eat. Then the cook picked up the coin and said that he would cook something for her when he returned, but now he had received some money, and he added that they needed to go to the Lord's castle, that strange place. After some time, the Lord's son was sitting in his room and was just sad. Suddenly, some kind of portal appeared next to him. The main character came out of there, wished him a good evening and held a strange package in his hands. Then he held it out and in response to the fact that it was magic, said that the boy forgot something in his restaurant. It was the same hamburger that the little lord never got to try. The blonde was very happy and took it, and the cook replied that he had heated it up so you can bite into it. It was obvious that the kid was very hungry. He even swallowed strangely. He smiled and said that he had a lot of questions, but first food, and as luck would have it, at that very moment there was a knock on his room. The man shouted that he heard some sounds, asked if everything was okay. Everyone there was scared, including the cook, who thought that the child needed to eat. All these people were some kind of idiots. The young lord was scared and asked what to do now. He whispered back, how what? I must say that it seemed to him it was the son of the local lord, so they simply would not dare to go against his word. The young man lowered his head and answered that he had never been listened to before, constantly ignored. And at that moment they began to knock on the door even harder and shouted that they would open the door now. The girl sighed and said that it was sad. And then she took a deep breath and shouted with all her might that nothing had happened. They should leave. He did not give permission to enter. The young lord looked at her and wondered if it was really his voice. And then he looked at the door and thought that he would find out that these people would not listen to him. They remained silent. But suddenly the man behind the door answered that he understood him and he could call him if he needed anything. The boy turned and looked there in surprise, and the girl said that it was some kind of pity. The main character approached him and asked if he had seen how to do it. He needed to be a little more confident. The blonde immediately fell on one knee and asked him to be his teacher. He asked again. His mother died during childbirth, and soon his father remarried, so the boy spent most of his life with his stepmother, who constantly told him that he couldn't and wouldn't do it. The woman was strict, said that the boy was breathing too loudly, literally hated him. She taught him to behave carefully, because this man was the son of a lord, but there was good too, so he continued to love her, although he often took offense. However, everything changed when his father was bedridden due to illness. At holidays and joint dinners the woman simply kept silent and looked away, as if the young man was not there. And now he lowered his head and said that the services continued to carry out her orders, controlled his every step, and therefore he was completely alone. The guy listened to him. He felt sorry for him when the boy said that he decided that they would not treat him better even after he became a lord. Then he smiled and said that today his opinion had changed, asked the teacher to tell him how to become a good lord. The cook looked at him and said that all this was strange. Then he folded his arms and asked him to listen, because he was just a chef in a restaurant. But he heard that this had never happened before the servant simply burst into the room. At that moment, Ellison thought about it. The boy was very unsure of himself. It felt like he was deliberately suppressing himself. Then he exhaled and said that he had to look into someone's eyes when he spoke to them. The blonde was surprised and looked up. The boys stood in the room for some time and discussed that if he wanted to become a good lord, he had to understand that such a title imposes great responsibility, which is why it is important to teach him to take responsibility for his words. After that, the boy raised his hand and added that this does not mean that he should ignore everyone. He had to listen carefully and think before speaking. If he is satisfied with the decision, then that is great, and if not, then he had to take responsibility. The little lord listened attentively to what his new teacher thought was exactly the skill a good lord should have. Then he repeated about responsibility. And leaving, the cook added that he needed to eat before it got cold and then look into his restaurant. Literally a moment later, the portal disappeared. The young man was left alone in the room and said that it felt like it was just a dream. But to his attention, he still had a hamburger in his hands. The guy started eating it. Then he smiled and said that it was just delicious. Suddenly, it dawned on him. The boy continued eating and shouted that now he understood everything. A good lord is someone who will make sure that everyone can enjoy such a delicious meal, and now he understood everything. Around the same time, the main character came out of the portal and said that she hoped the girl took his words seriously. She asked again about the boy or the speech. Why did this person bother him so much? And the cook handed her a coin and said that he had to work it off. The brunette took the coin and said that it was as much as 100,000. A regular hamburger costs 200. Did he really pay that much? The cook replied that it was, so he provided him with the appropriate service. He did not want to be a deceiver. Then the guys walked across the field and discussed that he had generous hands, hoped that he would come more often, and the little one shouted that she was against it. She herself was almost out of hamburgers. On the outskirts of the city there was a forest. There was a rather popular hospital where whole crowds gathered. The doctor looked at the visitor's hand and said that he had a serious burn. The healer there was very experienced and even possessed healing magic, but this woman is known for other things. Her visitor raised her hand and said that she had been careless while cooking. And in response she heard that it was good that she had looked in on her. If the wounds were not healed, a scar might remain. Other people were also standing in line. The main reason why they flocked here from the city center was that the hospital was owned by an elf, not a human. The elf healer was already finishing her treatment at that moment. Her name was Alina. Her patient raised her hand and said that it was simply incredible, thanked her and said that the woman, as always, was the best. She also added that she saw that the healer was worried about something, asked what was the matter, but the woman remained silent. And then she said something that surprised the girl very much. Thinking about returning to her home, the question immediately came up, why? The doctor lowered his head and said that she loved helping people, and despite everyone's discontent, she left the city. But everything turned out to be different from what she had imagined. Few people are interested in treatment. People come to see the elf. And indeed, people were gathering near the window who were interested in looking at her. Then the woman remembered her last meeting with a person and said that a woman had recently yelled at her and that she had seduced her husband. She closed her eyes and added that she knew that not all people were like that and still loved to heal but could no longer cope. Her visitor listened attentively and simply remained silent. Then she came closer and asked if she didn't like it either, and she heard the answer that it wasn't so. The girl was very kind and had always treated her well. And so the two of them sat at the table, discussing what Elf would have stayed if she had liked it here a little more. She thought about it. Then the woman introduced Noel and said that she also didn't like some things about her husband. He snores, and he's also very naive. But she liked him much more. She loved his independence, for his care, and for his dedication to his work. And she also added that Elf said that she still loved to heal people. She lowered her head and said that it was so. Suddenly the woman jumped up and said that a restaurant had opened on the hill. They should go there today and eat. The blonde raised her head and asked again, ah, and Rain replied that she wouldn't have enough fingers on both hands to describe why it was worth visiting. She was sure she would like the restaurant. Then the main character was working on the hill. Suddenly someone came to him. It was Noel, who asked where the main character was going. He was just going to his restaurant. The young man turned around and answered that he was also already going back. There was just some minor repairs going on. There he asked who was next to him. Here is the answer. He heard that it was his nephew, although not biological. The young man next to him scratched the back of his head and said hello, and the man added that he wanted to discuss something, so he decided to do it over a plate and meat, asked if there was anyone in the restaurant now. The cook was surprised and said that only Rurin should be there. Then the man came closer and said that his wife recommended his establishment to a famous elf. He thought she was already there. In response, he heard that it was time to return quickly. And so the guys walked through the meadow and discussed that elves are rare. And he turned around and said that their people usually do not leave the forest hut. Probably this woman is very popular. And Noel replied that it is better not to even ask. He heard that all the guys ran to her, stared at the window and pointed their fingers. He begins to understand why the elf avoids people. At that moment, the guy raised his head and said that not all elves are like that. Then he opened the doors and added that he admits that they are a very proud race. And before them appeared a picture of the elf kneeling in front of Ruin. The woman was very scared and called the girl the greatest creature, asked to forgive her for her rudeness. And the brunette looked at her and asked for sure Lita admits that she was rude, he will forgive her if he becomes his servant. The cook saw this and was very shocked. He came closer and got very angry, and the little girl turned around and said that she found herself a servant, an elf. And then he screamed so loudly that it was heard even on the street, asked how dare she behave like this with their guest. If you go back some time, the girl was just lying on the table and heard someone come in and ask if there was anyone here, raised her head and asked if they really had guests. A woman came in and said that she wanted to clarify if this was really Mr. Ellison's restaurant. The little girl got up and said that everything was so, only the owner was not there now, and then she noticed something, a new guest, an elf. The woman lowered her head and said that it was true. The girl came closer and said that elves are really beautiful. In response, she heard that she was also very beautiful. She looked much younger than her. The brunette sighed and asked again about youth. She thought that she considered her a brat. And then she said something that surprised her very much. Among dragons she really is young, but she will be clearly older than her, the woman asked again. And the little girl transformed and started screaming, how dare this elf open her mouth in her direction. The blonde didn't know where to go. She became very scared. Then she fell to her knees and started asking for forgiveness. Just at that moment, the owner of the restaurant came in and said that he admits that this is a very proud race. And before his eyes a familiar picture opened up. The woman lowered her head and said that the dragon girl is the greatest creature and asks to forgive her for her rudeness. The brunette came closer and asked if she really admits that she was rude, will forgive her if she becomes her servant. The young man of course saw this and was surprised. He got angry and went to his partner. The girl greeted him and said that she found herself an elf servant. Well, of course, he got angry, started screaming how dare she behave like that with their guest. The scream could be heard even on the street. After some time, Ellison looked out and apologized for the commotion, then invited the guests to come inside. There sat a brunette with tears in her eyes and a bump on her head. Then she turned around and just ran away. And the blonde saw her and thought if she really wasn't imagining it, and it really was a dragon. She also thought that this rule is known to everyone, young and old. You can't anger a dragon for anything. They are a walking disaster that can burn an entire village to ashes if they want. They are at the head of all living beings. As a child, Fika heard so many legends about this and imagined them as huge and scary, however. Now, before her eyes, the owner of the restaurant was scolding the dragon, and the woman thought that this guy was behaving with the dragon like a child. Who is this anyway? Suddenly, the cook came up to her and addressed her. Then he bowed down and began to ask for forgiveness for the past. He did not know that the girl behaved like this in his absence. In response, he received a question whether this was really a person. He raised his head and asked again. He smiled and said that he really was a person. He thought that this was expected, but his assistant did not even try to hide the dragon aura. At the moment when the brunette left the room, the young man whispered that, as already noticed, this girl is a dragon. Then he leaned lower and also whispered that it may seem strange that she lives with a dragon, but this is a long story, and asked to keep it a secret. In response, he heard that of course the elf will do so, is not going to interfere in the affairs of dragons, and still wants to live. The guy was a little confused and said that the girl will not kill her. He thought that his girlfriend made a terrible impression. Then he turned to the blonde and asked if this was really the healer Rain. The woman raised her head and answered that it was. Her name is Alina. The cook immediately presented the review that a woman might write, that she visited this establishment on the recommendation of a friend, and they made her a servant, a terrible impression, and thought that things were bad for them. But nevertheless, the doctor raised her head and said that she had heard that even vegetable dishes were delicious here. Then the guy came closer and said that he would cook whatever she ordered, and asked why the guests could not stand meat, and in response he heard that she had no personal reasons. Her body simply could not digest meat. He found her, was surprised, and thought that this meant that any dish without meat would suit her. Then he smiled and said that he would cook something tasty for her right away. In the background they shouted that the guys wanted to eat meat, and the woman replied that she would wait. In fact, there are many non-local dishes. The guy thought that tomato paste would be ideal, so he took tomatoes. Then I started cooking. I thought that first I had to put the chopped onion, garlic and mushrooms in a frying pan heated with olive oil and let it cook. Thanks to this an incredible piquant aroma is formed. Then I had to strain the tomato juice through a sieve and add it to the pan, add salt, sugar and spices of my choice, reduce the heat, watch that the sauce does not burn, and all this does not overcook and does not stick. And while the sauce is cooking, I can do the pasta, cook for 8 minutes and leave a little liquid for a day. Just at this moment the water boils. Some time passed. Finally it was possible to mix the pasta with the sauce and the tomato paste was ready. The young man put the plate on the table and said that the dish was served, and the woman was very surprised. The cook came closer and said that you need to use a fork, and not to worry, there is no meat here, but the answer was that it looks very appetizing. Finally, the guest took a fork and wound spaghetti on it. Then she tried the pasta. The owner of the establishment at that moment went to another table and said that the meat was ready. Put a plate on the table and said that probably the friend was already waiting. In response, he heard that he almost fell asleep while waiting. And when Noel told Nellen to try it, Ellison looked at him and thought that this guy looks sad, maybe he does not like the food. Then he turned around and remembered that the elf was eating behind him. What he saw surprised him very much. The woman with an incredible appetite left the pasta and said that it was delicious, just incredibly delicious. Tears literally flowed from behind her eyes. She used to eat only fresh vegetables and did not know that such delicious food existed. Then she put down her fork and exhaled. After that, the girl suddenly jumped up and shouted that it was amazing with the happiest face possible. The owner of the establishment came up to her and could not contain his surprise. He smiled and said that it seemed that she liked the pasta, and the elf was embarrassed and began to apologize, said that it was so delicious that. But the guy just smiled back again and handed her a napkin, said that it was okay, the main thing is that she liked it, and also noted that the woman did not visit restaurants that often. The blonde then continued to cover her face with her eyes and said that it was true, it attracts too much attention, so she prefers to eat vegetables from the market. Then she took the napkin, and while she was wiping, she said that she sometimes thought about visiting a restaurant. But in their area there are not many establishments that serve food without meat, and if there are, the dish tastes no better than vegetables, so she thought, why does she need it? The cook thought, well, here they really almost do not use spices. Suddenly, the blonde jumped up and said that his food made her change her mind. The pasta was very tasty, she should thank Miss Rain. The protagonist at that moment gave a positive review and said that he was glad to hear it. But then his attention was attracted at another table. There, a man jumped up and ordered his nephew to repeat what he said. He said that he found out that. The guy literally cried and explained that he found out that his mother was not his biological mother. That same evening, near the mines, someone was actively looking for him. A woman was walking with a basket through the market and calling the guy, asking where he went. Then she went up to the worker and asked if he had seen her son, and in response she heard that no, the night shift guys had already gone into the mine, and there was no one near the mine itself at that time. The woman opened the basket and asked if she really hoped that her son had at least eaten before work, and asked if she could bring him something. The guy let her into the mine and said that if he wanted, then of course yes. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, Noel looked at his nephew and asked who told him that, and the boy slammed his fist on the table and replied that it was not the most important thing now. He had been fooled for 20 years. He said that he could not concentrate on work, so he left early and could not return home, and the elf and the cook were sitting at the next table, discussing that they should not eavesdrop, but it was beyond their strength. The man raised his hand and replied that the boy knew what his mother had gone through to raise him, that after his father's death she had worked day and night to feed him, and that he didn't think she had done a lot for him, despite the fact that he was not her biological son. The boy thought about it when he heard that he knew it very well. Then he burst into tears and said that he knew that it was all his fault, but that he had been very angry with her that morning. And when his mother came up to him from behind and told him not to forget his lunch, he simply turned around and replied that he wouldn't need it, addressing her as a stranger. His mother heard this and was very upset. At that moment, Noel grabbed him by the collar and asked him again furiously, adding that he couldn't say that and called him a fool. Ellison turned around and said that this wouldn't do, that this had to stop immediately. Suddenly, Rain ran into the restaurant and shouted at the boy that they had to run, that something had happened in the mine. The husband turned around and looked at her in surprise, and the woman shouted that the mine had collapsed on his mother and she was stuck there. The son heard this and was very scared, even asked again, as if he did not believe it. Noel jumped up and asked again about the mine, asked what was wrong with the lady. In response he heard that the wife herself did not know, but it seemed that she went inside to look for her son. The boy then got up and said that this could not be, and then he rushed straight towards the mine. The guys started shouting that they needed to hurry. Just then the elf got up and asked if she could go with them. She came closer and said that she thought the victims would need her help. The cook was also going there. The woman looked at her and tried to stop her, because she remembered their conversation. When the blonde said that she knew that not all people were like that, they still loved to heal, but they could no longer cope. Then she frowned and still agreed to take them to the mine. That same evening, people were being pulled out of the mine, everything was destroyed there. and they were shouting that someone had to be stopped. The boy tried to break into the mine, but they were shouting that he had to calm down. It was dangerous. What if the mine collapsed again? At that moment, the cook and the elf appeared there and said that he should calm down. Now they would go there and save his mother. But one of the guards stepped forward and said that they also could not go inside. The situation was critical. In response, he heard that it was a girl, a healer, and he was sure that people were stuck in the mine who needed help. The guy grabbed his head when he heard that every minute counted now. They still managed to get inside. The girl thanked him for his help. Then she raised her head and said that it was not at all necessary to follow her. It was too dangerous. Then the guys were on the lower level of the mine. Stones suddenly began to fall there. But, fortunately, Ellison managed to activate his barrier and protected them. Then he turned around and said that as the girl saw it, he understood magic, and therefore could stop falling stones, and immediately received a question whether he was really a wizard. The guy continued to walk forward and said that he was good in his youth, but had long since retired, and he was more interested in why the elf was here. The blonde heard this and was surprised, and the cook explained that he had heard that she had her own hospital. One of his comrades in arms was also an elf, and he did not think that he owned a hospital only because of his race. Without turning back, the young man added that people were probably rude to her, but she still went into the mine to save a person, so what was the reason? The girl took her medallion and simply remained silent. At that moment, the cook stopped and said that things were bad for them. Two passages appeared there. The road diverged in different directions. Therefore, the wizard decided to use magic again and said that they did not have enough time to go around both, so they needed to feel where to go. Then he raised his hands and a bright light appeared around. This light spread along both paths, and the woman was surprised that the young man even controlled the spirits, who would now tell them if there were survivors. Almost immediately a bright light appeared. They had to go there. One of the spirits found a man who looked at him and wondered what it was. It seemed like a deathbed hallucination. He raised his head and did not understand what was happening. Suddenly an elf appeared there and asked if everything was okay. In response, she heard if they had really come to save them. This man had injured his leg. The girl did not hesitate and immediately began to treat him. Then she lowered her head and said that fortunately, it was not that serious early. After a little treatment, it would be possible to walk. In response, she only heard gratitude. And the young man stood nearby and said that the spirits had found someone else. They had to go further. After a while, they found another victim, healed his shoulder. Another had problems with his leg. The cook at that moment protected them from stones with his magic. In one of the rubbles, where it was impossible to get through, they were generally shouting that people were flying out. They were really lifting one after another with magic and carrying them out of there. And finally the guys got to the end. The young man turned around and asked if the girl still had strength. She answered that she did. But at that moment the guy was thinking about something else. If the mother of that boy is not here for a long time. Fortunately, that woman was lying right in front of them on the ground. The cook ran closer, asked the elf how she was feeling. In response, he heard that things were bad. They were using a stronger spell, but they were not promising anything. Immediately after, the girl began to conjure. Everything around was literally shrouded in light. And in the temporary shelter, meanwhile, people were helping those who got out. And they did not take turns carrying out and bringing in the guys there. They asked if all the workers got out. Rain was also sitting there and crying, asking what they should do. But her husband was calming her down and saying that the elf had said that the spell had worked, so there was no need to worry so much. The woman was lying on the carrier. She simply had to come to her senses, everyone else said. And her son was sitting next to her, completely devastated. Just then Ellison came up and said that there was no need to worry. Alina had provided first aid using a strong spell, so the condition was stable. The blonde herself raised her head and said that the woman had hit her head hard, but the treatment had been successful. The wound near the eye was not very serious, so after removing the bandages, she would be able to live her previous life. At that moment, her son looked at the basket with which they found his mother. Inside there were potatoes and 2 pieces of bread. Memories of the morning immediately popped into his head when she handed him the basket and said that he should not forget lunch. And the son turned around and said that he would not need lunch, calling her a woman. Mom heard this and was very upset. Now the young man literally could not find a place for himself. He was very angry with himself. Finally, his mother came to her senses and raised her hand. She called her son, then he turned around abruptly and ran to her. Everyone around was happy, but finally a miracle happened. And Nellen burst into tears. He could not hold back his emotions. Then he ran to his mother and began to say that here, his son is nearby. In response, he heard only one question: did he get hurt there? The guy grabbed the woman by the hand and said that he was so scared for her, and what if what he said in the morning became his last words to her? The woman smiled and said that he called her mom again. She was very pleased. She also apologized for making him worry. It's good that the young man was not in the mine. The elf heard all this because she was standing nearby. Then she raised her head and said that the guy was right. She remembered how she came to the restaurant in the morning with all her things and said that she wanted to close the hospital and go home. She could no longer stand the terrible relationship, and then her friend came. The blonde smiled and added that she said that she needed to try to find more good. Then she looked around and said that it must be today she managed to do it. She also looked at the mother and son and said that people lie much less than the elves, but they have so many emotions. That is why people suffer so often. It's funny, but this was one of the reasons why she decided to start helping them. The girl put her hand to her chest and said that she thinks that she can't just leave what she values so much. She likes humanity and sincerity, and now she also knows how deliciously they cook here. Then she opened her eyes and added that she understood a lot today. At that moment, the girl began to lose consciousness, so the guy grabbed her and told her to be careful. The elf was embarrassed and began to apologize. She heard that she had simply overworked herself. She needed to wait a minute. Ellison activated his magic and helped her recover a little. The blonde did not understand what had happened. She said that it looked like a mana transfer spell. The young man replied that an elf he knew taught him this. His name was Biden. Alina was very surprised and said that he was the hero of the elves. Then she ran after the guys and asked how he did this, but in response she heard that she had already been told he used to be a famous magician. Meanwhile, on the hill in the cave they were saying that he was a scoundrel, always leaving her alone. The brunette continued to dig and said that the cook made her go dig only because he could not use magic on people. It was unfair. And suddenly water began to hit her face while she was saying that she just wanted to find another servant. The girl was surprised and looked down. There was some kind of water source. What is that? After some time, Ellison came there and asked if it was true that water suddenly came out from under the ground, and the girls became curious about what it was, so they decided to dig further. The brunette smiled and said that it was exactly like that. The young man was surprised and thought that he should be calmer, and she did not do it on purpose. But nevertheless, there were puddles of water in front of them, and her friend explained that it was dripping and dripping, but she still did not find anything. The cook looked around and said that there was probably an underground source somewhere here. She dug a lot, but even with the use of magic, she would not be able to see anything. Then he turned around and asked if she remembered what he told her before. She needed to create a barrier at the top. The little girl agreed. Suddenly the young man began to conjure. Everything around was in a bright light and a large seal appeared in front of him. And the girl moved away and said that she needed to be careful with her powers, otherwise she would fly off the hill. The main character decided to use 8th grade magic, so he had to be super careful. And almost immediately there was a strong surge of energy. Water began to flow literally from everywhere, and another seal appeared under the brunette's feet. And also above their heads in a large dome appeared. And he left, smiled and said that it was simply magnificent. Then he looked around and added that he thought this would be enough. The water below, however, began to rattle even louder, and after that, a huge fountain appeared. Ellison saw this and wondered if magic had really opened the underground waters and even the burning spring. The brunette did not think long and got rid of it, shouting that more water should be opened, just in time to wash herself. But she did not take into account that the water was too hot, and the warning about this was received too late. And now the girl was literally standing all red from the boiling water. The spring only grew while the little girl was screaming that it was hot. After some time, the young man put the kettle on, sat her down next to him and began to explain that this should not be done. And the girl got angry and asked how she was supposed to know that the water was hot. Then the wizard came closer and said that he probably should have warned earlier, activated the seal and immediately received a question what to do with this barrier. Ellison decided not to reinvent the wheel and just close the new source with a huge sphere, said that he would create a safe place to collect clean water. Then he presented a diagram. You just need to lower the barrier a little, and thus you will get a sphere in which the dirt itself will separate and they will have clean water. Then you can get rid of the upper ball. Suddenly a whole lake appeared in front of them. Everything was ready. The young man then took his girlfriend and threw her straight into the water, shouting that she needed to jump. The baby landed there with a crash. Then she pulled it out and started screaming that it was hot, now she would cook. Then she realized that the water was warm. In response she heard that this is of course because the young man in her studios. He undressed himself and went there. Then he sat down next to him and told him okay. The brunette turned and said that he went somewhere. Where was he? The young man thought about it and said that the mine had collapsed, so he went to save people. Of course he got the question, did he do it with the elf? Ellison turned around and said that of course it was. They needed a healer, knowing that he was not very good at healing magic, but the girl replied that that was why he came back so happy. The guy immediately asked what was wrong, and the little girl turned around and shouted with displeasure that in fact the earth was dripping here and he was having fun with this nasty creature, and in general she hated everyone except him. The guy looked at her and thought about it. Then he took the kettle, poured the water from there into a mug. The young man took out some kind of powder. Then he poured it into the water and stirred. He handed the drink to his friend and asked if she wanted to try it. The girl took the mug and asked what it was. In response, she heard that it was cocoa. The little girl drank it, and suddenly her eyes widened. At the moment when the cook was making cocoa for himself, he asked if she liked it. It was very sweet and quite tasty. And while Ellison was stirring the cocoa in his mug, he said that it is made from cocoa beans. The powder itself looks unsightly, but it takes a lot of time to grow the beans, dry, roast, process, and much more. Then he looked at the jar and said that many people worked on this cocoa powder. For some time, the guys sat in the lake and discussed that his strength would be enough to blow up the mine, but he would not be able to save a single person. Without the master, he would not be able to get the ingredients for the restaurant, and he can create a huge space here, but to set up a lair he will still have to call the gnomes. Then the cook lowered his head and said that all races are different, so you should not underestimate others. Even dragons would not survive in a world without other races. And the girl sat next to him and just listened to him. Then she raised her mug and agreed. Then she turned and shouted that she would still treat him differently because he was special. The next morning, there was a battle in some canyon. The man, the leader of the army, shouted that everyone should hold on. And at the same time, he stood right on the edge of the cliff, shouted that they should not approach its end. The battle was very active. On the killing field there were both adults and young men. The man noticed that one of them was in danger, protected him and shouted that he was too far away. Suddenly, an opponent appeared above his head, who called out that it was the end. But the man managed to turn around and push the opponent away, and then he took the weapon away from him and threw it aside. Then he pierced his chest with his sword. The opponent did not have time to say anything, except that he would never go to hell alone. And then he grabbed the man right by the shoulder. Because of this, they both fell straight from the cliff to the very bottom. The young man saw this and began to scream, asking them to stop. But they both fell down. His request would not have solved anything. That same day, the cook knocked together an announcement and hung it on the door of the restaurant that it was closed today. The brunette came closer and asked why the young man closed the restaurant. He thought about it, imagined milk, and asked if he remembered that they drank cocoa. They did not have milk now, and it should be used for marinade. And in order to always have milk, it was decided to build a farm, and first of all a pen. Ruin looked ahead and said that there was nothing here. In response, she heard that you always have to start from somewhere. Now they need a Berineric, which lives in the lower reaches of the Varant River. This animal had horns and looked like a huge bull. Teleport, someone's voice sounded. Ellison looked at Ruin, talking about the lower reaches of the river. But the girl replied that you can't teleport to unfamiliar places. She heard that the Lord's child was tracked by smell. The guy confusedly said that he would tell her the direction and distance, so let her act by touch. Putting out his hands, Ruin was surrounded by a glow, saying that this is not such a skill. The sun was shining brightly over the sea. A pair of horned animals drank from the river. The protagonist happily said that they were exactly where they needed to be. There are a lot of animals there. The girl looked to the side and agreed. But at that moment they began to fall from a great height. Ruin noted, if you do not take into account the fact that they are hovering in the air. Ellison replied that he thought the ground was pretty low. They were falling fast. His companion asked him to do something quickly. The guy asked again if dragons were afraid of the sky. She had wings. Ruin grabbed the guy's neck and shouted that it would be better to fall and die. That's what she always said. Why did she hate being a dragon so much? He asked again. Ruin looked at her interlocutor reproachfully, saying that he didn't need to know. Ellison created a magical barrier under them, and they touched the ground. Looking at the river in front of them, the girl said that it was very wide. Turning to his companion, Ellison noted that it was the sea. Feeling awkward, the girl jokingly asked again, maybe the ocean. Ellison lowered his eyes and thought that she had always been like that. Turning towards the forest, the hero asked if they would frolic in the water if they quickly caught the animals. The girl happily agreed. Looking at the animals with horns, he asked how many of them needed to be caught. The answer was about 10. One of the bulls was already stamping its hoof when they agreed that the last one would wash the dishes. Well, the restaurant was closed anyway, so there was nothing much to wash. The rays of the setting sun illuminated the wall of the house. Mr. Knoll sat with his mouth open. De'Aaron sat next to him, his knees drawn up. Alina kept her hands on her stomach. The man turned to the blonde and said that he had been waiting since lunch, but the restaurant was still closed. He replied that he had escaped from the castle on purpose. Who would have thought that the restaurant would be closed? Tears appeared on Alina's face. How did the young gentleman know about this place? The owner of the restaurant was her mentor. Last time he had eaten so deliciously that he decided to come back, but no one was there. And where did he disappear to? Meanwhile, a portal opened in the field. Salt was in the mouth. Animals began to emerge from the portal. Ellison said that this was the sea. But it was fun, wasn't it? The companion agreed that it was amazing. There was a smile on the bull's face. The hero said that he could not imagine that these animals could be so obedient. To which the girl replied that it was all thanks to dragon magic. Opening the gate, Ellison said thank you. He thought that this fence would be enough. A little later he would build a barn. Something caught his eye. He said that the restaurant could be reopened. In front of him, he saw several hungry people on the floor. Mr. Knoll noticed the hero and exclaimed that he had returned. Clutching his head, Ellison asked again, how long had they waited? Later, the man greedily ate a piece of meat. The other guests at the table enjoyed their food. The hero asked again, what were they going to do if he had not returned? Would they have sat like this, removing pieces of food with a toothpick? The man replied that they would have had to dig 3 graves nearby. At this time, Rurin was washing the dishes. When the guest asked what he had been doing, the guy replied that he had been catching animals. They looked at each other. Mr. Knoll asked again. He had built a ranch nearby for this purpose. Ellison confirmed, saying that he planned to sell his milk. The cows were grazing in the pen, and how would he look after them? The hero had said that he was already short of staff. Putting his hand to his chin, Ellison replied that he had thought about it and decided to hire a few more people. The farm needed constant supervision. It would be impossible to hire unknown people, so an interview would have to be conducted. Mr. Knoll was surprised and asked again, after which a smile appeared on his face and he said that there was no need to worry about it. He had heard that elves could track intentions and it was very important for him to hire the right people. Alina and De'Aaron, who were sitting at the other end of the table, confirmed this. The man moved his chair back a little, saying that in his time he had met many different people. He made the hero work on his day off, so he had to pay him back. He gave the hero a thumbs up and said with a smile that they would take care of the interview. He would find the best workers. The next day, there was a notice on the wall of the restaurant, hiring farm workers. The interviews for the ranch staff had begun. People were standing in line at the entrance. Ellison and Rurin watched what was happening. The girl asked, is he really going to hire good workers? Something like that, the hero answered. Pointing to the man in front of him, Mr. Knoll said that this was the first candidate. Opening the door, the man said hello, but heard the next one come in. The man at the desk folded his arms, telling the candidate that he was so young and not at all energetic. How was he going to take care of the ranch? The next one was a dark-haired guy. He said hello and said that he applied for the position of farm manager. Alina looked tense when the man said that this guy was not bad. But the candidate blushed, looking at the elf, thinking how beautiful she was. She closed her eyes and shouted for the next one to come in. The girl and the man turned to each other. She said that the candidate was full of lustful thoughts, to which the interlocutor said that this would not do and that he should leave. The guy tried to justify himself, saying that he simply thought the girl was very attractive, but he was told to shut his mouth and leave. The next one had a pipe in his teeth, saying that he had 30 years of experience. Smiling, he kept his hands in his pockets and said that he would make this ranch the best. De'Aaron folded his arms and asked what he thought about the welfare of the animals. He became a little nervous, seeing a large scroll in front of him. The guy looked down at it and asked the candidate if he was familiar with the plan for paying night bonuses and weekly vacations. Was he prepared to take punishment in case of committing evil deeds? Did he know about the reward for achievements? He, of course, assumed that the candidate had applied for the position of ranch manager while also preparing countermeasures to prevent excessive competition. In addition, he would need to develop specific management measures and animal health insurance systems. I would also like to clarify what cases would be designated as uninsured. De'Aaron clenched his fist, saying that this was more than just a ranch, that their employee was a warrior of the land, protecting animals, that this was an important position. The candidate lowered his head, grinned, and, as he was leaving, called our heroes crazy. This angered De'Aaron. He asked where he had gone and added that he was sure he would not care about animals. Ellison looked shocked. His girlfriend said that the choice was quite a difficult task. Another man came into the house, said hello and wanted to tell us why he had applied, but our selection committee was not happy with everything. The man said that this guy had recently caused a stir in his butcher shop. The girl noted that he looked at her strangely, and finally De'Aaron started to say that the animals needed more space. Any suggestions to solve this problem? The candidate smiled, trying to say what if he was chosen, but they did not listen to him. Mr. Knoll even turned away, saying that he was not far-sighted enough. The girl covered herself, saying that she was being looked at inappropriately. The blonde was unhappy, asking how dare he say that they were just animals. The candidate was already in tears when he was asked who he was and the next one was called. The sun's rays fell through the windows. Dissatisfied voices were heard. They constantly found flaws and demanded that the next one go. Suddenly, Mr. Knoll looked at the entrance in surprise and asked, "There are no applicants left? Is the salary too low?" Rurin put her hand on the hero's back, who thought it was because of the man. A little confused, he approached Mr. Knoll. Someone's hand opened the front door when our hero thanked him for his help, but now he wanted to continue the search himself. Ellison looked at the entrance in surprise when he heard someone's voice. The girl with short hair looked up and said that there were advertisements posted all over the city. Could she get a job with them? Mr. Knoll looked at Miltine in surprise, asking what she was doing here. The girl looked down, trying to find an answer to the question, shouldn't she be on a mission? A scream was heard throughout the house when she said that Mr. Ment was badly hurt. Sitting down at the table with the man, she told him that they were attacked by bandits and Ment, trying to save her, fell off a cliff. Mr. Knoll was unhappy that he did not tell. Milteen looked down, answering the question about his condition, saying that he had abrasions all over his body and a limp in one leg. She thought he would have to resign now. Ellison approached Alina and said that if too much time had passed, then. The girl replied that yes, she could not help in any way, in any case they needed to examine him. Ruin folded her arms over her chest, asking how the vacancy was connected with Mr. Ment's injury. Pointing his finger at her, the hero demanded that she watch her words, saying that the guest must have had it tough enough. And wasn't he curious? It seemed that she had resigned too. It was strange that she came to work for them. Milteen sat silently at the table at that moment. Flicking her fingers, she said that she was trying to find a suitable job. She wanted them to work together. Alina was surprised and brought her hand to her face. Blushing, the girl with short hair repeated about working together. Mr. Knoll pointed at her, confused. The others gathered at the table. Ruin asked how old the guest was, and she replied that she was 25. De'Aaron looked at Milteen in confusion when someone objected that the girl had a 13-year age difference with Mr. Ment, to which she replied that she did not care. Alina looked at the hero, saying that among elves such a difference was quite normal. The guy replied that they were not elves after all. Folding her hands on the table, Milteen said that she had already decided everything, that she had resigned, that if she was not hired, she would die on the street from hunger. To Ellison's surprise, Ruin liked this attitude. Age means nothing. She was hired. Milteen looked happy and thanked her interlocutor. Throwing up his hands, the hero said that he would be glad if he and Mr. Ment got jobs with him. But they had not yet heard Ment himself, to which she replied that she had not asked him yet. She lowered her head again and said that she was going to tell him after her first day of work. And she remembered her training with the man. He taught her how to hold a sword, showed her how to behave in battle and store weapons. Of course, working on a farm is not easy, but she wants to learn everything herself and then help Ment. Alina looked at the girl with a smile, surprised by such love. Milteen was embarrassed and blushed when she heard that it was passion, to which De'Aaron noted that this was an inappropriate word. Putting his hand to his face, the hero said that he had just thought of the perfect dish for Mr. Ment. He would be glad to work together. Milteen rose from the table with delight, thanking him and saying that she would try. The bright sun illuminated the roof of the house. The next day, Ellison was hammering nails when he heard himself addressed as a boss and asked again. Milteen was dressed as a farmer, answering that he was now her boss and let him tell her what to do. Sitting on the stairs, the hero said that first the animals needed to be herded. The girl carefully approached one of the cows. She looked into the animal's big eyes with a smile, saying that it was very calm, and thought that she didn't know what kind of charms they had used, but the animals were very obedient. After which Milteen fell to the ground. Getting up, she noted with a smile that it would be boring without difficulties. Grabbing the bull by the head again, she shouted that there was very tasty grass on the other side, and fell to the ground again. Our farmer continued to fall, after which, with a sly smile, she decided that she had to end this. Rushing at the animal, she shouted that she would not let it go. Ellison was hammering another nail at that moment, thinking that Milteen was trying so hard. The difficulties would not end there. Later, the girl held the animal's leg. The hero said that wild Bereans are very active, so now they will have to constantly trim the hooves. She told the animal that it was for its own good, but still, it pushed her away again. The next day, Milteen was carrying an armful of mown grass. Ellison was talking about preparing the hay, not forgetting to turn it over so that it dries evenly. The cows paid attention to this, but the girl tried to drive them away, saying that it was fresh grass. The animals did not listen to her and pushed her. A couple of days later, the sunset rays illuminated the ranch. Milteen sat down on the ground, saying that she was very tired. She sat on the grass without strength. Today everything went wrong. She could not even collect milk. At first she was so confident in herself, but now she is not. She heard the clatter of a hoof behind her when she was worried about being fired after this. Suddenly, a cow came up to her and licked her cheek. Another one came up. The girl was confused when she saw the animals gathering around her. She looked at them with big eyes. Then she noticed a can nearby. Later, she entered the house with the can in her hands and turned to Ellison. She was very happy, holding it in her hand and saying that she brought milk. The hero took it in his hands, thinking that she would need at least a week. Putting the can on the table, he praised the girl and said that they would start cooking and that she should change into clean clothes. In response, the girl only asked again what they would cook. Taking out a large saucepan, the hero said that this was a special dish for Mr. Ment, pizza with a lot of cheese. First, you need to heat the milk for 30 minutes. Fireballs swirled around the pan. The hero thought that he needed to be careful and make sure not to bring it to a boil. Then you need to reduce the temperature and add vinegar. The vinegar poured into the pan with milk. Ellison said that it would be great if they had rennet. Foam began to gather on the surface of the milk. As soon as the milk curdles, you need to separate the resulting mass. The hero held a sieve over the sink. The girl asked again if the milk curdled, to which she received the answer that this is what they needed. Later, Miltine held the milk mass in her hands, putting it in salt water and stretching. Then you need to get rid of the air inside, give it shape, and mozzarella cheese is ready. Both looked at the resulting balls of cheese. The girl said that they do not really look like cheese. Then the hero explained that this is a special kind of cheese, you need to put it on bread and bake it. Ellison looked in the refrigerator, saying that you can't confess your feelings empty-handed, right? The girl asked again. She clutched her head in confusion when the hero noted that Mr. Ment loves to eat, so this would be a wonderful gift. Thinking about it, she realized that she hadn't thought about it. This was her chance. Rolling out the dough, Ellison told her to trust him. In his youth, women were always hanging around him. The interlocutor asked again, does that mean he has a lot of experience? After that, both of them felt very awkward. The hero answered that this was not quite true. Hot tomato paste was smeared over the dough. He knew something for sure. After which he showed her the blank, saying that the main thing is to be yourself. Miltine looked at the dough in front of her when the hero said that you just need to be honest. Mr. Ment will not stand aside. The stars were shining brightly above the houses. Someone knocked on the door. Mr. Ment looked out, asking who was there. In front of him, he saw Ellison, Mr. Knoll, and Alina. At that moment, the girl was holding a box of pizza in her hands. He asked them what they were doing here and how their health was. Someone noted that it was necessary to tell right away about what happened. The box in Miltine's hands was shaking slightly. The hero looked at the man in front of him, saying that he had heard that he was badly injured. Mr. Ment noted how disrespectful. He expected to hear congratulations. Sitting down at the table, he heard from Mr. Knoll that such things cannot be kept silent, and replied that he was going to say. Then Ellison pointed to the elf and introduced her as Miss Alina, the owner of the hospital. The man was surprised because she was a famous healer. Holding a crutch in his hand, he asked how they found out. Only his colleagues knew about his injury. The door to the house opened again when the hero replied that his comrade had told him about it. The girl entered the others, asking how he was feeling. Mr. Ment was surprised to see her. A green glow emanated from Alina's hands. She asked how he was feeling. Still leaning on the chair, the man said that it had become much better. Alina replied that she could not cure him completely, but she could help him recover. He turned and looked at Miltine, asking what she wanted to talk about. Panic appeared in her eyes. She realized that this was serious. Blushing, she turned away, thinking that this was much more difficult than she thought. Ellison and Mr. Knoll were watching closely. Then she pointed to the box on the table, asking him if he was hungry and would like something to eat. The girl pressed her lips together and thought that she needed to remain calm and be herself. Opening the box, there was a pizza with a heart-shaped sausage inside. She had to show her sincerity with food. Mr. Ment looked at the dish in surprise. The girl said that it was pizza. Awkwardly scratching her nose, the girl said that she made it herself, although she couldn't do without Ellison's help. Her hand reached for a piece of pizza. The man was delighted, asking again, is it cheese? He remembered the cheese seller at the market, saying that he thought that cheese was the smelly pieces that they sell on the corner. He bit off a piece and was glad there was only sour milk around the corner. Looking at the food in his hand, he noted the combination of taste and texture, saying that it was very tasty. Miltine also tried a piece. Later, the box was empty. Everyone gathered at the table. The owner of the house said that he didn't know that the girl could cook so deliciously. She lowered her head when he asked how she learned to do that. Mr. Ment raised his hand to his face thoughtfully when Miltine asked if he had decided what he would do next, and he replied that he was still thinking about it. Alina crossed her arms when the girl asked if he wanted to work with her on the farm. He looked at the guy in surprise and asked again about the farm. He replied that it had just appeared, so he would be happy to work together. Miss Miltine also worked for him. He seemed pleased to hear this and asked again if she really had taken the job. What about the service? Without raising her head, the girl replied that she had also resigned. Her palms were sweaty as she thought about being herself. She blushed all over and shouted out that she wanted to be next to him, thinking that it was sincere. Mr. Ment looked at his interlocutor. The rest of the room watched, not taking their eyes off. He exhaled and smiled widely, thinking about her and the farm, saying that he would need to recover. Miltine was happy to hear this and said his name. She thought that he had accepted her feelings. Raising his hand to his face again, the man said that she had already found a job at the farm. But his next words shocked everyone. He said that now she would finally be able to find a boyfriend, right? With a confused smile, she looked at Mr. Ment. He said that it was quite difficult to be in a relationship during the service. Now that she was old enough, it was time to find a boyfriend. Mr. Knoll covered his face with his hand, seeing what was happening. Mr. Ment, however, looked at his lost interlocutor with a smile, saying that now he had a debt to Mr. Ellison. When could he start working? She replied that as soon as he fully recovered. Ellison sympathetically lowered his head, thinking that he was sorry. He thought that everything would work out. As it turned out, sincerity does not always work. The man with a stupid look seemed to hang over the house, saying that it was high time to find a boyfriend. Someone's footsteps were heard on the street. Ellison and Mr. Knoll watched the girl go. The guy asked her not to be upset because they would be working together. Turning around, she smiled, saying that she was not upset. The hero looked sympathetic when he heard from her that there were many opportunities ahead, that she was happy to work with them. After which they went in different directions, saying goodbye to each other. Turning around, Miltine went on, but tears were streaming down her face. Wiping them away, she told herself that she would never give up. Mr. Knoll sighed heavily, saying that he knew this girl was in the clouds. The hero looked at his interlocutor and supported him, saying that it was rather sad to watch this from the sidelines. Mr. Knoll noted that he also felt awkward. Does he really not understand hints at all? Helena quietly said that this was nonsense. Putting her hand on her chest, she said that she did not understand. After all, Miss Miltine had done so much for him. Meanwhile, Mr. Ment was sitting at home at the table. He leaned back in his chair and, putting his hand to his face, thought about what he should do. With the arrival of a new day, confetti fell from the sky. Trumpets played loud music. A knight in armor walked past the villagers. A white-haired man waved to everyone while sitting on a horse. The Luvi Empire, the heir to Leon. He looked away with a smile, saying that, as always, it was peaceful and calm. An unsightly place. The girls looked at him with delight, saying that he was handsome. Noticing them, he smiled and asked again. Stopping, Leon leaned over, asking them if they would like to come to him at night. A man with a mustache watched this, not understanding what he was doing. Duke Porgo. The girl next to him looked at the Duke, saying that he had invited the girls to the palace. The head of the mages, Medrin. The Duke looked very displeased, thinking that this was impudence. Leon is already inviting someone to the residence. Okay, let them have fun. I am here, which means that the Lord's antics have come to an end. The bright sun illuminated the walls of the palace. The question of readiness was asked. De'Aaron adjusted his tailcoat, answered yes and asked about his mother. The man stood in front of him and answered that she was not feeling well. Then the guy noted that he would have to go alone. Looking at De'Aaron, the gray-haired man said that his mother was sick, so he was now representing the interests of the Lord. After which he began to open the door, saying that every word reflects the honor of the town of Grick, so watch yourself. After which the guy entered the room where the Duke and Leon were already. Turning around, the man noticed that De'Aaron was late, and the blonde laughed when he saw the boy. De'Aaron placed his hand on his chest and mentally asked his father to pass on his wisdom. Everyone sat down at the same table and the man asked the boy about his father's condition. De'Aaron lowered his head and replied that he was still bedridden. The heir picked up his cup and said that it was sad. If he was not mistaken, the count was close to the marquis. Looking at his interlocutor, the boy replied that it was so, but a lot of time had passed since their last meeting. He had not seen him for a long time. To which Leon said that it was clear. He heard that the marquis was also unwell. Bringing a cup of tea, Porgo asked if it was time to change lords. Looking at the man, the boy was surprised and asked again, to which Porgo said that he offered him to join. The bright sun illuminated the houses. He continued, saying that he would be able to protect the territories, and the boy would not have to deal with politics. De'Aaron lowered his head again when he heard the question. What did he think about it? The interlocutor looked at the boy, hearing that he could not give an answer at the moment. After which he put his hands over his mouth and suggested changing the topic. De'Aaron looked confused, listening to how many things were going on right now, a large-scale flood prevention plan and a civil war in the border kingdoms. They would have to raise taxes in the city and other lands. Porgo kept his hands over his face. Hearing the question, was this an order from the capital, and asked again, did this matter? The guy's duty was to take care of his territory. De'Aaron was tense, hearing again that of course, everything could be different if he accepted the offer. The man stared at the boy, asking why he couldn't give an answer. Then he put his hand on the table, saying that a baron always had many responsibilities. He simply had to tirelessly make choices. Good or bad, but a choice would have to be made. Hovering over the boy, the man put his hand on his shoulder, saying that staying away was not an option. De'Aaron opened his mouth wide when the man pressed him again, asking if maybe he should listen to him. The boy stood up from the table and shouted that he had prepared a festive dinner and would give an answer there. Looking away, Porgo wondered what kind of food it was. Leon looked interested at this moment, noting that he was just thinking about where to get some food. De'Aaron smiled awkwardly when he heard the question of whether he really thought he could impress people accustomed to royal food. He replied that he had a wonderful restaurant in mind. The sun illuminated the light walls of the house. Ellison waved his hand, standing outside and calling Miltine. The girl turned around with a smile, hearing that it was time to have a snack and replied that she was on her way. Later, our hero put a plate of food on the table. The girls looked at the food with appetite. The guy said that today it was fried rice. Ruin was displeased, asking why her portion was so small, to which our hero replied that he had cooked enough. If anything, he would take more. At that moment, someone kicked the front door open. A knight in armor entered the house. Ellison only looked at him questioningly. The knight took out his sword, asking if he was the owner of the restaurant. Our fearless hero put his hands on his belt, answering that he was, and asked to put away the weapon. This angered the unexpected guest, and he replied how dare he tell him. It seems that Ellison does not even guess who he is. The girls at the table watched what was happening. The guy replied that the guest is the best knight in the empire. Ruin, with food in her mouth, seemed to offer to help, but the guy replied that he would figure it out himself. The knight's sword ended up at Ellison's neck when the guy again asked to put away the weapon. There are guests in the establishment. The knight's cold gaze could be felt from under the helmet as he said that the owner seemed not to understand what all this was about and demanded that he kneel down or our hero would never see the sun again. The blade was still at the hero's neck when he said that this was the last warning. A magical glow appeared around his hand, and Ellison demanded that he leave the restaurant. The indignant knight swung his weapon, cursing at the owner, but then someone shouted to stop. Putting away his weapon, the knight turned around at the commander's words about what he was doing and who ordered him. Surprised by this, the guy looked forward. The man took off his helmet from his head, asking for forgiveness. Vice Commander Diriant greeted the hero, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. The other knights knelt down, raising their hands up. The captain apologized for the behavior of his comrades, after which they both went outside. Diriant said that he was afraid that he would not be there again, so he sent his knights first, to which the protagonist said that everything was fine, because knights are very loyal. Meanwhile, the girls finished their food. 5 years had passed, he had already left the army, so formalities could be omitted. Looking down, Diriant said he had never forgotten that day. He remembered himself on the battlefield, saying that they were losing because of a miscalculation on his part, and the guy standing on the mountain of defeated enemies. Lord Ellison came and slew all the monsters, bringing us victory. Ellison smiled and closed his eyes, saying that it was all because the other man held on until the end. He fought with all his might. At that moment, Dierin looked angry. Diriant even refused the rewards and asked for a punishment for himself. Now the captain coughed into his fist, saying that for a knight, honor is everything. He remembered that at the time, the reward seemed ridiculous to him. Then he pulled his hand away, saying that he had no idea how hard it was for his wife. Leaning on the railing, Diriant said it hit him in the head when he found out about it. He was fixated only on himself and honor. He forgot to take care of the person closest to him. Ellison lowered his head, looking at his interlocutor with sympathy. The knight gripped the railing tightly. He clenched his fist and said that the hero secretly sent money to his wife. Closing his eyes, he thought about how he had been so noble and began to ask questions. How could he repay? How could he help if he had already left their ranks? The hero looked awkwardly at the interlocutor when he said that he then heard that he had opened his own restaurant, and an idea came to mind. Diriant smiled, talking about closing other restaurants, so his friend's restaurant will become the best. Ellison looked at his comrade with fear, wondering if he had gone crazy. Drawing his sword, the captain rushed forward, shouting that he would be back soon, and the hero tried to stop him. Meanwhile, Porgo turned to Leon, asking if he was serious about going to dinner, and received a yes. Dierin sat on his horse, thinking that the Baron personally guaranteed that they would be delighted. The man leaned towards the heir, saying that at least the knights should return because they needed an escort. He himself should understand what times were like these days. He replied that he had told them that they were free until dinner. He couldn't change his mind. Several spears were aimed in their direction, but Leon was sure that they were in no danger. These spears stuck out of magic circles. He looked at the tip with a smile. The girl in the hood called them, and the guy was glad that Medrin was with them. Later, Porgo stopped, asking who it was in front of him. A noise was heard from the crown of the tree. People in masks suddenly appeared in front of them. They demanded that they give them the prince. The man sighed deeply, saying that they should not listen to them, everyone must die. The girl took the hood off her head, after which she was surrounded by a glow, and she answered as they wished. The bald bandit looked at his accomplice. He said that the plans could not be changed, and they rushed to attack Medrin. She put her hand in front of her, creating magic circles. The storm began to demolish them, tearing out trees. After all, the earth was inverted. Leon looked at the result of the attack in surprise, saying that it was strong. Medrin stood in front of the earthen wall she created. The heir called her the most powerful mage in the empire. With her, even dragons will fear him. The girl closed her eyes and nodded, saying that she was amazed. The leader of the bandits lay covered in earth, calling the girl a monster. She looked at him, saying that one survived, but Leon waved her off, saying that he still would not say anything. He would only repeat that he has nothing to say. Let him get rid of him. A piece of earth rose above the bandit. He only asked to stop. De'Aaron, who was watching what was happening, was amazed, thinking that so the rumors turned out to be true. This Archmage will replace an entire army. Putting her hood back on, Medrin said that the job was done. They could continue on their way. Someone said that Mr. De'Aaron had a weakness. Ellison smiled at De'Aaron lying on the ground and said that as soon as he got into the swing of things, he started running. I wonder why he was so reminiscent of the old days. He said that he didn't throw words to the wind. Getting back on his feet, he called for everyone's attention. But the hero raised a finger, pointing at his friend, saying that they would ruin the restaurant like that. What was he going to do? De'Aaron looked stupid, saying that he was going to visit all the restaurants and tell everyone that they had worms in their food. The hero said that it was original, but he was against it. Then the captain looked away, saying that he would think of a better way. Then something caught his eye. Attention! The knight straightened up on command. The heir was approaching them on horseback. De'Aaron knelt down in front of him. Leon noted that he hadn't expected to see him here. Sitting on his knee in front of the fair-haired man, the captain greeted him. After which he put his hand to his chest, saying that he apologized. He thought that the heir would be in the palace until the evening. He replied that he had planned to do so, but he was told that there was a good restaurant nearby. Dismounting from his horse, Leon also said that he could not come alone. Looking behind the captain, the heir smiled widely. Ellison raised his hand with a smile when he heard the question of whether he was the owner of the restaurant and greeted him. The hero thought that now it was clear why there were knights in Grick. He frowned when he saw the woman behind him. Putting his hand to his face, the heir noticed the old clothes of the imperial magicians, to which the hero replied that he served in the Magic Legion for some time. He had long since retired. The clothes were just comfortable. Leon's face was delighted. He was glad that the hero was a magician, and said that he should be familiar with his companion. A girl in a dark cloak was sitting on a horse. The heir introduced her as Medrin, a 7th-class mage. Since they served in the Legion, they must be familiar. Turning around, Leon put his hand to his mouth and called her, saying that her comrade was here. The hero asked him not to call him that. Porgo, who was watching this, said that they were wasting their time at some small eatery. At that moment, the girl began to sweat. There was shock on her face. She recognized Ellison. The man with the mustache turned to her and asked again if she had overworked herself. She dismounted and apologized. Taking off her hood, Medrin asked again if she had been called, to which the blonde said that she had. This guy says he is a mage. Do they know each other? The girl was very nervous, looking at our hero. She remembered their last meeting, thinking that she needed to be more careful. If she made a mistake, then everyone would be in danger. The hero smiled, saying he didn't think they had met before. Medrin lowered her head, saying she was glad to meet him. She hadn't seen him before either. The heir was surprised that they weren't acquainted. Sweat trickled down the girl's face as she thought about Mr. Ellison saying he didn't know me. Perhaps he didn't want trouble. It was better for her to act as if nothing had happened. Perhaps a little rudeness could be forgiven. She spread her hands and said that the restaurant was holding a dinner for His Highness. It must be a great honor for a simple cook. Ellison looked at his interlocutor seriously, hearing the demand to quickly prepare the food. The sun was shining on the roof of the restaurant. The hero replied that the guests would be satisfied. At that moment, Miltine was carrying hay, wondering who her boss was if so many nobles were coming to see him. The sun's rays fell into the room. The guests sat down at the table. The man in white noted that it was cleaner here than he expected. The girl noted that it was not so bad for a dive. Putting candles on the table, Ellison said that he did not expect such a company, so perhaps not everything was perfect. He hoped for their indulgence. The heir replied that the main thing in the restaurant was the food. With a smile on his face, our hero apologized for possible rudeness, wanting to clarify something again. The heir said that they heard that this restaurant serves dishes that would surprise even the prince. The interlocutor raised his hand with a wide smile and said that the Lord's son convinced them of this. Ellison looked at De'Aaron in surprise. He covered his face with his hand, thinking that now everything was clear to him. A peaceful resignation failed. He looked again at the boy with blonde hair, thinking that since his father was ill, he was walking on thin ice. Finding himself in the epicenter of a power struggle, unable to withstand the pressure, he turned to him for help. Then his attention was drawn to the mustachioed man. This man also influenced this. He knows that the Duke is one of the top 3 when it comes to power struggles. He said that he hoped this was not an attempt to delay the answer. At this point, Leon turned to Ellison, saying that he wanted to try a dish for a real man. He had a lot of things to do today. The hero looked at him carefully, deciding that he could not leave things like this. Leon smiled widely. He turned to those sitting at the table, saying that they trusted him and went to this restaurant. Should he not trust them too? Raising a finger, he offered to take a look. Here he should try a dish that would leave him absolutely delighted. De'Aaron was shocked when he heard the offer that if they failed to impress him, they would have to take off all their clothes and run through the city, and asked again what he was talking about. If they were so confident in this place, They would not refuse. Ellison replied with a smile that he would bring food, thinking that it must be. The prince and the duke knew everything. He kept his hands behind his back, saying that the dish would definitely impress him. The heir agreed. No one dares touch the Aaron, thought our self-confident hero. A dish that will impress the heir. The broth poured into the pan. Is that even possible? He must be tired of the imperial dishes. Then Ellison brought a tray of food, saying that this light mushroom soup would awaken his appetite. Leon opened the lid with interest. It is not so easy to impress such a person with a dish. Then he put a spoon in his mouth. Carefully tasting, he noted that such an interesting aroma and the ideal temperature only makes the smell better. Then he put the spoon on the table. Porgo wiped his mouth, listening to how this is not enough. He has seen enough mushroom soups in his life, and agreed with him. The hero said with a smile that he would like to hear everyone's opinion. He needs the help of someone who will never refuse him. Medrin opened the tureen with a trembling hand. There were letters visible on the plate. They formed an expression for her to praise this dish. The girl looked scared, and still nervous, she put the spoon in her mouth. Then she jumped up from the table, shouting about how delicious the soup was. She put her hand to her head, shouting that the smell was incredible. It was like mushrooms had sprouted in her stomach. The others felt awkward when she praised the cook. Ellison even turned away and covered his face with his hand in shame. Medrin lowered her eyes and suggested that everyone try it, because it was very tasty. Surprised, the heir picked up the spoon again and said that he would try it again. The Aaron silently put a spoonful of soup in his mouth when Leon noted that Medrin was more emotional than he thought. At that moment, the guy opened his eyes wide, thinking that if it weren't for this awkward atmosphere, he would definitely ask for more. Raising his head, he looked at the girl, thinking that he did not think that the Archmage's reaction was caused by the taste. He would never believe that the royal mage had never tried mushroom soup. Looking again at the guests at the table, he wondered where such a reaction came from. Who could subjugate a 7th-class mage? Thinking, the guy turned to Ellison. He covered his mouth with his hand, saying that he would prepare the next dish. Exhaling, Leon said that he tried it again, but still did not notice the difference with the royal soup. The man with the mustache looked at the mage, noting that he never thought that she would like mushroom soup so much. He would add it to the royal menu, but she again said that this soup was special. Grabbing the plate, she began to eat it, saying that it was so delicious that she ate it to the bottom. At the bottom, the symbols appeared again, forming a message that when she finished, she should go outside the restaurant. But not expecting this, she spat the soup out of her mouth. Leon leaned towards the man, asking if she was always like this. A little later, Medrin found herself outside. Ellison was already standing there. Still nervous, she looked at him. Her words were reflected in different colors when she said that he called her. Her eyes became larger because it was soundproof magic. Turning to her with a smile, he said that they had not seen each other for a long time and that there, at the table, they played well. The girl looked down in confusion. Then Ellison turned to her, surrounded by a glow, and said that he was pleased, but he warned that they should not meet again. Putting her hand on her chest, Medrin answered that she did not know that they were going here. The guy frowned, asking her why she came. She raised her hands, saying that it was because of the Duke. He travels through small estates to increase his influence in the palace. But the boy said that a man was of no use here. The girl became even more nervous when she heard that he was talking about the prince. He had a terrible reputation. The hero imagined the heir surrounded by ladies and said that he was mired in lust and had no interest in the state. He himself had been convinced of this until today. Lost in thought, the hero looked away, saying that he cared only about himself and enjoyed life. He remembered the heir at the table in his restaurant. He did not claim power, but he knew how to use his position for his own interests. He covered himself with his depraved image and put pressure on the Baron. Medrin pursed her lips, saying that she thought the Duke wanted to expand his influence by absorbing the city, but it turned out that the prince was behind it. Then Ellison looked intently at his interlocutor, about to say what he wanted to know. But the girl burst into tears and begged that she could not say this even under torture. Her hair fluttered in the wind. She opened her eyes wide when someone asked about the torture. Ruin stood behind her and said with a smile that she would check it out. The mage fell to her knees in front of them, saying that she just wanted to go home. Later, she returned to the restaurant. The Duke and the prince looked at her. She was pale. They asked her what was wrong, but the girl said that everything was fine. She was just enjoying the aftertaste of the soup. Leon folded his hands, saying that this soup was definitely a discovery for such a backwater restaurant. Perhaps, deep down, the master was looking forward to a deal. The young man sat silently at the table. Leon looked at him intently. Turning his gaze to the man, he asked to remind him of the terms of the bet. Then Porgo said that they needed to surprise the prince with a dish. Raising his head and smiling, the prince said that today he was not in the mood for surprises. Aaron lowered his head when he heard that on normal days such a soup would satisfy him. But today he had an important bet to win. He covered his face with his hand, still laughing. Holding his fingers to his chin, he asked that everyone was not stupid and knew what it meant. In an instant, he stopped expressing any emotion, saying that it meant that he would not be surprised even if his sick father got up and started cooking. He looked at his interlocutor carefully, saying that if he heard something that was not said in the mansion, he might change his mind. D'Aaron clasped his hands when asked if they would hear the answer now. Closing his eyes, the boy said that the position of a lord requires a lot of responsibility. The girl and the man at the table listened to him when he said that he would bear his own shame, but he could not endanger the lives of the people of the kingdom. Then, frowning, he said that he believed in the success of this restaurant, and if he lost, he would take off his clothes and run through Grick. Leon was indifferent and agreed with this, hoping that this would be the case. The setting sun illuminated the restaurant. Ellison carried the tray in his hand and said that he had made them wait. Then he put it down on the table, calling it the main dish of the day. The heir looked at the cook with a smile and asked if he was so sure of him, because a lot depended on the dish. Lifting the lid, the hero agreed with this, after which there was a handful of dirt on the plate. Porgo looked at the dish with displeasure and asked what it was. Our hero answered that it was baked dirt. Looking up, the man asked again, should they eat this? Raising the hammer, Ellison answered no, after which he hit the ground. Leon looked at the dish in surprise and saw a salad. Behind the lettuce leaves was hidden a chicken. It was Palinzu. Cutting the dish, the hero said that it was, but the prince asked where they got it from. Having cut the carcass, a pleasant aroma came out, and the hero said that he rarely cooks it, but today is a special day. He took one of the pieces on a fork, saying that from the outside the dish looked like just a mountain of dirt. Not everyone will understand what it is. Leon had already picked up the cutlery when he heard that there was a small surprise in the dish. Holding a piece of baked mud, Ellison said that it was impossible to see it if you didn't know what the dish really looked like. As soon as the sticky mud peeled off, the juicy Palinzu meat would appear. The reaction was usually surprising. Raising his head, the prince interrupted him, asking what all this was for. Looking at the dirt in his hands, the hero said that it was useless, it was just a dish. Still smiling and holding a stone in his hand, the hero said that he was probably familiar with the mass expulsion of the nobility to strengthen the royal power, very reminiscent of a foolish prince. At these words, Porgo dropped his knife. The others looked at them in fear. Using magic on the dirt in his hands, the hero said that the secret of the dish cannot be revealed so easily. Leon looked at the meat in front of him in fear when Ellison asked if that was true. Looking at the earth in his hand, the hero asked to tell him about what was happening in the empire. He continued, saying that the empire had lost control over the capital due to the war with the dragons, and the emperor had consolidated his power in only a few cities. With the emperor's power at an all-time low and the aristocracy growing, the crown prince had to find a way out. He then placed the piece of earth on the table. Leon was clearly nervous when he heard that the prince had decided to expand his power. At one point, Leon was dancing with a girl with a bottle in his hand. Ellison parodied him, saying to look at him because he was not interested in power. He was completely harmless. The hero walked through the hall, continuing to say that the prince was pretending to be completely harmless. Porgo at this point turned to the cook, asking if he was in his right mind. With his hands behind his back, the hero heard the question of whether he understood what he was saying, and asked again, "Are you ready to listen some more? It only gets more interesting from here." Leon clenched his fists at what he heard. Ellison was saying that his highness was actually pretending. In order to regain his lost power, he slowly began to gather troops and prepare a strike against the nobility. Smiling, our hero heard the question of what would happen next and replied that the prince would be hunted down. But he was interrupted by the duke, who slammed his hands on the table and called Diriant. He threw open the door to the restaurant with his fist. Frowning, the man called this theory curious and said that the hero did not understand anything at all. The knights in red cloaks headed inside. This restaurant was finished. Diriant looked at his friend in confusion, thinking about what he had done. Covering his mouth with his fist, the guy asked if they really thought they could get rid of him, to which the man said that talkative people should have their tongues cut. Medrin was sweating profusely when the duke ordered the cook to be forced to his knees. Holding her hand, she said that she could not do it. The man asked again, confused, why? The hero stood with his back to the others while the duke tried to figure out what was going on. Ellison said he understood perfectly. Veins appeared on the tired man's face with anger and he shouted that he wanted Ellison's head cut off immediately. At that moment, a fork was stuck into the dish. Leon silently tried a piece. Then he tore off another piece. Everyone at the table looked at him in surprise. Leon laughed cheerfully, trying the food and saying that it was incredibly delicious. Looking at the others, he asked why they were frozen and invited them to eat. Porgo replied that he could not. Then the prince slammed his fist on the table and demanded that he try it immediately. The man looked scared. He sat down and cut himself a piece. Then he put it in his mouth. The heir sitting opposite him asked him how he liked it and he replied that it was delicious. Porgo was nervous when the prince asked again if it was amazing. He closed his eyes, replying that it was amazingly delicious. Holding a handkerchief in his hand, the prince said that they had sorted everything out. He brought it to his mouth and wiped his lips, admitting defeat. He would be lying if he said that this dish did not surprise him. Dieren was very happy when he heard congratulations on his win and thanked the prince. Leon got up from the table and thanked the cook, and now it was time for them to go. Already putting on his coat, he heard a question whether he had not been waiting for an answer from the Baron, to which he said that he had planned to stay here for a couple of days. Then he exhaled and said that he had already heard his answer. Leaving the restaurant, Leon said that he would not disturb them anymore. Let them gather the knights, they were returning to the capital. Ellison and Dieren watched the guests go. The hero looked after them attentively. Then he wiped the sweat from his forehead, saying that he was glad that he had won the bet. The boy looked at the hero, saying that he was glad, but did not quite understand what had happened. How did he do it? He replied with a smile that he didn't need to understand anything. Putting his hand on his chair, the hero told him not to worry about anything while he was around. Leaning forward a little, Ellison said that now that those strange people were gone, they could quickly enjoy the paelenza. He agreed that it was time to eat. The hero praised him, saying that he had done an excellent job. Hooves pounded the ground. Porgo and Medrin followed the prince in silence. Dirient was confused, not understanding why they were suddenly returning. Turning his head, the prince addressed Medrin. She looked down, hearing the question of whether this cook was the same man. The duke was surprised and looked at his companion when she said yes. The prince smiled. He remembered what she had told him about a man respected even by knights. Porgo, walking next to him, asked again, so it was he. Medrin and the knightly army were behind them, but he was still too dangerous. To which the prince replied that it was not just him. Leon looked at his interlocutor, saying what had they already managed to do to increase their power. They had oppressed their competitors with the help of Medrin and the knights. He remembered Dieren and his words about how he was confident in the restaurant and was ready to continue the argument. Then he looked ahead, wondering if he would continue the argument if he were in his place. The duke silently lowered his eyes, hearing the question, could the prince entrust his life to some commoner? The rays of the sunset fell on his blonde hair. They continued moving forward when the prince decided to start small, only this time, more slowly, to gain trust. After all, the path that lay ahead of them was much more dangerous than running naked down the street. The next day, white clouds quietly floated above the restaurant. Someone said that it was finally ready. Rurin looked up and asked what was this. In front of them stood a new barn. The hero said that it was for animals. One of them came up to him and kicked him with its hoof. After that, the whole barn fell apart. Ellison was shocked. Rurin noted that if they had slept there, they would have died already. The hero sorted through the chips, saying that there was probably no point in building buildings without education. Rurin pointed her finger at the guy and asked how he had built the restaurant, to which the hero replied that it had been built by craftsmen, and he had simply hung a sign. Looking at the fragment, he thought that he needed to search well. Rurin folded her arms across her chest, asking again what to search for, and the guy replied about architects. Let him get ready. They were going to the dwarfs. Snow-capped peaks rose into the sky. The Milirev Mountains. There was a large amount of gold in the vault. An underground building on a mountain ridge. Someone turned around in surprise, noting the amazing atmosphere. The red-haired girl adjusted her hair, saying that finally a kindred spirit, otherwise she was bored. The red dragon Serena. With a sly smile, she said that she would let them know whose territory they had entered. The woman laughed, swinging her legs on the chair. She leaned forward and said that she had already become bored, otherwise there had not been a single offering. Now she could finally torment the humans for invading her territory. Serena stepped on the tiara, which dug into her leg with a sharp edge. The red-haired girl stumbled and cursed, then crouched down, clutching her shin. Ellison and Rurin were walking between the rocks, and the girl complained that she did not like the mountains. She glanced sideways at her companion and asked why they did not just find an architect among the people. The hero answered that there was no one better than the dwarves. They turned around, and the brunette happily assumed that these craftsmen must have a cool village. The man looked ahead thoughtfully, trying to remember where they should go. The companion stopped in front of the entrance of a half-ruined building in the rock. The mage smiled and said that he had found the entrance. They looked closely at the state of the building and the statues covered in moss. Ellison approached the entrance and said that the dwarves would never have left such a place. He had a strange premonition. He looked ahead in shock, noticing that there was no one at the entrance. Bones lay in front of them. Rurin frowned and said that it seemed that someone had gotten ahead of them. It remained to find out who it could be. The mage stood and looked at the bodies. A red shadow flashed from above. An explosion was heard at the entrance. A red tail curved, and a voice said that he had expected a more powerful dragon. Rurin turned around in displeasure. A large red dragon looked down at them. She bared her teeth and noticed that only a human and a small dragon had invaded her territory. Ellison, without turning around, asked if she had really done all of this. Serena looked at him questioningly and asked him to show respect since he was addressing a dragon. The man dropped his things and demanded to answer the question. The fire lizard got angry, exclaiming that he was just a bug. A pillar of fire burst out of his mouth. The brunette narrowed her eyes, feeling the heat of the dragon, and asked her companion to set up a barrier. A magic circle lit up behind the hero. His eyes sparkled from the use of Class 9 magic. The fiery whirlwind faded away without causing any harm. The dragon looked at the intruders in shock, not believing his eyes. Ellison extended his hand and used Plasma Rift. A beam of bright light pierced the lizard. Serena grabbed her wounded side and asked how a person could do such a thing. The man looked closely at his rival. Serena sweated, remembering him. She took on a human form and muttered that it was he who had gotten rid of their entire race in the war. The mage exhaled as his partner glared at her opponent and asked her to answer his question first. The hero held out a new magic circle in front of him, intending to cast a new spell. The redhead shuddered when she saw his powers. She crawled back, screaming that the dwarves had died before she arrived. The woman apologized for trying to pick a fight. Ellison frowned. Serena, tears in her eyes, crossed her fingers and explained that the dwarves weren't there when she came in, so she didn't have any offerings. The redhead stood up and said that she saw that the gates were closed, but didn't bother checking. The hero looked at her and asked where they were. Her eyes flashed and she threw her hair back. Serena put her arms around the hero's neck and said that she could show him the way if he wanted to know how to get there. She added that she was much more fun to be with than this child, because she understood men better than anyone else. The girl kicked her in the leg and declared that the main character belonged to her. Ruin looked down at the woman and ordered her to tell him where to go. The man looked at this scene in confusion and asked who belonged to whom. The red-haired woman pointed her finger and answered that they were going to the very last floor underground. The companions took their things and turned around. The sky above the castle was decorated with the sunset. The Aaron reported that the prince and Duke Porgo had returned to the capital. He was sitting at the table opposite the woman, who only nodded. The boy did not dare to raise his eyes, inquiring about his mother's health. Berna Drake looked at the dish indifferently and replied that everything was fine. She pushed the plate with cheesecakes away. The young man looked at her and noticed that she had not eaten anything again. He said that he could change the dishes if she did not like them. The woman got up from the table and asked him not to worry. Aaron pursed his lips and agreed. The door opened. The Baroness sat down next to the bed where the man lay. She looked at him and said that she couldn't get rid of the stuffiness, the walls were pressing down on her, and the sweet dessert tasted like sand. Berna squeezed the sheet and asked if he could hear her. The woman added that she couldn't stand it anymore because every day with Aaron was torture for her. The Lord lay motionless on the bed. In the dungeon there was a half-ruined castle strewn with corpses. The heroes looked around. Ruin frowned and said that it looked like the tracks of a dragon, adding that the upstart should be punished. The man objected that it didn't look much like a dragon. They stopped in front of large doors. The hero noticed that these gates matched the description. They had many scratches on them, but they looked quite strong. The magician looked up and assumed that they wouldn't open if you just pushed them. At this point, the girl began to pound on the door, saying that it would be better to break it. The circle on the gate lit up, and a voice demanded that they leave. They were not welcome here. Ellison raised his head in surprise and asked if the interlocutor was one of the dwarves. The man asked what had happened here. The radiance continued, but there was a pause. Then the voice answered that a red dragon had destroyed this place. The companions shuddered. The brunette clenched her fists and exclaimed that she knew it. She had already turned around to go fight Serena. The hero stopped her and asked her to first sort out the situation. The voice asked if it was really a red dragon. The magician asked his partner to calm down. The girl tried to break free from his grip, shouting that she just needed to beat the lizard up and that would be the end of it. The dwarves would open the door. Ellison objected that it was not that simple. Judging by the scratches, there were several dragons here. A voice came from the gate, muttering that dragons were the strongest creatures. The girl shouted that they could finish off the red dragon and deal with the rest. The man leaned over and whispered that he had a plan. The brunette looked at her companion with interest and asked what it was. He smiled, picking up the bag, and said that he liked to solve everything peacefully. The magician asked how long the door had been closed. The voice answered that it had been about a year. The man frowned and thought that it was no wonder that so much had happened. He was more concerned about food. He looked at the door, putting his things down, and asked if they would definitely not open it, because he just wanted to help. The interlocutor asked how he could trust him. He needed proof that the guests were not minions of the red dragon. The hero thought about it, and the girl asked with displeasure if they really looked so much like them. Ellison closed her mouth and said that we respected this decision. The voice thanked her for understanding. The man asked his companion to bring the backpack. The mage lit a fire and got out a frying pan. The voice asked what they were doing there. The hero turned around and answered with a smile that they had quite a long journey ahead of them and needed to get some food first. The glow on the door grew stronger. The interlocutor asked what they had suddenly decided. The man asked the girl to get some food and answered that they should do so. Ruin got out a bunch of sausages. The dwarf asked what they were. Ellison cut the product in half and explained that they were sausages made from minced meat. The food sizzled appetizingly in the oil. The companions inhaled the aroma with anticipation. The brunette noted that it smelled very tasty. The voice exclaimed that the smell would not disappear so easily. The hero pointed his finger up and agreed that they would have to enjoy the appetizing aroma for a long time. The dwarf shouted that it was heartless. The voices on the other side of the gate began to argue and suggest asking for some food. The man was calmly frying sausages, and his companion glanced at him, guessing the plan. The magician looked down and said that they had brought this food as a gift, but it seemed that it would not be possible to give it. He still wanted to know what had happened. A glow emanated from the door. The dwarves were hesitant. Ellison unzipped the bag and muttered that nothing could be done. He opened a can of drink, theatrically sighing. The man said that he had specially salted these delicious sausages, which went perfectly with beer. The guests banged the cans, scooping up food with their forks. The door opened slightly. The magician smiled, noticing this. A voice was heard from the darkness, asking for just a piece of their delicacy. Several sausages were cooking on the fire. The dwarves did not take their eyes off them, wiping away drool. The hero looked at them and thought that they looked as if they had not eaten for a long time. He didn't expect that they would have such difficulties with food. Ellison took out several plates and asked them to eat in peace. The men happily agreed. The dwarves greedily bit off and washed them down with beer. Their faces reflected delight. They quickly grabbed all the sausages, not believing that they could enjoy such a delicacy. The magician rose to his feet and thought that it was not worth giving alcohol to the hungry, but the dwarves had a strong resistance to such drinks, so there was no need to worry. He looked at the guests and asked how they liked the food, because they were worried that it was poisoned. The man sitting by the door laughed and exclaimed that everything was awesome, and he was in great debt. The protagonist came closer and asked to share the sausages with others. The magician asked if there was a dwarf Gultazar among them. The interlocutor shuddered and asked how the man knew this name. Ellison replied that he had met him a long time ago and wanted to talk. Meanwhile, Ruin showed the dwarves more sausages, and they were happy. The man asked to follow him. The heroes walked along the corridor. The mage noticed how the woman asked her son not to leave their shelter. He thought that there were about 20 or 30 dwarves here. The guests stopped in front of the entrance, guarded by 2 guards. The bearded man put his hand to his chest and told the master that a man had come to see him. The voice allowed them to enter. The mage opened the curtain and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The head of the dwarves, Gultazar, was sitting, leaning on a cane. The old man greeted the guest and added that he was sorry that they had to see each other again under such circumstances. He noticed that there was a noble creature next to the hero. The girl smiled smugly and said that he had a keen eye. The head looked at them carefully and muttered that the aura was familiar. The dwarf who had brought them looked at him in surprise, not understanding who these two were, since his master was speaking to them so respectfully. Gultazar, sitting at the table, asked him what he wanted to talk about. The hero assumed that he already knew everything. The mage looked at his interlocutor decisively and asked him to tell him what had happened here. He was interested to know what had happened, since the dwarven city was now in ruins. The old man looked down in confusion and replied that they had been attacked by a red dragon. They had desperately defended themselves, but nothing had worked. Only a couple of dwarves remained to defend the town. Ruin crossed her arms, and her partner asked if the dragon had red hair and horns. Gultazar put his hand to his head and said that there were several of them, a whole squad of red dragons. The man frowned, realizing that he had been right in his guess. It remained unclear why the narcissistic dragons would unite. They must have had a very important common goal. The hero muttered that something was wrong. The dwarf shuddered in fear. The old man scratched his beard, thinking about something. Then he pressed a button under the table and said that he could tell them something. The bookcase moved aside, and a passage formed in the wall where the leader called his guests. The heroes looked in surprise at the old man, who decided to show them something. He said that this was not the first attack of the dragons. The companions walked through the dungeon. Gultazar said that the dragons had already demanded tribute from them several times and killed the townspeople. However, they always managed to protect the city. The leader raised his hand, on which a ring was glowing. They found themselves in front of the bones of a large dragon. This is the protector of the dwarves, the ancient dragon Cullard. Ellison looked at him in shock and noted that, judging by his size, this dragon had lived for at least 5,000 years. He asked if the dwarves made sacrifices. The old man looked ahead sadly and replied that he did not accept any sacrifices. The dragon simply helped them, protecting them from attacks, and shared his wisdom. He was a kind-hearted creature. However, it seems that he could not cope with time. Ellison and Ruin looked at their companion with sympathy. The leader turned around and asked if it was curious. The ring continued to glow. He extended his finger and said that there was something that the red dragons attacked because of, and the dwarves themselves decided to stay in the destroyed mine. The girl shuddered. It was all because of the ancient ball. Gultazar held a blue sphere in his hand. He said that this magic could give birth to a dragon lord, and they, the dwarves, must protect him with all their might. This is the head of all dragons. If the mighty winged lizards united and acted under a common command, then no warrior of the kingdom could stop them. The will of one creature can destroy the entire world. The dwarf looked at the sphere and said that this ancient ball could give birth to a dragon lord. The old man closed his eyes and said that Cullard was the only dragon capable of guarding the ball. He hid it and guarded it from prying eyes. It takes several essences to give birth to a dragon lord. Ruin turned pale, clutching her chest. She remembered being a baby and living in a cave with her mother. The girl was breathing heavily and her body was shaking. The leader of the black dragons looked at her mother with a cold gaze and ordered her to lock her up. In the girl's memories, she was sitting near a waterfall with her mother. The woman reminded her that she was not allowed to come here. Then Ruin carelessly replied that the stupid grandfather would not know anything. The brunette fell to her knees. In her eyes was a memory of finding her dead mother in a cave. Tears flowed down her cheeks, and she only repeated the word, mother. The protagonist put his hand on the girl's head and hugged her. He said that 3 essences can give birth to the ruler of all dragons. Goltazar closed his eyes, and the ring glowed. He apologized for awakening painful memories. The sphere dissolved in his hand. The ancient ball is full of sad moments of the past. Cullard tried to find a way to destroy the ball, but he couldn't. The magician said that they were going to build a lair in the city of Grake and offered to go with them to build a new village. The old man shuddered and asked again. Ellison looked at the girl and said that from her reaction it was obvious that they did not want to give birth to a new dragon lord. It was becoming dangerous here because the dwarves could be attacked at any moment. The leader turned to the remains of Cullard and asked how they could abandon this place. The man looked at him and replied that he was not persuading. He understood how much the dwarves cherished this corner, so it was up to them to decide. The old man leaned on his cane and thought. The girl wiped her tears and answered the hero's question that she was already feeling better. She looked at him and asked if they could just leave or at least take the ball. Ellison replied that he had cast a couple of protective spells, so there was no need to worry. They went out the gate to the ruined city. The hero said that it would not be easy for them to leave a place that held a lot of valuable memories. Goltazar sat thoughtfully in his chair. His gaze was lowered. A subordinate approached him with a plate of sausages. The old man took the dish and asked what it was. The dwarf replied that a man had left it. He went to the exit and added that the others were already eating. They could not resist. The leader came out of the office where the dwarves were feasting, enjoying the unexpected dinner. Goltazar looked at them in surprise. One of the men walked around and handed out cans of beer. The leader's eyes sparkled with gratitude. He remembered how Cullard had approached him in his youth. The ancient dragon looked down at him and asked if it was hard for him to live in such a small and dark place. The dwarf looked at him and replied that it was small only for the dragon himself, but they had plenty of space here. The lizard laughed and exclaimed that he had been wondering how they could live here. The interlocutor answered that he understood perfectly well what responsibility they had. A blue sphere glowed in front of the dragon. He said that his energy was enough to hide the essence. But one day he would be gone, and the dragons would flock here. Cullard asked to gather all the dwarves and leave when he died. Goltazar shuddered and asked again how he could abandon their home. The lizard laughed and exclaimed that only bones would remain of him, so there was no need to worry. He narrowed his animal eyes and said with a smile that if everyone died, they would forget about him too. So they must live. The living should not suffer for the dead. The dragon wanted them to be happy. Cullard smiled and said that he was not here to lead them to death. The dwarf looked at him in surprise and muttered that he was helping them a lot. The dragon said that he was not going to dump the sphere's protection on them anyway. The old man's hands were shaking. He tried to remember how long ago he saw his subjects laugh. His mother was feeding her son sausages. The leader thought he was sorry. He fell to his knees. Only now did the dwarf understand the true meaning of Cullard's words. The protagonist and his companion were walking through the ruined city. He was called out too, and his companions turned around. A voice shouted that he had changed his mind. The mage looked at them with a smile. The leader led the people, having equipped themselves for the campaign. Goltazar declared that they would go with him and help build the lair. That's how the dwarves came to Grake. They studied the plans and were busy building Ruin's lair. The hero put his hands on his belt and said that he trusted them. The leader smiled and said that they could be relied on. The mage asked if they would overwork themselves. The old man looked at him and said that there was no need to worry. Although they were starving, they were in excellent shape. Ellison leaned towards the dwarf. Goltazar muttered that everyone had simply not eaten sausages for a long time. The man assured them that they did not have to worry about food. The hero looked at Ruin and asked if she liked it. The girl crossed her arms and nodded, adding that she was really looking forward to the result. The magician looked at the sphere and said that this was all that was left. A little earlier, the head of the dwarves had handed him a ring, confident that he would use it for good purposes. The brunette frowned and exclaimed that this was not something to joke about, no matter what he had in mind. The man hid the sphere, deciding to put it in a secluded place for now. At this time, the girl was diligently hitting him in the side. He put his hand on her head. Ruin said that the birth of another dragon was simply unacceptable. The magician agreed. There was one more thing left. Serena was sitting on the throne in a pile of treasures, holding her leg. The woman whined that she almost died because of some child and swore that she would never stick her nose out again. A sound was heard in the hallway. The red-haired woman frowned and asked who it was if it was Gerd. She demanded that he leave immediately since they had nothing to talk about. Two shadows were reflected on the wall. The voice asked who Gerd was. The woman recoiled when she saw who had come and asked what they were doing there. The hero and her partner loomed over her menacingly. The man reminded her that Serena had said that she was suffering without offerings, while she herself was sitting in a mountain of gold. He said that he had come to find out something. Ruin crossed her arms and added that they no longer needed this. The red-haired woman fell from her throne and cried, exclaiming that she had already told everything. She begged them to leave. Ellison extended his hand with swirling magic and asked who Gerd was, assuming that they had attacked the dwarves together. The woman protested. She blushed and muttered that it was her ex. The man said that he did not hear anything. Serena closed her eyes and shouted that it was her ex who kept visiting her, so she thought it was him. The mage removed the mana and apologized. The red-haired girl looked up at them and said that she had only been here for half a year and had never seen other dragons before. The girl looked at her with disdain and asked if gold wasn't an offering. The interlocutor clenched her teeth and snapped her fingers. Steam began to rise from the treasures, after which they completely dissipated. It was an illusion. The partners looked around in confusion. The red dragon burst into tears and asked if the bastards were happy now. Later in the restaurant, Ruin noticed that they were wrong. She had never seen dragons so upset. The girl crossed her arms and said that they still hadn't learned anything about the dragons that attacked the dwarves. The hero held the sphere in his hands. He muttered that there was nothing more to ask Serena. The magician looked at the artifact and said that in time they would find out everything themselves, since they now had the ball in their hands. He was especially interested in the dragon's plans. The door opened, and Ment and Alina appeared on the threshold. They greeted the hero. The man was happy to see the guests and asked if the warrior was okay without crutches. Ment moved his leg and replied that he could not move freely yet, but he was already much better. The elf helped him a lot. The blonde smiled and said that it was nothing, and in general the man was helped by an incredible desire to recover. The girl looked askance at the magician with displeasure, who said that the fact that Ment trusted the healer already meant a lot. Ellison looked at the guest and asked if everything was okay in the hospital. Alina smiled and replied that everything had become much better. Not long ago, Nellen and her mother visited him. Many miners also came, scaring away unscrupulous visitors. It seems that there are more patients now. The main character touched his chin and mentally noted that Rain did a good job spreading rumors around the city. The elf wanted to say something about the vegetables, but suddenly screamed in fear, noticing a dwarf crawling out of a hatch in the floor. Gultazar asked the mage if there were any more stewed chestnuts left. The healer asked in surprise if it was really a dwarf. The old man looked at her and asked if she really looked like a monster. The leader immediately realized that there was an elf in front of him, and it didn't cause him much emotion. The doors swung open, and Noel appeared on the threshold, demanding a belly. The butcher asked why Ellison closed the restaurant yesterday. Ment, sitting at the table, was surprised by his friend's arrival, and the dwarf and the elf were arguing about who had come here first. The mage looked at his partner with a smile and noticed that now this place looked like a restaurant. The brunette grinned and asked if he really didn't want a peaceful life. There were various dishes on the table. Ment bit off a piece of pizza, muttering that he missed it. He wanted to learn how to cook something like that. Miltine was sheepishly eating another piece, and Rurin was laughing at the girl's flushed cheeks. The hero barely had time to clear the plates and offer more. The dwarves were sitting at the table, sharing sausages among themselves and washing them down with beer. A carefree atmosphere reigned in the restaurant. A sad Dieren was looking out the window. Rurin was feeding the mage from her hands. The boy was sitting on the porch, not daring to enter. He looked at the floor in frustration, muttering the teacher's name. Ellison suddenly opened the door and asked with a smile if the boy had called him. The blonde screamed in fear. The hero wondered why the nobleman didn't come inside. The boy looked at him in confusion and asked if he made desserts. The mage looked at him with interest and replied that he didn't know how. Dieren bit his lip and fell to his knees. The young man asked his mentor to make a dessert for his mother. He wanted her to smile. Ellison asked in surprise if the boy was talking about Mrs. Verna. A steak was frying in the frying pan. The chef looked at his subordinate and asked if the soup was ready. The young man turned around and said that it was not yet. The man warned him to watch out so that nothing burns. Dieren brought the protagonist here and explained that any ingredients could be found in the kitchen. He asked him to tell him if he needed anything. The magician looked at the shelves and mentally noted that the kitchen in the castle was impressive. There were so many spices here that you would not see in an ordinary restaurant. The cooks were also quite skilled. The chef scolded his subordinate. The boy looked at them and muttered that the atmosphere here was usually not so tense. The man smiled and said that it was because the young man was here. High-ranking people should not walk around too much. The head chef warned the cook that for one more mistake the young master would certainly kill her. Allison took the ingredients and said that he could make a good dessert. The blonde was happy. The magician asked to wait for dinner. Verna wiped her mouth and thanked her for the food. In front of her stood an untouched plate with cake. Allison turned pale, looking at her. The boy looked at his mentor in confusion and muttered that he did not expect the Baroness to even touch the food. The man clenched his fists and said that it would be worse if she tried and refused the rest. The magician frowned and clarified that Verna tried to stay away. He asked how long the woman had not eaten desserts. The boy looked down and said that his mother used to like desserts. Thanks to them, she became softer towards family members. The Baroness had always been very strict. After arriving in Great Dieren, he almost never saw her smile. His father felt very sorry. One day at breakfast, the Lord said that his son was a good boy and his wife was too strict with him. Verna replied that she was just trying to teach him some manners. The boy was intently cutting a sandwich. Raiden looked at his wife and asked if that was the reason she didn't smile. The blonde shuddered. The Lord looked at her plate and said that he had noticed for a long time that she had taken on too much. In 4 years, she had never shared what made her happy. The man asked if she couldn't relax around them. The woman looked down but didn't answer. Raiden looked at his interlocutor and was surprised to see that she had already eaten dessert. The Baroness had only just noticed it. The Lord was pleased and asked if the woman liked desserts. Verna sheepishly grabbed the plate and began to make excuses. The husband said that they needed money to restore the territory, so they hadn't paid attention to desserts, but now he knew what she liked. During the war, it would be hard to find sugar, but the Lord decided to do everything so that his wife could eat desserts. The boy smiled happily. That's how he found out that his mother loved desserts. After that, his father began to bring her all kinds of sweets. Time after time, the Lord ordered desserts to be served instead of all meals. And one day, Verna left. Memories. Dieren was walking down the hallway and heard someone shout from one of the rooms, "Was there really no air all this time?" The young man jumped in surprise and listened. The voice continued that 5 years had passed, and there had been no news from someone for a long time. He asked not to test his patience. The door swung open, pushing the boy. The dissatisfied man quickly walked down the hallway. Verna came out of the office and noticed her son. Dieren asked what happened. The woman helped him up and answered that the guest was simply angry that there was no news from his father. It was the Count of the city of Dedren. The blonde smiled and said that he shouldn't worry about her because her heart was always with the city of Grake. The Baroness took his hand and suggested that they go get something to eat. After dessert, Verna became a different person. She remained just as strict, but she began to smile more often. The woman looked happy, and their family became even stronger. But their happiness did not last long. One day, Dieren and his mother were making cakes in the kitchen. The chef looked at the lady and advised her to relax her hands a little. She looked at the failed dessert and muttered that she wanted to try again. The man said that it was not necessary to do it herself, but the woman turned around and exclaimed that she wanted to make the dessert herself. The boy picked up the cake and said that he had succeeded. The Baroness looked at him in surprise and asked how. Dieren replied that she herself said that hard work always bears fruit. People ran behind them. The blonde turned around and asked with displeasure who was running down the hall. The butler stopped, breathing heavily. The old man looked at them and said that there was a problem. Verna and the boy looked at him in surprise. The servant said that the master had lost consciousness. The Lord was sitting on the bed, all pale. The doctor said that the cause was unknown. They did not find poison, so it was quite difficult to figure it out, and the patient had lost his appetite. The boy looked at his father in tears and asked him to wake up. He turned to his mother. Dieren still remembered her expression then. There was no emotion on it. Verna was white as a sheet, and there was emptiness in her eyes. She stopped touching desserts and began to distance herself. The boy could only communicate with her through the servants. He never heard her laugh. The blonde clenched his fists and said that then they began to watch his every step, and he ran away to this restaurant. The main character frowned after listening to the story. The young man said he missed meals. Dieren cried and said he was so happy when he and his family laughed together at the table. Was this just a pipe dream for him? The mage went outside. He frowned, thinking that much of the Baroness's behavior was simply inexplicable. Just because the Lord was sick did not mean that he should distance himself from Dieren. Perhaps the point was that he was not his biological son, then the woman would not have opened up to him in the first place. Ellison looked at the starry sky and thought that the Countess had fallen in love with her husband, even though it was a marriage of convenience. At least, that was how it had been before. He walked on, muttering that she had distanced herself from Dieren, even though she loved him. The hero froze, assuming that it was because of guilt. The mage burst into the room where Ruin was sitting on the bed, hiding her beer. She shuddered and exclaimed that she had done nothing. The man looked at her and said he hadn't meant to scold her. He needed help. The girl looked at him with interest and asked what had happened. Ellison looked at Rurin and asked if she would be upset if he suddenly lost consciousness and stopped talking. The girl answered in the affirmative. The man nodded and asked to go with him. The brunette demanded an explanation. The magician came closer and suggested to imagine that she always loved desserts, but now suddenly fell out of love. The girl asked if her partner was drunk. Verna was sitting next to her husband's bed. She brought him a spoon with food. The lord looked at her with an empty gaze, unable to eat properly. The baroness wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. Her eyes were expressionless. The woman turned around at the sound. A man appeared in the doorway. He said that time was running out. Count Dedrin was here. The blonde looked at him in shock and put the plate down. The baroness left the room and closed the door. At that moment, a glow appeared in the chambers. The heroes appeared from the portal. Ellison muttered that he thought she would never leave. The girl leaned over the bed and asked if it was the count. The magician extended his hand and asked if she could help him. The brunette looked at Raiden and replied that she could not. The hero lit a lamp and asked to at least find out what was going on. Rurin looked at her companion and said that too much time had passed. She asked why they had come here. The man was opening the drawers of the chest of drawers, hoping to find some clues. He said that they did not know about Countess Verna's true intentions. The magician turned to the patient. The lord was looking at something. The companions turned in the direction of his gaze. There was a harpsichord there. The hero came closer, wondering why this had attracted the man's attention. The girl shuddered and asked her partner to look. She took a couple of secret documents out of the instrument. Ellison looked at them in surprise. The brunette hurried him while he untied the lace. The magician unrolled the scroll and read. The heroes stared at the notes in surprise. Rurin muttered that this was the whole point. This document proves that Countess Verna had embezzled the taxes of the city of Grake. There is also information about how exactly the money was spent. Ellison covered his mouth with his hand, realizing who wrote it. He folded the document and asked the girl if she wanted to go to the capital. The brunette asked again in surprise. The mage asked her to go there and find someone. Raiden watched them silently, sitting up in bed. Verna entered the room and said that her father called her. A man was standing by the window. He turned around and smiled. It was the count of the city of Dedrin, Balter. The old man noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. The Aaron was surprised to hear a knock on the door and asked who was there at such a late hour. Ellison appeared in the open door and said that it was a burger delivery. The boy recognized the teacher and asked if he had not returned to the restaurant. He reached out his hands to the scroll in surprise. The hero standing next to the table told him to read it and heard him ask what it was. De'Aaron's eyes widened. He asked in shock, "Did mother embezzle the taxes of the city of Grake and send Dedrin?" Ellison put a finger to his lips to make him quieter and said that the count was here. The blonde touched his forehead in shock, saying that mother had been deliberately avoiding him all this time, and then asked where this information came from. The hero, who lowered his head, answered that it was written at the very end. The boy's gaze became surprised. The scroll fell to his feet. Looking up, Ellison said that it was not just someone who wrote it. At the bottom of the scroll was a signature that said that Verna admitted all the atrocities mentioned. The countess herself admitted her actions. The shocked boy jumped up, asking why mother suddenly admitted this. A magic seal appeared above the elder's palm. He said that now they will know. Usually he uses this magic only in extreme cases. As he knows, Count Dedrin is here. The woman looked at the man standing by the window and asked why he was there. He asked again, did he have to ask permission to visit? Verna frowned and asked if they had ever been close. Touching his mustache, her father noticed that she was cold-blooded and said that he had heard interesting rumors. He looked back gloomily, saying that he had heard that the Crown Prince and the Duke of Porgo had visited Grake, and that De'Aaron had given them a reception. This little boy had treated them quite cordially, but he had been told something completely different. The blonde heard this in surprise and said that she had nothing to do with it. Dedrin scratched his temple and told him that he had been told that he himself was incapable of anything. Why had he suddenly become so self-confident? Was he really going to end up in the same situation as Raiden? The woman's face darkened in fear. Looking at her laughing father, she asked what he was talking about. He asked. She didn't know. He had completely forgotten to tell her. With a sly smile, he turned around and continued, which was easy to guess, wasn't it? He was the one who poisoned Raiden. He was going to do the same to De'Aaron. Verna screamed fiercely, calling him names and telling him not to touch the boy. A brunette with ropes appeared behind the woman, while her father said that no one had asked her. Shouts and words to be careful, not to overdo it, were heard from the shining magic seal. Surrounded by a purple glow, Ellison thought that Dedrin had poisoned the master, and the countess had written a letter of confession. An order was heard to lock her up so that no one would find her. A palm slammed sharply on the table. De'Aaron, burning with anger, stood up, ordering the entire army to be summoned to the castle. With a wave of his hand, the hero bound the boy with a magic seal. The bound man asked the teacher in surprise what it was and heard that he should be very careful now. There are Dedrin's minions all over the palace, so poisoning the food and kidnapping the countess is a piece of cake. The man asked the knight in surprise what they were doing, to which the guard said that it was the countess's order. From now on he was forbidden to leave the room. Ellison asked if the guards in the castle could be trusted at all. The blonde man standing surrounded by the seal asked if he would help him, but the hero interrupted, saying that of course he would help, they would catch them. He doubted that Dedrin was carrying poison. Even if they caught him, it would be quite difficult to prove that the poisoning of the count and the kidnapping of Madame were his doing. Holding the scroll, he continued that he could use this document as evidence. Then they would be able to easily bring charges against Count Dedrin. However, Countess Verna could also be punished. Sadly, Dieren looked down, asking what to do. A blue glow appeared next to the brunette. He said that they needed to arrange a situation to collect evidence. It was necessary to find a high-ranking person who could testify. Burin appeared in the shining portal, holding a tied man by the collar, and asked, "Will this one do?" Dieren looked at her in surprise. Ellison, holding the scroll, said he had an idea. The boy asked what it was. He heard the question, "Can he play along?" Clouds were floating by the castle with blue roofs. Someone's hand tore the bag from Verna's head. Dedrin crossed his arms behind his back, saying that it was already morning, but there was not a single ray of sunshine here. They needed to go somewhere and she would go with him. Curling her lips, the woman asked what was the matter. She screamed angrily, asking, "For what?" She even stole the city's money and deliberately scolded Dieren. She did everything he asked. Why would he harm her son? Holding the door, the man laughed, reminding him that he had already said his actions were too great a threat. Walking up the spiral staircase, he explained that he had wanted to poison Dieren first. He had thought to get the city of Grake more decisively. Perhaps Raiden was sterile, or they were just unlucky. It was just a guess. He grabbed his daughter by the hair. Coming closer, he said with a crazy look that she seemed to have realized at once that it was he who had poisoned Raiden. Throwing his screaming daughter to the floor, the count asked if she had learned to act stupid. He thought she would be surprised when she found out. Verna lowered her head and begged. She begged her father to spare Dieren. The man broke into a satisfied smile, saying that since she begged. Smiling, opening the door, he said that his breakfast was already poisoned. If only she could hear herself. Dieren was sitting on the bed with a blank expression. The woman froze in shock, hearing the advice not to worry too much. The same thing awaited him as her father. With a smile, the old man turned, hearing her address him. Tears fell to the floor. The daughter said that he was just a monster. Bowing down on the floor, she screamed that she was disgusted by the fact that only blood flowed in them. The knight handed the mocking man a scroll. Dedrin took it and asked what it was, to which he received the answer that he found it in the room of Count Raiden. The man unfolded the paper, shocked to hear that the countess admitted that she had withdrawn the city's income on his orders. Looking at him with tears in her eyes, Verna said no. The knight held the woman, who screamed that anything but that, and her father laughed. Throwing his head back, he laughed, shouting that she had hidden a trump card, as expected from his daughter. He brought the scroll to the flame of the candle, saying that it was all over. Verna looked at the burning paper in fear, hearing that after her husband's illness she lived only for her son, but now the same fate had touched him. The old man took the blade out of its sheath, saying that he could already see her in despair, throwing away her husband and son and committing suicide. Clenching his fist, Dedrin said joyfully that was a story. The knight holding the woman asked if she was okay. Dieren, sitting next to the attacking man, heard that it was a great job. Ellison took off his helmet with a smile, saying that this story would have a different ending. The blade collided with the red magic seal. The old man threw the flaming weapon away, not understanding what was happening. A long-haired brunette burst into the room, shouting that Count Dedrin was accused of attempting to murder Count Grake. Turning around, the mustachioed old man recognized Medrin. Sitting on the bed, Dieren said that it was all over. The blonde was trembling, trying to call out to her son. Her face was twisted with sobs. The countess, with her hands tied behind her back, said thank you. The boy, looking at her, heard that she was very grateful. Dedrin turned around in fear, asking how so. He turned to Dieren and asked in a trembling voice, was he able to speak? Frowning, Medrin told the count that resistance was useless. Gritting his teeth, the old man heard that he must follow the orders of the palace. Kneeling down, he asked what she was talking about. He was wearing this dagger for self-defense. It just fell out. He had no intention of harming Baron Dieren. What does it mean to attempt to kill the count? Isn't he sick? The brunette waved her hand when she heard this and said that she knew he would say that. A plate surrounded by a glow appeared above her finger. She said that she had taken away food for Baron Dieren in advance. The frightened old man heard the order to eat it and prove his innocence. With a trembling hand, he reached for the plate. With a scream, he squeezed the bread in his hand. Throwing the food away, Dedrin screamed, so that's how it is. She thinks that he is the only one who is so sinful. Verna has been stealing money from the city for several years. The blonde listened in fear as he screamed that since they were talking about crimes, they should put her in prison first. Taking the burnt scroll in his hands, the man said that he did not know what he was talking about. De'Aaron held the remains of the confession, asking, "Where is the evidence?" Gritting his teeth, Dedrin trembled, calling them names. The knights froze with their weapons, hearing the order not to stand, and then rushed to attack the brunette. A red magic seal flashed around the knight. Medrin, standing in front, calmly said that it was better not to interfere in some matters. And it did not matter at all who he was, a knight, a count, or even the emperor himself, there were no exceptions. The fabric of the cloak flew up. She continued, "What line did a mere mortal dare to cross?" The man with the sword turned, saying that the first knightly order, to get rid of the people who infiltrated the city of Grake. The warriors in cloaks moved forward. Words were heard that anyone who disobeyed would face trouble. Bound by a shining seal, Dedrin called out to the boy and Medrin. With a dickish look, turning to her, he asked, "How dare she? How dare they all?" The shackled knights sat at the feet of the warriors. The man in the suit was crying, saying he was just following orders, and the girl was screaming. Ellison watched from the window, thinking they were almost done. He untied Verna's hands with magic, saying he was going to go. She asked who he was. Then she froze, hearing her son call her. De'Aaron appeared at the door, asking if she was okay. The woman sitting on the floor told him not to worry about her, thank the gods he wasn't hurt. The boy with blue eyes asked why she wouldn't look him in the eye. Leaning her hands on the floor, the mother answered that she was a criminal. Trembling, she told him that it was all because of her. She stole the city's money. She knew that Count Dedrin was a criminal, but she continued to pretend that everything was okay. Because of her, he was in danger. She was very sorry. The blonde boy heard that he might not forgive her. There was a scattered breakfast on the floor. De'Aaron said that she had been suppressing the feeling of guilt all along. Why was she apologizing? Gritting his teeth in anger, he said that it was all Dedrin's fault. Grabbing the remains of the scroll, Dedrin exclaimed why she hadn't told him about this paper. Did she think he would have been happy if she had gone to prison? With tears in his eyes, the blonde said that she should have told him. No matter what happened, she should have shared. Clutching the scroll, he continued that with him and with Dad. He threw the burnt scroll to the floor. Wiping away the streaming tears, he said that they would always be together, they were family. Tears rolled down the woman's cheeks. She heard a request to look up. Extending a trembling hand, Verna apologized. Hugging the boy, she exclaimed that she was very sorry. She was so stupid, she would never do that again. The carriage was driving along the road near Dedrin Castle. The tied-up count in a cage was screaming at them to take the ropes off him. Did they even know who he was? The guard asked if all the servants had been taken out of the castle. The second one answered that they had. Gritting his teeth in anger, Dedrin said that they were making a big mistake. Did they think he had no connections in the capital? When he got out of here, the first thing he would do was get rid of them. How dare they do this to him? The man standing on the hovering seal asked who he thought he was. The mage in the hooded cloak asked how dare he talk such nonsense. The worried man asked who he was, a mage from the Empire. The brunette looked at him silently. He was hovering over the castle grounds, saying that he had large holdings, and he encroached on Grake too. The guy surrounded by magical seals ordered to look at how fragile the castle was. The buildings were falling in pieces, the guy continued, which he had spent so long building. The tied-up count turned around, asking what he was doing. It couldn't be. And then he screamed no. Verna, with a bandage on her head, called out to De'Aaron in surprise. The boy stood at the table next to his father and said that he thought it would be nice to eat together. It was all for them. The heroes sat at a long set table. He exclaimed that these were desserts. Noel looked at his delighted wife, who said that it was beautiful, but if you eat a lot at night, you can get fat. The girls looked at the desserts with delight, asking if they could try everything. Verna looked excitedly at the sweets and repeated, desserts. Medrin, standing at a distance, pointed and shouted for everyone to look there. The tea party would be accompanied by a special performance. De'Aaron stood by his father's cross and said that it seemed to be beginning. The blonde's eyes opened wide. She made a surprised sound. The castle appeared in front of them, hovering in the air. It was surrounded by many shining seals, and then they scattered in bright sparks and fragments. Dedrin cried, shouting that it was his castle, and tried to stop it. The guy raised his hand and said that he would never see it again, so let him enjoy the show. Bright sparks flew everywhere. Raiden and De'Aaron turned around, looking at this. The guy looked at his mother and asked how she liked it. The woman took the dessert in her hand, and with tears in her eyes, she bit into it. There were bright flashes of fireworks ahead. Verna said that this was the best tea party in her life. The girls stuffed their mouths with buns. The guy watched as the man picked up a fork with dessert. Words were heard that today was just a great day. There was a full moon in the sky near the castle. The woman said that she did not remember the last time she enjoyed desserts with such joy. Verna looked out the window, saying that she finally broke out of this dungeon. She fed her husband dessert and asked him not to worry about De'Aaron. She already realized how stupid she had been and would never hide anything again. The man was silent when his mouth was wiped with a napkin. The blonde next to him said that she had not said something. She stood there saying that she should have done it earlier, but she was glad that she could say it at least now. It was very difficult for her to talk about such things, so let him listen carefully. Verna touched the man's hand with her palms. Sitting on her knees next to Raiden, she said that she loved her husband. Standing behind the door, Dieren heard with a smile that he would always love. The villagers surrounded the cage with Dedrin and scolded him, throwing stones. The man in the cage trembled, talking about his castle. This simply could not be. Dirient with a sword said that they had caught many spies, but for now they must not let their guard down, they should be more careful. Ellison replied that this was a great job. Touching his chin, the boy heard that it was all Medrin, woken up in the middle of the night, and replied that he had a long way, it was urgent. What about Duke Porgo? Did he speak up on this matter? The man turned, answering that he was very surprised at first, but kept quiet when he learned that this was part of the plan. Near the hill there was a dent in the ground. Words were heard that he thought Porgo would like to see it with his own eyes. Shifting his gaze, Dirient thought that he was simply amazing. He had been strong before, but not this strong. Ellison raised a finger with a smile, saying what a show he had put on. The moonlight illuminated the buildings. The boy said that happy times awaited the city of Grake. The next day it was raining with bright lightning. The discouraged boy looked at this, repeating, happy times. Rurin exclaimed discontentedly that she had only hung out the washing. Ment held the board, shouting at Miltine to hold the fence. Part of the fence hit the boy in the stomach. There were large puddles on the floor at his feet. Words were heard that he was telling them not to go out to the ranch in such weather. Ellison, with a towel in his hand, said that the work was finished for today. The wet assistants lowered their heads, hearing the question whether it was clear to them, and answered about the fence and linen. There were customers sitting at the tables of the restaurant. The hero asked them to help serve the guests. Ellison threw a towel over the girl's head, telling her to warm up, otherwise she would catch a cold. Discouraged, Miltine and Ment held the towels, hearing that she could dry herself. Ellison wiped Rurin's back, who screamed that she was ticklish, and he asked her to stand still. The hero was surprised when he heard that it was a lovely sight. Venom took off his hood, saying that he wanted something warm. What was being served today? The boy put a bowl of soup on the table and thanked him for waiting. Smiling, he pointed to the dishes. He explained that it was a soup with palinzu meat and noodles. The man asked, wasn't palinzu off the menu? He replied that many guests had started visiting the Knoll store, so he started making it again. The man looked at the hero, hearing the question, what about the orchard? Is everything alright? He remembered that he was trying to buy his lands. Does he want him to give up the orchard? Ellison laughed, asking what he was talking about. He offered a price much higher than the others. It would be sad if the plants died because of the weather. Venom brought a forkful of noodles to his mouth, saying that the rain was unlikely to stop. If he just stood there trying to do something, nothing would change. He closed his eyes in admiration, saying that it was very tasty. The walk in the rain was worth it. Rurin held the towel with displeasure, asking why he had stopped drying her. Ellison asked him to wait. He had a guest. Menon was silent, listening to her indignantly, saying that she didn't care if she got sick. The liquid poured into the glass. He called out to the guy. Ellison looked at the visitor in surprise, hearing the question, did he ever regret anything? After drinking from a small glass, the man asked if he wanted to go back in time and change something. Maybe something popped into his head every time he closed his eyes. Ellison was surprised to hear that really not. Well, that happens. After all, everything is not so bad with his wife. He exclaimed that he and Rurin were not in such a relationship. Venom held the glass, saying that now he was completely alone, but once he loved with all his heart. Lost in his memories, he told her that he had loved her for 30 years. She was his childhood friend. No other woman could make him feel the same way. Ellison looked at the visitor, who said he would never forget the name Meal. He asked, had he loved her for 30 years? The older man smiled when he heard the question of why he had not confessed his feelings to her, and said that these were the regrets he was talking about. It was pouring outside, and words were heard in the building that he was very young and immature then. He thought that they would still be together. He remembered holding the girl's hand, and said that in any case, he wanted to believe it. Behind the girl lay bouquets and love letters. The man continued that he understood everything only with age, when she had already begun to think about marriage. He remembered how he froze in amazement when he learned that she had decided to move to a neighboring village. The girl turned to the screaming Venom. He said that he asked her for a meeting, wanting to talk, then he planned to confess to her. He stood with a bouquet and looked around. Then he turned around in surprise. However, they never met. Behind him stood a huge dragon with fire from its mouth. The guy was sitting on the ground among the rubble. Ellison's eyes widened. He said that he should not say that. Venom sadly lowered his gaze, confirming. When the war with the dragons began, he ran from the flames, dropping the bouquet. The flowers fell to the ground. The man continued that he ran away like a coward. Looking down, he said that after that night he found out that she was okay, but he did not have the strength to find her. He turned out to be a coward who could not keep his promise. Ellison watched carefully, hearing that he had not heard from her for years, and now she had returned to Grake. Venom paid with a smile, asking if he understood what he was talking about. He was still tormented by regrets, he would never forget it. He remembered every day, but he was afraid to go outside because he could meet her. Let him treat his wife with love. Roran coughed picturesquely, saying that she seemed to be ill, his wife was dying. Ellison told the man who had put on the hood that she was not his wife. The brunette was lying under the blanket. The hero sat on the bed looking at her, and thought that missing a person for 15 years is like 150 years in the life of a dragon. He shook his head in embarrassment, asking himself what was he even thinking about. Going to bed, the guy said that Venom said that she had returned to Grake, he needed to talk to her tomorrow. Rain turned around, surprised, asking again, meal. He beamed with a smile and answered that, of course, she knew her, she had recently opened her own shop, they had become friends not long ago. Ellison thought she knew everyone in the world. He asked again in surprise, hearing the question why he was asking, it seemed she had been a bit agitated lately. Rain touched her face thoughtfully, explaining that she had been very sad the last time they had met. The woman was sitting at the table sewing and turned to her friend. Turning around, Meal asked, had she ever regretted anything? Ellison's mouth dropped open in shock, hearing this, and exclaimed that Venom had said the same thing. Rain was surprised and asked again, Mr. Venom, the manager of the orchard. Waving his hand, the hero asked her to tell him more. The woman remembered how Meal, sitting at the table, had asked, had she always lived here? The heroine sitting opposite had answered that no, because of the war she and her husband had constantly had to move, and in the end they had settled here. The interlocutor answered that she thought so, she did not seem familiar to her. Neil said that she left Grake 15 years ago and only recently returned. Rain asked her in surprise why she left. The blonde answered sadly that she loved someone, no, she still loved him, but she couldn't stay by his side. She remembered running away from a flame-spitting dragon, and said that 15 years ago he asked for a last meeting, but she didn't come, she ran away. The woman with the basket told her that the young man bought a bouquet of flowers and went to the gate, and said that he still came to the meeting place with flowers. Then Meal looked ahead in shock. Clutching the cloth with trembling hands, the woman said that she ran away like a coward. Ellison thoughtfully listened to the woman's story. Rain's eyes widened in surprise when she heard Meal talking about Venom. Holding the bag in her hands, she said that it turned out that she was sorry because of Mr. Venom. Ellison imagined the heroes in the burning buildings and thought that they both headed to the meeting place. But both ran away because of the dragon's attack. They both decided that they had cowardly abandoned each other. Putting his hand on his hip, the hero thought that regrets had been tormenting them for 15 years. Plainly arching her eyebrows, the woman said that it was so unfair. Neil said that since then she had been living completely alone and did not even want to discuss marriage with her father. She had suffered for so many years because of a stupid misunderstanding. Ellison stood at the door, saying that there was no need to worry. Will she be able to tell her friend about everything? Holding out his hand with the case, the hero called Venom. The man with the basket of apples turned and asked, "What is it?" Ellison approached him, holding out the case, and said that these glasses were a great gift for Meal. She said that she had problems with her eyesight. If they did not suit her, let her contact him, he would fix everything. The gardener asked again, a gift for Meal. The guy said with a smile that it was today. The man in the hat was excited to hear that she would be waiting for him at the gate, then she could give it to him. He said fearfully that he could not meet her. Ellison calmly answered that he told him about his regrets. There was a red apple hanging on the tree. Words were heard that he thought, everyone has the right to make a mistake. No one can predict the future. The man clutched the case, hearing that there was no need to worry about the same thing. He already knew what to do. In the twilight, the man walked along the path. He took small steps, thinking that his legs did not obey. Anxiously looking at the case, he was tormented by doubts. Would she be angry with him? Call him a coward? In the end, he himself ran away. It had been 15 years. What if she did not come at all? Venon's eyebrows arched pitifully. He thought that he missed her so much. He saw a figure standing by a tree. Neil stood there, looking into the distance. Tears appeared in the panicked man's eyes. He said that as he thought, everything was in vain. The woman turned around. She turned, recognizing Venom. The man, covered in sweat from excitement, heard the question, is it really him? With trembling hands, he clutched the case, thinking that he was a fool, almost ran away again. This cannot be done. The woman's eyebrows arched. The gardener, biting his lip, heard that she wanted to talk about that day. His hands stopped shaking. Closing his eyes, Venom said that he did too, and thought to himself that even if she was angry, he was ready to accept the pressure. He regretted what happened that day most of all. Neil closed her eyes, standing not far from him. The man thought that he wanted to ask for forgiveness. At the same time, the heroes, who had closed their eyes, asked for forgiveness with tears for not having met 15 years ago. They froze, standing on the hill. The man's gaze was surprised. The woman's gaze was the same. Venon's eyes were wide open. He said, "Could it really be both of them?" Neil laughed, covering her mouth, and then the heroes burst out laughing together. Rain joyfully folded her palms, exclaiming that the misunderstanding was resolved. Sitting next to Ellison, she asked why he didn't tell her about everything beforehand. The guy answered that they should have resolved it themselves, not for him to interfere. Sitting on the hill and watching the heroes, the woman asked him if it seemed unfair that they had spent so many years alone because of a stupid misunderstanding. The brown-haired man replied that it was still good that it was just a misunderstanding. He smiled a little, saying that this stupidity had haunted them for years. Looking at the happy couple, he said that here they were again. Neil and Venon walked along the streets of the city, so they returned to Grake together, and a couple of days later, they came hand in hand to a restaurant. Ellison walked through the establishment with plates in his hands. He saw a couple, the man holding a scroll in his hand. They had come to sell him an orchard. There were coins and a bag of gold on the table. Of course, he had paid the full price. They must have wanted to build their own house. Venon kissed the woman's hand, saying that he had doubted for 15 years, so he was no longer going to stand aside. He did not want to regret anymore. There were many fruit trees in the garden, and words were heard that although all the lands around the restaurant belonged to him, there was no room for a dwarven village. Ellison crossed his arms, saying that he had finally found a place. Rurin, who was chewing an apple, confirmed, saying that she was against the dwarves sleeping in the den. It was only their corner. She turned away excitedly, saying that although he was sleeping in the restaurant, Ellison looked at her, hearing that there was plenty of room in the den. He remembered Venon saying that he did not want to regret anymore. Blushing, the guy coughed into his fist and called Rurin. The brunette opened her mouth in surprise at the question, should he move into the den when the construction was finished? The girl's gaze became admiring. She threw herself on the guy's neck, asking if he was serious. "Are you sure?" He said that the more space the better, they could build a tunnel to the restaurant. The apple trees were shedding leaves. A cry was heard that the first word was more important than the second. Now she was waiting even more for the construction to be completed. The foliage was turning red. Meat was frying in a frying pan. Words were heard that the lair was almost ready. Balthazar told the girl with her arms crossed that they would be finished by the new year. Ellison put a plate of meat in front of him, saying that it was a great job. The dwarf said that they had not yet returned the debt, and he even allocated land for their village. Miltine told the man sitting next to him that there were more Baronikers, probably because the males had bred. He asked, though, it seems they will have to expand the ranch. Words were heard that maybe it was the change of season, but the leg still hurts a little. The villagers were sitting at the table, discussing Mr. Venon. A question was heard, do we need to hire more workers for the ranch? Then they will conduct another interview, and the answer is that it is not necessary. The sky outside the small restaurant was painted with the colors of the sunset. On the path stood a foot in a torn shoe. A man in rags clutched a cane. Pink-haired homeless Matt told her brother that she smelled an enticing aroma. Red-haired Lint replied that he smelled something too. A hand wrapped in bandages touched the door. The man apologized. Lint entered the room, introduced himself, and said that he heard that he was looking for workers on the ranch. Could they try? He held out a tattered flyer. Ellison looked at it in surprise and said that they had thrown them out a long time ago. The homeless man looked at the ad, confused, hearing the question, where did they get them? The brother and sister stood awkwardly in the doorway. The hero waved his hand with a smile, saying that they were just about to make a new ad for workers, and suggested that they talk at the table. Pieces of meat were frying in a frying pan. This is fried vuka with oil. Words were heard that it was quite cold outside, so they should cook something warm. Ingredients were dropped into the pan. The recipe called for onions, garlic, and mushrooms to be fried. Once the onions were golden brown, tomato sauce, seasoning, and a splash of beer to be added. Ellison poured the sauce into the pan, saying how great the flavor was. No flavor enhancers needed. He imagined himself pouring powder into the pan, saying he could add some, but the flavor was already great. There was a delicious dish in the pan, then it just needed to be left on a low heat for a while and the Wookiee stew was ready. Lint held the spoon in surprise, saying it was meat. The hero standing at the table said he had cooked enough, so they should eat as much as they wanted. The vagrants tried the dish. Nat blushed with pleasure. She imagined the chunks of meat in the sauce and thought the meat was tender, and the broth was rich in flavor, the warmth spreading in her mouth. They smiled, exclaiming that it was warm. Lint said with a smile that it felt like the most delicious meal he had ever eaten in his entire life and thanked him. Ellison replied that they seemed to be very hungry. He intertwined his fingers and said with a polite smile that they wanted to work on the ranch. Was there a reason for that? The red-haired man clenched his fist decisively, answering that yes, they really liked animals. He and his sister were very hardworking and never gave up. Ellison called Alina, who was sitting nearby. The elf turned around and said that he was telling the truth, however. The homeless froze in shock, hearing her say that they had hidden something. Her fingers clenched her bandaged hand. The brown-haired man sat nearby and, apologizing, asked to look at their hands. Lint closed his eyes tightly. He unwound the bandage. There were red abrasions on the hero's hands. Matt looked at him in shock and said that these were traces of shackles. Miltine, who was sitting next to him, exclaimed. Ellison looked sternly at the heroes and asked, "Are they criminals?" Matt began to frighteningly justify themselves that they really were in the dungeon, but only because. But her brother interrupted her with a sharp cry. He lowered his head and apologized for hiding the truth. He asked to believe that they had no evil intentions. Touching the table, he stood up and said that he understood that they had no right to ask for employment. The girl anxiously stood up after him, hearing that they would go. The pink-haired girl caught up with her brother, saying that they were good people. Maybe it was worth at least clarifying the misunderstanding. Bandaging his hand with a bandage, the guy said that a criminal is a criminal. Sad Matt heard that he did not want to invent some stupid excuses for what happened. Her brother stroked her hair, saying that, however, he did not regret anything. He froze in dismay, hearing the question, even about not finishing his meal. Looking at the rays of the sunset, he thought that in such an atmosphere it would not have been possible to finish the meal anyway. The customers were leaving the restaurant, thanking for today. Wurin, crossing her arms, asked the guy, did they fail the interview? Ellison washed the dishes and said that it seemed that they wanted to tell their story, but he would not force them to talk. Putting aside the washed plate, he continued that he thought Miltine and Ment would also be uncomfortable to work. The brunette standing in the kitchen said that it was difficult to find workers. The hero confirmed, saying that he thought they needed to make new announcements. He looked at the empty containers in surprise and said that the seasoning had run out again. They had a lot of guests lately. He placed a coin in the center of the drawn magic figure. The space was illuminated by a blue glow. Cans and bottles appeared next to the exhausted Ellison. He said that his skin was shaking. Wurin looked at him worriedly and asked, is it that hard? It seems that only the summoning spell is exhausting him so much. The brown-haired man answered that yes, he would not have been able to if he had not absorbed the Lord's heart. Sweat was running down the guy's face. Wurin exclaimed in fear when he began to fall. Ellison was breathing heavily, looking at his palm and thought that this is such a strange feeling. He cannot gather mana. A red seal appeared in the room. The girl asked what was the matter. The guy's knees hit the floor. Wurin watched in fear as her friend fell to the floor. A small piece broke off from the red crystal. The heroine thought that if she knew that this would happen, she would have followed him that day. Through the dark veil, the silhouette of a frightened Wurin was visible. With tears in her eyes, she screamed, begging him to wake up. Ellison lay on the pillow, recognizing the girl who asked if he was okay. Lying down, he answered that she should not worry, he just ran out of mana. The brunette exclaimed that he was a 9th class mage. She clenched her fingers on her chest, hearing that he just needed to rest for a while, not to worry. The hero's eyes opened when he heard the question, can she help with something? Touching him, Wurin exclaimed that if he just said something, she would do it. The sweaty guy smiled and asked if he could ask her for something. The girl excitedly clenched her fingers. On the table there was a basket of vegetables and spices. Wurin said that she promised that she would do everything, but with her eyes closed, she stood helplessly at the stove, screaming that she did not think that he would make her cook. And what does he expect from her, saying that he wants to eat her cooking? Matt and Lint were sitting in a dark alley, shivering from the cold, and they heard words that it was quite cold at night. The girl said that because of their criminal past, no one would hire them in the city, so they went to a restaurant on the outskirts. How would they survive this winter? The guy added that at least it was warm in prison. Gritting his teeth, the guy turned to his sister, saying that he could not go on like this. Throwing up his hands, he shouted that they had been through so much, he no longer cared about other people. The black cat hissed in fear. The girl agreed. The heroes chewed bread from a bucket like animals. Matt said that since they were criminals, they would have to steal food. Lint said that for sure, nothing would stop them. He chewed tensely, thinking that they had already eaten from the garbage where they found the ad. He turned around, hearing a plaintive cat meow. The red-haired man tiredly touched the bucket, saying that they would go look for them in the trash. The sister whispered to him to listen. The fat aristocrat asked the man if he was sure that Matt and Lint had been released from prison today. He answered that they had, and heard an order to find them immediately. The red-haired man darkened, saying that it was the same. The sister exclaimed that it was Mr. Ratanda. She did not think that he would look for them. Matt grinned furiously and realized that Ratanda still did not realize his mistake. Lint immediately grabbed her brother's hand and understood that he should not get involved in this situation. She almost tearfully held his hand and said that this time it could end not just with 2 years in prison, but something worse. 2 years ago it was a construction site. At that moment, 2 male workers were watching the harassment taking place. At that time, the head of construction in the city of Ratanda was trying to oppress the little girl and did not want her to be rude to him and not take on personal problems. He wiped the tears from the cheeks of the crying woman and told her to think about her husband, because he was already working and did not get anything for it. At that moment, while he was mocking the girl in the barn and telling her that he was much kinder than she thought and asked her not to worry, suddenly the brother and sister burst in. The wounded Matt was hugging his battered sister and said that the structure had collapsed and some workers were seriously injured, so something had to be done. The brunette with tears in her eyes immediately broke away from Ratanda's arms and wished for it to collapse, but not cut them off. At this time, the fat man in charge of construction was furiously baring his teeth and getting angry, because for him these workers could not even install a single support beam correctly and caused a commotion. Ratanda looked at the brother and sister with displeasure when Matt replied that they did everything according to the building plan, but the beam suddenly broke. Ratanda, all tense, looked at the guys with displeasure, who suggested that the problem could be in the materials. Suddenly, they were grabbed by Ratanda's assistants when Matt expressed doubts about the chief's plan. Ratanda immediately kicked the guy in the chest, trying to reason with him about the assumption that he could allegedly appropriate money from the budget for himself. The fat man angrily scolded the red-haired worker and said that he gave them a job, and they did not appreciate it at all, and therefore were fired, and all the damage they caused would be counted and deducted from the salary. While Matt was held by the hands, his sister tearfully apologized and wished for forgiveness. The fat man looked at her mockingly. Shameless Ratanda grabbed the little girl by the chin and said that he knew exactly how she could pay because the nobles have rather peculiar tastes. Her brother immediately furiously asked her to repeat these words from the black pole. Matt was about to break free from the hands of the chief's intermediaries. His sister, along with the astonished Ratanda, looked at this prank. Matt immediately punched Ratanda in the face with a furious fist. The battered-faced nobleman fell to the ground screaming. The chief nobleman's assistants immediately tried to restrain Matt. It was an old barn, where they later tried to beat Matt for his behavior. Now Lent was holding her brother's hand convulsively and said that after that he also got hurt in a fight with the prisoners, trying to protect her, and she did not want to see him get hurt again. At this time, Matt frowned slightly and looked sad. Lent immediately looked at her brother with tears in her eyes, inspired, when he replied that it was rash. The nobleman stood in the dark street with his assistants, and her brother suggested that they try to stay out of his sight for now. At this time, Ratanda grinned furiously, clenched his teeth and fists, because the prisoners had escaped and suggested that if they thought that was all, then they were terribly mistaken. At this time, the nobleman stood in front of his assistants and ordered them to quickly bring the escapees at any cost, even if they had to fight. The man in the bandana turned to the nobleman and said that as he already knew, Duke Dedian had been sent to the capital and suggested that it was still not worth making unnecessary noise. The fat nobleman frowned with a grin and did not understand the nonsense said by the assistant. He immediately slapped him and said that he was able to sort things out quietly. This guy looked angrily from under his brows at Ratanda. These guys looked at the indignant Ratanda, who held his hand and called them useless scoundrels, as if they could do nothing without him. Then the fat man saw the silhouette of a girl in the distance. It was Alina, who was walking in a cape and wanted to go to the restaurant tomorrow. This nobleman immediately smiled maliciously. This fat nobleman immediately rushed to this girl and realized that the desired mouse was passing by and told everyone to watch out so that no one was nearby. At this time, the protagonist was holding onto the box where the glowing sphere was, and it was not surprising to him that he could not collect mana. At this time, Ellison held the magic ball in his hand and realized that this was a side effect of absorbing the ancient ball. Then he crawled to the bed with this ball and realized that he did not plan to absorb it, and it seemed to him that the mass accumulation of mana in this world was finally awakening. He immediately began to wrap himself in a blanket, looking at the ball and realized that he needed to break the connection, because as soon as he began to absorb mana, he would not be able to stop. Then he covered himself with a blanket and smiled enthusiastically, because for now he needed to wait for the evening snack he asked for, and Ruin must have cooked something up. He lay on his bed next to the magic ball and knew that Ruin had been watching him cook for years, so she would be able to come up with something. Suddenly, his eyes widened as a gust of wind blew through the window. A burnt frying pan and scraps of food lay on the table. In a blackened plate was a film of edible ground-up scraps. The brunette frantically looked at her cooking and understood that this dish should not look like this. She picked up this failed dish and began to scream, because this could not be served, otherwise Ellison would die. Then she enthusiastically remembered the girl Alina, because she thought that she could call her, because she would help Ellison feel better. Then she pushed the chair behind the table and declared that she did not like Alina hanging around, but decided to endure for now because she did not know where her hospital was, but perhaps it was possible to track her by smell. Then she kicked the chair in anger and realized that the elf didn't smell like anything after all. She sighed heavily and looked at the fallen chair because she realized that she would have to get food elsewhere. She stretched out her slender hand and was going to buy something. Then her eyes widened and it dawned on her why she was looking for someone else. She remembered how they sat in the clearing and drank tea. Then the brunette remembered how she ate a delicious burger that Ellison cooked for her. Now she tearfully closed her lips and realized that she didn't know how to use healing magic and didn't know how to cook. At that moment, the brown-haired man was drinking a mug of magic drink and assumed that Ruin was different from the others in features and character, but she shouldn't have pushed everyone away. The brunette then looked closely at the hot drink and heard that even though she was a dragon, she couldn't survive alone. Ruin was shaking convulsively in front of the fallen chair and trying to understand why she couldn't help Ellison in any way, as if she didn't know how to do anything. At that moment, the guy in the bandana grabbed the elf girl. The fat nobleman mockingly touched his chin and noted that Alina was quite beautiful, and he reminded her that he had been to her hospital several times. While the bandit held the girl hostage, the nobleman leaned over to her and said that he was looking for someone. If she answered, he would let her go. He licked his lips maliciously and replied that otherwise, if she didn't tell, there would be unpleasant consequences for her. The blonde's eyes bulged convulsively when she was asked about Lent and Matt. At that time, the guy with the gang looked at the girl sadly and realized that the nobleman was a pervert, because an elf from the outskirts of the city would hardly know two former prisoners and she would have nothing to say. The blonde, with a sad look, answered through her bangs that she knew where these guys were. The nobleman and his assistant were immediately stunned and their eyes widened from the positive answer. The blonde immediately closed her eyes and a magic circle appeared in front of her head because she did not want to tell the bandits. Suddenly, this magic circle began to emit a bright light to drive away the bandits. The blonde immediately tried to run away from the fat nobleman, who was very indignant. He looked at her bloodthirstily and grinned angrily because he understood that such people only know how to run away. He saw how this girl tried to run away and did not understand what she allowed herself and would regret it even more when she came across him again. Alina frantically looked back at the reaching hand that told her to beg for mercy. Then Matt said that he could not stand it and again hit the fat nobleman with his fist. A battered Matt bared his teeth bloodthirstily after the blow. The bandits saw their commander-in-chief fly to the ground screaming. Matt bared his teeth furiously, clenching his fists near his sister with a club because he simply could not stand aside. His sister replied that it was even better this way, because now at least there would be a place to spend the winter. The blonde sat on the ground with tears in her eyes and wondered what the guys were doing here. Lent looked back at the elf and told her to go, because they needed to deal with these guys. Matt bloodthirstily kneaded his fingers and tried to understand how these bastards dared to drag innocent people into this. At this time, a nobleman with a shabby face tried to light a pipe, and Matt wanted to recall the events of 2 years ago. The brother and sister looked angrily at the fat nobleman. The main intermediaries noticed how the big guy suddenly jumped up. He slightly stuck in a hurry trying to understand what happened 2 years ago. The clatter of boots and the question appeared that the guy hardly came without preparation. The brother and sister looked at what was happening with an angry look when they heard that today was the end for them. It was the leader of the gangster group of the city of Grake, Roman Horde, who walked with his partners and noted this pathetic sight and decided to teach these guys a lesson. At this time, the brunette knocked on the door in a dark alley. Rain immediately jumped up and woke up, rubbing her eyes, noting for her husband that someone was knocking on the door. She opened the door half asleep and tried to figure out who was there. She saw a dejected Ruin in front of her, who said that this was the nearest place with a familiar smell and tried to find out from them where the clinic was. Matt immediately received a punch in the face. This guy stood in a fighting pose, looking at the bandit. Matt received another punch in the stomach. He sweated and squeezed his eyes tightly shut from the blow. Lint was going to hit the bandit from behind to protect her brother. This guy sighed with cold blood and caught the baton, because he said that this was child's play for me. He immediately grabbed the girl by the neck. While Lint was pinned down, Roman looked at Matt writhing in pain. At this time, Rotanda with a battered face smiled mockingly, because Roman was, as always, on top. The bandit leader touched his neck when he was introduced as a retired fighter and had spent many years on the battlefield, and he asked if it was worth dealing with these guys. Roman looked back at the fat nobleman, who told him not to touch the girl, because she would still be useful and Alina could not be allowed to escape. Matt, through gnashing of teeth, grabbed the bandit's leg and ordered him to let the girls go. Bloodthirsty Roman frowned at such impudence. He immediately kicked him with his foot and called him a scoundrel. Lint, excited, looked at her brother, being shackled, when they offered Matt to break at least one arm. The red-haired guy approached the frightened elf with a knife, who asked to help the guys, and she was told to sit quietly, not to interfere. At this time, they tried to beat Matt from all sides. The beaten guy looked up and tried to understand what he had done to deserve this, and should he have stayed away, closed his eyes and covered his ears. He tried to crawl forward through the dark veil and assumed that he would have just run away to another village and pretended that nothing had happened. Roman immediately bent the guy's arm, who was trying to assume that he would have retreated then. He bared his teeth angrily and clenched his fist. Suddenly, all the guys looked to the side when they heard a strange scream. It was Ruin, who looked at what was happening with enthusiasm and said that she knew that using teleportation was pointless because the clinic was in the forest, and who would have thought that she would meet the guys on the way. The red-haired guy put a knife to the frightened blonde, to whom Ruin turned with her request. At this time, the brother and sister were clamped. Roman, sweating, looked at the brunette in bewilderment. He immediately turned black down to the thread because he had a feeling that this Ruin was very dangerous. The brunette looked at the leader of the bandits in surprise, who understood that he could only bow before her, otherwise he would die. Ruin asked the bandits if she should get rid of her herself. The bandits immediately released their hostages on the order of the commander-in-chief. The fat nobleman with a shabby nose did not understand what was happening. They saw how the elf tried to heal the beaten Matt, but Ratanda did not understand why everyone stood up. He looked at his bandits with anger and ordered them to catch the girl. Then he himself angrily grabbed the brunette and said that he would catch her himself and sell her. At this time, Ruin looked cold-blooded. Ratanda looked at his twisted hand when Ruin ordered him to close his mouth. The nobleman immediately began to scream in pain with tears in his eyes. The bandit guild was scared and dumbfounded by what was happening. Ruin looked at the elf with alarm and asked her if everything was okay because she had dealt with the villains. The brunette stretched her hands to the shining silhouette of Ellison. The protagonist looked at his hands while the brunette and the elf tearfully prayed near him. The brown-haired man sighed and began to stroke the brunette's head, who pressed herself against him because he thanked them for their help. The tired elf frantically looked through her bangs and exhaled, because she was glad to hear that Ellison would now be able to live a normal life. She was curious how much magic Ruin had, because she had used up all of hers. The brunette looked at the elf with displeasure. She turned to Alina, who frantically pressed her hands to her chest when asked her name. The brunette began to play timidly with her hair. Ruin looked down shyly and thanked Alina for helping Ellison. The main character and the elf widened their eyes and opened their mouths in response. For the first time they heard that Ruin could think. At this time, Lint stood behind the wall and listened to the conversation. At that moment, the brunette wanted to take her words back because it was not easy for her to say it out loud, and the guys were simply surprised. The brown-haired man immediately exclaimed, remembering something. He saw Lint's shabby silhouette behind the wall and asked when they would come in. Matt and his sister looked into the room and realized that the magician was in the know. These shabby guys approached the main character and wanted to thank him for saving them, but he did not understand what they were talking about because they were the ones who saved Alina. Lint sighed, lowering her head, and said that Ratanda was looking for them, and because of that he dragged an innocent bystander into it. The brown-haired guy looked at the guys closely and said that it wasn't their fault, so there was no point in saying that because this gentleman was already infamous for his antics. Matt frowned in surprise when they were asked about why they didn't tell anyone about it right away. Ratanda's bandaged arm was shaking convulsively. The guy with red hair frowned and said that he would have done the same thing now. The protagonist leaned on his elbow when he heard that Matt didn't want to lie about regretting what he did. Ellison asked if the guys had a place to stay for the night. He showed them a gold coin, which surprised the guys because he told them to take the coin and stay at the nearest hotel. The brown-haired guy looked at the indignant guy with the coin in his hands, who didn't understand what kind of acts of gratitude these were. Matt and his sister looked at the main character in amazement, who said that from tomorrow they would work at his ranch. The brunette and Alina watched intently as the brown-haired man sighed, because he heard that the guys considered themselves criminals. He replied that they had already paid for their crimes and everything was fine. Matt and Lint knelt down and opened their mouths in surprise, saying that they would try hard and would call him Big Brother. It was a small house under the night sky, when Ellison explained that they could simply call him the restaurant manager. It was a green meadow where cows grazed behind a fence. There were guys who decided to introduce themselves again as Matt and Lint, and they would help at the ranch. The girl and her brother looked at the new guys with enthusiasm and hoped that they would definitely get along. Meltine at this time scratched her cheek embarrassedly and said that she was the eldest here and greeted the boys. Matt scratched the back of his head with his hand when there were scratches on it. Ment looked at this phenomenon intently. At this time, Ment was carrying a haystack inside, saying that he would not say anything since Mr. Ellison decided to hire them, but he did not trust them yet. Through his mustache and beard, Ment wanted to complete his words. Matt smiled enthusiastically when he heard that Ment would also take revenge on Ratanda for his actions. At this time, all the boys were stacking hay, while the cows were grazing nearby. Ment wanted to show them how to take care of hay, and they should work hard. It was a magical blue ball. The main character tried to build up the power of this ball and realized that it had restored most of the magic and thought that there would be no more problems. Then he touched his chin in confusion and looked away because he realized that there were already a couple of days left and asked Ruin's opinion. The brown-haired man looked at the brunette, who was looking out from behind the wall with displeasure. He came closer to her and asked her what she was doing. She was watching the visitors eat deliciously, and the Vaintelek of the restaurant tried to understand why she was watching the guests, but she replied that she didn't know much anymore. The main character looked at the dissatisfied brunette in surprise and realized that she was interested in other creatures, and remembered that she even thanked the elf, tried to understand what was happening to her. She saw how the girls sat opposite each other and laughed. Her gaze caught on a shining earring. The owner of the restaurant and the brunette were looking out the door when Ruin asked about the purpose of the shiny thing on her ears, to which she received the answer that it was supposed to be beautiful. She watched closely from around the corner and said that the dragon's lair was also full of jewelry and her mother's lair was not like that, so she did not know much about it. The brown-haired man looked around the corner at the brunette and asked if she wanted such an ornament for herself. At this time, Miel was enthusiastically holding the jewelry from Venom in her hands. The brunette was slightly sad and really did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, another person with blonde hair entered their restaurant. The main character and the brunette were looking at this guest when Ruin said that now someone else was wearing shiny things. It was Dieren, who was smilingly holding out a wrapped scroll and said that he had good news. There was a light smoke coming from the chimney of this restaurant, because Dieren said that this morning Mr. Ratanda was arrested. 2 knights were holding this nobleman in prison. When Dieren began to explain that he evaded taxes, there were harassments, rapes, assaults, and he did a lot of troubles, so he will never see the daytime Serena and freedom again. While Dieren was reading the letter, Ellison brought him a burger on a platter and said that Ratanda was even worse than he thought. Dieren replied that his confidant provided information and revealed that Dedrin was behind Ratanda. It was the same subject with a bandana on his head who indicated that Mr. Dedrin was exiled from the city, but Ratanda continued his atrocities. The main character put a juicy burger on the table of Dieren, who looked tired and was surprised that the Count's minions were everywhere and every day he learned something new. The protagonist replied that the blonde had done his best. The brown-haired man stood in front of the table, his hands behind his back, and asked Dieren if he would have time in the evening in 3 days. The guy replied that he would find time for something important. Ellison immediately whispered in the blonde's ear that it was necessary for the restaurant. Dieren sat at the table opposite the protagonist and was beaming, because he wanted to happily discuss this moment. It was a black screen with glimpses of dim Serena. 3 days later, the old man sat in the shadows, crossing his fingers. The protagonist decided to sit down on a chair and was addressed that the gentleman had arrived on time. The protagonist extended his hand when the old man wanted to talk to him about something important, but it was important for our hero to first get what he asked for. The old man immediately held out a crumpled paper in his hands. Ellison stared at this piece of paper and said that it was perfect. Boxes and barrels of gray fell down. It was a whole bag of sausages and cans of soda. While the main character was talking to the old man, all the other fighters began to happily enjoy this feast, although the old man noted that it was not necessary to do so. The old man scratched his head, sitting in an unfinished room, and said that it would be great if Ellison could participate, because the construction would soon come to an end, and asked them to understand. At this time, a clear night stood over the city. Noel looked at his smiling wife in an empty clearing and thought that he was being invited to such a thing for the first time. The brunette was also looking forward to it with impatience. Miltine watched as Lint tried to saddle a cow, and Matt asked if they could come too. The brunette replied that Ellison mentioned that all the workers could come earlier. These were closed dishes. The brown-haired man put his hands on his belt and looked in surprise at the puzzled brunette, who asked about the feast. Ellison was surprised that Ruin didn't know what day it was. All the guys were sitting at their table when the main character thanked everyone who had gathered there today. Ellison smiled and stretched out his hands to the dishes and said that he had prepared a small event for all the fans of his restaurant. The happy guy stretched out his hand and suggested that there would now be a quiz on guessing the dishes. The brown-haired guy pulled out a blindfold and said that the rules were simple. You just need to put on the blindfold and guess the dishes, and everyone who guessed correctly gets a prize. Met was sitting at the table enthusiastically when Miltine frantically pointed at herself because she had to be the first. She immediately put on a black blindfold when Ellison carried the dish to her, and she really hoped that there would definitely be food in it. The main character opened the lid with a surprised look and said that everything could turn out in an unpredictable way. The girl's mouth was open in sweat and she was worried about his words when he tried to shove a piece of food into her. She sat in a dark space and tried to feel the taste because it was warm and soft, and it seemed to her that she had not tried it before. Suddenly, her eyes bulged and realized that something was moving in her mouth. She immediately jumped up convulsively when the main character began to laugh and said that Miltine was out of the game. There were hot fried marshmallows on the plate. The brunette looked at the fried marshmallows with alarm and realized that they were sweets made of sugar. The main character spread his arms to the side and said that such a dish did not exist in this world. The girl tried to understand how the wife was supposed to guess because she would not have known even if she ate everything. Then Ment also reached for the marshmallows and said that it tasted very nice. Miltine replied that she was so scared that she couldn't even taste the sweetness. Rain sat opposite Noel, who smiled maliciously and said that he could handle everything because he had to be next. This guy immediately blew fire out of his mouth because he ate a hot pepper. Rain immediately jumped up and decided to try this pepper while her husband sat sweating because she wanted to check how hot it was. Then the main character brought out another dish on a baking sheet and said that everything was unfolding in an interesting way. He was interested in whether anyone could guess correctly. Then he turned his attention to Rurin, who looked worried that she was also participating. He began to blindfold her and the brunette began to wave her arms because he asked her not to use magic. He gave her a spoon to try the dish and said that she needed to guess the dish correctly. The girl frowned through her mask and tried to understand who she was taken for because of course her dragon intuition would tell her. It was various fruits like cherries, tangerines, and strawberries along with baked bread. Rurin felt a soft texture similar to bread, and inside was whipped cream that was recently served at the banquet, and the layers were also soaked in cream, which gave a special sweetness and noticed fruity notes. The brunette immediately opened her mask and excitedly cried out that it was a cake. All the other guys immediately rejoiced and shot confetti because there really was a birthday cake on the table. Ellison closed his eyes with a smile and said that it really was a birthday cake. Rurin's eyes widened in amazement when they started congratulating her on her birthday. Matt and Alina smiled happily. De'Aaron and the other guys were also happy about this event. The brunette looked at the fruitcake in surprise and realized that they were going to celebrate her birthday. The protagonist looked at the blushing brunette with a smile and thought that she would guess right away, but he was still wrong. Rurin, embarrassedly looking through her bangs, touching her fingers, realized that they had all gathered for her. The brown-haired man covered his mouth with his hand, turning to Alina and said that she should thank them again. Rurin immediately clenched her fists angrily, said that she would not thank them, they could not count on it, because there were most likely too many people here. Ellison reached out of the bag with his hand and took out a gift for her because the dwarves had worked very hard on it. He opened a small box with an emerald earring. Rurin looked at this box with displeasure and asked them about when they had time to think of all this. Ellison leaned closer to the girl and extended his index finger with magic near the earring and said that he would never forget about her birthday. He immediately leaned against her ear and said that it would hurt a little because he was going to put an earring on her. Then he took out a mirror and showed her this sparkling earring on her ears. Rurin timidly widened her eyes, touching her ear. Alina and Rain watched as Rurin turned her back in a shy manner. The brunette touched her new earring and said that it looked great, and now she understood. She remembered how Miel looked at the jewelry from then and with joy. The brunette happily looked away, closed her eyes and laughed. Then next in line was Rain, who tried the dish with her eyes closed. Then she immediately spat out the dish in disgust while her husband watched her. Ellison opened the pan and revealed that there were simply fried shrimp, and then there was Matt. Lent looked at her brother, who was sitting in a mask and trying to taste the dish, but was unable to do so. Unfortunately for him, he was out because it was roast meat. Matt looked sheepishly at the indignant brunette, who was surrounded by purple flames. Then all the boys began to try the fruit cake. After this feast, there were empty plates. The clear light of the moon stood under the busy house. The candles on the chandelier illuminated the entire room, and Rurin said that it was the first time she had so many people at her birthday party. The main character looked at the brunette, who was lying on the table, having eaten her fill, and told her that this was her last birthday before the ceremony. At this time, Rurin was smiling and touching her new earring. Ellison's silhouette was visible through the window, outside of which it had started to snow. The brown-haired man immediately pointed his hand at the joyful Rurin to the exit and said that it had started to snow and that's why he wanted to go outside with her. It was a cup of hot cocoa. The two of them were sitting at a table on the veranda and sipping hot cocoa, when Ellison said that winter had crept up so quickly and time was flying by. The brunette watched as Ellison decided to try the drink and asked him if he had only been here for a year. Rurin looked with slight concern at the main character, who said that 1 year was too long for people. The brunette looked down with a smile, holding a hot drink, when he was asked if he lived by the same rules since he ate the heart. He answered that no one knows about the effect on life expectancy, and he is the first one, and especially did not eat the heart completely. Through the snowflakes in the sky, a bright star was visible. Ellison and the brunette looked at the night sky and noticed this shooting star, so he asked her to quickly make a wish in honor of her birthday. She looked up at the falling shining star and said that she already made a wish. She held a hot drink in her hands and clenched her teeth, because her wish was to stay with Ellison longer. They both sat at a table on the veranda, and he asked her what she wished for because the same thing could not be done twice. The girl answered that she would not say because Ellison must make his wish on his birthday. It was the hovering earth in the clouds. It was the palace of the black dragon, not above the clouds. At this time, a man walked along the corridor and was indignant. He opened the gate and turned to his uncle. It was the black dragon niece, who put his hands on his waist and asked about how long his uncle would allow this arrogant man to live, and was a promise to a pathetic mortal really that important? It was the black dragon Dihegma, who rested his head on his hand in silence. Nice lowered his head in anger when he heard that it might be related to Rurin. The black dragon stood in front of his uncle on the throne, who assured him that since he needed her so much, he should treat her better. After all, he had bullied her not long ago, and now that she had grown up, he came to his senses. Nis, with an angry look, pressed his hand to his chest and said that it was not only his personal interest, because it concerned the entire race of black dragons, because most of the women who were capable of giving birth died in the war. Dihegma looked at his nephew coldly, throwing his head back, and listened to him say that they did not know how long the calm would last and that they could not rely on a promise. Dihegma ironically asked him if he really meant to return Ruin by force. Nis angrily frowned with his blue eye and said that if such a thing were possible, then he was all for it. The old man sighed sadly and said that he could not cope with Ellison alone and would be lucky if he did not kill him. Nis bared his teeth angrily, because he himself had not seen him, so he did not understand, but he was curious how an ordinary person could be so strong. At this time, a black dragon flew over the castle and Dihegma stated that this would be a broken promise that would only tarnish the reputation of their race, and therefore he was not going to allow it. He added that the Lord of Medidin would not allow such an unfortunate event to happen. The brunette frowned angrily through his bangs and realized that the main thing for them was to maintain nobility. The old man exclaimed slightly. He put his hands on his knees and assumed that Nis was planning something, because he was still not satisfied with this promise, but if something went wrong, he was under no obligation. Nis smiled mockingly when he received permission from his uncle. After all, they were saviors, not invaders. They were transported to the city of Melioric at the North Pole, where there was a snowstorm. At this time, the brunette was wrapped in snow and a scarf. They stood on the edge of a hill with the main character, who was looking for mushrooms here. Ellison extended his index finger and said that these were not ordinary mushrooms, but very rare ones, and it was worth making such a journey for them because he had heard about them in a restaurant. He remembered how he passed by with empty plates and overheard men talking about a rare mushroom at the North Pole. At that moment, one shepherd looked in surprise at his pig, who suddenly began to dig a hole. Ellison thoughtfully put his hand to his chin at the moment when the old man was saying that the pig found a mushroom that had only been seen once and the shepherd brought it to the palace and received a generous reward, and added that if he had that much money, he would not worry about anything at all. Now the brown-haired man looked thoughtfully in front of him and realized that the pig was digging the ground and such a rare mushroom had only been seen once. He imagined this black mushroom as a truffle and thought that there was something similar in this world. The two of them stood on a snowy ledge and Rurin asked how they would look for this mushroom. The protagonist replied that the smell of this mushroom was stronger than usual, but it was difficult to find deep underground. The brunette pointed her index finger at herself when Ellison noted that Rurin had an excellent sense of smell and was going to use it again. The brown-haired man scratched his head in confusion when he tried to explain what this mushroom smelled like. His eyes bulged and he was sweating, trying to understand the cycle of this system and how to explain the smell to her correctly. He immediately leaned over the ground in confusion and suggested that the smell of truffles in this world might be different. Rurin then turned her attention to the screen. She saw that huge orcs with a weapon were walking towards them. Then a huge snow cat monster appeared to meet these orcs. The cat monster looked at the orcs angrily. It was the goblins who immediately ran to attack. The cat quickly struck the goblin in the stomach with his paw. This orc grabbed his stomach wound. Then this orc quickly struck the cat with a glowing blow and wounded him. Suddenly, these goblins with daggers flew at the wounded cat. These goblins were about to run to attack when a magic circle appeared in front of them. It was the protagonist, who held his hand in front of him with a magic circle and realized that the monsters had their reasons for attacking, but here it was impossible. The brown-haired man and the brunette stared at what was happening. The goblins growled angrily and looked back at the guys. The brunette immediately bulged her dragon eye. These orcs immediately became scared and trembled. They immediately began to run away when the cat looked at them with bewilderment. The brown-haired man turned to Rurin with a smile, who crossed her arms and was indignant because they did not run away when they saw him. The girl dreamed that he needed to behave more decently. Suddenly, this huge cat monster wanted to attack the guys. Suddenly, he grabbed the ground. He looked at the cat with a puzzled expression, leaning his hand on his chin and remembered Dieren because it reminded him of the moment with the training. This snow monster fell to his knees in front of people, and Rurin translated his roar as he thanked them for saving him. This huge snow cat looked at his savior with inspiration and wanted to thank him for his kindness. At this time, white kittens were playing with each other. While the kittens were playing with each other, the main character was sitting with the brunette in the monster's lair. Rurin looked at the puzzled guy, who asked what she wanted to get from the monster. She answered that one could find treasure here because this place smelled strange. A white monster with mushrooms in his hands was walking towards them. The cat placed black truffles in front of the brunette, causing her to close her mouth and realize that it was definitely not a treasure. However, Ellison happily reached for these mushrooms and said that it was definitely a treasure. There were 3 black dragons sitting on the ruins, named Darba, Nekwu, Hoven, who were trying to figure out why Nis asked them to gather. Nis looked at them through his bangs with a weakened expression. Hoven looked away in surprise when he heard that Nis was going to return Ruin to the Holy Lands. The other black dragons sat on the ruins with grins and assumed that he was looking for a partner because Ruin was good, but they noticed that she was with a wizard named Ellison. Nis bared his teeth angrily and said that he did not like it. The guy in the cape took on a black appearance and said that they were keeping promises to a pathetic person and Ruin had believed in herself too much. Nis put his fist in front of him and said that he had already received permission from Mr. Dihegma because he said that it was okay to attack, the main thing was not to leave evidence. Nekwa lowered his gaze when Nis was asked about what his plan was and what he was going to do. At this time, Darba sat idly by and said that it was not easy, because according to the agreement, direct attacks on people are prohibited and the only exception is an attack on their people. Nekwa smiled and stretched out his hand and said that there was no point in that, because Ellison was a great wizard, but he was still a man and not an enemy of dragons. There was an agreement, only to protect him from them. Nis replied that in fact this wizard was capable of many things. These guys, black dragons, frowned in surprise because the rumors from the war turned out to be true. Nis tried to look around with an amazed look when he heard strangers talking about help. These guys looked at the man in the cage and tried to understand how he would help them. It was the red dragon Jard, who was sitting behind the cage in a magic circle and said that he knew one of his comrades who lived near the city of Grake, and that he would definitely be useful to them. The main character held black mushrooms in his hands and with a smile said that they were just looking for this truffle. At that time, the cat monster broke into a wide smile. Ellison explained that these monsters eat such things because they are abundant and buried in the ground and it seems that only these creatures can find them. Ruin immediately threw one mushroom behind her back because they smelled bad, which made the cat excited. Ellison also jumped up because he noticed that these mushrooms are very expensive. The brown-haired man looked closely at these truffles and realized that if he could find enough truffles, then this would be a good cooperation. The snow cat immediately looked around enthusiastically when he heard that Ellison had to pass a few words to him through Ruin. The main character enthusiastically stretched his hands in front of himself and thanked him for helping with the monster. He could not sit aside, having received such a valuable gift. Ruin looked dumbfounded at the protagonist, who decided to appoint this monster as the guardian of the dragon's lair and offered him to leave this dangerous place and move to a peaceful city. This monster cat's eyes widened in shock when he realized that he was about to be taken away, because every den must have its own guardian. The kittens were lying on the mushrooms when their parent fell to his knees. Ellison said with a smile that he didn't know exactly what she was saying, but he thought it was something good. The columns of the abandoned building cast a shadow. There sat a red-haired girl with a sad look. She squinted slightly and looked disappointed because for her, this was all an illusion. She sat on the ground and cried tearfully because she wanted everything else here to be taken away. At that moment, the brown-haired man stretched out his hands with a smile and said that he didn't know it was all a spell. This girl looked at Ruin and Ellison with an angry look when they realized that this backwater den now looked even worse. The red-haired girl widened her eyes in surprise when she heard that Ruin didn't have a lair yet, but was building one. The brunette grabbed the brown-haired man's hand, which made him blush, because the other girl said that she didn't even have a lair and she could hardly say anything at all. Ruin said that she and Ellison had their own restaurant. She immediately took his hand and they began to leave, saying that although the restaurant was not as spacious as the lair, it did not upset her at all. The girl slightly lowered her head and tried to figure out if she should meet him again, because then she could while away some time. She crossed her legs and played with the crown on the floor. She sat on a chair in an empty room and played with the crown. Suddenly, her eyes widened. It was an abandoned building overgrown with plants. This red-haired girl sat on the throne discontentedly and tried to understand what the guys wanted to ask her this time, because they could have come earlier. Serena frowned in confusion when she was addressed. Jard came out from around the corner, who said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Serena immediately grabbed the chair in anger and tried to understand what Jard was doing here. She furiously clutched her throne, looking at her comrade and assumed that he took the threat for some kind of joke. The guy replied that he came on an important matter. The girl lowered her head and looked furious when Jard wanted to start all over again. This guy grabbed his chest and looked at his hand with a sad look, because after a while he realized that she was the only one who loved him sincerely, and if she did not mind, then he would like to spend the rest of his life together with her. Serena bared her sharp teeth bloodthirstily and tried to understand when this thought came to his mind. The girl immediately spread her dragon wings and remembered that she begged him not to leave when he disappeared without saying a word. Jard was shaking convulsively with that back and heard from Serena that he came at the moment when dragons attacked a human village and kidnapped a woman. She immediately turned into a huge red dragon and said that Jard had not changed at all. This guy looked at her with a mocking smile from under his brows and said that she remained as smart as ever because he did not come here of his own free will. Suddenly, explosions began to occur in this place. These were black dragons that broke into Serena's lair. Suddenly, purple rays began to attack the red dragon. Serena, in the form of a red dragon, tried to look up bloodthirstily when she was injured. She immediately plopped down on the ground with burnt wings and realized that the black dragons forgot about the agreement. These black dragons filled the space with them when Serena asked them if they could bear the consequences. Giard used a magic circle at that time and asked his friend not to worry, because no one would know as long as she kept her mouth shut. This red magic circle bound the red dragon. Serena, in the form of an angry dragon, was bound near the neck by this circle and tried to understand why Giard dared to use such pathetic magic against her. At that time, the black dragon Nis thinned the purple light near the red dragon. Nis smiled maliciously, and his aura grew brighter. Then there was a powerful release of purple energy. The old man raised his head to the black shadow of the monster and realized that this monster was now the guardian of the lair. The main character stood with truffles along with happy monsters, and Kitten said that they are called Rurans. The main character held a whole bunch of black mushrooms and opened his mouth wide and explained that these monsters used to live in the north, so it would be necessary to maintain a low temperature. The brunette answered that they brought the monsters here because of the mushrooms. The brown-haired man slightly leaned in front of the brunette when she asked about what they would do with the truffles, which was the most interesting part. He showed a black mushroom on his hand and said that it had a very strong aroma, so it even changed the taste of the dish and would add a twist to their menu, so he was curious what their guests would say. Various dishes were on the table. At this time, all the guys tried these dishes and were very delighted with this taste because they had never tried anything like this. Lent and her brother were sitting at the table with Rain and realized that this taste was something new. Ruin grimaced in disgust because it tasted terrible to her. At this time, Ellison closed his eyes with a smile, and everyone had mixed emotions, because he thought that it would not be possible to introduce the truffle to the main menu. Ruin looked dissatisfied at the plate of the delighted elf, who asked for seconds, but the brunette advised her to order a dish from the regular menu. Ellison said that he would serve the truffle to special guests. At this time, the red dragon's lair was all destroyed and in smoke. Nekwu crossed his arms and looked at the sparkling discharge of the sphere, because none of them thought that Serena would escape at the last moment using teleportation. Giard looked at Hoven and Darba, who were dissatisfied, because the speed of the spell was too high, and it seemed to him that Serena had prepared everything in advance. Nekwu at this time touched the sparkling discharge of the sphere with his hand and said that there was no need to worry, because he tracked the flow of magic from the lair. The setting sun enveloped the city of Grake. Nekwu put his hands on his hips and turned to Nikita, asking what they would do. The brunette smiled maliciously through his bangs and said that they would not have to go there on their own. Giard, with a grin on his face, answered that the girl could not have escaped to the castle when asked if she had minions, because Serena had always been a loner among the red dragons. He replied that he came to see her because he felt sorry for her. Nekwu sighed in relief and stated that they had seen how Giard enslaved people. Nis passed by and waved his hand for his comrade to stop the conversation, because he did not care about his preferences, and he just needed to make Ellison surrender. Nis crossed his arms and looked at Giard, who was about to leave, because he decided to turn a blind eye to the mess he had made and drive him away. Then Nis looked away angrily and suggested that although Serena had escaped, she had lost too much blood and would most likely die. A huge blood stain was scratched on the ground, and they suggested that people would think that Ellison had killed the red dragon. It was the same restaurant under the cover of the night sky. Ruin asked about why they didn't just sell the remaining mushrooms. The brunette looked away angrily, hearing a strange sound. Suddenly the door opened and Serena walked in. The red-haired girl touched her hair with a smile and noted that Ruin had commented on her lair, and that they weren't much better here. Serena pushed her chair back and looked at the boys when Ellison asked if she was a red dragon from the mountains and what she was doing here. She replied that she came to eat at the restaurant. The brown-haired man exclaimed in surprise when Serena asked for food to be served quickly. A hot dish was placed on her table, and Ellison said that he had already prepared something, so he could only serve this dish quickly and didn't know if she would like it. Serena picked up her fork with a smile and noted that the dish looked good. Ruin huffed angrily and slammed her mug on the table, trying to understand why Serena had come here. The red-haired girl tried a piece with a malicious grin and said that the restaurant had terrible service and she had never seen those earrings on her before. The brunette closed her eyes with a smile and showed these shiny earrings, because Ellison gave them to her. Serena chewed a piece in silence. It was a hot dish, similar to pieces of meat, and Serena said that the food was pretty good, and she had never tried anything like this before. Ellison was already trying to restrain the indignant brunette when Serena said that these earrings were too good for her, just like Ellison. Ruin said that she was just jealous and Serena would never be in her place. The red-haired girl sadly lowered her eyes and agreed with Ruin. Serena held out her fork with an indifferent look and said that she did not have much time left, but the food was delicious. The brown-haired man and Ruin looked at the girl in surprise when she said that this food would be perfect for the last dinner in life. She held out her fork for another piece and said that she didn't know what it was like to have true feelings for someone and whether love existed or was just a temporary delusion. She frantically clasped her fingers together and said that she had met various dragons, elves, and even humans, and as she had said before, among the dragons, she understood humans the best. Serena was shaking all over with tears in her eyes and shaking, raising her hand, and replied that it was all just a waste of time and she was with them because she was lonely. Red smoke was thinning from her silhouette and wings were showing because she just didn't want to be alone, and it was surprising that she ended up being betrayed by her own race. The main character frowned angrily and realized that she had a scar on her back. She started to fall along with the chair and said that she should have been doing something else instead of trying to find love. You could have been cooking. They saw the injured girl plop down on the ground. They immediately bowed before her with a sad look when Ruin said that Serena's wound was too deep and she saw the bones, because even a dragon would not be able to recover and would soon die. Ellison noticed that she hid the wounds with magic. Someone treated her very badly. Suddenly, a red core appeared near the restaurant through teleportation. The leg of the knight appeared, who turned to the Archmage Ellison. These were black dragons who looked at the restaurant and noted that Ellison crossed the line and dared to kill a red dragon. He and the brunette looked away with displeasure and realized that there were people outside. A red aura came off these silhouettes of people and Ruin said that they were all dragons. The brunette looked angrily through her bangs and realized that these dragons had counted everything and were clearly involved in this. Ellison was about to pester and looked at Serena's wounded body because she was obviously betrayed and she knew something, so he ordered her to be taken to Alina to save her. Ellison began to roll up his sleeves when Ruin took out the magic core because she remembered the elf's address. The main character's blue cloak was fluttering. He looked through his bangs with displeasure, touching his collar, and said that he had to greet the guests. The gates began to open. The main character looked out from there and was surprised at what guests had come to his restaurant and how he had earned such an honor. It was Vaint, the red dragon, along with his guys. Ellison managed to hide behind the door when he saw the red magic circle. They saw a fallen chair and a whole pool of blood. Ellison looked at the pool of blood with a puzzled look and realized why not talk about it over a cup of tea. These red dragons immediately transformed into demonic form and were going to kill the main character. These red dragons were going to use all their magic against the protagonist, who hid behind a cloak and said that it was their choice. Deep Night stood over the forest and laughter was heard. It was a company of black dragons led by Nice, who looked around and felt the magic. Neku sat back and noted that the Archmage fought even better than they thought. Darba frowned in displeasure and said that he did not think that the red dragon would use such a move against Ellison and tried to figure out the name of the leader. Nice sighed, looking at his hand, and said that his name was Vain, because he was the main one among the young generation of red dragons, who are united and are not perceived separately, but they are fixated on reputation. At this time, the red dragon roared furiously, looking at the cloud of fire, when Nice said that if their race is attacked, they will definitely rush to fight back. At this time, Vaint was shouting about how Ellison dared to cross the road of the red dragon. He immediately sent a stream of red section towards the magician, who covered himself with blue magic. Ellison immediately launched a whirlwind with a fiery core. A powerful energy stream hit the ground. Ellison held his hand above his head and used his magic, because it was time for them to change the location, because he hinted that Vaint also did not want others to interfere. At this time, Vaint furiously bared his teeth and tried to turn into a human form. When Alina was sitting at the table, she saw a blue developing portal of the core. From there, a brunette appeared with the body of Serena. Ruin put the girl's wounded body on the table and the blonde who was supposed to save her immediately approached her. The elf immediately stretched out her hands with a green glow and said that first they need to stop the bleeding. They stood near the table with the body, from where a green aura was emitted. At this time, the main character stood on the field opposite the red dragons. Vaint frowned with displeasure and looked at Ellison and said that this was a great place for his burial. The Archmage stood with a sad look under the hood and realized that he needed to think here. He stared at the guys through his bangs and realized that they thought that he killed the red dragon and obviously he was framed, but he could not understand who exactly. These were silhouettes of people in red cloaks, and they must have something to do with this dirty scheme or fell into this trap themselves. Ellison put his hand to his chest and asked everyone to calm down, because he understood that if this was the second option, then there was still a chance to solve everything with words. Vaint angrily stretched out his hand and tried to understand why this scoundrel looked down on him, because it was clearly the blood of the red dragon in his restaurant. Vaint looked at the Archmage, who spread his hands and said that he did not deny that a red dragon really came to his restaurant, but she was already wounded, and he did not touch her. He replied that he was trying to save her now, which Vaint immediately frowned and sweat and said that they needed to hurry to her. Ellison touched his chin with his hand and said that it was impossible because he thought that these guys could have been involved. Suddenly, sharp claws were flying at him from the air because he said that Serena was unconscious and she said that she was betrayed. It was another guy who was trying to break through the Archmage's defense with his claws. Jard, with tears in his eyes, was trying to break through the defense and did not want to listen to this spineless man's chatter any longer because he believed that he was the one who killed Serena. Vaint angrily locked lips with the old man standing next to him when Ellison said that Serena herself told him that Jard tried to drive her out of the lair, but she refused, so she got what she deserved. These dragon claws were trying to break through the Archmage's spherical defense because he understood that he was set up. This red dragon bared his teeth bloodthirstily and noticed that everything was decided. Jard immediately transformed into a furious bloodthirsty dragon and tried to understand why Ellison tried to get out of the situation with a lie. The Archmage bared his teeth angrily because Jard said that he had heard enough evidence, so he did not want to know anything more. Jard looked at the glowing Archmage in bewilderment, who said that if he really cared about his race, he would not have done this. This Poppy stretched out his hand with magic circles and said that he would not have left it in such a state. All these people transformed into bloodthirsty dragons when the Archmage tried to expose Jard. This dragon opened his mouth wide and tried to shut up the main character with his fire. All the dragons emitted a stream of fire from themselves onto the spherical protection of the main character. Ellison covered his face with his hand under the blue aura and said that if Jard was going to use this as an excuse, he shouldn't pretend to be worried about her. The protagonist deflected the fire pillar with his attack. Vaint looked at the protagonist with annoyance, asking what he knew. Ellison released his magical energy. Jard sat on the ground, looking at the scene in horror. He asked why the human had such strong magic. Dark figures were visible behind the purple barrier. Nis looked down with a malicious grin, asking how dare a human attack a dragon. The red dragon Vaint looked at Nis. Vaint asked what the black dragons were doing there. Nis noted that they felt the flow of mana, so they decided to join in considering their agreement. The Archmage widened his eyes, asking what Nis was. The brunette turned his attention to the protagonist, asking what he knew. The brunette raised his hand, turning it into a dragon's paw. The black dragon said that he had heard of him too. The Archmage looked thoughtfully in front of him. The black dragon said that he was apparently quite strong compared to other people. Ellison thought that perhaps the plans would have to be changed. Nis turned into a black dragon, saying that he was only a human and must pay for disrespecting their race. Alina placed her hand on the bloody sheet. Blood was dripping from the sheet onto the floor. Alina said that she was sorry. The elf pressed her lips together as tears appeared in her eyes. She said that she was truly sorry and that she was doing everything she could. Serena was lying on the sheet, covered in blood. The elf said that it was too late to save her. Ruin frowned. She grabbed Alina's hand. The brunette began to pour her magical energy into the elf, saying that it was never too late. Alina looked ahead in confusion, asking what was wrong with the mana. Ruin told her to continue healing because she would not run out of mana. The black dragons released magical energy from their mouths. The protagonist pressed his hand to the ground and boulders appeared. Ellison looked at the dragons with an angry look. He noted that he could not kill them and everything would be bad even if Serena survived, but there were too many of them. A light appeared on the side of the protagonist. Ellison noted that he only uses his trump cards at a critical moment. The Archmage created magic circles in front of him. The stones began to fly at the red dragons. The black dragons looked at the Archmage in bewilderment. Nis noted that Dihegma was right. Hoven asked how this idiot became so strong. Nis opened his mouth, creating a magic circle above his head, telling Nekwu and Darba to cover him. A purple sphere began to appear above the heads of the black dragons. Nis told him to try to catch it. The protagonist frowned, thinking that this was already bad. The dragons began to gather magical energy in their mouths. Vaint told them not to let him escape. Ellison repelled the red dragons with his magic. Nis looked down with narrowed eyes, saying that this was the end. Black and red dragons hovered above the protagonist's head. The man told them to stop. Black portals appeared in the sky. The man said they were cabbage rolls. Vaint looked away in confusion. The man asked that they wanted to start a war again. Vaint asked what they were doing there. Men came out of the portals. The red dragon Dedenk. The black dragon Medidana. Dedenk said that they had just celebrated the conclusion of the agreement, asking what the noise was all about. Medidana looked down in irritation, noting that they, as always, were getting into fights. The protagonist looked at the old men with a smile. Nis looked away in displeasure. The black dragons began to emit a purple aura. Nis assumed a human form, turning to Mr. Dedenk and the elder Medidana. Nis looked down with a malicious look. He noted that this man must think that the elder would protect him, but Ruin is the elder's granddaughter, and he personally came for her. Nis smiled maliciously, thinking that these were all his stupid fantasies and exactly what he expected, adding that the red dragon would definitely not survive. The protagonist stood with his back to the sky. Nis thought that if the third squad announced that he had killed the red dragon, then the elder would not have to be convinced, and they would all be officially executed. The protagonist looked up with a serious look, noting that this was probably exactly what he thought, but it was just his speculation, adding that Rurin and Alina would save Serena at any cost. Alina continued to treat Serena with tears in her eyes. A bloody wound was visible on the red dragon's back. The elf noted that she had lost a lot of blood. Rurin pressed her hands to Alina's back, calling out to her. Rurin poured her magical energy into the elf. She said that she was not getting better and she lent her mana to her, but her magic did not become stronger. Alina agreed with Rurin. The brunette looked at the girl with a serious look. She noted that she did not want to save her, but Ellison was trapped and they needed a witness and it was time to change the plan, adding that they needed to synchronize the mana and the dragon level mana would flow through her. Alina looked ahead in horror. Rurin said that if she could not turn it into healing magic, then she would be torn apart from the inability to withstand the overwhelming force. The elf looked at Serena with narrowed eyes. Rurin noted that she had a choice, asking if they would start. Alina clenched her hand into a fist, pressing it to her chest. Rurin smirked slightly. Alina agreed with the girl. The brunette noted that she liked her determination, and she had better gather her strength. A stream of purple magical energy enveloped the elf. Alina fell to her knees. The elf hugged herself, imagining Rurin in the form of a dragon. She noted that this magical power was very heavy and against its background, her magic would be just dust. Alina grabbed the sheet with her hands, asking Rurin to slow down a little. The brunette opened her mouth wide. Alina said that she could not stand it. The black dragon told her to get up, since she was a healer and her job was to save people. The elf widened her eyes, after which she slowly began to rise to her feet. Rurin told her to increase the pressure of the magic. The elf began to create green magic circles. The black dragon said that one well could not fill the ocean. Rurin thought to use all her mana. Alina pressed her hands to Serena, emitting a magical aura. The wound on the red dragon's back began to heal. The girls looked at the red dragon with serious eyes. Rurin told her to get up too. Serena continued to lie down, slightly closing her eyes. Rurin shouted for her to show the power of the dragon. Metadonna grabbed his beard. He asked that, basically, Ellison killed the red dragon Serena and the red dragons came to punish him for it. Nis pressed his hand to his chest. Metadonna asked that they decided to intervene and help. Nis said that it was exactly like that. Vaint looked at Metadonna with bewilderment. He asked the elder what he was waiting for, noting that his entire restaurant was covered in Serena's blood and if he were an ordinary person, they would not touch him. Ellison began to remove the hood from his head. Vaint said that he was a real dragon slayer. Ellison noted that he simply invited her for tea. The Archmage looked at Jard with irritation. Jard said that he saw everything with his own eyes, and that he was the one who killed Serena, and if he did not believe him, then let him come to his restaurant himself. The man looked away thoughtfully. He thought that this was Nis's plan, and that the black dragons only helped in the battle. Even if Ellison was cleared of the charges, they would not have problems, noting that this was not bad. Deadank looked at the elder with a serious look. Deadank said that since Serena's lair was near the city of Grake, they could not rule out the possibility that she was not involved, asking what he thought. Metadonna looked down with a serious look, noting that they were acting very assertively. The protagonist spread his arms out to the sides, bewildered, looking at the elder. Metadonna asked that he really had nothing to say. Ellison noted that he did not know what to say. The Archmage looked up with a serious look. He noted that they said that he killed Serena because her lair was near the city of Grake, but anyone who participated in the war would know for sure. The protagonist furrowed his brows, saying that he would never kill a dragon for such a reason. Deadank looked down with a frown. The boy asked Deadank if this was true. Deadank said that it was true. The protagonist looked ahead with an enraged look, imagining how the dragons burned people. He said that the only rule he followed in the war was not to kill those who were not involved, and he himself never broke this rule, adding that let the red dragons participate in the war. Vaint clenched his hand into a fist in irritation. Ellison said that saying that he killed Serena because she lived nearby was just stupid. The red dragon said that this was just a one-sided conflict. The Archmage raised his index finger, saying that secondly, the black dragons joined right after they attacked Vaint, asking since when were they so close. Nis frowned at the protagonist. Ellison noted that they seemed to be waiting, as if they knew something was going to happen. Nis said that they felt strange magic, asking what he was referring to. The elder looked at the protagonist with a serious expression, saying that the dragons had prepared a trap, asking that he had said correctly. The protagonist raised his thumb, saying that the elder understood everything. A terrifying aura began to emanate from Deadank. He said that he simply could not ignore what was said, asking if he had proof. A blue funnel began to appear behind the protagonist. Ellison said about the proof. Nis looked ahead in horror. Ellison asked that it might be better to hear from a direct witness. Nekwu and Hoven looked down in bewilderment. They did not understand how. Giard looked at the portal that appeared in bewilderment. Serena came out of the portal. Giard asked what Serena was. The red dragon said that so many people were glad to see her, adding that she was happy to see their faces. The Archmage looked at the girls with a smile, saying that they had succeeded. Alina noted that there were so many dragons and higher beings. The protagonist looked at Ruin with a smile. The brunette noted that she used synchronization because it was impossible to heal her early with regular magic. The Archmage noted that she had learned it from him not so long ago. Ruin widened her eyes, saying that Alina felt magic perfectly well. Nice looked at what was happening in horror. Ruin looked angrily from under her brows. Ellison told the girl that she saw everything too. Ruin asked what Nice was behind all this. The Archmage told her to wait a little since he had an idea. The protagonist looked at the red dragon with a smile, asking how she was. Serena said that everything was fine since they helped her. The protagonist punched the red dragon in the forehead, asking how she dared. Serena fell to the ground, clutching her head, asking why. The protagonist asked that she did not understand what was happening there, noting that she passed out in a restaurant bleeding, and she should immediately explain herself. Serena looked away in disappointment, saying that she would explain everything. Black dragons in human form were flying in the sky. Serena said that these 4 black dragons and Jard. Serena looked away when Jard disappeared. The red dragon asked where it went. Serena looked up angrily, saying that, well, these 5 broke into the lair and injured her. Dead Ink and Metadonna looked down in confusion. Serena said that the elf and the black dragon healed her, and they saved her, not the killers. Serena looked at the protagonist with narrowed eyes, asking if that was enough. The protagonist said that it was enough. Ruin said that she should praise them more. Vaint glared, calling out to Ellison. The protagonist looked towards the approaching man. Vaint fell to his knees, asking for forgiveness from the protagonist, noting that he did a terrible thing. The protagonist looked at the red dragon with irritation. Vaint said that he was ready to accept any punishment. Ellison noted that he apologized as hastily as he made a decision. Nice looked ahead in horror. The guy said that it turned out that the black dragons lied. Hoven told the elder that he could explain everything. Metadonna looked ahead with an enraged look. He said that this was enough, and he was not in the mood to listen to excuses. Nice widened his eyes. Metadonna asked why he broke the agreement. The black dragon thought that she simply could not be cured. Nice looked ahead in bewilderment. He wondered, is this Poppy really that strong, and why did everything turn out like this? The black dragon turned his hand into a paw. He thought that a person has so much power in Ruin, and a person cannot withstand such an amount of power. Nice stood behind the protagonist, gathering magical energy. Nice looked ahead furiously, creating a magic ball. He shouted at the protagonist that he was talking to him. Ellison looked behind him, seeing purple flames. Blood gushed in the air. The protagonist extended his hand towards Ruin. Magic energy struck the protagonist's back. Nice smiled bloodthirstily. Ruin looked at Ellison in horror. The Archmage was lying on the ground, while his back was black. Alina looked down in horror. The protagonist was bleeding. Ruin approached the Archmage, asking what was wrong with him. The girl pressed her hands to his back, saying that he was bleeding. Tears began to flow down the girl's cheeks. She said that this could not be, asking why he pushed her away. Vaint glared at Nice, asking what kind of sudden blow from behind was there any piety left in him. Nice opened his mouth wide. Vaint asked that he really thought that this would atone for his sins. Nice said that he was simply trying to save the dragon race. The red dragon looked at the guy in bewilderment. Nice spread his arms out to the sides with a distraught look. He told them to open their eyes, asking why they would follow some stupid agreement and why the Lord had not been born. Metadonna and Dead Ink looked at the black dragon with disdain. Nice asked that if it wasn't to prevent the power from spreading, adding that they should look at this man. Alina approached the Archmage, starting to heal him. The black dragon said that he was taking all the blows from the dragons, and he could become a real threat to their race. Alina looked at Ruin with tears in her eyes, asking if she wanted to synchronize mana again. Ruin began to speak in an incomprehensible language. The brunette looked at her hand covered in blood. She told Ellison to get up quickly, as the lair would be empty without him. Nice smiled madly, thinking that such an expression suited her much better. He told the elf that any actions were useless. Alina continued to cast a spell over the protagonist. Nice noted that everything was much more serious than with Serena, and even though his mana level was the same as a dragon's, he was still a human, and he simply could not survive a direct blow. Serena grinned maliciously, asking what was really going on. She looked at the guy with a malicious grin, said that it seemed that he was just a master of backstabbing. Serena bent down to the brunette, saying that she knew that she was scared, asking why she did not feel anything, because his power did not go away, and on the contrary, it only became more. A white aura emanated from the protagonist. The protagonist touched Ruin's cheek, wiping away her tears, telling her not to cry. A bright magical light appeared from the protagonist. Nice watched the events with bewilderment. Metadonna looked down with a serious look, saying about energy. The protagonist stood up when a magic ball appeared in front of him. Metadonna noted that it was an ancient ball. A magic sphere was visible in the protagonist's hands. Ellison said that, to be honest, he made a bet. A powerful aura began to emanate from the protagonist. Wings appeared on his back. The Archmage said that he thought they would give up halfway, but fortunately, Nis attacked him. Rurin looked at the protagonist in surprise. Ellison looked at the girl with a smirk, telling her to watch carefully. Nis looked at the protagonist in horror, not understanding what was happening. The Archmage smiled maliciously, saying that his magic was enough to awaken the ancient ball. The Archmage recalled the purple flame moving towards him. The blue ball began to shine. The protagonist recalled the magical energy hitting him in the back. Nis gritted his teeth. Ellison said that it was too little to kill him. Nis turned into a dragon, collecting a magic sphere. He sent the magic sphere towards the protagonist, saying that even if all the mana, let him use it to finish him off. The protagonist stopped the magic sphere with his hand, after which he tore it apart, saying that his breath was too weak. The Archmage raised his hand, creating a magic circle, asking if he knew the terms of the agreement. The protagonist raised the magic circle above his head. He said that murder, kidnapping, and other acts of aggression towards other races are forbidden, and retaliatory attacks are only possible when life is in danger. Ellison looked at the black dragon with a serious look, saying that he gives him permission to retaliate. Magic circles appeared above the black dragon's head, from which fiery spheres appeared. Ellison told him to try to turn around. The black dragon looked at what was happening in horror, saying that it was impossible because he was an ordinary person. The dragon opened his mouth wide, saying that he was a pathetic person. Fiery comets fell on the black dragon. The comets lay on the ground. Nis was visible under the fiery comet. Nekwu and Hoven looked at the black dragon in bewilderment. The wings behind the protagonist's back slowly began to disappear. Hoven said that he slapped the dragon like a fly. The protagonist looked back with a smile, turning to Rurin. The brunette looked at the protagonist with tears in her eyes. Ellison said that it was time for them to go home. Rurin threw herself into the protagonist's arms. No one could utter a word after that, and the elders completely sorted it out. Metadonna stared ahead with a menacing gaze, addressing Nekwu, Darba, and Hoven. Magic circles appeared on the necks of the black dragons. Metadonna said that the three of them would be imprisoned in the deepest dungeon for 3,000 years. The criminals were punished, and the victims were rewarded. Chests of gold were on the ground. Vaint told Serena that her lair was completely restored. Serena looked at the red dragon with a smile. Vaint said that there was not much treasure, and he was sure that those scoundrels stole it all, adding that he hoped that the lair would be filled again. Serena said that it was true, and they clearly stole all her treasure. The red dragon looked at Vaint with a serious look. Vaint looked ahead, confused. Serena asked that Jard had not been found yet. Vaint noted that they were gathering a search party, so they would catch him soon. Vaint angrily clenched his hand into a fist, saying that he promised that they would repay him twice. Serena chuckled contentedly. A bright light illuminated the walls of the building. Serena said that she would like to see it. That was how the horrors that shook the entire restaurant ended. Rurin looked away with displeasure. The protagonist looked at the girl, asking what was wrong with her. Rurin sat on the bed, saying that he had acted very stupidly, and if Nis had been a little stronger, he would have died before the ancient orb awakened. The protagonist looked down in confusion. Rurin said that it was simply terribly reckless. The protagonist extended his arms from the girl's back. Ellison hugged Rurin from behind. The brunette asked what he was doing. The protagonist looked ahead upset, apologizing to the girl, saying that he had not thought about her feelings and that he should have explained himself first. Rurin blushed slightly. Ellison said that he decided to take a risk after all with her. Metadonna appeared behind the guys. The black dragon said that that was enough. Rurin punched the old man in the face with her fist. The old man asked what they were doing there. Rurin looked at the old man with displeasure, asking what he was doing there. The old man said that he was the sergeant. The brunette looked at the protagonist in surprise. Ellison told her to calm down because he called him himself. Metadonna looked down in confusion, asking what was the matter. The Archmage looked at the elder with a serious look, saying that he could assume that he had already seen the awakening and that the matter was in the awakening of the ancient ball. The protagonist poured a drink into a glass. The elder looked at the protagonist, asking what liquor it was. Ellison noted that this drink was called whiskey, and he had it for a long time, but he took it out only now because it was very valuable. The old man brought the glass to his mouth, after which his eyes widened. The old man put the glass on the table. He said that although the drink was like a spring breeze with a floral aroma, it was light and refreshing. The whiskey was apparently aged for a long period of time and had a deep combination of several flavors, adding that he did not think that people had such alcohol. The protagonist grinned awkwardly. The old man asked what he had been steeping for 70 years. Ellison said that he had thought about it that way, that he couldn't believe that he had guessed it from one sip, and that it was an amazing instinct. Rurin drew attention to the drink, holding out her hand to it. The protagonist hit the girl on the head, saying that it was strong alcohol, so she would get drunk in an instant. Ruin said that he only gave her beer. The old man smirked slightly, saying that these were such decisive actions and that he probably sometimes forgot that they were dragons. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, asking if something was wrong. The old man brought the glass to his mouth again. He said that he must have adopted this principle after the war, and today he had done a great thing. Ruin looked at the protagonist with irritation. The old man said that he had killed Nice in front of everyone. Ruin said that it was all his fault, and if he hadn't killed him, Ellison would have killed her. The Archmage stood with his back turned, saying that he almost died. Medidana looked at the Archmage with a smirk. He asked why he was suddenly acting innocent, although he himself said not to interfere after Nice's unexpected attack. Ruin asked if it was true. The old man imagined images of dragons and blue orbs. He said that when someone absorbs an ancient orb, he gains superior power to other dragons, and by absorbing an orb, dragons gain power and authority over other species, and when absorbing 3 orbs, dragons gain authority over everything. Medidana looked at the protagonist with a serious look. He said that during the last war, he absorbed 2 ancient orbs of the Lord and absorbed another ancient orb in the heart of the Lord, and if he was not mistaken, a blue aura began to emanate from the protagonist. He said that he absorbed 3 ancient orbs. Ruin looked at the protagonist with excitement. Ellison said that if he were a dragon, he would become the strongest among all. Medidana said that this was expected. The Archmage raised his hand, noting that he wanted to ask something and what would happen if more ancient orbs appeared. Medidana looked down thoughtfully. He stated that this rarely happens, and when a dragon becomes a true lord, the ancient orbs no longer appear. Even if several ancient orbs are saved for later, they will all disappear when the true lord is born. The Archmage looked at the floor thoughtfully. Medidana noted that there has never been a case of a person absorbing 3 ancient orbs, so it is difficult to say. Ellison slightly opened his mouth. The elder asked what kind of sudden question. Medidana looked in front of him in horror. Ellison said that it seems that some people want to bring the Lord back to life. Murin looked at the protagonist with confusion, asking what the dwarves from the dungeon are. Ellison said that it was so. The old man lowered his head. The protagonist noted that some dragons were constantly attacking the place where he found the ancient ball and everything needed to be checked. The elder agreed with the protagonist. Medidana looked at the Archmage, asking why he had absorbed the ancient ball in front of everyone. The protagonist stood with his back to him, his mouth slightly open. He said that it was so, and if there were those who wanted the Lord to be reborn, they should aim for him. The old man sighed heavily. Ellison said that the ancient ball would not appear while he was nearby. Medidana noted that he had made himself a bait. Ruin hit the old man's head with her fist. Medidana said that he was arrogant. Ruin told him not to scold Ellison. The brunette looked at the old man with displeasure. Medidana noted that he was the elder. Ruin asked so what? Ellison said that he would leave the investigation to him. The bright sun was shining above the building. Alina entered the building, saying that these vegetables should be enough for now. Serena appeared behind the elf, asking what was taking so long. Alina collapsed on the floor. Serena asked what she was so scared of, noting that she liked it here and decided to stay longer. Alina asked if it was Lady Serena. The red dragon looked down sadly. Alina stated that she heard that her lair was finished being renovated. Serena said that there was too much space. The red-haired girl collapsed on the bed, saying that she was a patient and could not be kicked out, adding that she was angrier than she thought. Alina said that it was not like that. The red-haired girl grabbed the elf's hand, asking if she knew what. The elf loomed over the red-haired girl. Serena stated that if she told her about the mana transfer, she would help with the healing of people, and she repays both evil and good. Alina looked down in confusion. A man was visible behind the door. Alina said that all her food was vegetables, asking was okay. Serena noted that she could go to a restaurant for food. Giard ran across the grass. The red-haired guy looked ahead in horror. The girl said that he was running well. Giard looked back. A long-haired girl was standing near a tree. Giard asked that it was Sydney. Sydney asked what she should do with him. Giard looked at the girl in horror. Sydney said that he was supposed to rob a dwarven mine, but he couldn't break the lock, and when he was ordered to find a village, he was caught by black dragons. Sydney looked at the guy with a bloodthirsty look, asking if he even had a reason to live. Giard looked at the girl in fear, saying that this was a chance, noting that Ellison had absorbed 3 ancient balls. Sydney looked at the guy in surprise. Giard said that if he caught him, their plan would work. The red-haired guy smiled maliciously. Sydney said that he was clearly right. The red-haired girl waved her hand. Giard looked ahead in bewilderment. The slashing blow hit the guy's neck. The guy's head flew off his shoulders. Sydney said that this was no reason to leave him alive. The weather was clear above the building. The customer thanked him for the food. Ruin told him to come again. The brunette looked at the protagonist, asking that he would continue to run the restaurant as usual. Ellison noted that he left all the investigation to the elder, so there was nothing else to do. The protagonist turned his attention to the side. Nellen entered the building with a stone on his shoulders. Nellen said that he was not empty-handed. The guy put the stone on the table, saying that he found it while working in the mine, and the elder said that he would like it. The protagonist looked at the stone with a smile, saying that it was salt. Nellen asked what it was. Ruin brought a piece to her mouth. The protagonist noted that it was mineral salt. Nellen said that now it was clear why the elders thought so. The protagonist smiled slightly, saying that it reminded him of the past. Nellen asked what past. The protagonist noted that he was a soldier back then, and he managed to pass the training camp back then. The protagonist remembered how he stood there looking battered. The man asked him to say a name. The man slammed his fist on the table, telling him to say his name. The protagonist said his name. The man with the pen wrote on the paper. He asked his name, noting that his hometown was not written there either. The man handed the piece of paper to the protagonist, saying that his name was now Ellison, adding that he should take it and get supplies from the next building. Ellison noted that everything seemed strange to him back then. The protagonist was sitting on the floor with a bag. The man asked if he could hold it normally. The protagonist noted that the atmosphere was tense and there were a lot of unfamiliar faces around. The guys were sleeping in the room. The man told them not to make noise at night. The protagonist looked at the ceiling in horror, saying that it would be better if tomorrow never came. He covered his face with a blanket, saying that he would sit quietly. Tears appeared in the protagonist's eyes. Ellison noted that back then he just wanted to go home. The protagonist was calling for his mother. Sunbeams appeared from the gray clouds. Ellison noted that something else was bothering him. Food was being poured into a bowl. The worker handed the bowl of food to the exhausted protagonist. The protagonist noted that it was food. There were guys sitting at the table eating food. The protagonist wondered what this was. They had been serving the same menu for 2 weeks. The protagonist brought the bowl to his mouth. He wondered how they could still eat, and was he really that weird? The protagonist leaned over the bowl, saying that, as expected, it tasted terrible. The protagonist closed his eyes, thinking that he could put up with it completely, but it was a bland seasoning and would have been much better with a pinch of salt. The protagonist turned his attention to the soldiers. He thought that he was not the only one who thought so he was not that weird. It was just that most of them did not perceive taste at all. The protagonist fought with a guy during training. Ellison noted that he had gotten used to the hard training in 2 weeks. The protagonist added that he had forgotten what he would have to endure if he wanted to open his own restaurant. Ellison ran through the mountains with the other guys. He noted that no matter how much time had passed, he would hardly have gotten used to such terrible dishes. He wondered, is it really impossible to find salt anywhere, and if only there was an ocean nearby? The protagonist ran along the road, thinking that he did not want to go back there. Ellison noted that he suffered terrible pain every day, but one day he had a chance to change everything. There were mannequins near the cliff. The man congratulated the guys, saying that the day of magical attack training had finally come. The man looked ahead with a serious look. 5th class Imperial Mage Khalsa Bane. Khalsa said that usually it is a true miracle when such children can withstand at least the theory of magic, but the situation is quite serious. The guys looked at the mage with a serious look. Khalsa said that if they do not master everything successfully, they will officially receive the title of the Imperial Magician. The magician closed his eyes, raising his finger and creating a green light. He said that they should first close their eyes and focus on their internal sensations, noting that they will feel the flow of mana around them. Khalsa created a magic circle. He said that this is La, the basis of all magic, and the meaning of the magic circle is quite simple. It collects mana in one place, adding that they can create an additional magic circle to control the properties of the accumulated mana. The protagonist watched what was happening intently. Khalsa said that the power of magic is determined by the level of mastery of La, so it is called the easiest, but at the same time the most difficult magic. The protagonist thought that here it is, mana. The magician created a magic circle with fire. He said that, for example, if you use fire, the magician shot fire at the dummy. He looked at the guys with a serious look, saying that a basic magic attack will result, a fireball, asking who will go first. The guy started to create a magic fire circle. He directed a small cluster of fire towards the mannequin. The man said that it was not strong enough and that he could not control the fire. Khalsa looked at the guy with displeasure, asking where he was aiming, adding that he should open his eyes. Khalsa looked at the guys furiously. The guy asked how he could control mana. The guy said that he could not activate La. Khalsa thought that not only were there not enough fighters, but these scum were also useless, adding that they would not have to suffer if they had at least some potential. Khalsa chuckled with displeasure, thinking that magic was only for the chosen ones like him. The protagonist created a magic circle, releasing a fireball. The fireball engulfed the mannequin. An explosion occurred on the ground. The protagonist looked at what was happening in confusion. Stones fell from the cliff. Khalsa looked at what was happening in surprise, asking how this happened. The mage grabbed the protagonist's hands and asked how he did it. Ellison asked if he misunderstood, noting that he simply gathered mana and directed fire. The protagonist looked away, confused, as a blue light appeared from his eyes. Khalsa asked how he gathered so much mana. The protagonist looked away as a blue aura was visible in the space. The protagonist asked if it wasn't mana that was floating around. The mage looked at the guy in confusion, asking what he saw in the air. Gray clouds floated above the building. The man said that Ellison had always had a special sensitivity. The mage looked at the man in confusion. The man said that such cases had already occurred during the testing of magical power. The man looked at the piece of paper with a serious look. The instructor of the Northern Training Center, Taron said that people who live in the mountains develop a special lung endurance. Like here, if someone lives together where there is little mana, they have a high sensitivity level. The mage slammed his hands on the table, saying that he is also learning magic, and that is a strange thing to put forward as a reason, adding that just because he has high sensitivity, it does not mean that he can use a large amount of magic power. Taron glared at the mage. He asked that doesn't it have an effect, adding that he is not saying that his high sensitivity makes him a genius. He was just born with a deficiency. Khalsa glared at the instructor, noting that he did not say that he is a genius. The instructor asked that since they have already achieved something, wouldn't it be better to delay sending them to the front lines and send them to study magic for the second half of the year? The protagonist stood at the door with a smile. He wondered that they were delaying their advance to the front lines, and that wasn't it great. The protagonist jumped back from the door. The mage looked behind him angrily, telling him not to get cocky since he learned to create fireballs. The protagonist looked at the man in confusion. Khalsa said that the people of the Empire had shed blood and tears for this training ground, adding that he had destroyed everything, so he had to restore everything. The protagonist said that he was Ellison's student and understood everything. Orange stones were visible near the destroyed cliff. The protagonist was sweeping the ground with a broom. The protagonist closed his eyes, saying that it seemed like 5th grade, quite a high score, but he was such a curmudgeon. Ellison looked down sadly, asking why he couldn't just praise him. Ellison remembered how he sat at a table full of food. Mom asked that he had passed the culinary school. Ellison said that the results had just been announced. Mom smiled widely, saying that she was happy for him and proud of him. The protagonist smiled sheepishly, saying that he was probably lucky. Mom asked what he was saying, noting that it was all his talent. The protagonist was holding a broom in his hands. Mom said that her son was the best cook in the world. The protagonist squatted down and asked why he couldn't just praise a little. Pebbles were sparkling on the ground. The protagonist picked up a stone in his hand, thinking that the pieces that fell from above were so sharp and shiny. The protagonist brought the stone to his mouth, thinking that maybe it was salt. The protagonist looked at the stone in surprise, asking that isn't it salt. He clenched his hand into a fist. Ellison stood up, smiling slightly. The protagonist imagined the kitchen. He thought that if he uses it. The weather was clear above the building. The man said that they should eat with pleasure. The men sat at the table with bowls. The brown-haired man thanked him for the food. The man said that it was this again. The brown-haired man brought the bowl to his mouth, after which he looked at it in surprise, asking that the taste was completely different. The bald-headed man said that it was. The protagonist grinned slightly. The fighter said that he would eat another plate. The man said that he did too, as it was delicious today. The protagonist, smiling, brought the low card to his mouth, thinking that they would definitely feel the taste, and salt changed a lot. The protagonist thought that it was time to change the taste. Taron was sitting at the table, asking that the chef had been changed. The man said that they had not, but the food was much tastier. Taron brought the bowl to his face, looking at the food. Ellison was peeling potatoes. He noted that this was how he began to improve the dishes. The protagonist said that these scoundrels did not even peel the potatoes and it was so dark there. The man poured food into the bowl. The main character chopped the onion, saying that the vegetables were cut into large pieces and they would be added as well. The guy poured the soup into a bowl. The protagonist poured the broth into the pot, asking if he could make broth too. The man poured the soup into the bowl. The protagonist closed his eyes as tears appeared. He sat at the table, raising the bowl above his head. He thought that this was it, and now it could be called a dish, and this was the kind of food he wanted. The protagonist sighed slightly, thinking that he would like to get some more seasoning and add mushrooms. The protagonist brought a spoon to the soup, thinking that this was enough for now. The instructor called out to Ellison. Taron stood behind the protagonist, telling him to come to him after the meal. The protagonist looked ahead in panic. Taron said that he thought he himself understood what was going on. The protagonist was sitting in the instructor's office. The instructor stared at the protagonist. Taron lowered his gaze, calling out to the protagonist. Ellison lowered his gaze. Taron noted that he had heard that he had surpassed everyone in training. Ellison said that it was true. Taron folded his hands in front of himself, saying that it was amazing and that such fighting ability would give them an advantage in war. But on the other hand, the protagonist widened his eyes. Taron said that there were some rather disturbing rumors. The instructor looked at his hand with a smirk. He said that lately someone had been constantly breaking into the kitchen, choosing the perfect time for the cook to leave for the gym. If he left before 5 o'clock, there was no chance of catching him. The protagonist pursed his lips. The instructor said that if he was caught, he would be severely punished. Taron picked up the scroll, said that this was not why he had called him and simply wanted to congratulate him on his success in training. The protagonist extended his hands to the instructor. Taron asked if he would throw it away on the way back, adding that it was his papers and he could use them if he wanted. The protagonist took the scroll. Taron looked menacingly at the protagonist, asking if he understood. The protagonist looked at the scroll in surprise. The instructor said that if he left before 5 o'clock, there was no chance to catch him. Ellison was sitting by the fire with the scroll. The protagonist opened the scroll. He grabbed his head, saying that he knew everything. On the paper were drawings of mushrooms. Ellison noted that he specifically said that he could look at the papers, and if he was going to do it, then do it right. Edible mushrooms and spices were written on the paper. The protagonist cooked soup, saying that with the help of the teacher, everything only got better. The protagonist stood by the pot with a grin, saying that in the end, the training camp in the north became known for the best cuisine. He remembered how the cooks cooked in the kitchen. Ellison said that when he left, the cooks continued to cook according to his recipes. Nellen looked at the Archmage in surprise. The Archmage said that it all started with salt, and he had a strange feeling. Nellen asked what was happening, now he needs to cook it. The protagonist looked at the guy with a wide smile, saying that it was exactly the same taste, the same recipe, and it was time to go back to the past. Warren looked at the soup with curiosity, asking what he ate during his school years. Ellison noted that it could be considered that he was still studying. Nellen looked at the soup with a smile, saying that he did not think that everything would turn out like this. Warren brought a spoon to the soup. The guys put the spoons in their mouths, their eyes widening. The guys looked at the soup in bewilderment. Nellen said that this is so usual. Warren added that it was just to stuff an animal, asking that this was really the best dish in those years. The protagonist looked at the soup in bewilderment, thinking that it was not so good. The protagonist imagined Taron's image above the house. He thought that apparently, tastes change from time to time, and it's been a long time since he remembered the good old days, although he doesn't miss it at all. There was a sign on the building. Serena was sitting at the table, saying that she should eat already, asking where the cook had gone. Children entered the building. Serena said that she was hungry. The girl asked who Alina was, adding that her brother had fallen and hurt himself. Serena got up from her chair, saying that Alina was not there. The girl said that they needed help. Serena looked at the wound, asking what the point of whining, adding that it would heal itself sooner over time, and they should go home and tell their parents. The girl looked at the girl sadly, saying that her parents were at work. The girl frowned. The girl added that no one was home. Serena asked why everyone kept pointing out her weaknesses. Alina saw the children come out of the house. The girl thanked Serena. Alina approached the children, asking that they were injured. The girl said that everything was fine and the girl helped them. Alina looked ahead in surprise. The girl noted that she was very sweet and kind. The elf asked that she was sweet and kind. Serena looked at the elf with displeasure, asking why she had just arrived. The elf entered the house, asking that she had helped the children. The red-haired girl stated that she was slightly tainted with healing magic. Alina smiled slightly, bringing her hand to her mouth. Serena said that this was the first and last time. The elf noted that it turned out that she was very kind. Serena blushed with embarrassment, saying that this was nonsense, asking where she had been, because she had almost died of hunger. The elf looked at the red-haired girl, saying that she had gone to the estate for a short time. Serena asked what about that lord she had told you about. Serena looked away thoughtfully. Alina noted that they said poison was used, but no one understood at first, and she used different medicines, but nothing helped. Serena asked what it was brain poisoning. Alina looked at the red dragon in shock. The red dragon said that she remembered one guy who understood this. Alina asked if it was true. Serena scratched her forehead with her finger, saying that it was so long ago that she had already forgotten his name. A bird flew to the window with a letter. Serena said that she was not sure if he was still alive and would tell later if he remembered. Alina went to the window, looking at the bird. Serena looked behind her, asking what kind of bird it was and where it was from. The bird landed on the elf's hand. The healer said that such birds only live in their forest, and she brought a letter from her home. The healer looked at the bird, saying that she had not heard from her relatives for a long time. The elf looked at the letter with horror. Serena crossed her arms over her chest, asking what it was and what they were writing. Alina slightly opened her mouth, saying that their forest. Alina imagined a burning forest, saying that it was in danger because of the dragons. The elf dropped the letter from her hands, saying that in order to save him, she must become the dragon's bride. Alina looked ahead with tears in her eyes. Serena sighed heavily. Alina said that if he did not find a bride, the forest would be destroyed. The red dragon turned her back to the girl, asking what she said. The healer asked what she should do, adding that she thought that a wedding should be for love. The red dragon looked away with displeasure. The healer added that they should at least be friends. The red-haired girl told her to calm down. The healer looked at the red dragon with tears in her eyes. The red-haired girl said that dragons just want to get what they need this way. Alina asked if it was true. Serena pushed back her chair, asking what she was worried about then. The red dragon sat on the chair, radiating a fiery aura. She said that she had it and had to take it to this forest. Serena added that she would beat the dragon so that he would run and cry to his mother. A blue bird sat on a branch. The elf looked at the bird, telling Naria that the letter must have arrived. Naria sat on the throne, looking down. She said that she was glad to hear it, and she was afraid that it would not arrive. The leader of the elves, Naria. The elf looked at Naria with concern, saying that she had no respect at all, but she didn't think she had exaggerated a bit, and that she thought Alina would return home after hearing about such a danger. Naria looked at the floor sadly. She said that of course she was very selfless, she just wasn't sure that her return would help. Serena looked at the elf with displeasure. She asked why she didn't trust her, adding that she had done so much for her. Rurin looked at the red dragon with displeasure. Serena asked why she took them. Ellison noted that the restaurant would be closed. Rurin asked what was wrong with her. Alina looked at the red dragon with concern, saying that she didn't doubt her and called them just in case. The guys stood next to Alina. The protagonist said that he thought that if they went together they would only suffer. Rurin said that she was weak. Serena said that last time she was attacked by a whole crowd. There was a beautiful sunset in the sky. The protagonist asked that they look at Alina's house. Alina asked them not to laugh. The dragon opened its mouth. It exuded a terrifying aura, saying that they should give it to him or die. The protagonist took a step. The guys were standing in the middle of the forest. The protagonist said that without teleportation the distance was quite large, asking if it was daytime. The red dragon said that it was, and they needed to fly. Alina looked at the protagonist worriedly, saying that she was sorry, but one mechanism was interfering with teleportation. The protagonist said that everything was fine and that this had happened before in the dwarven cave. Ruin widened her eyes. The elf told them to stand still. Arrows appeared from the trees. The elf told them not to move if they did not want to die. The elf sat on a branch, aiming an arrow at the boys. She asked what they were doing in the elven forest. The blonde looked at the elf worriedly, telling Lilinia to lower her bow, adding that it was her, Alina. Lilinia continued to hold the bow, saying that she did not doubt her, but she had to make sure of the others. The elf looked menacingly at the boys, calling out to the young man. Lilinia told him to state his race and the purpose of his visit. The protagonist looked at the girl with a frown, saying that he was a human who came to help Miss Alina. He thought that this elf was able to determine the intention with one glance, and did not think that this was a big problem, but still. Lilinia squinted at the boys, saying that he was recognized, and then the red-haired girl next to him, adding that she should state her race and the purpose of her visit. Serena asked that it wasn't obvious, adding that she was a dragon. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, saying that he had completely forgotten, and his name was Ellison from the city of Grake, and he ran a small restaurant with great reviews, adding that they should stop by sometimes. An elf appeared next to Lilinia. Lilinia said that she didn't ask, and let the woman speak. The elf called out to Lilinia. The blonde looked at the elf with a frown, asking what Naria said. Lilinia raised her hand, telling everyone to lower their bows. Alina sighed in relief. Rurin said that their behavior irritates her. The protagonist told her to be patient for a little while, since everything is unfolding well. The archer looked at the boys, asking for forgiveness for not acknowledging the guests, adding that it was disrespectful. The archer told them to pass, as Lady Naria was waiting for them. The sun's rays were breaking through the forest. Naria greeted the boys in the elf forest. The sun's rays illuminated the building. Naria apologized for what happened at the entrance, adding that when she heard, she did not even believe it. The boys stood in front of the elf. Naria noted that Alina was familiar with Ellison. The girl slightly narrowed her eyes, saying that they must have had a long journey. The protagonist smirked slightly, thanking them for their hospitality. Alina looked at the protagonist in surprise. She wondered if Sir Ellison and Lady Naria were already acquainted, adding that it was no wonder they were let through so easily. Alina recalled how the protagonist killed Nice. She thought that although she shouldn't be surprised by this, there were things that were much more surprising. Naria looked at the boys with excitement. She told Alina that it must have been difficult for her to make such a decision, but she still came, and it was hard for her to comprehend the time she had put on her. Serena frowned. Alina asked what was going on about the bride. Serena asked what was wrong with that guy. Naria widened her eyes in horror. Serena asked what kind of idiot needed her. Naria asked in what sense, adding that he could hear because he was a dragon, a noble creature. Serena and Rurin began to emit a powerful aura. Rurin said that they were dragons too. Serena noted that their task was to beat that noble creature. Naria looked at the girls in bewilderment. Then she closed her eyes. The elf looked at the girls in confusion. The protagonist closed his eyes, raising his hand to his face. He added that he wanted to say exactly that. Alina said it was a long story. The elf looked at the boys in horror. The protagonist said they were noble creatures. The sun was shining on the building. Maria did not understand what was being said. The dragon ran its paw along the tree, saying that there was no time left. The dragon spread its wings, saying that if she so desired death. The dragon looked furiously ahead, saying that so be it. Maria said his name was Iramantium. The elf looked at the floor in alarm. She said that he was a golden dragon, to whom the elves had been bringing tribute for several generations, a noble creature. Rurin looked angrily ahead and said that he was a beggar. The elf said that he had refused to receive tribute for over 100 years. Maria sat on her knees, saying that he had recently started asking to find him a bride. The protagonist looked at the elf with bewilderment, telling her to sit more comfortably. Rurin asked why Alina, since there were other elves in the village. Maria hugged herself, saying that at first she tried to solve the issue on her own and was going to become his bride herself. The elf remembered how the girls stood in front of her, shedding tears. The girls asked her not to leave, since she could not leave them. The elf looked at the girls with a sad smile, telling them not to be upset, and for her it was an honor to sacrifice herself for the race. Maria looked down in bewilderment. The dragon said no, and he did not like the hairstyle, and let there be the next one. The dragon looked at the elf with a smirk, asking what she did not hear, adding that he did not like her. The girl looked down with a smile, saying that she was also rejected. Maria shouted to prepare the next candidate. The girls stood in front of Naria. They said that the dragon rejected them. Naria said that if this continues, the elf closed her eyes, shedding tears, saying that he rejected everyone, and she had to turn to Alina. The blonde looked down worriedly, saying that she thought he would reject her. Rurin said that if he hurt her, then she should gather her strength and take her to his lair. Serena widened her eyes, saying that she remembered. The guys looked at the red dragon in bewilderment. The red-haired girl said that he was studying the brains of other times, and he could even cure the lord of the city of Grake. The protagonist imagined a man asking what the father of that child was. Rurin looked at the protagonist, saying that they should be more polite then. Allison said that they can't let him go. The elf burst into the building, saying that Iramantium was heading their way. Naria continued to sit on the floor, saying that he was probably angry that they did not send another candidate, noting that they wanted to catch him. Naria looked down sadly. She said that he avoided other dragons, and although he never collected all this time, he never let anyone near him, and they immediately ran away when he felt a dragon nearby. The guys looked away in confusion. The elf said that it must happen again. The red-haired girl said that then they need to somehow distract him. Ellison noted that he should not pay attention to the rest. Alina looked at the guys in confusion, asking what was going on, and what did they not come there for the opposite. The dragon stepped on a branch. The elves took a bow in their hands. Lilinia said that they should quickly call the troops. Iramantium looked at the girls menacingly, saying that damn them, asking why they dared to insult him. Iramantium opened his mouth, collecting magical energy. He said that they should die in regret. Maria asked the dragon to stop. Alina was standing next to Naria. The elf apologized for being late, saying that she was the most beautiful, so it took more time to prepare. The elf began to pull the cape off her face, saying that she was sure that it would suit his taste. Alina looked down embarrassedly. She blushed slightly, saying that her name was Alina. The dragon widened his eyes, saying that how wonderful it was. He opened his mouth wide, saying that she was suitable and that he should have brought her immediately. The guys were floating in the sky on magic circles. They were watching what was happening from above. The protagonist said that they should try to hide their presence. Serena noted that she thought he had already fallen in love with Alina. Ellison said that they needed to prepare for the capture. Alina walked next to Iramantium. The elf looked around in fear, wondering if the guys were not ready yet. Alina looked at the dragon in fear. Iramantium asked what she was saying. Her name was Alina. The elf said that it was. The dragon took the clothes in his paw, telling her not to call him that. The dragon handed the dress to the elf. He looked ahead embarrassedly, telling her to call him master from now on. Alina looked at the dress with disgust. The dragon said that it was kind. Alina thought that she needed to be patient, because the guys would save her soon. Alina looked ahead and turned to the master. He turned around and asked what was the matter. He reminded her that he asked her not to come in. The girl smiled and said that it was so dirty here, she thought that he would let her help him. Could he step away for a minute? The monster frowned and shouted no. Alina backed away and asked for forgiveness. He replied that she should be careful and not even think about apologizing, but repeat after him. The dragon raised his head and said that it seemed they were inseparable. Her master had a unique body, and with time she would become kinder to her. The girl frowned and said that he had an outstanding look. She lowered her head and thought how strange. She thought that they agreed to hide in the lair. Alina raised her head and thought where they were. Serena, Rurin Ellison laughed, said that she was finished and she had a funny face. She looked at them. The girl clenched her fist and screamed. Did they really just decide to watch? The monster's pupils narrowed and screamed who they were, and did they really know Alina? The hero began to glow and said to catch him. The dragon flew away and screamed that they were not people. His teleportation spell did not work. He looked back and said that then they would have to go straight ahead. The girls caught him in a magic field. Serena put her foot on him and said that he was not going anywhere. The monster asked him to let him go. Did they really think that they could invade someone else's lair? Alina appeared behind the girls and asked how long they had been watching. Couldn't they have set a couple more traps? The guy nodded and thought that he could. The elf frowned and looked at him. He apologized and said that these dragons thought it would be fun to watch the reaction, so they decided to wait. Serena came up to him and shouted what a coward he was. He wanted to look at Alina's new outfit himself, the nasty pervert. He asked what they were talking about. They got it all wrong. The elf blushed and asked if it was true that he liked the suit. The redhead frowned when the hero said that it was all a fantasy. Rorin turned around and asked what the dragon was muttering. A magical field appeared around him and he laughed that they had made a mistake. The elf looked at the white-haired one and asked if Alina would be okay. She replied that there was no need to worry. She looked ahead and said that she had brought reliable people with her. Suddenly, a green ball appeared in front of them. It exploded. Green smoke filled the city. The elf covered her nose and called out to Lady Nerea. She opened her eyes slightly. The elves looked ahead tensely. They pulled their swords out of their sheaths. Everyone looked ahead. The dragon laughed and said that since they wanted to break the magic circles, it was worth checking not only the lair but also the forest of the elves. They should immediately let him go and leave Alina, otherwise all the elves in the forest will die. Alina looked ahead in shock. Rorin looked ahead and said that something was happening in the forest. She frowned and said that all the elves pointed weapons at themselves. Serena said that this was mass control over higher beings. The dragon looked at them and said that he had studied the minds of higher beings for 100 years. This was all nonsense. He began to cry and said that he had brought the spell to perfection while choosing a bride for himself. No one knows how strong his love is. Can he use the spell on Alina? The elves looked down. The monster said to decide whether she would leave the elves or become his bride. The girl cried and said that she had decided and would become a bride. Ellison got wings and said that it was not necessary. He held out his hand and said that blackmail would not work against him. Do not even think about forcing them. A magical field appeared under the sky. The elves regained control of their minds. The girl's hand was shaking. The guy smiled and said not to worry, everyone would be fine. The girl thanked him. The dragon looked up. Rorin frowned and said that she thought he was a real pest. Serena said that he needed to be taught a lesson. Alina turned around and said that she was fine. This was the worst dragon she had ever met and she hated him. The monster widened his eyes and thought that these harsh words were spoken with sincerity. He liked it. There was an explosion. The elves celebrated their freedom. They danced and played instruments. Alina cried and her mistress laughed. The dragon lay on the ground and thought that he was outplayed by a beautiful woman. Serena raised an eyebrow and asked if there were only vegetables here. Rorin closed her eyes in pleasure and said that it was very tasty. The redhead looked at her and asked what it was. She replied that Ellison gave her this sauce. It makes the greens taste better. She rushed at her and said that she should have shared it right away. Why was she being greedy? She said to take it herself and not to touch her. The elf smiled and said that she thought that words cannot express her gratitude. They are forever in debt. She is grateful to them for helping them and saving them from the curse. Rorin looked at her and said that they just beat all the nonsense out of him, and Ellison saved them. The elf looked at her in shock. Serena raised her hand and said that she thought they knew that it was him. Only he is able to cast such strong spells. The hero picked up the bottle and asked who to give more sauce to. He smiled and thought that he took it in case the elves decided to have a snack, and everything turned out great. The elves smiled and asked how this sauce was made. They liked the tartness. Ellison sat down on the ground and said hello. He looked at the statue and said he was glad to see an old friend. The statue was silent. The guy smiled and said that to be honest he looked better as a statue. He remembered how it pushed him. The hero smiled and called him a fool. He was a 7th class mage then. The elf frowned and asked how many more times he had to repeat himself. The dwarf wanderer Darren said that it was starting again. Benon threw away the food and said that he did not eat greens and wanted meat. Ellison raised his eyebrows and said that he could not even digest it. Then why ask? He replied that he cooked so deliciously that he could digest anything. Darren raised his fist and said that he thought a fight between the mage and the elf would resolve everything. They asked what he was muttering about. He pointed to the side and said that it was better to stop swearing and look over there. The dwarf said that there were trolls there. The heroes looked in that direction and said that the fugitives were attacked and they were not given a minute to have a snack. The man was crying and shouting not to touch him. The troll got hit in the face. Beams of energy pierced their hands. A magical barrier protected the people. The girl looked up. The guy smiled and said that they were heroes and they were saved. The man shouted that from now on they were forbidden to commit crimes and murder other races. If they did not break the rule, they would spare them, otherwise there would be no choice. Benon frowned and said that maybe it was worth telling them that they could strike back if their lives were at risk. Ellison told him not to spoil the infusion. Darren shouted that they didn't care about these details, they should get out of here if they did not want to die. The hero sat on the ground and said that he had always followed this rule, it was for the best. He said that maybe he didn't want him to do this. The guy smiled and asked if he held a grudge against him. The elf approached him and said that Venom would not. She trembled when Ellison asked her what she thought. The hero asked if she was offended when he brought Venom 2 years ago. The girl looked at her fallen brother in shock. Her hands shook. She said that he promised her that he would return no matter what. The elf cried and said that he made sure that he kept his word. How could she be offended? Ellison took a bottle from his backpack. She said that he saved all the elves today. How did he think Sir Venom had a small contribution to this? The hero smiled and said that he would not call it small. He owed him his life. It can be considered that he did not save the elves. The elf looked at the offered glass in shock. They clinked glasses and made a toast to the hero Venom. After a while, the elves bowed and said that they would like to thank them again. Roran pointed back and said not to worry about him. He would never return to the lair now. Alina said she was glad to see everyone again. The dragon raised his eyebrows and asked where they were taking him. Serena told him to shut his mouth. He would understand himself. Roran looked forward and said that he had a long conversation with the chieftain yesterday. He said that she had good hearing. Did she hear everything? Alina looked at him in surprise. Roran looked at him and said that she seemed not to know that he had absorbed the Lord's heart. He replied that it was a secret. Everyone looked at him in shock. The brunette raised her finger and said that Serena and Alina saw him absorb the ancient ball. The dragon asked if he really ate the Lord's heart. No wonder he was so strong. The hero walked forward and asked what she thought. Lady Naria did not notice or initially understood everything. She replied that he showed quite strong magic. But they initially came to help Miss Alina. The boy looked back and said that they got much more than they expected. After a while, De'Aaron smiled at the return of the teacher. Ellison smiled. The boy said that he finally returned, otherwise the restaurant was closed for a while. He looked at the teacher and said that he was surprised that he visited him personally. He answered that this was his first visit. The boy asked where everyone else was. Ellison answered that they were outside the door. Serena looked at the elf and asked if everything would go well. She answered that she did not know. Judging by the magic, he was quite strong. Verna turned around and asked if they really had guests. The boy smiled and said that this man helped him a lot. The hero looked stupid. Verna opened her mouth in fear. The girl approached the boy and asked where he had been all this time. He answered that she seemed to remember him. Ellison leaned over and asked in a whisper if she knew that he was the one who destroyed Lord Dedrin's castle. He replied that no one else knew. It was quite difficult to explain. Verna smiled and said that she wanted to find him and thank him personally for saving them. Ellison pulled his hand away and said there was no need to thank him. He hadn't saved anyone yet, had he? Verna looked at him in shock. Rurin frowned and told him to come in. The man raised his eyebrows and asked who needed to be cured. The girl kicked him and told him not to mess things up. The monster extended his hand and asked if it was a human. Ellison smiled and told him to just watch. The man put his hand on the Lord's head and said that his brain was pretty badly damaged. Someone had prepared a very strong poison. The monster breathed into him and said, "Let's see." Magic circles appeared on the sick man. He opened his eyes. Verna and De'Aaron began to cry. The count looked at them. He called the countess. His family was crying. They rushed to his bed. Ellison smiled. He remembered his mother. The boy pursed his lips. Rurin removed the magic circle from the monster and said that if he heard anything strange about him, he could not expect mercy. The hero put his hand on her shoulder and said that they needed to go. She said that he had cured the count and did not even receive a reward. He replied that they had enough money. How could they interrupt such a moment? The whole family cried and laughed. After a while, Ellison put a coin on the 100 and said that it seemed to him that someone was always stealing beer. He looked down and thought that if you think about it, this is his first summoning after absorbing the magic ball. Now it does not take so much strength. The coin began to shake. A black portal appeared in front of him. Ellison looked at the darkness in shock. It was a foggy and sandy cloud. At this time, the protagonist walked along the sidewalk and saw his shadow. He walked along the night sidewalk and stretched his hand in front of his face because he wanted to sleep and yawned because he had been working on the ingredients for so long and was already late. Then his gaze caught on a brunette who was standing next to the beaten guy. It was a brunette who looked like Rurin when Ellison asked her about what she was doing here. This girl took money out of her wallet and looked back at the protagonist angrily, trying to figure out who Rurin was. The brown-haired man held his strap with his hand, and his face was empty when Rurin did not recognize him. He looked at the city and the signs that were all twisted in his head. Then this brunette angrily started screaming about who this guy was, although he was curious why she was in a school uniform. His neon silhouette held his head and tried to figure out what he was doing here. He stood on the road when a huge truck was driving towards him, because he understood that he was here until he got to another world. He looked back with tears in his eyes in amazement and realized that he always missed this world. He frantically looked at how a huge truck with glowing headlights was driving towards him. These were black threads and stripes of memories. Then Ruin held the brunette's face with her hands and tried to bring him to his senses on the road. They were sitting on a crosswalk and the brunette was trying to understand what was going on. They were on a crosswalk on a huge road and were trying to understand where they were at all. The brown-haired man held the girl's hand in amazement and realized that it was not a dream. Suddenly, they looked back at the woman who came out of the building and asked them if everything was okay. She picked up the phone and said that she was going to call the police if necessary. Ellison immediately covered the brunette's mouth with his hand and said that everything was okay. They immediately started running away with apologies. This woman in a suit looked at what was happening in amazement, holding the phone in her hands. Ruin raised her eyebrows in shock and was surprised that this was the mage's hometown. The two of them were sitting on the roof of the building and talking to each other. Ruin wiggled her legs and noted that this city looked strange because there were iron carts and tall buildings everywhere. The guy replied that he himself had not been here for a long time and everything looked amazing. The main character looked at the city with a lively grin and said that he never thought that he would ever be here again. The two of them were sitting on the edge of the roof and looking at the glowing night city. The brown-haired man touched his cheek and looked at the happy girl, who was curious about what kind of city it was and where they were. He remembered how the woman who ran up had a phone in her hands and it was a new model. It was a busy night city, and he understood that the cars and buildings looked completely different, so quite a lot of time had passed, more than 15 years. Then he frowned slightly and was puzzled. He imagined this city as a hologram and understood that although the buildings had changed, the alleys remained the same, and maybe if he compared the buildings with his memories, he would understand a lot. The brunette looked in surprise at the problem guy, who scratched his head and said that he did not know where they were, although he mentioned that this was his hometown. The two of them looked at the glowing lights of the night city, and the guy asked her not to worry. He remembered the girl who stood in the kitchen and held a frying pan with a smile, and he understood where they could go. He immediately reached into his inside pocket. He took out a gold coin on end fingers and said that they did not need to worry about money. It was a wooden house in a green field. Yawning, Miltine together with Mr. Ment saw how the brother and sister were already sorting hay. They then opened the barn and saw the cows sleeping there and realized that it was chilly in the mornings, because if the dwarfs hadn't renovated the ranch, they would have had a hard time. Matt looked at Mr. Ment, who opened the door and assumed that the restaurant would open later today. They looked at the clean kitchen of the restaurant where no one was and realized that Ellison was not the type to sleep. The main character and the brunette put on new clothes, more modern in the store, because before they stood out too much. The main character sighed sadly and realized that he did not earn much from exchanging gold coins. He remembered how people passed by various shopping malls when Ellison was about to exchange gold at that time. The merchant held a gold coin on a tray with a smile and said that it would cost about 4 million won. At that moment, the main character and the girl opened their mouths in surprise when he was told that if he provided his passport, he would be given money. He remembered going through the money in the paper bag and realizing that he had to lower the price because he didn't have his passport. He put the envelope with the money in his pocket when the girl worriedly asked if he was hungry. He asked her what she wanted to eat. They passed by various buildings and assumed that there might be some good and tasty restaurants there. Ellison looked at the restaurant with the girl excitedly and realized that the Chinese restaurant was the perfect choice and decided to go there. Ruin ate brown noodles with great appetite. She closed her eyes in admiration with a dirty mouth and said that it was very tasty. At this time, the brown-haired man read the menu and tried to order something. Then, with tears in his eyes and an open mouth, he said that these dishes would be very expensive for them. The brunette looked at him with disdain when he told her that this dish used to cost 4,000 won, and to her he sounded like an old man. The two of them were sitting at a table when he slammed the menu and realized that there was no point in saving and suggested that they take a delicious dish and eat until they were full. The two of them sat at a table with a bunch of dishes and talked with a smile. Then they were served a huge dish on a plate. Then they walked through the park and came across a food stall. Then they came to another store when the brunette called him to this place. At this time, the rest of the guys were trying to knock on the door of the restaurant and call Ellison. Serena frowned angrily and did not understand where the guys went. Alina, at this time, along with Mr. Knoll, were unhappy and grimaced. Because the day off was already over, they were very hungry. At this time, Mr. Ment was scratching his head while Mr. Knoll was angry. Mr. Knoll asked his friend if he had heard anything before, because Ellison and Ruin had never left without warning before. At that time, the other guys decided to leave the place, and he assumed that they had come for nothing. Mr. Ment looked away with displeasure, sweating in the Lyceum, and realized that they were in trouble, because they didn't even know when the guys would return, and they would lose regular customers, and this would affect the restaurant's reputation. Matt looked at Miltine and Mr. Ment, who were trying to figure out if everything was okay with the guys, and he had an idea. While Lent was standing by the tree, her brother extended his hand and said that Mr. Ellison had cooked for them before, and he thought that everyone knew what their food tasted like. Mr. Ment and Milteen looked back in shock when they heard that the kitchen had everything they needed, and he suggested that they try to take over the restaurant themselves. At this time, the main character and the girl were riding in transport in an empty cabin and were happy that the evening had gone well. Their train was leaving the station, and the Black Dragon was curious that it was again some kind of huge iron carriage. He began to explain to her that it was a train and that the journey was long, so he decided to take advantage of this. The brunette touched the window and peered into the landscapes of nature because she realized that they were going to his mother. The brown-haired man's eyes bulged in surprise. They timidly turned away from each other when the brown-haired man asked how she knew. Ruin crossed her arms and answered with an excited look that she noticed his excitement, so it was not difficult to guess. Then she widened her eyes. Their train was passing under the bridge on a summer evening. She looked at the nature through the window with enthusiasm and noted the beautiful landscapes. At this time, the protagonist looked disappointed. The brunette looked back in surprise at the guy who addressed her. Ellison leaned against the back and asked the girl how she would answer if he offered her to stay here. Ruin widened her eyes in amazement when he offered her to stay here forever and not come back. The main character understood that this thought had not left him since the first day they got here. Their train was moving along the bridge, and now that he was here, in that world, the ancient balls would not appear, and what's more, the Lord was no longer a threat to anyone. Ellison looked down sadly and said that he just thought that it was possible to start everything here anew. At that time, the brunette touched the window with a sad look. Ellison leaned back and looked at the brunette, saying that she had the opportunity to think, and said that she should give an answer when she decided. Ruin looked at him through her bangs and turned to him. The protagonist sadly crossed his palms and heard from the brunette that if she refused, then could they go back, and would he not be left here alone? While Vedin was sleeping by the fire, at that time, the poppy used his magic. Vedin and the gift jumped up when they tried to understand what Ellison was doing with his magic. He sat all tattered on the ground and used the magic circle and magic because he was happy that everything worked out for him. At that moment, he was sweating and touching the black funnel and wishing to be returned home. Vedin immediately grabbed the protagonist to pull him away, but Ellison wanted to go back. Vedin and the gift held the protagonist back because they didn't want him to leave and wanted to save him. He pulled a piece of paper through a small funnel and told them to let him go. This magic funnel immediately began to slam shut. The elf and his friend held the protagonist when the magic cloud evaporated. The elf looked at the magician angrily and said that he shouldn't have used this spell and even his magic couldn't handle such things. The protagonist sat opposite him with a sad look in his sweaty brow and was told not to use magic for the next few weeks. At this time, Dar slightly exclaimed with a sullen look when he was asked if he would return to the mines when the war was over. The elf looked sadly at the saddened brown-haired man, who suggested that he would return to his forest. Sweat was running down the protagonist's face, and he said mockingly that he had nowhere to go. He sat in the clearing, folded his arms and sighed. The elf and his comrade surrounded the protagonist and tried to cheer him up, because he was trying to figure out what he would do when it was all over. Now Ellison was riding the train with a sad look. The brunette looked enthusiastically at the magician, who asked if he had ever abandoned her. The girl immediately laughed, answered that he would never do that. They both sat on the chairs and talked smilingly, because he suggested that she first get home, and she agreed. At this time, white clouds were floating above this house, and the guys assumed that if the owner was gone, then they could go in. At this time, the man was cutting a piece of meat. Matt was enthusiastically sorting through the pork pieces when Mr. Knoll stood next to him and asked if this meat was enough. Then he leaned over the stove and assumed that next this meat just needs to be fried and tried to figure out where to put the firewood. At this time, Milteen looked at the red dragon with confusion and assumed that Ellison used magic. Then they both looked back at the smiling blonde elf. She immediately put out her hands and was going to use magic to light a fire. Matt watched in surprise as Alina used fire from magic and said that she learned it in case she was on a hike. Suddenly, Serena appeared with her fire. She immediately waved her hands and a puff of fire rose. She grinned wickedly in her fire, holding out her hand and asking everyone not to worry about the fire and to get on with the cooking. Matt looked at her in surprise and didn't know exactly who she was, but the problem was definitely solved. Then Milteen put on an apron and said that the ingredients were ready so they could get started and open the restaurant. A burnt steak was served on a plate. The miner was in the dark at the time and looked at the burnt steak, because for him it was just coal when he sees it all the time at work. Lent immediately took the plate away with a worried look and said that they would redo it now, to which the man joked that they deliberately served him coal because he was a miner. At this time, Mr. Knoll was salting the salad while Milteen was chopping vegetables. Another customer immediately spat out all the scraps of food, because for him the salad should be refreshing and it was too salty. Mr. Ment immediately grabbed the bottle of sugar but thought it was salt. Then another customer spat out the entire contents of his mouth because it was too sweet for him. At this time, Matt was frantically turning over a slice of thick bacon under the disgruntled cries of customers who wanted to see the owner. Matt watched what was happening with a frantic look and tried to figure out what to do. If this continues, the business will burn out before the owner returns. He turned a slice of bacon under the hot flames of the fire and realized that he needed to deal with it first. Then he looked at the fire girl and assumed that she was not going to reduce the flow of fire and he would hardly be able to cook normally. He immediately sank in sweat and realized that he could not just pour water on the fire. Then he looked to the side and saw a large saucepan. At this time, it was already a night city with a busy street. The main character was walking along the sidewalk with the brunette when she noticed that they had never gotten lost here before. The brunette looked at the sign and realized that many buildings had changed, but some things had remained the same. They walked along the road, and he said that even if 30 years passed, he would not be forgotten in his hometown, and he missed it very much. They approached a multi-story building where the Ellison house was. He looked at his house with trepidation, holding his backpack, and understood that he could always come back here. Then he began to knock on the door. The brunette Echidna looked at how the brown-haired man sighed heavily and worried. They stood at the door, and he timidly scratched the back of his head because he was trying to figure out how to introduce her. She looked back at him and said that it would be possible not to hide the fact that she was a dragon, but for him it sounded like a joke. He immediately looked at the door with a mocking smile and realized that his mother recognized him, although 15 years had passed, but his hairstyle was still the same. There was silence behind the door. Ruin crossed her arms as the protagonist was about to knock on the door again. Then suddenly the door opened slightly. They looked to the side and a woman with glasses came out towards the strange sound. They both looked at the woman when Ellison stated that he came to see the lady in room 604, but the woman had never seen that guy here. The woman with glasses looked at the protagonist in amazement. The protagonist immediately pointed at himself with excitement when the woman found out that he was Jianghua's son. The woman with a sad look on her face and glasses said that the woman no longer lived here and asked them to follow her. Thick clouds covered the night sky and the woman explained that she met his mother 5 years ago when she first moved here because she was so busy with work that she had to eat instant noodles for lunch, and she started cooking for her, and that's how they became close. They followed a woman who looked back at them and said that his mother had bragged a lot about her son and said that they should be about the same age. The woman was going to say that she was a writer, but the brown-haired man, looking sad, apologized and asked where they were going. They followed her into the forest. This woman walked forward without looking back and said that his mother was very bored and offered her to start handing out flyers for the search, but she refused. The silhouette of the woman was visible under the thick grass. They immediately approached an earthen tombstone, and the woman asked why they decided to come back only now. Ellison's eyes widened in amazement when they asked him why he had not come at least 2 years earlier. This woman took a bottle out of the bag and said that her sister had suffered from stomach cancer even before they met. She immediately put the bottle and glass on the table and said that she had to undergo surgery, so she could not eat freely, and said that she liked to watch others eat deliciously. This woman in glasses said through tears that 3 years ago there was a relapse and she had to be hospitalized. The main character looked stunned with trembling eyes. He understood that this was not the reunion he was counting on. He remembered his mother tying her apron in the kitchen and assuming he was hungry and wanted to feed him. At that moment, his mother was holding a frying pan excitedly and announced that it was time for dinner. Now the protagonist went black in the neon light and realized that this was not the goodbye he thought it was. The woman adjusted her glasses and said that she didn't really care what they had been doing all this time because it was too late anyway. Ellison looked dejected and blackened because she said that even if they explained everything, her sister would not be brought back. Then she reached into the black bag again and said that since they asked, she left something for them. She handed the boys a tattered piece of paper. Then she began to walk around the main character, who was carefully reading the paper and heard the explanation that his mother said that this paper once flew into the house and assumed that he wrote it. At that moment, his mother thought that he would come for him, so she finished writing her answer. While they were standing at the grave, the woman frowned and left, adding that she no longer counted on anything. Ellison immediately began to roll up this paper. He began to read it with a sad look. Ruin, also with a sad look, looked at the paper and said that this paper was from the Empire of Rubern. In this paper there was a message from him when he wrote that he came to a new world, and here everything was different. He immediately fell to his knees and said that the magic was not stable, but he wanted to at least send a letter, and even though he was unable to return, he wanted her to know that he was okay, because he told her about how he became a 9th grade mage and about his plans to open a restaurant. He convulsively closed his lips and held his whole body because he had a way to send letters, but he still stopped believing that he would be able to get an answer. Drops of tears fell on the continuation of the letter from his mother, where she wrote that he would definitely succeed because now he was a real Archmage and would definitely open his own restaurant. He immediately grabbed his head with tears in his eyes and began to cry seriously because he considered himself very stupid. The brunette put her hand on the guy's back and tried to listen to him because he said that after receiving the dragon's heart, he could use summoning magic and for some reason did not think to return this letter. Rurin immediately hugged the brown-haired guy in front of the grave, and he tried to understand why he hadn't tried to send more. Maybe then the burden of regret would have been lighter. A whole crowd of visitors tried to enter the restaurant. Happy people sat at the tables and looked around at each other because they wanted to try delicious dishes. Mr. Ment looked at Matt, who was opening a pot, and said that the reviews were great. The red-haired guy replied that the fire was too strong, so he figured out how not to burn the meat and just saw the pot. This pot was full of meat and vegetables, because he decided that he could try to boil pig meat and serve it as a dish. While Alina was hastily trying to heat the pot, Serena lit it with a flame and said that it was all thanks to her fire power. At this time, Mr. Ment opened a pot with hot steam and said that now there was no need to worry about the restaurant's visitors, because all that was left was to wait for Ellison to return. The sun's rays tried to break through the dense foliage. The main character sat in the shade and was sad, while Rurin tried to cheer him up. She sadly stroked his hair, said that he needed to eat something. The protagonist rested his head in his hands and said that he was very sorry because he lied. The girl's eyes widened in surprise because he explained that if she said that she did not want to stay here, he would have sent her back alone. There was a bottle with a shot glass on the grave because 15 years had passed and his mother had only him, and no matter what he said, he was going to stay here. He sat alone and rested his head in his hands because now he had nothing left. Then she grabbed his hand and suggested that he really thought so. She held his hand and asked him if he really thought that he really had nothing left. They sat in a clearing and she took his hand, noting when they boarded the train, he asked how she felt about this world becoming their new home. She took his hand and crossed her fingers, because initially she was not going to refuse his offer and she could never leave and leave him alone. The brunette looked at their crossed hands with trepidation and said that if he wished, they could stay here forever. Then she added through her bangs that there was one condition. Ellison's eyes bulged with concern through his bangs when he was asked about those they left behind. De'Aaron looked at the night with alarm and asked about whether the Archmage was not in the restaurant. He was told that it was run by other people. At this time, Verna and Raiden looked upset and tried to understand what was going on. Raiden leaned on his cane and said that he could not even express his gratitude for his incredible kindness and realized that he would have to take a walk because he had to visit the restaurant. At this time, the snowcat monster was helping at the construction site. A bearded old man in armor was sitting opposite the table on which they were drawing a blueprint and said that Ellison had suddenly disappeared. Gultazar was drawing a blueprint at this time and said that the worker was worrying too much, because now they needed to worry about the construction deadlines and the quality of the lair, because now they should only worry about this. Darren scratched his head and timidly looked at the old man, apologizing to them, and said that he would immediately return to work. Then the old man raised his head up and realized that Ellison would never leave them. The protagonist looked at the brunette standing with her back to him and said that all the guys and monsters were already knocking on the door of their restaurant. She looked at him with an admiring smile and rays of sunshine and said that he never did anything in vain and therefore he had something left. Ellison looked sad, crossing his arms, and the girl asked him about whether the 15 years spent in another world were not worth returning. The guy was sitting in a clearing next to a backpack and asked if his mother believed what was written in that letter. The girl looked at him with trepidation through her bangs and said that it was so because a parent would never doubt his child. She immediately pulled him by the hand and wanted to go with him back to his native land. At this time, the same woman in glasses was walking along a busy street and understood that 2 days had already passed, but there was no news from the guy and assumed that she was too harsh. She frowned deeply through her glasses and understood that his mother had already suffered enough, and he wrote some nonsense about magicians. Suddenly the woman was frightened when the protagonist appeared in front of her with a smile and held out a bag because he wanted to thank her. The Archmage stood with the girl opposite the woman, who asked them where they had been and what kind of clothes they had. The guy answered that he had been replenishing his mana reserves to get this. The girl sighed with displeasure and tried to look into the bag because it all seemed very strange to her. She opened the bag and saw a bunch of gold coins. She opened her eyes in amazement when the Archmage said that he asked to accept this, although he had only been here for a little while. He immediately pointed his finger at his magic portal and said that it was time for them to go to the restaurant because they were already waiting. The woman watched as the portal of black magic slammed shut, and then Ellison thanked the woman for taking care of her mother's grave. This woman, with a stunned look, widened her eyes and looked at what was happening. She remembered sitting on a chair in the hospital next to Ellison's mother. At that moment, his mother was lying with a bandage on her head and said that she was already better. This girl with glasses leaned over to the woman with a smile when she heard that his mother wanted to visit a certain restaurant, and she liked the idea because she noticed that she had an appetite. At that moment, his mother smiled enthusiastically, slightly squinting, when she was asked about what kind of restaurant it was, and she assumed that it was far away and probably already opened. Now it was a small house on a hill in the fields because it was the Archmage's restaurant. The woman sat on the ground next to the scorching place and realized that it was not a lie. She remembered her mother's grave with flowers and a group photo because she realized that Ellison really was a 9th grade Archmage. These were snow-capped mountains, and the main character noted that it felt like several years had passed. The two of them stood on a snowy ledge and looked at the mountains, realizing that they were quite far from the restaurant and they must have gone quite a long way. The girl was about to use her magic when Ellison stopped her so that she would not accidentally return back. Then he spread his arms to the sides and opened a magic portal in the triangle. The brunette looked at this portal in amazement and tried to understand how he could do it. He answered that it was similar to the magic of moving in dimensions. The two of them stood in the portal, and she asked him to teach her to fly, although she did not want to do it before, and it seemed to him that dragons should already be able to do everything. Ellison walked through the portal with a sullen look and assumed that their regulars were probably very angry, and the workers should be surprised because he took a break without warning anyone. Then Rurin's eyes widened in amazement and assumed that guests could not be expected anytime soon. They saw a huge crowd of people in front of the restaurant. It was a monument to the main character with an outstretched hand. Everyone admired it. The protagonist and the girl were amazed and assumed that something incomprehensible was happening here. Matt, at this time, with an angry look, clenched his fist when he did not eat the dishes and asked if the guys knew who saved the lord of the city of Grake. At this time, two visitors were sitting where the girl was crying tearfully because they realized that it was the owner of the restaurant, Ellison, and considered him an amazing person. Matt smiled maliciously, looking at the meat dish, and said that it was this that cured the count and offered them to try it for their health. He raised the tray over his head and all the guys started to cheer because they wanted to try and buy the dish first. Suddenly, the main character looked into his restaurant with an amazed look. Matt also fell down in front of the main character at the entrance with a dumbfounded look, who was trying to understand what was going on. The protagonist looked back at the silhouette of Raiden, who said that he was the instigator. It was Raiden in his suit, and with a smile, he said that he was glad that they could finally talk. It was already deep night above the restaurant house, and the guys apologized because they were all scared when Ellison suddenly disappeared with Rurin. Matt stood with an ashamed look while the count tried the dish and said that they tried to keep the customers with all their might, and Raiden noted that they had wonderful workers. The main character reached his mouth for a piece of meat. He and Regina tried the meat and noted that it was pretty good and did not understand why he had not cooked pork before. The main character looked at the dejected Matt from afar and understood that if you just throw meat in water, you won't get such a taste, and suggested that Matt could work here and not at the ranch. Then he put his hand on the back of the chair and said that it was his own fault, so he will not scold the guys. Then he opened the doors and pointed to the stone statue, trying to understand what it was put there for. Raiden immediately spread his hands in admiration and said that it was in honor of Ellison's achievements and asked him not to worry because the castle will take care of everything. Ellison looked at Matt and the count and told him not to worry, but to try to understand what achievements they were talking about. The old man lowered his gaze through his bangs and said that he heard stories about a legendary soldier from the Dragon War. He remembered the same man in the cape and said that he ignored orders and tried to help people and was the best magician, but the worst soldier, and his name was Ellison. The main character looked sweaty. Raiden leaned his hands on his cane and said with a smile that few people know this story, but what if he said that the city of Grake was one of the villages he saved at that time? He remembered how Verna opened the door in the dark of the night room, because it was the day when Dedrin came to the castle. The main character stood with the brunette near the portal, because when they teleported to his room, he immediately recognized them. The brown-haired man sighed with relief, scratched the back of his head, said that he did not think that Raiden was conscious. At this time, the old man crossed his fingers with trepidation and said that Ellison saved the city and his family, and he simply did not know how to thank him and decided that he would do everything in his power to help. The protagonist looked through his bangs with a smile. He immediately went outside and directed a powerful stream of energy at the statue, because he did not want such glory. He immediately destroyed this monument with a powerful stream. He looked at the broken pieces of the statue emitting blue flames, because he did not want any third-party objects to be associated with his restaurant. The old man's eyes widened at this phenomenon. Then he timidly scratched his cheek and looked away because he assumed that this was too much and he overdid it. The broken head of the statue lay on the clearing, and the magician asked to get rid of the rumors that his food heals the sick, and Raiden agreed to these demands. At this time, there were students of the magic school walking along the corridor. A brown-haired woman was carrying books and suddenly dropped them. Two girls immediately began to pick up the books from the floor. Then the brown-haired woman looked in amazement as the books rose by themselves with the help of magic. It was a woman with black hair who used magic to lift the books and wished the guys good luck with studying magic because they should be careful indoors. The student picked up the book and thanked the teacher with a surprised look. The brunette looked back at the blonde in amazement, who was shocked that Medrine had spoken to her, and they thought she was cool because her spellcasting speed was at its best and they didn't even notice it. It was the teacher in the cape and the stick in her hair because they wanted to understand that the rumors were not true and they initially did not want to believe them. This teacher convulsively clenched her fist because she had heard from the students that they would never believe that she was tied up and kidnapped and that someone was spreading such stupid rumors. Medrine, with tears in her eyes, squeezed her eyes tightly shut and realized that she would also like to believe that these were rumors. Then she went to the door and suddenly her eyes widened, because she realized that it was important for her to understand who was behind this. She was standing by the door, black energy was coming from there, and there was definitely someone there. Medrine stared at the door and understood that only Duke Tamarin could enter her room without permission, but he was not in the city now. She imagined Rurin smiling maliciously and assumed that it could be her. She entered the room and saw a blonde guy sitting behind a chair. Medrine, with tears in her eyes, spread her arms and screamed that she should not be tied up, because rumors had already spread throughout the city. At this time, the blonde guy was drinking a cup of tea at the table and looked intently at the girl. Leon's eyes bulged in bewilderment. Medrine, with tears in her eyes, frantically looked at the guy, who did not understand what she was talking about. It was a huge building, similar to a cathedral, and they were talking about how the crime rate would melt every day, and it was obvious that this could not help but affect nearby cities. Leon timidly closed his eyes and touched his chin when he was told that people had been sent to sort things out completely, but there were a couple of problems. The guy replied that it was all very cool and important and asked why she hadn't raised her head. At that time, Medrine sat with her head down, looking red. She sat at the table opposite Leon with her head down and said that he hadn't warned her about his visit and that he would never spread any rumors. The blonde looked down sadly and said that Yeager was in a serious situation now and asked how many people had died already. The girl sadly touched her hair and said that 3 people had died. Leon stared at the saddened brunette and was surprised that no one else wanted to go in such a short time. The blonde reached into his inside pocket and stuck out his index finger because he didn't want the brunette to go there, but if she did, everyone would run away in fear. He took a flask of potion from his inside pocket and said that they would not be able to find out who made this poison. The brunette sadly lowered her head and said that they had no one to send to the city of Dedran right now. The blonde smiled with a slight grin and said that there was one person after all. The brunette immediately exclaimed in the sweat of his brow, and she was curious who it was. It was a town near a small forest where he said that it was time for them to go. At this time, our hero went to the table with dishes, because they could finally eat properly after a long time. Ellison at this time cut the juiciest fried meat. Then he grated a vegetable. Then he began to decorate the meat dish with chopsticks. He carried the dish on a tray with a joyful look and said that it was ready. He handed the tray to the brunette and asked her to pass it on to the guests. Fried rice was served on the table. Serena looked at the dish in amazement and tried to figure out where the meat went. Serena watched tensely as Rurin chewed her meat and said that this rice was served without it. She looked to the side, saw another girl eating the dish with meat and assumed that Rurin was cheating on her. Verna, at this time, closed her eyes in pleasure because she really liked this place and the dish. Then she looked back at the owner of the restaurant passing by and asked if De'Aaron himself often came here. The guy answered that you could say that he was their regular guest. The blonde at this time closed her eyes with a smile and said that she really was against the statue at the entrance of the restaurant, and he said that it was wrong to mention it every time. Suddenly, Lyon and the brunette entered the room, trying to figure out if they had desserts. The protagonist walked with empty dishes and looked back at the man who was about to sit down at the table and asked for 2 servings. The brown-haired man sighed with relief and said that he would do it now. He immediately served 2 meat dishes with rice for Leon and Masha. The blonde immediately put a spoon in his mouth and wanted to try the dish. Medrine and Leon happily looked at each other from such an amazing taste, which pleased the owner of the restaurant. The main character leaned over to Leon, who was all in sweat because Ellison was flattered since this guy is not easy to surprise. The blonde and the brunette sat at the table and ate a delicious dish. The blonde was the crown prince in the perfect disguise of Leon Harris, and the girl was the unrecognizable magician Medrine. The blonde said that he had prepared the perfect disguise, but he had already been identified, and Medrine agreed that Ellison was terribly perceptive. They looked at Verna, who was happily eating the dish, and it seemed to them that the lady did not notice at all and asked about what this disguise was for. The blonde raised the spoon in front of his face and said with a smirk that he wanted to try the dishes here. The brown-haired man then looked at the flask of poison in surprise when he was asked what it was. Leon, looking sad through his bangs, said that it was a deadly poison that destroyed brain cells. The main character frowned in bewilderment when he was told that it was the same poison that had chained the Lord to his bed for many years. He put the potion back in his pocket while the brunette enjoyed the dish. The crown prince said that this poison was slowly spreading throughout the empire and it was a miracle that the Lord had managed to come to his senses, but he said that this would definitely not happen to everyone. Suddenly, bandits with knives ran into their restaurant when Leon was agreeing that, moreover, it would be extremely difficult to find evidence because there were no traces. Verna looked back at the villains in horror and realized that they were robbers who asked for food and money. It was two thieves with daggers named Millen and Voyle who repeated their demand with an angry look. At this time, the brunette and Serena looked at the bandits with an angry look, standing in a fighting pose opposite each other. The main character along with Leon looked at the villains in bewilderment, while Medrine was burning with magical fire when they heard that the bandits were going to carry out their plan. After a while, Millen's head was pressed to the ground, and they realized that they were from the city of Dedrin. Medrine sat on Millen while tapping Voyle on the head and told them not to move. She touched her face with a smirk and declared that she was a great magician when she was asked for mercy. While she smirked at the bandits, Leon was talking to Ellison because Medrine was having a hard time and she was asked to understand. The protagonist held a flask of poison and realized that Leon had come to give the order to investigate where this poison came from. The crown prince looked to the side, extending his index finger, and said no matter how much they interrogated Count Dedrin, he said nothing, and many generals were dead now the city's security was at zero. At this time, Medrine sat on the bandits with glee and mocked them because he said that this robbery was organized by the same people and they were simply expanding their area of influence. The blonde stood with his back to the protagonist when he was asked why entrust such an important mission to the owner of the restaurant. The crown prince replied that not long ago the city's mansion was destroyed. He became curious who could have used magic for this. The protagonist slightly closed his eyes when he brought the poison in the flask to his head, because Leon said whether this man feels responsible for the situation, which has already completely gotten out of control. The blonde looked back with displeasure, raising his hand when asked where he got this information from, but he couldn't tell her. At that time, Medrine opened her mouth in horror when she heard that only one rank could tell her about it. Medrine immediately ran to the guys in fear when Leon told the brown-haired man that he would leave this matter to him and said that he would provide all the things if necessary. The protagonist replied that he would play along with him only once and told Medrine to come to him later. These were the outskirts of the city of Dedrin, where it was deep night. At that time, the tramps were sitting by the fire and warming themselves by the tent. At that time, other bandits were breaking buildings and windows because the situation was much more serious. The main character timidly scratched his head, being with Rurin in this city, who was trying to understand what they were doing here. He said that they needed to catch the one who prepared this poison. The two of them passed by a beggar begging for alms and assumed that the city had gone quiet, as if from poison, and perhaps he had heard that all the generals had died from poisoning. He walked with a puzzled look and tried to figure out what to do, because if you catch them all at once, many would try to hide, but he couldn't ask them directly either. Then he turned to the black dragon who was walking next to him. The two of them walked down a dark alley, and the protagonist offered to listen to his plan. Rurin looked at Ellison with a smile, who thought that she wouldn't like it, although she said that he was too worried, and she had already said so. She looked at the brown-haired man with admiration and said that she would do anything for him and tried to find out his plan. A moment later, she was sitting behind bars in the dungeon. She held onto the bars and looked at the guard who told her to stay away from the bars, and that was the plan. At that time, the other prisoners were sitting nearby and noticed this girl and were going to smirk at her. The brunette looked back at the evil bandits who were going to make fun of her. Rurin looked sadly at these guys and understood that this was a disgusting place, because here they did not even divide people by gender. Her hand immediately began to tense up and turn into a dragon, because no one told her to sit and keep quiet, and now it was their turn to become part of an extremely exciting story that would be transmitted through the cells for a long time. The guard grabbed the door and looked back with displeasure at Ville's guys, telling them to press themselves against the wall and not make noise. At that time, the guard opened the door to the dungeon and announced that Lord Chamberlain was in place. The bandits looked back at the brunette and realized that this was all because of her. At this time, the Lord's footsteps were heard. It was an old man in a red suit, who smilingly noted that a newcomer was supposed to appear today. Moreover, this lord of the city was called Ricardo. The guard pointed to the dungeon with a girl and said that she was arrested for insulting passers-by. Then the brunette held onto the bars and looked away with displeasure. Ricardo looked at this girl with admiration and realized that she was a little impudent, but this was her highlight and let her be separate from the rest. Rurin looked angrily at the count, who showed up, which must be, and here she is not treated very well. Then Ricardo looked back at the maid in the doorway, who was trying to tell them something. The guard came closer to the lord and told him bad news, and because of this, he had to pass out. This was the mansion of Lord Ricardo, who realized that bandits do not learn anything. He stood in the dark room with his eyes closed and thought that they should have realized it by now. While the brown-haired man was sitting on the chair, the lord was supposed to come to him. Ricardo opened the door slightly and said with a smile that his name was Ricardo and apologized for making him wait. At this time, Ellison leaned back in his chair and looked back at the lord, asking him about his rank. The protagonist at this time sat on the couch, crossing his legs, and said that he was glad to meet him and introduced himself as Count Rivolk, and now he will rule the city of Dedran. A beautiful chandelier hung from the ceiling, and the lord apologized for being late because he was busy with the prisoners. Ricardo then looked at the scroll of rules and said that something strange had recently happened in the palace. These are not easy times. He noticed the red seal of the imperial palace on the letter and understood that it was not a fake. He immediately wrapped up the scroll and said that everything had simply unfolded much earlier than they had expected. The old man slightly narrowed his eyes and said that, unfortunately, for unknown reasons, 3 of the officials had died. He handed the scroll to the protagonist and said that he thought that noble persons would try to avoid this place. Ellison laughed and suggested that he should be careful not to become 4. The 2 of them were sitting at the table and having tea when the lord laughed at such a joke and said that he could not have said something so indecent. Then the protagonist began to open this scroll. He immediately tore it in front of Ricardo. He tore this letter to shreds and called it an indecent act. Ricardo looked at the torn paper in bewilderment and did not understand what the count was doing and why he tore the letter from the emperor. The protagonist scratched his nose with a grin and said that the content was too obvious, despite the fact that it was written by a prince. Then the lord looked in surprise as the guy put his feet up on the table and said that it was about public safety, special attention to the people, and working to eradicate corruption, and he knew with his eyes closed that he was not interested in that either. He grinned maliciously and threw his hand behind his head and said that he wanted to change something else here, and suggested that the lord did not want to watch the officials die one after another. Our hero clasped his fingers near his ear and said that there were areas of their common interest, and he heard various gossip when he was heading here. Ricardo looked at the guest with an intent gaze. At this time, the guard entered the dungeon and told the girl to go out. At this time, she was sitting on a bench with a sad look and noted that they themselves transferred her here, and now they were dragging her somewhere else again. But she did not need to know this. Urin recalled with an embittered person how the brown-haired man told her that she needed to go to prison. If not for his plan, then all the guards would be dead. The girl went out to the guard, who looked back at the evil grins of the bandits. These scoundrels laughed through the bars and declared that the girl would miss them, because compared to where she was being taken, this would seem like paradise. The brunette looked at these guys with displeasure when the guard ordered everyone to shut up. At this time, Ricardo was peeping from around the corner at the girl. He stood with a puzzled look, raising his gaze and trying to understand what to do, because this count behaved with everyone differently than other noblemen who had been here. He immediately reached for his inside pocket and realized that he could not continue to get rid of all the ambassadors, and in general he liked that it was the count. He took a flask of poison from his pocket and realized that he could be given a chance and wanted to see if he was really worth it or just groveling before him. It was a mansion under the night city, and Ellison understood that the lord had not said anything special. He sat on the chair and examined the flask with poison, because he realized that people rarely make such poison themselves, and it is obvious that there are some connections, because he tried to act like a corrupt official to find out. Then he lowered his gaze, closing his eyes, and understood that if he suddenly remembered about the poison, then the lord would pretend to be innocent, and it seemed that he had no choice but to hope for ruin. Suddenly, someone knocked on his office door and wanted to talk. It was the maid who brought him tea at the request of Lord Ricardo. She came into his office with a tray and he thanked her for it. The maid looked at him intently from under her brows and said that Ricardo asked her to leave only after Ellison took a sip. The protagonist's eyes widened in amazement when he heard that for the lord this was an indicator of trust. The brown-haired man looked at her intently and realized that he could now be brazenly poisoned, and the lord wanted him to prove that he trusted him and drink. He saw the black silhouette of the maid with hot tea and understood that if he used his title as a reason for refusal, then Ricardo would never reveal his true intentions. He picked up a cup of tea and understood if there was poison in the tea, then he would try to threaten the lord, and if not, then he would continue to behave like a count. He immediately picked up the cup with a joyful look and began to drink tea, because any outcome would suit him. Then he lowered his head and sweat. The maid looked at him with a sly look. The protagonist handed the empty cup to the maid and thanked her for such excellent tea, and she knew that he would like it. The brown-haired man looked intently at this cup and realized that there was no poison in it, and he was lucky. Then the maid stood at the entrance as another girl approached him, because Ricardo asked to give him a gift after he passed the test. The protagonist's eyes widened in amazement when he heard about Lord Ricardo's sign of sincerity. He immediately grabbed his head with a tense look and realized that now everything was much more complicated than he thought. At this time, a shabby slave stood at the door. The protagonist was going to come closer to the slave when they were wished a good time. The brown-haired man came closer to the girl and realized that she was scared, as if she was hypnotized. The girl immediately opened her fingers and reached out with her hand. She immediately jumped on the main character and sat on him. At this time, the bandits drank drinks from mugs and talked under the night sky, trying to understand at least something of what was said. At this time, the leader sat on the throne next to the assistant and realized that the bandits were trying to break into an empty house when suddenly a girl appeared and took revenge on them. Voyle and Millen were tied up and beaten, saying that the girl was too strong and did not look like an ordinary person at all. The leader of the gang looked closely at the tied-up bandits and reminded them that they needed to lie low while there was a fuss over the death of officials. If they could no longer keep their fists to themselves, then at least they should not be seen. This bandit looked at his assistant. The merchant looked at Vernito. These guys immediately opened their mouths convulsively when they were about to be sent to the cultivation room. Vanya immediately grabbed these tied-up guys and began to drag them, but they begged for mercy. It was Mr. Reincarnated, who was a human trafficker and did not understand what these requests for a last chance were for, because the fact that they were alive was already their last chance. Vanya looked to the side and said that Ricardo asked for another slave. Reincarnated frowned slightly and realized that this scoundrel was not getting tired at all, and he needed to wait at least a little. He suggested that it was better not to attract the attention of the Imperial Palace and suggested that Ricardo could be gotten rid of. Vernito held two tied-up guys and looked at his leader, who asked if Ricardo planned to send one slave today because Vernito also heard about it. Reincarnated, with a surprised look, put his hand to his chin and realized that this was an attack and their guys were beaten by a girl who was sitting in the cell. At this time, Rurin was walking with a slave with handcuffs and was in the sorting chamber. These were slaves who were in a dark cave. There was a merchant sitting there, next to whom the slaves were standing, and he was distributing them into certain groups. Rurin looked at what was happening with a cold heart and understood that although she was unable to understand human feelings, she knew that human trafficking was prohibited. She looked at how noble people watched the slaves from above, and it was surprising that he managed to organize such a large-scale slave business. A portal appeared right in front of Regina as she saw a black shadow and was not sure that these people created the poison, but it was better to tell them. She looked at the black portal in surprise and tried to contact Ellison because everything was much more complicated than they thought. While the slave was sitting on the protagonist, a communication window with Rurin suddenly appeared. The main character frantically looked at the communication window and began to justify himself. The brunette looked at what was happening in bewilderment. Ellison, sweating, looked at the slave, who wanted to hear an order, but our hero was going to justify himself to Rurin. The brunette immediately began to get angry and turn into a dragon, wanting to know what was happening. The slave in the red magic circle sat on the protagonist, who began to frantically justify himself, saying that it was a misunderstanding and stated that this woman was in a strange state in general, and he did not call her. The black silhouette of an angry brunette looked through the communication window when he asked if she would be caught talking. The angry silhouette of the brunette told Ellison to find out where the cultivation chamber was, and they would talk about this incident later. The main character, sweating, opened his mouth from such a statement. A guard passing by noticed Serena's blue rays from the chamber. He immediately opened the girl's dungeon and tried to understand what she was doing. Rurin looked back at the guard when the communication window was almost gone. She looked tensely at the guard and crumbled the handcuffs, saying that she needed new ones. She left the dungeon, stood opposite the guard. At this time, Vernito and Reincarnated were watching closely as the assistant tried to figure out whether to interrogate him. Reincarnated said that it was not necessary to do this because it was necessary to convey that he should not be provoked again. Vernito's eyes widened in amazement when he realized that it was not a person. Reincarnated touched his face with a puzzled look and did not know what the motives were, but a strange creature appeared. If they did not figure it out in time, then they would be in trouble, so it was necessary to clean up here. Serena's bright rays illuminated the main character's mansion. Ricardo closed his eyes with a smile and asked about the Count's gift. The brown-haired man held hot tea with a smile and said that it was pretty cool, but he was a little annoyed by Ricardo's distrust. But he had already forgotten, although he understood that it was not funny at all. Because of this incident, there was a misunderstanding with Rurin. The Lord stood in front of the main character and apologized for such a moment and noted that he did not want to risk because he shook hands with him too hastily. Playing, he thought that the Lord forgot about what they were talking about. At this time, the slave was sleeping on the bed, and Ellison said that he just wanted to leave this woman for a couple more days. The brown-haired man immediately tried his tea and noted that it was not the first time he saw a slave, but there was something wrong with this girl. Ricardo immediately grinned in the dark space when he was asked about the fact that this girl was in a rather strange state. Ricardo noticed the Count's attentiveness because this is a special feature of their products. He imagined how slaves were tied up and handcuffed standing in a crowd, because slaves are brainwashed so that they become real puppets and you don't have to worry that they will run away or start a riot, because they are all calm. Ricardo, with an inspired look, spread his arms out to the sides and said that slaves listen to all orders, so you can make them do anything. The brown-haired man looked sadly through his bangs when Ricardo noted that hardly anyone would refuse such a thing. He imagined the bloodthirsty grin of Ricardo's black silhouette and could not even think how disgusting it was, and realized that the issue with the poison needed to be resolved and slavery would also have to be gotten rid of. He grinned wickedly as he brought the cup, realizing that if he didn't get rid of it completely, the same thing would happen that eventually happened with Dedran Castle. At the same time, he asked the Lord if he hoped to expand the slave market. Ricardo timidly scratched his mustache when he heard that it was all thanks to quality products and connections, because by combining them all they would create a sales channel for influential people in the empire. The old man grinned and began to think that cooperation with the Count was an excellent idea. The guy sat at the table, his head down, and said that he needed to check something first. Ricardo immediately froze and his eyes widened when he was asked about the attitude of the slaves towards the cultivation chamber. The protagonist looked at the confused Ricardo, who was standing by the door, and realized that Rivolk knew everything. The protagonist said that he came here after hearing a couple of rumors. The brown-haired man scratched his forehead and said, "As the Lord knows, the nobility is extremely cautious, so first you need to carefully check the entire process. If it causes inconvenience, then the Lord could not show." Ricardo immediately smiled maliciously and said that the route can be shortened a little, but it is not necessary. This old man put his hands behind his back under the rays of light and said that since they were partners, there is no reason to hide anything, and everything is much closer than he thought. At this time, Reincarnated was about to go to the door. He knocked on the door and was allowed to enter. He opened the door and saw a girl in a black dress, saying that there was a problem that needed intervention. It was a girl with red hair who was smoking a pipe and said that it was unexpected, because Reincarnated did not blink an eye even after the guards of the Imperial Palace were poisoned, and asked what was the matter. The human merchant slightly squinted and said that something strange was happening among the slaves, because they quickly hid their energy, so he was not sure, and it seemed that there was a dragon similar to her. Sydney looked away with a smirk, saying that it was indeed worth reporting. The red dragon Sydney. Reincarnated stood with his back, looking at the girl. The red dragon asked if the black dragons could have sniffed out everything, adding that she had recently been receiving more and more reports that they were being dug under, asking that a new guest had arrived not long ago. Reincarnated said that it was a young master named Count Rivolk. Sydney squinted away, saying that she had not heard of him before, asking that the dragon he mentioned was a slave. Reincarnated said that it was, and that this short girl with black hair. The red dragon began to emit a red aura, representing the image of the protagonist and Ruin. She thought that this couldn't be happening. The red dragon looked at the human trafficker, telling him to gather everything in the cultivation and sorting chamber and prepare to leave at any moment. Reincarnated said that he would follow the order. A magical yellow circle was visible in the air. There were people standing in the room, sorting through the grass. Ricardo said that this was the real pride, the cultivation chamber. The Lord and the protagonist stood in the room with a bandage on their face. The Lord said that they grow various herbs and mushrooms to mix with drugs to prepare loyal slaves ready to serve their masters. The protagonist looked away in bewilderment, wondering what magical lights were and finding it hard to believe that they did such a thing right in the mansion. The guy in the bandage was pushing a cart with human bodies. The protagonist said that they were in bad condition. Ricardo noted that there were a lot of poisonous plants there. The Lord turned his attention to the protagonist. The Archmage said that he was leaving with such ingredients. He looked at what was happening in horror, asking that it was possible to create a poison that would not leave a trace. The Lord narrowed his eyes, asking that he was interested in their products. Ricardo reached his hand into his jacket, saying that he was just about to show. Reincarnated called out to the Lord. The human trafficker was heading towards the Lord. He looked at Ricardo with a terrifying gaze, asking what was going on. Ricardo pointed his finger to the side, saying that he apologized for being so late, but this was Count Rivolk, who agreed to cooperate with them. Reincarnated attacked the Lord in the neck when he said that they had finally gathered before the nobles from the very heart of the empire. The human trafficker looked ahead with a terrifying gaze, clutching his blade. He said that this was incredible and how stupid. The Archmage looked at what was happening in surprise when the head flew off the shoulders of the Lord. Reincarnated said that he showed all this to some guest that he barely knows. Fire began to appear from the magic circle. Flames engulfed the room around the boys. Reincarnated said that he apologized and he did not know if he really wanted to cooperate, but he had to get rid of everything properly. Ellison pulled the bandage off his face, telling him not to worry and that his suspicions were justified. Ellison added that the Count's games had come to an end. The soldiers stood in the room with the cells. Ruin sat in the cell, saying that it was getting noisy. She frowned, thinking that she heard everything being closed down, wondering if it was because of Ellison. The red dragon grabbed the cell with his hand, asking if this was all true, adding that she thought Reincarnated had misunderstood something. Sydney looked at the girl with a smile, saying that they really had a jackpot with the dragon. Ruin looked at Sydney with displeasure, saying that she never thought that she would meet another dragon in such a place, asking who she was. Sydney said that she did not know her, but she knew her very well. Ruin widened her eyes. Sydney said that she was Ruin, the daughter of Varen. The red dragon grinned maliciously. Ruin asked how she knew her mother's name. The dragon said that she did not just know her name. Sydney smiled bloodthirstily, licking her lips. She said that she also remembered the moment of her death very well. The black dragon lowered her head. Sydney asked if she wanted to listen. The black dragon said that it was good that Ellison was not there. A powerful aura began to emanate from Ruin. She said that he would give such a bastard another chance. The cage exploded from the powerful energy. Ruin turned into a black dragon, saying that she would tear her to pieces and leave only her filthy mouth. Sydney looked at the dragon with a cold gaze. Ruin said that she would see if she could also talk, adding that everything would be slow and painful. Sydney began to turn into a dragon, asking what she thought, noting that she had already seen this, and surprisingly, her mouth was fine, but her mother's was. Ruin began to collect magical energy in her mouth, telling her to shut up. Ruin shot a magical pillar of energy. A hole appeared in the wall from the powerful blow. The man looked away in horror. The fighters began to run away from the black dragon. The man shouted that this was the dragon and they needed to run. The black dragon looked away, baring her fangs. Sydney asked what she was angry about. A red spark appeared above the black dragon's head. Sydney said that she was quite brave for a slave. The red energy ball moved towards the black dragon. Sydney turned into a red dragon. She asked why she was leaning so senselessly, noting that she could have lived peacefully with that guy in Greek City. The black dragon glared at the red dragon. The black dragon said that cockroaches were usually gotten rid of, so she shouldn't stick her neck out. Ruin charged at the red dragon. She said that she reeked all the way here. The fighter looked at the burning plants with excitement. He said that there was a fire there and they needed to put it out quickly. Reincarnated looked back at the fighter, saying that there was no need to do that and that they needed to leave. The protagonist began to create a magic circle. He waved his hand, turning the fire into ice. Ellison looked at the traffickers with a serious look, saying that he would deal with it since he couldn't let all the evidence burn. The human trafficker looked at the protagonist with narrowed eyes. He said that it turns out he was not an official. Reincarnated clutched the blade in his hand, adding that it was no wonder he seemed so strange. Ellison noted that he did not think it was worth saying that. The Archmage surrounded himself with a barrier, saying that he was only a swordsman. Reincarnated swung his blade, saying that his barrier was strong. Ellison frowned. He stated that these were sudden strikes, and now everything was clear to him. Reincarnated took a fighting stance. The Archmage asked that this was the sword technique of the First Knightly Order, and he was from the Imperial Palace. Reincarnated looked menacingly at the protagonist. He said that he seemed to be becoming more and more curious. The human merchant began to take his blade out of its sheath, saying that, however, it was too dangerous. Reincarnated surrounded his blade with fire, directing an attack at the protagonist. The Archmage raised 3 fingers, creating magic circles. Reincarnated dodged the magic circles, saying that such blows could be easily avoided if the path of the energy flow was determined in time. Reincarnated appeared next to the protagonist. Ellison said that even Palankius knew such things. The human merchant noted that he would not be able to use strong magic without damaging the evidence. The Archmage attacked with an electric pillar of energy. The human merchant dodged the attack, saying that in his case, everything was different. The swordsman began to swing his weapon. The swordsman's blows began to hit the protagonist's barrier. The protagonist looked up in irritation, thinking that he was not one of the simple knights. The swordsman moved his hand to the side, saying that the defensive magic weakened depending on the expansion of the area covered. The knight gathered his power in the blade, swinging it. He noted that especially against the power directed at one specific point. The swordsman attacked the protagonist's barrier with a column of energy. A hole appeared in the barrier. The protagonist glared at his opponent. He said that in theory, this was the right approach. Reincarnated looked ahead in confusion. Ellison noted that he knew how to kill the mage. The knight wondered if the barrier was still holding. The Archmage created a magic circle, appearing in front of Reincarnated's face, saying that this was all. The Archmage attacked the knight in the stomach. The human merchant was thrown aside, causing an explosion. The merchant was sitting on the floor, saying that he was strong. The protagonist noted that he quickly got up, adding that he did not hit him with the intent to kill. The Archmage's eyes widened. The knight rose to his feet, leaning on his blade. The protagonist asked who he was in this body. A man entered the building, telling the lord that he had come. Reincarnated held a scroll in his hands, saying that as he had ordered. The boys were sitting at the table. Reincarnated noted that Verna had apparently been identified. Leon said that it looked like they had not had to wait long. Verna jumped up from her chair, shedding tears. Leon said that he had not come to arrest her, so she could go. Verna thanked him for his mercy. Reincarnated sat down next to the prince. He asked if the restaurant was really open without Mr. Ellison. The prince said that there was a ranch hand there, and he was a good cook. Reincarnated looked at the prince in confusion. Leon asked what was going on with Dedrin. Reincarnated noted that he had not said anything yet. Dedrin was sitting in a cage, chained. Reincarnated noted that he was probably shaken by the destruction of the palace. Dedrin spoke of retribution and the approach of a mage in a blue robe. The prince looked at the man with a serious look, asking if he could ask a question. Nedrine and Darian spat out their food in surprise. Leon asked that if he and Ellison fought equally, who would win? Leon waved his hands. Darian asked the prince what he was saying. Leon said that he was serious and let him answer. The man closed his eyes, raising his hand to his mouth. He said that he could not understand why he would ask such a childish question. The man looked at the prince, noting that even if he and Maria had teamed up, they would never have won. The prince slightly opened his mouth, asking why things were so bad. Darian said that he was a terrible monster. The prince looked at the man in surprise. Darian noted that he knew another such person. Darian presented the image of the knight. He said that this was the genius who rethought the art of wielding a sword in the First Knightly Order, Commander Adrian Pierce, and he had not seen a swordsman stronger than him. Darian narrowed his gaze, saying that this is why he is still the vice commander. The prince sighed heavily, speaking about the commander of the First Knightly Order, noting that he was talking about the one who is still alive because he was not there then, so he cannot judge. Reincarnated looked at his opponent with a menacing look. The prince asked that he went missing during the war, defending the imperial palace. Reincarnated slightly opened his mouth, asking what his name was. The protagonist bowed his head and said that his name was Ellison. The Archmage widened his eyes. Reincarnated said that he was that deserter. The protagonist wondered that he knew that too. The Archmage began to create a magic circle, saying that he didn't care and that he had a lot to ask, considering his condition and all, and that he would hear it in person. Reincarnated swung his blade, saying that it wouldn't happen and that they would see each other again. The knight aimed his attack at the ceiling. The protagonist looked up in confusion, noting that he was aiming at the ceiling. The knight asked if he needed to protect the slaves and evidence. Reincarnated smiled slightly, saying that things were really bad and if he had someone like him by his side he would have gone a different route. The building was on fire. Reincarnated was looking at the red dragon with a menacing look. Sydney was sitting near the wall, saying that she had already said that she was quite the piece of work. The brunette approached the red dragon, asking her to tell him how she knew about her mother. Sydney asked what she thought she would never know, noting that some secrets just can't be hidden, no matter how hard you try. Sydney looked at the girl with a sly look. She said that, for example, that her mother created an ancient orb and was imprisoned. A black shadow fell on Reincarnated's face. Sydney said that she died painfully there. Reincarnated sent a magical flow of energy into the red dragon when she spoke of the orb. Reincarnated looked angrily ahead and told her to continue. The black dragon added that if the secret was revealed, she would kill everyone. A barrier appeared above the hole in the ceiling. The people slightly ducked. The protagonist told them to be calm and the cave no longer collapses. The people looked at the protagonist with a wide smile. The girl asked that he was Count Rivolk, thanking him. Ellison said that you are welcome and they should take care of the wounded. The people looked at Ricardo's body. The girl screamed that there was a body. The people bared their teeth. The boy said it was Ricardo. The man said he thought it was someone else. The people started kicking the dead body of the Lord. The girl said he was a pervert and that this idiot did terribly vile things. The boy looked awkwardly at the protagonist, telling the guys to calm down and not to do that in front of the one who saved them. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist, offering to crush him together. The woman looked up in confusion as stones rained down from the ceiling. The maid looked ahead in confusion, wondering what was going on down there, noting that Lord Ricardo was still down there. The woman turned her head behind her. A man in a black robe stood behind her. The maid asked who he was. The man noted that he heard someone was sick up there. The woman frowned, saying that she was sorry, but they weren't expecting any guests that day. Green smoke flew past the woman's face. The maid told him to go away. The woman collapsed on the floor. The man said that of course he wasn't coming to visit. The man opened the door to the office. A shabby girl was lying on the bed. The man asked who she was. Reincarnated approached the cage. She pushed the cage apart with her hands, saying that there were no guards and that they needed to run. The people looked at the girl with an exhausted look. Reincarnated said that they were in a terrible state. The black dragon frowned, saying that it was no wonder they couldn't escape. Reincarnated looked away in surprise when the protagonist called out to her. The Archmage looked at the girl with a smile. Reincarnated said that there he was. Ellison noted that she said that someone broke into her place, but from what he could see, she had made a real mess there herself. Reincarnated looked at the protagonist with confusion, noting that she had no choice since the dragon recognized her. The red dragon was sitting near the wall without a head. The Archmage asked what was there. Reincarnated said that it was, and they had to shut her up. Ellison looked at the brunette in surprise. Reincarnated said that everything was fine. She looked at the protagonist with a serious look, noting that this dragon knew everything about the orb and her mother, and she knew that she had absorbed the orb. A blue light was visible inside the girl's body. The Archmage grabbed his head, saying, "Well, that's it." Ellison put his hand out to the side, saying that he had already found out where the poison was coming from, so it was time to get out of there. Reincarnated asked what about those guys. The people were looking ahead with an indifferent look. Reincarnated noted that they were probably brainwashed, but they weren't reacting to anything at all. The protagonist looked away, saying that he had called someone who could fix this and he was over there. The man took off his hood, telling Ruin that she had said she would let him go. The man looked at the black dragon in bewilderment, asking if she was exploiting him too much. The golden dragon Iramantium. Iramantium asked if this was the last time. A green cloud of energy appeared in the air. The girl looked ahead in confusion. The girls began to look around. The brown-haired girl asked where they were. The short-haired girl said that she was free. People began to smile joyfully and raise their hands, shouting that they were finally free. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, telling everyone to line up. Ellison stood next to a huge pot, saying that he would serve food. Ruin looked at the package in bewilderment, asking what it was. The protagonist said that it was ramen, and he brought it from another world, adding that it was the best dish when you want to eat. The protagonist poured water into a bowl. People looked at the food with admiration. Ellison told her to close the lid, and in 3 minutes you can eat. The girl thanked the protagonist. The brown-haired girl began to pull the noodles into her mouth. People ate the food with pleasure. The brown-haired girl said that the broth was warm and the taste was just great. The girl with a ponytail said that it was amazing. Near the wall, the dragon's body continued to lie. The girl said that she wanted another plate. The brown-haired girl asked that they take more. The protagonist took the package of food in his hand, telling Ruin that he had prepared it for her too. Iramantium walked around the room. Ruin asked what else could she have. The protagonist said, of course. Iramantium looked down with a sad expression. He remembered how the girls smiled maliciously. He asked that she did not want to be together. The long-haired girl told him to know his place. The blonde asked that he thought that magic opened any door for him. Iramantium looked at his hand. The golden dragon remembered the image of Verna and Dieren. Verna thanked the doctor, saying that he saved her husband. Dieren asked that he could build a monument to him. The golden dragon remembered how the girl held his hand. She thanked the dragon, saying that she thought that she would forever remain a slave. The golden dragon held his hand in front of him. Iramantium looked at the bright light from the cave. It was deep night above the building. The protagonist said that they finally returned to the restaurant. Ruin looked at the protagonist in surprise. Ellison asked who would have thought that they would be so easy to deal with, noting that Iramantium was good at what he did, and he heard that he had already helped that girl. Ruin looked at Ellison with a terrifying look. She said that, by the way, she had completely forgotten. Ruin remembered seeing the girl sitting on the protagonist. She said that she had forgotten what happened then. The Archmage looked at the girl in horror. The brunette asked if he was ready to pay for this. The brunette flashed her gaze, heading towards the protagonist. Ellison said that he had already said that he had no choice. Ruin rushed at the protagonist, hugging him. The Archmage looked at the girl in embarrassment. Ruin blushed slightly, saying that this was a punishment. The protagonist hugged the brunette. Ruin told him to hug her quickly, and this was his punishment. The protagonist looked at the girl in confusion. Ruin told him not to do it again. Ellison apologized to Ruin. The Archmage looked up thoughtfully, saying that if this was punishment, he was ready to take it a couple more times. Ruin looked at the Archmage in surprise. Ellison said that she removed the dragon's corpse, asking what she didn't want the crown prince to see. Ellison looked at the brunette in shock. Ruin said that she didn't do it. The black dragon looked at the protagonist in bewilderment, saying that she thought he removed it. The protagonist said that he had a bad feeling about this. Sydney put out her hand when a blue light appeared in it. She smiled maliciously, asking that this was really the limit for a clone with half her mana, and she thought the fight would last longer. Sydney looked behind her, asking what he would say. Riiden was looking at the girl with a menacing look. Sydney called out to a knight named Adrian, first commander of the knightly order Adrian Pierce. Adrian said that he apologized, as the enemy was strong. Sydney smiled widely, saying that she had never heard such an epithet used about a person. Sydney looked away with a smirk, saying that they would let it go and that they should have told him about Ellison earlier. Sydney added that they would probably have to adjust their plans a little. Leon held a cup in his hands, saying that he, as always, had figured it out perfectly. Diriant looked at the smiling prince with confusion. He said that it was a mess, noting that they were making poison and brainwashing people, and everything was much worse than he thought. The prince said that he agreed. The blonde closed his eyes and brought the mug to his lips. He thought it was amazing that Ellison figured it out so easily. The protagonist carried a cake on plates, looking at the prince. He asked if there were any other problems in the city of Grake. Leon noted that they would still need to hand over the responsibilities to someone else. Ellison asked that they needed to hand over the responsibilities. The protagonist handed the plates to the boys. Leon asked that the dragon was to blame for everything, noting that it was amazing. The vice commander said that her henchman was a knight from the First Order and he would like to meet the one who tarnished their honor. The Archmage looked at the prince with a serious look. Leon said that it seemed that the dragon's body had disappeared. The Archmage noted that she should be alive. Leon smiled widely. The protagonist said that he understood that one of the cities of the Empire was involved in the matter, but he hoped that he understood that one should not interfere with the dragon's machinations without preparation. The prince said that of course, since he did not want to die young. Leon narrowed his eyes and smirked slightly, taking out a scroll. The protagonist said that he should send good officials there then. Leon noted that he knew he would say that. The Archmage looked at the scroll in surprise. The prince said that officials were not needed this time. The protagonist straightened the scroll, looking at it in surprise. The protagonist folded the scroll, asking if this was the original plan. Leon stated that people would misunderstand him if they heard that, and it would be strange if people thought that he would just give someone such an opportunity. The prince added that many nobles would bow in gratitude for such a chance. The weather was clear above the estate. Raiden asked for forgiveness from His Highness. Verna pulled her hands when Raiden looked at His Highness with a serious look. Raiden said that his wife did not commit a crime, and it was all Dedran. Verna stated that as she thought, he still hadn't forgiven her, and she was willing to accept his punishment. Leon looked at the boys with irritation. The vice commander said that they hadn't come to take them away. Dariant told them to read the letter. Raiden opened the scroll, asking if it was a written complaint. Leon told him to stop, adding that he had a feeling he was really going to lock her up in prison. Raiden's eyes widened. Verna looked at her husband in confusion, asking what it was. Leon said that after Lord Dedran was imprisoned, the management of Greek City had improved. Leon looked at the boys with a smirk, saying that the poverty rate had dropped, and the city had become calm and safe, and they had chosen a better option than sending a new official to Dedran City. The boys looked at the prince with confusion. Leon said that from now on, Greek City and Dedran City would be united, and the management of Dedran City would remain with Lord Greek. Verna's eyes widened. Leon said that's what it said. The prince smiled widely, congratulating the count, noting that he had gained new territory in the blink of an eye. The count looked down. The prince asked him what he thought. The count's mouth slightly opened. The prince looked at the man in surprise. Raiden said that he did not want to rule the city of Dedran. Leon scratched his head in confusion, asking why not, since it was good news. The count smiled slightly. Leon said that anyone else would bow in gratitude. The count noted that to be more precise, he simply could not and thought that someone else would be better suited for this role. A beautiful sunset was visible in the sky. Dariant and Leon were sitting on their horses. The prince said that he did not expect such an answer. Dariant agreed with the prince. The vice commander smiled slightly. Leon said that he thought that it would be possible to build a more trusting relationship with the count. The vice commander said that he at least accepted the idea. The blonde tilted his head to the side with a wide smile. He noted that one could say that. De'Aaron stood by the door. The blonde said that although he had not expected things to turn out like this. De'Aaron opened the door with a wide smile, asking his father why he called him. Raiden held a plate with cake in his hand, telling him to come in and sit down since he had prepared the desserts. De'Aaron broke off a piece of cake with a fork. The boy sat opposite his father, asking how his health was. The count said that it seemed that he would no longer need his cane. De'Aaron said that he would have to thank the Dr. Alina again. The boy smiled widely, saying that news had reached him, adding that Dedran and Greek would be united. Raiden looked down sadly. The boy said that it probably wouldn't be easy, but he congratulated him. The count brought the bun to his mouth, asking how old he was turning. De'Aaron said that he would be 17 years old. The boy looked at his father, embarrassed. The count said that he had grown up and would not be surprised if he married, soon asking if he liked anyone. De'Aaron asked why. His father closed his eyes, saying that he was thinking of making him his successor and had already discussed everything with the prince. De'Aaron looked at his father, dumbfounded. Raiden said that he would now rule the city of Dedran. The father narrowed his gaze, noting that he had often visited his room when he was paralyzed, and he had listened to his worries. Raiden recalled his son sitting next to him, saying that he never stopped worrying about others. De'Aaron looked down, embarrassed. Raiden noted that he did not put himself first, on the contrary, he was very polite and considerate. De'Aaron said that he should have replaced the Lord back then. The father took his son's hand, saying that was it. De'Aaron looked at his father in surprise. Raiden said that he could now present his ideas as the official lord of the city of Dedran, De'Aaron Greek. Tears appeared in the boy's eyes. The count said that he would definitely be a better lord than him. The boy pressed his lips together, bringing his hand to his face. De'Aaron smiled widely, pressing his palm to his chest. He agreed with his father, saying that he would turn Dedran into a beautiful city. It was deep night above the abandoned houses. A man's face with glowing eyes could be seen from an abandoned house. De'Aaron looked ahead in horror in the company of a soldier and an assistant. The old man said that he had done a little investigating. The city was covered in cobwebs. De'Aaron said that the city's security was at a terrible level. The old man noted that the condition and damage were extremely deplorable. The assistant inspected the area, saying that although the largest gang had been detained, they said that others had appeared and were now trying to take their place. De'Aaron looked around, asking what the guards were doing and if there was any patrol in the city. The assistant said that he could take a look himself. There were men in the room. The men were flushed and looking away. The soldier looked at the men in panic, standing with the count. He said that things were usually not like this. The count's eyes widened. The soldier approached the men, kicking them with his foot. De'Aaron collapsed on the floor, looking ahead in confusion. He wondered what would happen next and where to even begin. The sun was shining brightly over the restaurant. Matt said that everything was ready. He held out the steak to the protagonist with a smile, asking if it would do. The protagonist looked at the steak with a smile, saying that it looked good. The protagonist looked at Ruin in surprise. The brunette said that she could probably cook it like that too. Ellison said that he doubted it. Rihanna held out the fork to her lips. She said that she had heard that Lord De'Aaron had gone to the town of Dedran. Mr. Knoll looked at his wife, holding the fork in his hand. He said that it was true and that he was doing well. Rihanna said that he must be having a hard time right now. De'Aaron opened the doors to the restaurant. Rihanna said that the town of Dedran was in terrible shape. De'Aaron stood in the doorway with an exhausted look, asking for one hamburger. Rihanna and Mr. Knoll looked at De'Aaron, who collapsed on the table in confusion. Ruin peeked out from behind the wall. Ellison asked who made the order. The brunette said it was a dead man. The protagonist held a plate with a hamburger, saying that this was his food. De'Aaron brought the hamburger, a card, saying that it was very tasty and wonderful. The Archmage looked at the guy in confusion, saying that he must be very hungry, asking what was going on with him lately. De'Aaron widened his eyes. The protagonist asked if there was any way he could help. De'Aaron lowered his head, thinking that he couldn't ask the teacher for help. The protagonist looked at the guy worriedly. De'Aaron thought that even if it was going on with him. The blonde looked at the protagonist with an exhausted look, thinking that he was fine and only came for food. The blonde told the protagonist that he was having a hard time and was asking for help. The Archmage looked at the boy worriedly, asking if something was wrong. De'Aaron looked at his teacher in surprise. The protagonist asked if it was really that bad. The blonde opened his mouth wide in panic, thinking that he had overdone it, and said that it was a joke and everything was fine. After which he put the coin on the table, saying that it was time for him to go and he would go. The blonde hurriedly walked to the exit, thanking him for the food and saying that they would see each other again. The protagonist thoughtfully looked down, asking Ruin if they still had that thing. The brunette asked what it was. The dim light illuminated the room. The protagonist said that they never used it and it seemed to be in the attic. The assistant looked at the blonde in bewilderment. De'Aaron asked why he did that, adding that he could not believe that he tried to blame everything on the teacher again. De'Aaron slapped himself in the face, telling him to pull himself together. De'Aaron took the scroll with a sad look, thinking that he should be calm and the city would have been fine a long time ago if it was possible, and first he needed to restore order. The walls of the building were cracking at the seams. The blonde noted that the main problems were corruption and crime, and this was all very much related to the residents of the city. De'Aaron looked at the scroll, imagining the image of a man and a bag of money. He noted that since everything was intertwined, the circle was closed and the security was reduced when officials stole money and gangs drowned in bribes, and this was the main problem. De'Aaron remembered drunk men. He noted that this was the state of the city guards. The blonde rolled up the scroll, wondering if there was someone who could quickly catch the criminals. The blonde remembered the image of the main character. The assistant looked in horror at the blonde, who slapped himself in the face again. De'Aaron said that he needed to pull himself together and that he couldn't rely on the teacher all the time. The old man asked what he was doing. The assistant's eyes widened in surprise. De'Aaron said that he had decided to take action. The blonde looked at the assistant with a serious look, telling him to call each worker one by one and they would start with the officials. De'Aaron added that his cheek also hurt. The assistant said that he would bring a cool towel. The weather was clear outside. The man said that they were empty talkers and that they needed to run faster. The soldiers fell to the ground. The brown-haired man said that his legs hurt. The man said that he had drunk so much that his stomach was sick. The man looked at the soldiers with irritation, asking why else they called themselves an army. The commander of the army of the city of Dedran, Kinder. The commander looked at the guys with displeasure, putting his hands on his hips. The soldier asked why he was so strict lately. The guy asked that it was really because of the count. Kinder said that they should be glad that the count was merciful, asking that wasn't Otradnoy for them, that at least their heads were still on their shoulders. The man looked at the commander in bewilderment. Kinder asked when they would finally get together. The man said that he just couldn't understand. Kinder widened his eyes. The man noted that he had been closing his eyes the whole time, asking why he had suddenly come to his senses. The soldier looked at the commander with displeasure, saying that they had already tried to correct themselves, asking what the point of all this was. The commander stood motionless, looking at the guys. The soldier said that one swing from above and their effort would be over, asking that maybe it was time to just resign themselves. Kinder walked down the street of the city. He looked thoughtfully at the ground. Kinder lowered his head, remembering the soldier's words that he had been closing his eyes the whole time and why he had suddenly come to his senses. The commander said that it was all really his fault. Kinder turned his attention to the side, wondering what he should go and drink or something. There was a tent near the building from which a light was visible. The commander asked what it was. Gusto looked into the tent, thinking that it smelled delicious and that it was not like that yesterday. The protagonist greeted the commander. The protagonist and Ruin were standing at the table. Ellison said that they were glad to see him at the restaurant of Ellison and Ruin. The brunette said that it was a mobile restaurant. Kinder looked at the guys in bewilderment, asking what a restaurant it was. The protagonist said that they served food and drinks, and you can also drink there. The commander looked at the shashlik with admiration. The Archmage asked how it was. The protagonist conjured a magic circle, causing fire. The commander asked if he could have some liqueur with meat. Ellison said that he would only need a minute, asking Ruin to bring more meat. Shashlik was being grilled. Logs were burning under the shashlik. The protagonist poured a drink into a shot glass. The protagonist smiled and brought the plate with the drink, saying that the food and drinks were ready. The commander looked at the dish with admiration. Ellison wished him a bon appetit. Kinder brought the shashlik to his face, thinking that it was the smell of coal, after which he bit into the meat. The commander closed his eyes, imagining juicy meat and vegetables. He noted that it was so tender and that the taste buds were simply delighted with the sweetness of the baked vegetables and the juice of the fried meat. The commander raised his hand to his lips, asking for another glass of liqueur. The Archmage looked at the man with a smile, asking what he liked. Kinder said that the liqueur went well with the dish. The protagonist opened his eyes. Kinder said that he had had a hard time lately and now he felt much better. The protagonist said that he was glad to hear this and he was ready to listen to his experiences. An orange sunset was visible above the mansion. The man said that he welcomed the new count of the city of Dedran. The man looked at the count with a smile, saying that his name was Vendank and that he was responsible for taxes and finances. The count looked at the scroll, saying that he was glad to meet him. He thought that taxes, regarding the city's finances, there were almost no normal records. The count looked menacingly in front of him. He thought that it was unclear where the budget was going, as there were inconsistencies everywhere. Vendank held a small chest behind his back. The count said that, firstly, 20 million should have been used to repair the road 4 months ago, but no repair work had been done on site, asking what was the matter. Vendank handed over the box, saying that he knew what he would ask. He put the box on the table, which contained coins and jewelry. Vendank said that he had brought an excellent explanation. The count looked at the box with irritation, thinking that this was the first person like this. The count began to raise his hand, thinking that he would call the soldiers. Dierin remembered how he had slammed his hands on the table in irritation. He said that the palace guards needed to be called for Count Dedran. The protagonist grabbed Dierin with a magic circle. Dierin looked at his teacher in bewilderment, asking what it was. The protagonist said that he had to assess the situation as he needed to find concrete evidence. Dierin frowned. Vendank grinned bloodthirstily. The blonde thought that if he locked him up, rumors would fly and the next official would hide his intentions, and then it would be difficult to catch the rest. The count reached out to the box. He took the coins in his hand, saying that he was smart and liked bribes, adding that he hoped they would continue to get along. The commander slammed his glass on the table, saying that he also had dreams when he first joined the army of the city of Dedran. The man closed his eyes, saying that he wanted to make the town a beautiful, safe place and wanted people to be able to rest peacefully at night. The protagonist turned his attention to the sword. Kinder said that he could patrol and stayed after his shift. The protagonist thoughtfully looked down, saying that it meant he was a soldier and it seemed that he was a very hardworking person. The man slightly drooped. The protagonist said that the condition of the army was not the best, asking what was the matter. The guys noticed a man entering the tent. The man asked what it was. The bald-headed man looked at the guys with displeasure, asking who gave them permission to do their business there. The Archmage looked at the brunette, saying that she was the one who was causing trouble, so let her sort it out. The brunette was holding a bottle in her hand, blushing slightly. The protagonist asked when she had already managed to drink. Ruin noted that it was more interesting than beer and went well with food. The bald-headed man looked at the guys furiously, saying that he had not come there to fool around. The commander slammed his glass on the table. The bald-headed man said that he would turn this place upside down. Kinder rose from his chair, saying that it was a disgrace and the city's security had simply hit rock bottom. Kinder looked at the man furiously, asking what pathetic bandits dare to commit mayhem right in front of him. The bald-headed man punched the commander in the face when he wanted to say that he would arrest him. The commander fell on the table. The protagonist thought that this was weak. The bald-headed man bared his teeth, saying that he only knew how to talk, and in vain did not listen to him while he was kind. Ruin hugged the protagonist when the bald-headed man swung his fist. The bald-headed man said that force had to be used. Ellison said that Count Dierin would have to work hard. Ruin said that this was his punishment. Blue lightning struck the tent. The bald-headed man fell to the ground, slightly burned. The protagonist thoughtfully looked at the man, said that he would like to find their base himself and teach the bandits a lesson, but he cannot interfere directly. Ruin pressed herself against the protagonist's body. Ellison said that Lord De'Aaron wanted to solve everything himself. The Archmage looked away, thinking that he should help. The commander was lying unconscious on the table. The protagonist said that this guy did not seem bad, and he said that he tried to do something, so we can give him a chance. Kinder said that he hoped that they would get along. He remembered how he entered the building, saying that his name was Kinder, and that today he joined the ranks of the guards. A man sprawled on a chair, saying that he was Gabon and the leader there, adding that there was no one to train him, so he had to train himself. Kinder looked at the man in bewilderment. Gabon said to wake him up when someone from the palace came. Kinder said that was not why he came there. Kinder raised his blade, looking at the guys. He asked if they were just going to watch the mayhem in the streets and what if they couldn't fight, adding that these bandits wouldn't be able to fight back against such a crowd anyway. The guy said that was for sure. The soldier said they would do their laundry. Kinder happily looked at the guy he had tied up with a rope. He said he had caught one. The guy asked who they were, adding that the Lord wouldn't let this go. Dedrin looked back and asked if they were guards, noting that they were doing something no one had asked them to do. Kinder and the guys looked ahead in bewilderment. Dedrin told them to let him go. Kinder suggested they try again. The man watched the guys leave. The soldier said he couldn't and he was sorry. The commander suddenly jumped up, his mouth wide open. He turned around, looking at the protagonist. Ellison asked that he had come to his senses. The Archmage smiled and pointed to the side. Kinder asked that he was the owner of the restaurant. The Archmage said that he had a gift for him. A bandit was sitting tied up near the wall. The protagonist looked at the bandit with a smile, saying that he could just lock him up. Kinder said that it was that bandit. The protagonist looked at the commander with a smirk. The commander asked what he had done. Ellison asked that his name was Kinder. Kinder looked at the protagonist in surprise. The Archmage asked that he still wanted to save the city. The man squeezed his hand, saying that he did. The protagonist grinned contentedly. Kinder stated that he had not forgotten about his dream. A knight in armor came out of the shadows. The protagonist said that he should take advantage of this opportunity then. Kinder looked away in horror. Diriant looked at the man with a grin. Kinder asked if he was the vice captain of the First Knightly Order. Diriant said that he was glad to meet him, adding that his name was Diriant and that he had been tasked with teaching them how to hold a sword. A yellow light was visible from the mansion. De'Aaron smiled in confusion. He remembered the man with the bag. The man said that he welcomed the new count and he had heard about him from Vendank, and this was his symbol of sincerity. Gabon looked at the count with a wide smile, holding a chest in his hands. Gabon said that he was glad to meet him and asked to accept a small gift. The man in the hat held a cup with gold coins and jewelry. He said that he did not know how much the others had given him, but it clearly did not compare to him and his sincere intentions. The count looked down in bewilderment when chests of gold were visible behind him. De'Aaron asked what all this was about. The assistant looked at the count in bewilderment. The count told him not to look at him like that. The blonde closed his eyes. The assistant said that he would call the next one. De'Aaron noted that the corruption was so severe that a series of arrests would shock everyone. An excited girl entered the office, greeting the count. The girl stood in front of the count. The blonde asked who she was. The girl said that her name was Mohan, and she dealt with land issues. Mohan turned her attention to the chests of gold. She pressed her lips together, thinking that it seemed that this time everything would be different. De'Aaron looked at the girl in surprise, opening the scroll, asking if she had anything. Mohan said that she was sorry. The girl clenched her hands into fists and said that her skill was so terrible that she had no savings at all, and she was not sure that she could give him what he was waiting for. De'Aaron widened his eyes, asking what she had nothing to give. He slammed his hands on the table, rising from his chair. Mohan said that it was if he took the position from her. The count said that she was accepted. He grabbed the girl's hands, saying that he was waiting for someone like her. Mohan asked, "What do you mean?" De'Aaron smiled widely, looking away and holding the girl's hand. He said that they would dive into the world of corrupt officials together. Mohan looked at what was happening in horror, thinking that this was madness and the city had completely gone crazy and they needed to escape quickly. Kinder swung his sword. He was standing on the training ground, practicing with the weapon. The protagonist asked Diriant how he was doing. The vice captain smirked slightly. He asked what to say, saying that he thought he needed to relearn how to hold a sword. Ellison said that while he was there he had nothing to worry about. Ruin was lying on the ground with her eyes closed. The protagonist asked that he return to the Imperial Palace. Diriant said that he would handle the transfer. The Archmage asked how long it would take him to become a respected guard. The vice captain crossed his arms. He said that it was surprising that he got so much abuse from the bandit, and even if he trained every day, it would take at least 3 months. The protagonist leaned his head against the tree, saying that it was too long. He thought that he could not interfere, but it was also impossible to watch the suffering of the inhabitants. The protagonist widened his eyes, after which he smiled widely. Diriant thought that perhaps he had an idea, but it was better not to interfere. A full moon shone over the city. The girl walked with a bag in her hands, looking up in horror. She said that she needed to hurry back before she got lost. And a man with a dagger appeared on the wall, asking that she was walking there for the first time. The guy said that he saw her for the first time. The girl was surrounded by guys. The bandit asked if she knew whose territory it was. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes. The brown-haired girl apologized to the bandits, saying that she did not know. The man told her not to be afraid. He smiled maliciously, saying that if she really felt sorry, she would have to pay. The white-haired man turned his attention behind him. The bandit told the girl that he was not here. The protagonist shouted for them to stop. The protagonist in the red mask raised his index finger. He told them to drop the knife immediately. The protagonist and Ruin put red capes on their heads. Ellison said that they were responsible for justice in the town and they were a vigilante squad from a restaurant. The bandits looked at the guys in bewilderment. The bandit asked what they were vigilantes. The man asked what they were trying to say with a bag on their heads. The protagonist shot a pillar of energy. The bandit said that if they did not want to die, they should leave. The protagonist said that it was a beam of justice. The pillar of energy hit the bandit's dagger. A yellow magic pillar pierced the sky. The girl looked away in horror. The bandits began to run away in a hurry, saying that they would deal with them later. Ellison said that they have learned the power of vigilantes. Ruin asked that maybe it would be better to change the name. The girl looked at the guys with tears in her eyes, saying that this voice and magic. The protagonist smiled awkwardly. The girl asked that he was Count Rivalk. The girl looked at the protagonist with a wide smile. Ruin said that she remembered this woman, and she was in his room. The brown-haired girl asked that he was Count Rivalk. Ellison said that he did not think that he would be caught so quickly. 3 men were sitting at the table. The man said that Ricardo was dead, and the whereabouts of Lord Reedon were unknown, adding that all the rooms and cells were destroyed. The shaved-headed man looked ahead with displeasure. He said that there was also a new count in the city and their guys were having fun in the city, but this would soon come to an end. The leader of the gang for kidnapping and human trafficking in the city of Dedran, Volta. The man looked ahead with narrowed eyes. He said that they needed to think about further actions, noting that he was the one who had dealings with Lord Reedon. The leader of the Dedran assassination squad, Mechan. The man looked menacingly ahead, saying that they would appropriate the property of Lord Reedon. The main assistant for human trafficking in Dedran, Valora. Valora said that now this place will again become their kingdom. There was a plate of bread on the table. The commander sat at the table, taking a piece of bread in his hand. He thought that it had been a long time since he had eaten meat on a spit. With trembling hands, he extended the bread to his face. Kinder noted that he needed to eat so that he would have the strength for training. The soldiers approached the commander. The man asked where he had been all this time. The soldier looked at the commander in bewilderment. Kinder said that he was training. The man brought the bread to his mouth, telling the guys that he was not going to give up yet. The soldiers looked at the commander in surprise. Kinder said that he would not abandon either his dream or the city. A bright moon shone above the destroyed building. The shabby-looking people looked at the protagonist in surprise. The man thanked the protagonist for that day. Ellison took off his bag. The woman asked if he was Count Rivalk. The Archmage said that he was, and that he was running that small restaurant. The girl looked at Ellison with a smile. The protagonist told them to get ready. The brown-haired woman said that the new lord had provided temporary housing for the former slaves. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise. The brown-haired woman said that as soon as the investigation was over, they would be sent home. Ellison thought that he was probably doing a great job. There was a bowl of food on the table. The girl said that she wasn't feeding them very well here, so she went to get some bread. The protagonist added that she had bumped into some guys. Ellison slightly opened his mouth, raising his hand to his chin. The girl looked at the protagonist in surprise. Ellison asked if they didn't want to take revenge on those bastards. The men looked at the Archmage with serious eyes. The Archmage asked if they weren't sad that they had to look back when they walked there at night. The protagonist opened the door, saying that if they weren't happy either, they should follow him. The commander was training with Diriant. The protagonist said that he knew someone who was an excellent swordsman. Diriant looked at the commander with displeasure, noting that he was simply waving his sword, adding that the art of wielding a sword of the First Order was not about quick movements. The vice captain knocked the weapon away from the commander. Kinder looked behind him, where his blade had stuck. Diriant said that a sword aimed at nothing was no better than a stick. Kinder took up his weapon with an exhausted look and said that he would try again. The knight looked at the commander, saying that it would be nice. The soldier took a step. The knight said that he was afraid that his personal training was over. The soldier asked the commander what he had been doing all this time. The soldiers were holding weapons in their hands. The man said that they should be trained too. The soldier said that it had been a long time since they had been forced to train. Kinder looked at the boys in surprise. More people came to the training ground. The girl said that they should be trained too, since they wanted to teach the bandits a lesson. The knight grabbed his face with his hand, saying that he thought he would only need to train one person. The knight told Ellison that they had not agreed on that. The Archmage said that he had not said that there would only be one student, after which he pulled the bag over his face, saying that there would only be more people willing to do so, and he wanted to give a chance to everyone who had fallen victim to the criminals. Durian noted that they would have to bring more people from the capital. The moon was shining above the building, the military barracks of the city of Dedran. Mohan looked away with a frightened look. She said that she wondered what he was doing since he was taking bribes. Landowner Mohan. Dieran opened the scroll, looking at it. He said that among the officials who offered him money and treasures, many simply had to give a bribe given the state of affairs in the city, and he had a task for her. Mohan looked at the scroll in confusion. Dieran told her to study where they were getting their money from and to find out which of the officials had to give a bribe to gain respect, noting that he wanted to know if they were pocketing the donations. Mohan looked at the count in confusion, asking why he was giving her such an important task. Dieran grinned widely, noting that she said that she had nothing to give despite the current situation. The girl looked down thoughtfully, thinking that something was wrong with this count, clearly not wondering if the city still had a chance to change. The girl turned her attention to the window. Mohan looked in the window where Gabon was visible. Gabon said that it was easy. Gabon was smiling widely, sitting at the table. He asked that they just need to deduct the funds for the cultivation chambers, adding that these idiots were doing a terrible job. In front of Gabon stood a guy. Gabon told him to pass on his orders and bring a beauty. The fighter said that he would pass on his words if everything went as expected. Mohan widened her eyes. Gabon said that with Ricardo everything was much easier. Mohan wondered what he was talking about the cultivation chambers. There was a huge hole in the wall. The city of Dedran, the sorting chamber. The men looked around. The guy said that everything there was in ruins. The bald-headed man said that there was no one. Meccan held out his hand to the side, saying that the cabin did his best. He looked ahead angrily, saying that they would rebuild this place, and once the cultivation and sorting chambers were restored, the city would return to its previous state. The moon was visible from the window. Dieran thought that the sources of the bribes were slowly sorted out. He stared at the scroll, noting that in a couple of months everything would be ready. He imagined an image of a blade and handcuffs. Dieran noted that there were problems with the army, and once he started arresting officials, he would have to hurry before the others noticed. The Count lowered his gaze, saying that the army was in terrible condition. A blue energy ball appeared next to the Count. Dieran asked that he could ask the city of Grake for help. The protagonist emerged from the portal. Dieran looked at the protagonist in surprise, asking that he was a teacher. Ellison greeted Dieran, asking what he was talking about, noting that he was an employee of a tent restaurant. Dieran looked at the Archmage in surprise. The Archmage asked if he could spare him a minute, noting that he needed to introduce him to someone. The man swung his sword. The guys were training hard. Dieran watched what was happening in surprise. Ellison said that they used to be slaves and they train of their own free will. Dieran looked at the guys with annoyance. The protagonist said that at first there was only one warrior, then others joined in. Ellison crossed his arms over his chest. Dieran looked at what was happening with a happy expression. The Archmage said that it seemed like he was not the only one who wanted to change the city. The soldiers trained hard. The guys watched as people swung their swords. Dieran said that it was true, and he was not alone, and they would change the situation in Dedran. 3 months later, the sun was shining on the building. A man with a bandage on his face stood in front of Vernito, saying that the report was ready. Green grass was visible in the room. Bars were visible in the cave. The fighter said that the cultivation and sorting chambers had been restored. Vernito smiled maliciously, saying that this was excellent. He put his hands on the table, saying that their income had decreased because of the guy with the restaurant, but now everything would change and it was time to take control of the city. A bald-headed man burst into the building. Vernito told the fighter to hand over Meccan and Volta. The man called out to Vernito. The fighter and Vernito looked at the man, who said that he was outside. Dieran stood in front of the building with an army. He told Vernito to listen. The Count looked menacingly ahead, shouting that if he surrendered to the army, he would be judged according to the laws of the city, but if he resisted, severe punishment would be inevitable. Vernito looked in confusion, asking what the army was, adding that he thought there was something serious there. The man looked at Vernito in panic. Vernito said that these soldiers were fools without proper training. The sword sank into the ground. The man said that something was wrong. Kinder looked ahead menacingly, telling the criminals to come out. The girl told the scoundrels to show themselves. Vernito looked outside, asking what was going on. The girl extended her hand and shouted for the corrupt officials to be arrested. The guards grabbed the man. The girl added that they must arrest everyone who offered illegally obtained money. The prisoner asked her who gave them such permission. The plump man took up his sword. He said that they rebelled against him. In his office were guys armed with blades. The man said that he was their boss. One of the guys replied that they were following orders. The man was shocked to hear the words that this was the task of the army. The blonde man, sitting on his horse, looked ahead. He looked at the guys opposing him and said that they would eradicate all the evil of the city. The people took up their swords, hearing the captain's address. The boy frowned and called on them to show everyone their justice. People and bandits rushed into battle. The man attacked one of the bandits with a powerful blow, but he blocked the blow. The bandit frowned tensely and thought that these were probably really the city soldiers. He looked at the dead look of the man, thinking that they used to be weaklings. The enemy said that he would get rid of the criminals. Suddenly, one of the warriors with a giant mace jumped out from behind cover. Landing, he split the ground with one blow. The man looked up angrily and said that he thought people had become stronger, but they were still simpletons without proper training. The soldiers looked up at him in fear. The man swung his weapon. One of the soldiers exhaled heavily, grinning at his words. He took hold of the blade with both hands and said that they had been through hell. The man parried the attack with a fiery blade. The enemy frowned in surprise, wondering how the soldiers there were trained. Another soldier wounded one of the bandits. He dashed forward, called the others to follow him, and asked them not to forget about the formation. Suddenly, shackles snapped around his neck. The enemy yanked the chain, hitting the man's back against the wall. The shackles unfastened and returned to their owner. I heard that the new count takes bribes, but it turns out this is not true. People looked at him in surprise. The soldier looked back, hearing the words that they should do something else. The woman angrily squeezed the handle of the blade and said that this man would be their target. After a while, the warrior's hand went limp. The knights were kneeling and lying on the floor. The guy in the hood said that there was no news from anyone. He raised his hand as he walked past and said he didn't know who taught them, but they were using a new sword technique and wondered if they thought they could take him down so quickly. The soldiers watched the enemy approach and said they needed to be on guard. The hooded guy looked back and said it wasn't bad, but the level needed to be taken into account. Suddenly someone called him and asked if he should lower himself to his level. The red-cloaked knight came down and said he was going to watch from the side, but now he changed his mind. The man pulled out his blade and said that a squad of assassins had been hunting the prince for quite some time and he was the commander. Mechan turned around in surprise, waving his arms. A moment later, the knight rushed past him and attacked the enemy. The guy's chest was cut diagonally. The man hid the blade and said it was a mistake. The enemy fell to the ground and did not move anymore. The man added that it would be too difficult for him to fight back. Looking away, he thought that if one of the three was at that level, then they were taking a risk, but with the current training of the army, it was still worth a try, because soon everything would end. The man with the chain swung it, fighting off the attacks of the soldiers. He noticed the people approaching with swords and thought that they were the same captured slaves. He did not know who taught them to hold a sword. He frowned tensely and said that he did not like their look, so they should stop owning. Raising the chain in the air, he called them slaves. The shackles suddenly hit the energy shield in front of the woman. The man shuddered in fear. The girl cut his chest with a blade, drawing blood. Her eyes were filled with rage. She told him not to scream so loudly. The man tied up the wounded bandit and then shouted that they caught Volta, so we need to arrest the others too. The other soldiers pinned down the bandits and said that they were finished too, so victory was theirs. The criminal with the mace frowned in fear, but suddenly a soldier approached him from the side and said that he had no right to turn away. The bandit turned around but was immediately wounded in the shoulder, not even having time to think that everything was somehow strange, because his blows were blocking the magic circle. He clenched his teeth and added that they wanted to return their former power, after which he said with a shout that he could not let everything end like this. With a quick swing of the mace, he launched stone fragments at the enemy. The bandit rushed to run away. The soldier noticed this and said that they needed to run after him. The man looked ahead in fear, thinking that the most important thing was not to get caught, because then he could try again. Approaching the end of the street, he thought that this was their kingdom. Suddenly, he fell into a stupor. In the body of his ally sat a stranger in a red cape. He slowly stood up and asked if the man was the owner of the tent restaurant. Ellison asked him in return if he was a bandit. The man was horrified to hear the words that he should go back, because he would not go further. The bandit recognized his voice. He remembered lying in the middle of a burning field, listening to the screams of the enemy, demanding that he show himself. A few meters away from him, a giant dragon raged, saying that it would burn everything to the ground. The man trembled in fear and began to stutter. The creature nodded, asking what he was trying to say. The man fell on his tailbone, loudly calling it a dragon. The guy said that he was caught, then asked how he guessed. Ellison stepped on the edge of the roof. He took off his cape, saying that he thought it was over. He looked back at the man standing with his forehead on the floor. The man bitterly asked for forgiveness and said that some people were hurt during the capture of Mechan. He stood up instantly, hearing the words that they should return to their places. The young man asked how the wounded were. The soldier replied that there were no fatal wounds. The man calmly looked at him, turned to the gentleman and asked him if he planned to leave everything to the count. He remembered what happened a little earlier and asked why he intervened. The guy smiled softly and replied that he was going to do so, but he cannot stand aside when help is needed. Night fell over the city and the lights were on in the windows of the building. Raiden entered the room and with a wide smile said that he heard the news and that the guy was a good man because he caught the bandits and officials. The blonde with a stupid expression on his face raised his drink over his head and said that he was a man of limited intelligence, thereby interrupting the man's words about how this was exactly what he did not expect from his son. Suddenly, the blonde, without listening to him, hit his head on the table, saying that he was a real shame for the family. The guy was grilling small kebabs on the grill. The girl looked at him and said that now she understood why he used magic to protect the soldiers. The boy agreed and said that it was one of the reasons. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise when she heard the words there, that they did not seem too happy to him. She wondered why he decided so, because none of them died. Looking sadly at the food, the boy replied that he had his own assumptions, but he hoped that she would not blame herself too much. The man approached Dieren and said that the plan to arrest the corrupt officials was successful. He looked down and added that they had to ask for help from Mr. Ellison. The blonde folded his hands on the table. The man asked him if it upset him. The boy replied that this time he wanted to deal with all hands, because he decided that he should not rely on others when taking his first steps in governing the city. He narrowed his eyes and added that he had changed his mind that day. The boy remembered the faces of the people and said in a trembling voice that he was afraid that people would die because of his decisions and that he confidently claimed that he would change the city. But he lacked determination. Bowing his head, he tearfully asked his father for forgiveness and said that he did not think he could rule the city. The man listened to his words silently. The boy said that he was not suitable for the role of lord. The blonde looked up in surprise, hearing a request to follow his father. The man opened the door a little and said that they could walk together because he needed help in understanding himself. The father and son went out into the field under the moonlit sky. The man turned his gaze to his son and said that he had dreamed of becoming a lord since childhood, just like himself. The boy confirmed this. The blonde smiled happily. The man asked him there what kind of lord he wanted to become. The boy answered that he wanted to become a lord who could restore the city after the war with the dragons. Dieren remembered the man on the horse and said that he was small then, but heard the conversation, and everyone was talking about the same thing because no one expected the city to be restored, and before that there were just ruins. The man calmly listened to his words and then, quite logically, his father became a role model for him, after which he asked there if the boy knew what he did first to restore the city. The blonde looked around tensely, hearing the words that he asked the neighboring lords for help. The man was immersed in memories of how he asked the rulers of neighboring cities for help, saying that people were starving. One of the lords looked around, hearing the question of whether they could provide punctuation and temporary housing. The man approached the blonde guy, who was a neighboring lord at that time, and said that they needed materials to restore the city. Looking ahead, he summed up that she was constantly asking for help, and of course, the lord cannot beg all the time, because he must rely on himself first of all. But still, one must not forget about one thing. He turned to the boy with a smile and said that all their worries and anxieties are for the people of the city. The son pursed his lips and raised his eyebrows like a house. The man added that there was nothing contemptuous in the fact that he was worried about the soldiers and asking for help. He pushed his son and said with a smile that he should stop making a face on such a wonderful day and smile. He stretched out in a smile and said in a trembling voice that now the city is in his hands. The boy rolled down the slope, screaming loudly. Suddenly, two shadows hung over him. People asked about who had fallen to them. Suddenly, he saw joyful townspeople who asked him about why he came so late, after which they greeted the Lord. Ellison rose from his seat and said with a smile that the Lord could sit next to him. The girl added that it was truly a spectacular appearance. The boy rose from the ground and looked at the teacher with joy. The father watched him from above, saying that he wanted his son to be happy. The boy approached the table of the townspeople. The man noted that everyone was enjoying the celebration, and said that if the Lord had not helped his son, some would simply not be at this celebration. The woman and the man sat at the same table, discussing joining the squad. Raiden smiled softly and said that he was proud of his son. The people rejoiced, celebrating the victory with the boy. The father softly said that he had already become a wonderful lord. A bright sun rose over the city. The boy slept at the table with one of the townspeople. Ellison said that they were finally finished. The boy and the girl walked away from the tables. Ruin said that she did not think that they would drink until the morning. The boy replied that they had done a real job before. He looked at his ally and asked if she was tired, because he still needed her help. The girl asked where they should go. The boy created magic runes above his hand and said that he needed to know something. People were walking between the shelves of the giant library of the Empire. Leon opened one of the books. He noticed a woman approaching him and was glad to see her. Medrin touched her chest and greeted the crown prince. She came closer to him and asked why he decided to call her to this place. The boy replied that he had started studying history. He imagined a battle between warriors and a dragon, and said that he had started reading about 3 heroes who defended all races in the war with dragons, and thanks to the heroes, the victims of the Empire were not as many as expected. He imagined two of them and said that they were an elf and a court. However, a man appeared in his imagination whose face was not visible. The young man added that no one knew the man. He touched his lips and thoughtfully said that, to be more precise, there were simply no records about that hero because he tried to find evidence but did not find anything sensible. Turning his gaze to the woman, he said that he only knew one thing, that those heroes were the strongest mage. The woman listened to him silently. The blonde said that while reading, one person came to mind. He pointed to a line in the book and added that there was a problem because he looked through all the records of military service, and this was the only line he found about Ellison, and it said that after 15 years of service as a mage, he was suspended, after which he asked if she knew him when they first visited the city. The woman suddenly remembered her tear-stained face and how she addressed the master by name. The blonde closed the book, looked into her eyes and said that it turned out that she lied, that she did not know him. She covered her trembling lips and said that everything was not as he might have thought. The doors of the room swung open. Ellison and his companion went inside, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Approaching the stairs, he looked at the king and greeted his majesty. The man frowned slightly and hummed. Akimov, with a kind look of a guy, he said that it was not that long ago. The girl smiled. Hearing the words that even a great creature visited them, she confirmed this and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The man leaned slightly and said that he did not expect to see them in the palace, after which he asked if they visited the Magic Academy. The young man exhaled and replied that he did not need it once, because they gritted their teeth every time they saw him. He raised his head at the same time as Medrin lowered her gaze, and they both said that he was the biggest troublemaker. An image of an old man appeared in the central square, congratulating everyone and saying that they had been chosen. The boys were busy with their own affairs. Standing next to him, the old man added that as one of the magicians, they would contribute to the development of the empire and the research of magic, and they should also tirelessly work on themselves and improve themselves. Looking ahead, the man added that this was the will of the empire and their main goal, so they should not remember this while they were in the Magic Academy. After a while, the director jumped up from his seat and said in a rage that the boy had failed again, and asked how long he planned to stay in this place. The young man apologized with a stupid expression. Expressing nothing but stupidity, he told the enraged man that he tried his best, but life is unfair, and they say that any road begins with the first step, and he hopes that the man will support him in his endeavors. From the tower came the cry of an old man, who ordered him to get up. Two of the best students looked at the boy with high eyes and asked if he failed again. One of them said that the boy was once their senior. The boy pointed his finger at himself and said with a smile that he got into the academy when he was very young, so he has enough time ahead. The guys called it strange logic. Medrin watched them from around the corner. While they said that they have long stopped trying to understand the boy suggested that they go to eat. She bit her lip angrily, saying his name. At that time the woman was the worst student in the Magic Academy. The students stood in a neat line in the courtyard, watching the teacher's ice magic. The man asked them if everyone had seen what had happened. He extended his hand towards the ice rocks and said that this was a type of freezing spell, and since the way to use the magic circle was a little different from normal freezing, in which there was a medium through which the magic passed, it was quite difficult to use visualization in this case, and then asked them to practice by themselves, but kept a distance. Ellison again pretended to be a fool and said that he could not do it. The man raised his hand, created an energy charge and said that he would show something else, the most basic spell that every student should do. The guy created a crooked magic circle and said that he could not do it. The man, boiling with rage, said that even the juniors knew how to use this spell, so he should try again. The young man with a stupid expression said that the juniors now are very talented. The old man gritted his teeth in anger and called him a fool. The boy smiled slyly and thought that he would not use his magic for anyone, because he would just wait until the war was over. Several boys stood next to each other and looked at the green flash. The woman with the staff looked up and said that it was incredible, and then asked where the student got such talent. Medrin continued to support her magic. The woman said that she could not believe that the younger student cast so perfectly. The girl said that it was all thanks to the professor. The boys watched what was happening with their mouths open. The woman asked them to look more closely, because this is what mana looks like without any frills. The professor leaned over and said that the level was very high, and then wished that the young man would learn something too. The old man continued to nag the boy. The woman added that there were too many hopes for him. The girl snorted in irritation, calling him pathetic. Vladimir scratched his cheek and asked if he understood correctly that Ellison could not cast spells normally. The girl looked at him and said that to be more precise, he could only cast one spell. The blonde asked why he was left at the academy, forcing him to train, because there was a war then, and there was clearly no time for extra students. She looked down. The blonde also asked if they should remove everyone who did not show their talent. The woman answered that she later understood everything herself, but there was one spell that he produced simply amazingly. The girl and her friend were walking along the corridor of the academy. The guys were discussing on the side that they wanted to approach her and discuss the magic circle, but she was on a completely different level, so they could not even dream of it. One of the teachers stopped the girl and said that she had coped with the best indicators again, so she was amazing. The girl walked through the school and listened with a smile to the words that she was a real genius, a talent. She had already begun to study the magic of the second circle, and this meant that she had already surpassed even the elders, and if she became a magician, it would turn the tide of the war in favor of the academy. The girl frowned with a smile and thought that she was a real genius. Walking further down the corridor, she thought that the younger ones were far behind, and the elders no longer frightened her because she would catch up with them in a year. Suddenly, a powerful explosion interrupted her thoughts about what would happen as soon as she herself became a senior student. A huge crater formed on the rock. The young man stood with his hand outstretched. The professor said that this was a good result, and that was enough. The guy lowered his hand with a smile and obeyed the professor. The girl watched what was happening. The man angrily asked the guy why he could not use other spells in a similar way. She was scared and sweating, asking what it was. Her friend asked her in return, was it the first time or was she seeing it? The boy went to his friends. The friend told the girl that he couldn't use other spells, but the destructive power of his fireball was incredible, and the professors always complained that they couldn't let him graduate from the academy because there was a small chance that he would become a great mage when he learned other spells. Medrin looked away. She looked at the impact site and thought about how he had accumulated such destructive power. After a while, she took a book off the shelf and thought that she was a genius. The girl had spent a lot of time studying magic, thinking about what was the future of the academy, which everyone had their own bets on, so she couldn't leave it like that. She imagined his stupid appearance and thought angrily that she was pissed off by the fact that she was being overshadowed by some stupid boar. A few days later, another explosion thundered on the cliff. The professor smiled, praising the girl, and said that her basic physical strength was as good as always. The girl's crater was several times smaller than the hero's. She pursed her lip and said heavily that it was not the matter because it was not enough. The guys in the cafeteria received their portion of food. The guy looked at the plate pitifully and said that even in the Magic Academy everything was bad with food. He did not understand why every time some nasty liquid was in his bowl. His comrade replied that, probably, older I think that there is no point in investing in agriculture. The young man approached them and said that they still would not eat it. The guys threw out the food, angering the cook, and asked if they would go to that place again. Medrin Hacked watched them, thinking that this trio was acting up again, and that they would just leave, throwing out the food. The girls laughed, blushed, and said that she was staring at the older one again, and often asked about him, which means that she likes bad boys. The girl was shocked, asking them to stop. Her friends shrugged their shoulders, hearing the words that she does not like careless people who do not know how to take responsibility. The girls apologized to her, calling it a fur coat, and said that she was right because he was very different from her and was terribly irresponsible. Medrin stopped, biting into a piece of food, and heard the words that he did not want to become a magician. The girls looked at each other tensely, hearing the request to tell in more detail, after which they said that it was just a rumor. At this time, in one of the caves, cooking was in full swing. The young man cut juicy cooked meat. He bit off a piece. The guys ate the meat with admiration, saying that it was a very juicy dish and that their friend needed to go to a culinary academy. Not to them, and when they tried to cook something like that, it was hard to even wish. The hero opened the lid of the pan, suddenly asked him there how he did it. The young man answered that he always has his secrets. He immersed the meat with spices and water and thought that after seasoning the meat, you need to close the lid and cook on low heat at a special temperature, because a low temperature will create a juicy taste and preserve the soft texture of the meat. Then he imagined a chopped piece of meat on fire and thought that then it needs to be fried on a fire for a crust and everything will be ready. One of the guys came up to him, looked at the pan and was surprised by its size, after which he said that his friend uses a spell to control the temperature and block mana when it is necessary to reduce the fire, and asked how long ago he mastered some of the magic circles. The hero answered in the affirmative. The young man at the table laughed and said that the guy was lying to the professor very brazenly that he couldn't do magic. The young man mockingly asked if they wanted to die of hunger. The young man looked back, turned to Ellison and asked if he had changed his mind yet. The hero was stunned when he heard the question of whether he finally wanted to graduate from the academy. The guy silently looked at his comrade while he said that he didn't know what to fight for. He stood up, created several magic circles, and said that he didn't want to become a soldier, but a chef, because magic leads to the end of everything. He didn't want to kill anyone. The guy at the table looked back at him and said that their friend wasn't even from this side, and he himself wouldn't want to fight for someone other than his own country. The comrade replied that there was no talk of protecting the country now and that he was an orphan too. He exhaled heavily and said that the young man could simply forget about it, because he was just thinking nonsense about graduation. The guys started getting ready to leave. The hero asked them to wait a little, because, as it seemed to him, he would still be thrown to the front lines if he did it twice more. One of his friends said that they at least tried to implement his plan. Someone overheard their conversations about how, by this time, they would already have received a promotion and would tell him what to do. Medrin watched what was happening with her cheeks, listening to their words. She frowned tensely and wondered what it was, and that, it turns out, he knows how to cast spells, but does not show it, so as to go through the same lessons over and over again. After a while, the school principal reappeared in the central courtyard, congratulating the students. The boys lined up in front of his image. The principal said that because of the war, their studies were shortened, but they had successfully mastered the basics of magic. The man raised his hand, pointing to some tokens at them, and said that this meant that they were now officially considered mages of the empire, and they should remember that few could boast of such a thing. But they should not forget that there was much ahead, and let the first round be their first step towards something greater stuck to the boys' capes on their chests. The principal waved his hand and told them to keep moving forward, after which he called the happy boys mages of the empire. The young man watched the boys with a joyful smile. The sun directed warm rays of sun onto the roof of the tower. The principal looked sternly at the student and asked if she wanted to say something. Medrin shrugged her shoulders and quietly told him that it was true, and that she had come about Ellison. The graduates were happy and congratulated each other on their graduation. The boys looked back, hearing the voice of a comrade who asked if they were leaving. He waved at them and asked with a smile where they were going. The boy with a bandage on his forehead said that they were sent to the same territory, namely the city of Delian. The hero answered that they had a long journey ahead of them. The dark-haired boy looked at him with a grin, agreed and said that they were real mages now, but they would miss his food. They grabbed their backpacks. Heading towards the exit, they said goodbye and asked him to try to graduate before it was too late. The hero happily waved at them and asked them not to worry about him, because as soon as the war was over, he would open a restaurant so they could drop by to see him. He headed towards his cave, thinking that the newbies were now seniors. Using magic, he opened a passage and thought that he could find friends in the new stream as well. He opened the entrance to the cave and noticed a person inside, wondering what kind of food he should try next time. The young man was horrified, noticing an unexpected guest. The director looked back at him, saying that the boy had found himself a cozy corner. He looked at the magic circle at the entrance and said that this magic was implemented quite creatively, and it was surprising that he combined illusion magic with a shield. Opening the pot, he also noticed that quite complex spells were used on the rolling pin. The young man shrugged, listening to the words that the director was amazed that he made everyone believe that he did not even know the basic spells. With a slight movement of his fingers, he cut off a piece of meat. After tasting it, he said with admiration that it was a delicious dish. The young man was surprised to hear the words that his friends told the director everything about him. The man stood with his back to him, telling him that they said that he would not become a military mage, and it was not only them who said this, but everyone who was close to him for the past couple of years, because he hates war but loves to cook, and there are rumors that he was mistakenly drafted into the army, despite the fact that he is not a citizen of the empire. The old man extended 2 fingers and asked him to make a choice. Imagining the image of the guy's friends, he said that the young man will join his comrades on the battlefield as a first-rank mage, and the director will turn a blind eye to everything he did before, and no records will remain, because he gets a chance to leave this place with honor and fight side by side with his comrades, or another option. The hero raised his eyebrows in surprise, hearing the opportunity to work at the academy as a cook. The man looked at him and said that in addition to this, he would have to carry out additional tasks, because he would also be involved in compiling special lists, and then asked what he would choose. The young man was lost in thought. Coming out of his memories, he raised his hand and told the emperor that on one hand there was a choice to be a soldier, and on the other, a chef, which he always dreamed of becoming, and he was allowed to leave as soon as the war ended. The man smiled and said that his decision was obvious. Wer entirely rubbed her eyes. The young man said that he would become a chef. Sternly lowering his gaze, he said that those were glorious times, but only until he found out what list they were talking about. He again remembered how he happily cooked in the canteen 3 months later. Creating magic circles, he thought there that this evening was quite scorching. The fire and ingredients were floating in the air next to him. The boy thought that with such a flame he could mix the ingredients and fry everything at a high temperature. Putting the dish on a plate, he noted that it was usually quite difficult to fry such a large amount of food because they quickly burn. He handed over the plate and said that the fried yuba with vegetables was ready, after which he thought that his method did not allow such mistakes. The girls tasted his food with admiration and said that it was very tasty, and that they had never tasted anything like it. Medrin frowned in annoyance while eating the dish and thought that she had done enough. She had secured the title of the best student in the academy, and it was quite stupid that the boy was made a chef, but it was his fault. Feeling lonely, she thought that now was her time. Evening fell over the academy. The director said that the boy had excellent results because everyone really liked the new food. He stood up from his desk, looked at the bags of documents and said that from now on he was responsible for the lists. The young man picked up one of the documents. The director added that he should read them and divide them into piles of 200 pieces, and also arrange them in chronological order by region. The young man did not understand why this was necessary at first. Having opened the document, he was horrified. The director sadly lowered his gaze and said that he should read carefully and make sure that everything was organized correctly, and in 3 months there would be another similar pile. The emperor looked at the tense guy and asked if he understood correctly what kind of lists these were. The young man confirmed his guess. Look, he said that these were lists of fallen soldiers, knights, warriors, and magicians. A full moon rose above the academy. The young man said that he was happy at the academy, namely, soldiers were hung in piles in the lists. He sat at night over the lists, thinking that the war should end in 2 years. As he wrote down the names and causes of death, he said that he wanted to pass the time while the dragons were being dealt with by the most powerful warriors. He also said that he imagined a joyful future where everyone would live happily, the war would end, and he would open his own restaurant. But with each new name he wrote down, the boy became terrified, wondering why this was happening. He imagined the warriors running to fight the dragon, and thought that when he first got there, he saw the knights attacking the monsters with such courage, and he would forever remember the words he heard then. The hooded man opened the scroll and announced that the future of the country was in danger, and their knights and mercenaries were dying quickly. The boy realized that these words were only crying out for disaster. He continued to write letters on the paper, filling out the list and wondering why this was happening. The atmosphere became more and more oppressive as he did this. The young man wondered why there were so many of them. Ink dripped from the tip of his pen. The young man bit his lip from the weight of realization. He crumpled the sheet of paper and broke the pen, saying that he did not understand why all this was happening. He came across a list that contained the names of his former friends who died at the age of 19 and 20 from multiple wounds and from a wound in the neck. The young man looked at the fire, lost, standing at the stove. He remembered the faces of his delighted friends while they ate his dish. With tearful eyes, he watched the cooking process. Putting the vat on the table, he said that the food was ready. The girls approached the counter with smiles and thanked him for the delicious dishes, after which they said that they would miss his food at the front. The young man flinched, hearing the words there that they were graduating soon, so they wanted to thank him. He immediately remembered the director and his words about reading carefully and making sure everything was organized correctly, because in 3 months there would be another stack. He raised his eyebrows and pursed his trembling lip. In the middle of the night, the door to the office opened. The director, with his back turned, asked the boy if he wanted to say something in the middle of the night. The boy silently entered. He fell to his knees and begged to be sent to the front. The director looked back, saying that he could no longer be in this place. The man put his hand on the graduate's cape and said that he used a fireball in training, but he knew that the boy controlled his power. Ellison looked up, hearing the old man ask him to show everything he was ready to do to graduate. The night sky hung over the academy. Suddenly, in the middle of the night, a bright explosion occurred. No one saw the demonstration, because it was late at night. The girls jumped out of their beds, not understanding what had happened and why the ground was shaking. The director said that there had simply been a small misunderstanding on the training field. The old man looked into the distance from the training ground. Looking into the giant tunnel in the rock, he asked the young man to save as many people as possible. In the end, the students could only guess who had made such a hole, because no one knew for sure. The hero confidently walked away, covering his face with a hood. That night the first-rank mage who had not yet graduated went to the front. Medrin, her interlocutor, moved to the table. The girl said that the day after the loud explosion, the young man left his position as chef and disappeared. The blonde silently listened to her words about the director announcing that the huge crater had appeared by accident, after which he guessed that it was the work of Ellison. The woman exhaled with a smile and said that she thought that she would feel better with the guy gone, but she was wrong. She remembered that crater and said that even though he had gone away, the traces of his presence were still there. The girl remembered her lost state. She closed her eyes and said that the next time she heard about this young man was much later, because there were rumors that he had become a soldier at the front without special graduation from the academy. At that time, the captain's voice was heard from the camp tent, who said that the academy had contacted him. He looked back at the young man and said that they had never sent such a short message, which meant that he was unlucky. It was the commander of the 2nd Genus and the 8th Infantry Regiment of the city. The young man silently lowered his head, listening to the words that since he was sent to this place, he was definitely unlucky. The man raised his head, scratched his eyebrow with a feather and said that now they were fighting monsters, and maybe the war would be with dragons. But it was the monsters that did the most damage, because they destroyed villages and killed people when they were distracted by dragons. The guy lowered his head. The man added that it would be a little difficult to send him into battle right now, so he should go to the tent, unpack his things and wait for instructions. The young man asked him to send him right now. The man had already fallen asleep, heard the words there that he wanted to go to the place where there were most monsters. A little while later, the commanders were sitting at the table, discussing the fact that the guy would not last long anyway. One of them turned to the commander of the 8th Company and asked why he let him go, and if he was a newbie, the man replied that the situation was now on the edge. He touched his chin and added that, moreover, he was sent not only because he knew a couple of spells, after which he asked if the other captains had seen Lily, his rank, because there was no way to go against it. Suddenly, one of the knights opened the tent and addressed the commander, interrupting the words that the graduates had already been sent 3 months ago. The captain looked around and asked what was going on. The soldier answered, stuttering badly, that something amazing was happening on the battlefield. They should see everything with their own eyes. There were corpses of monsters lying on the battlefield. The commander sweated from the tension and asked if the soldier had said that this was the work of one person. He quickly looked around, hearing the appeal to himself. The guy, in tattered clothes and wounds, asked him to tell him where the next battle was, because he had to go there as soon as possible, until the list of the dead became even longer. The emperor closed his eyes and asked the young man if he had ever been offended by the director. The hero folded his hands behind his back and wondered if he had the right to do that, because he didn't even understand what he should be angry about. Whether it was because the director didn't teach him better while he was enjoying life, or whether he should be angry because the director didn't let him stay at the academy for a few more years. He looked down and said that he was sure the man read the lists, and he finally understood why the director never appeared in front of the graduates in person. The emperor bowed his head sadly. The young man added that he heard that the director couldn't stand it and joined the army a few years later. The emperor replied that he died trying to stop the dragons on his own. The young man remembered how he foolishly lied to the director and said that he hated himself and everything connected with the lists. He clenched his fist and added that His Majesty knew what happened next. The man covered his face with his hand and said in a trembling voice that he was sorry that it happened. The young man looked at his palm and said that he understood that he had no other choice, because if he could turn back time he would have made a different decision instead of running away. Leon exclaimed in surprise, loudly shouting the words that Ellison had deserted. The woman showed him with gestures to be quieter, and the young man grabbed his lips. She asked him not to speak so loudly, because this was top secret information. Having calmed down a little, she said that because of his beliefs he committed treason. The prince was struck by these words. She shrugged her shoulders, angering the princes that she could not say anything more, because one mistake and they would be left without heads. The young man was indignant that she stopped her story so suddenly, and he was the crown prince. The woman raised her eyebrows and said that although they were not proud of their actions either, all those involved were the most troublesome, and even though he was the crown prince, she could not say more. Suddenly, someone approached them while she was saying that she heard that this person was currently in the capital. The boys jerked in fear when they heard the words of the person who came. The man with a scar on his eye, who was the 3rd Duke of the Empire, said that he did not expect to meet His Highness in this place, as well as this sorceress. The prince frowned tensely and thought that this was one of the most powerful dukes, and he did not understand what the man was doing in this place. They stood up from their seats. The prince walked up to the girl with a smile and said that it was too early to reveal his intentions. He took her by the back with a smile, slightly bent her over and said that when it comes to a woman, there is no time to hesitate. He pressed her to his body. The girl was very embarrassed when the prince kissed her hand, and he also asked her to play along with him. The man exhaled heavily and said that he would not comment on the prince's personal life, but he did not expect this from a woman. The young man looked at him in surprise, hearing the words there that she must be thirsty for even more power. Although she had already reached the 7th rank, the guy said that he did not understand what was being discussed. The man drew attention to the gold badge on her cloak and said that it had 7 rings, which meant that he was not simple. The prince exhaled heavily for food, looked understandingly at the badge and said that he did not understand such complex details, because he simply asked the duke to take her with him on an important mission, because she was such a beauty. The man looked sternly at the prince and thought that he was still a child. Heading towards the exit, the duke said that they should not be seen by others, because the archive is not a place for entertainment, and rumors can spread throughout the empire. The blonde sighed in relief. He let go of the woman and apologized for being rude, because the situation was urgent. He looked at her face, hearing a suspicious sound. The woman imagined herself sitting on top of a stack of books, and thought that this mage spent his entire life looking down on people, because she devoted all her time to training and magic, and did not even think about other people. And her rank could shut the mouth of any awkward guy who tried to talk to her, because no one had ever been in a close relationship with her, realizing that this had never happened to her before. The woman seemed to boil, blushed deeply, and with tears in her eyes realized what had just happened. Her vision blurred. She realized that this was close physical contact. The prince noticed in shock that she had fainted. Ellison was dragging his ally on himself, telling her that it was time to wake up. The girl was snoring sweetly on his shoulder. He thought that she was fast asleep, although he had asked her beforehand if she was tired. Suddenly the young man noticed the prince coming out from around the corner and interrupted his thoughts that it was time for them to go back and rest a little. The guys bumped into each other, raising their eyebrows in surprise. They moved to a separate room. The prince said that he did not expect to see the young man in this place at all. Sitting at the table, he looked at the guy and asked what brought him to the palace. The heroes answered that he needed to talk to the emperor. He covered his mouth with his hand and said that it could be important for the prince too. Turning away, he said with a smile that he would go away, and if one of them woke up now, it would become noisy. The principal asked him to stop. The blonde bit his lip. The hero asked what was the matter. The young man mentally apologized to Medrin. The hero turned around in shock when he heard the words that the prince had learned about his past. The blonde bowed his head and said that, of course, he hadn't heard the whole story, since the woman didn't want to tell it, but the puzzles were gradually coming together in his head. Ellison listened to him silently. The prince said that when he finished studying abroad and returned to the empire, he heard that there was a terribly dangerous person in the empire, with whom even his father could not talk so easily, and when he visited that city, he realized that this person was Ellison. An image of a flying island appeared in his imagination. The prince added that he heard about his incredible skills. Then he remembered how he heard from a man sitting in a restaurant that even if they united, they would be nothing against that person, after which he said that the more he heard, the more accurate the portrait became. Raising his gaze, he said that the young man was one of the 3 heroes of the war and the missing Archmage. He rested his hands on the table and added that a man named Dragon Slayer, who protected soldiers and citizens, a mage who broke all limits and reached the 9th rank. Frowning deeply, the prince said that if this is really a young man, then he has something to ask. The hero frowned sternly at the request to share his power. The emperor sat silently on his throne. He recalled the past conversation and the words of the young man there, that he understood that the emperor had no other choice, because if he could turn back time, he would have made a different decision. The man grabbed the bridge of his nose and wondered if he could have acted differently then. Suddenly, he looked up, hearing someone approaching. The doors swung open and the Duke said that on the way to this place he had heard one very interesting story. Melik frowned slightly and asked if it was true. Coming closer to the king, he added that judging by the beaten knights, it was true. His Majesty looked up and asked the Duke for forgiveness. The man became furious, hearing the words that he could not give him an answer. Melik went up. Coming close to the emperor, he asked if His Majesty was joking. One of the knights blocked his way and respectfully asked him to stop and show respect to the emperor. The Duke's knight grabbed the soldier by the wrist. The man asked who the knight was to contradict him. The Duke's soldier grabbed the enemy's wrist. The man also asked if he thought he still carried the glory of the past. Glaring at the knight, the Duke asked him to show manners when he suddenly heard an order to stop. Another man appeared at the door behind him, who said that this was the imperial palace, and if the mage really had arrived. That man was Duke Timurin. He finished his sentence by saying that they should just be careful. The man looked back, noticing the unexpected guest. He ordered his knight to let go of the enemy's hand and said that it was better to end it here. Heading towards the exit, he said that it would be worth dealing with that girl as well, because he could not stand to see her hanging around the prince, so it was time to stop slandering the honor of the imperial court. Timurin frowned and waited for his opponent to leave the door. Approaching the emperor, he bowed and asked if His Majesty was okay. The blonde thanked the Duke with his eyes downcast. He said that the emperor had become dishonorable and his son was disappointed in him, which was not surprising. The scarlet curtain swayed in the wind. The prince said that one thing was no secret to anyone. Leaning his hands on the table, he added that the emperor's reputation had fallen, and the reason for this was the fall of the First Knightly Order. He remembered the day when the knights were sent to war, and said that when the war with the dragons began, his father tried to minimize losses by dividing the First Knightly Order and sending fighters to different regions, and there were few defensive troops in the regions except for the nearest borders. He remembered the frightened face of his young father and said that this decision was a mistake. Several dragons headed straight for the palace while the emperor watched them. They began to destroy the capital. The young man said that in the imperial palace there was a commander of the First Order and a few defenders, but this was not enough to stop the dragons, and the First Knightly Order was completely destroyed and their commander disappeared. With his back to him, listened to the words that the knights from different regions were also defeated, and this happened a year after the start of the war. The guy looked back slightly. The prince asked him there if he understood what this meant. The young man answered that he understood perfectly. This is clear to him. The blonde frowned pitifully and confirmed the words that this was a loss of control over the lords. He remembered how drunken soldiers were doing their own thing and said that when the First Order disappeared, the rest of the imperial orders lost their influence. The lords stopped responding to orders and began to send troops in small numbers, and these troops even took hostages, using the retreat as a lever of pressure. He hit the table, frowned tensely, and said that they have the greatest power to protect people, but Clenching his fist, he scratched the table with his nails and continued his conversation. The young man bit his lip and calmly added that he knew everything. The hero flinched, hearing the words Atam, that he was angry because he could not do anything without help. "What am I at the table?" The prince said that he was abroad and could only watch what was happening, after which he repeated his request. The hero looked at him in surprise. The prince knelt down and began to beg him for help. The young man took him by the shoulder and asked him to get up so as not to kneel. The prince pursed his lips, hearing the words that in front of him was only some restaurant owner. The blonde blushed embarrassedly. The young man poked his finger at his emblem. The principal asked him for forgiveness and said that his guesses were wrong. The emblem suddenly began to smoke. Leon looked at her in surprise. 9 circles appeared on the magic seal. The young man said that he still hadn't given up his business. The prince staggered and leaned against the table. The young man said that he would never do anything to get rid of political opponents on the prince's orders because he was not going to take anyone's side in the imperial palace. He poked his hand at the seal again to block the symbols, and added that if someone tried to disturb the peace of the empire and turn it into chaos. The young man headed for the exit and finished the sentence by saying that they would have to face him, not the owner of the restaurant, but a magician. Leon collapsed on the floor and said that it was the seal of a 9th-rank magician. Suddenly, he remembered how in his childhood he overheard words about the empire being on the verge of losing to the dragons, and that the prince was acting like a laughingstock. The boys laughed and said that he pretended to be a good guy, but he was a sycophant, and they said that he wanted to become a war hero. But they were sad to see that the fate of the country was really controlled by 3 people because they had gone too far. The prince could not stand it. He ran out from behind the corner and ordered them to shut up because they did not know anything. The boys rushed to run away, saying that they were overheard, and they would be in big trouble if they got mixed up in this. The young man tried to convince them. He said that they did not understand anything, because the hero who saved his country. Coming out of his memories, he smiled softly and said that he knew that he was right, and they said that he was lost, but that hero was always Ellison. Rurin lay on a snow-white bed. She pressed herself against Medrin's chest and, imagining the young man in her place, said that he had finally been caught and asked why he kept turning away. Suddenly the girl opened her eyes. The girl, looking tearful, smiled tensely and asked if she was awake. The dragon became furious and angrily asked how she dared to touch her with her hands. The woman exclaimed that she had done nothing. The young man entered the room, stopping their quarrel. The woman said that the girl had grabbed her herself. The young man said that he knew that this would happen. If he had come later, a real disaster would have happened. Rurin threw herself into his arms and asked why he had left her, where he had gone. The hero replied that he had not left her, after which he suggested going home. The young man looked up at the girl on the bed and heard the question of what he was doing there, after which he replied that he had business and Diaren would also arrive soon. The woman looked at him worriedly and asked him to be careful. The young man was surprised to hear the words that the Duke was now in the palace. The girl touched him with her hand. The young man said that he had not heard this name for a long time, and the girl thought that this was another unfamiliar name to her. The guy exhaled heavily and asked the girl not to worry, because he would finish his business and immediately return. The interlocutor asked what this meant. She raised her eyebrows in fear, hearing the words that she had quite accurately outlined his past. He created a magic circle, gathered dark energy, and said that she had not kept even the secret about the castle to herself. Raising her hand, she said with a pitiful face that she had not told everything, not everything at all, and even she would not reveal every detail, perhaps just a little. The prince sat in his office with a smile, while the girl screamed with all her might and asked the young man to forgive her, because this was the order of the crown prince. A shrill scream echoed throughout the castle. Timirin hid around the corner, noticing the girl coming out of the door, and thought that she came out of the chamber into the crown prince. The warm rays of the sun illuminated the restaurant. The young man said that he had to leave the establishment for a while. He extended his hand to the shy guys and said that they kept an eye on everything while he was gone, so they deserved a round of applause. The guys greeted them warmly. The young man said that of course they should also thank Miltane and Ment. The girl indignantly asked him there why he forgot about her. The red-haired young man remembered how the guy looked into his windows while he was cooking, and said that although he left the restaurant, he still looked in from time to time, hiding under a mask. The young man asked in surprise how he knew about this. The guy replied that they all saw it. The hero cleared his throat with a smile and said that they worked hard, so they deserved a rest. The boys were happy to hear the words that they were all going on a hike. Miltane said that they were going on vacation together. Matt shrugged her shoulders and asked if they were going together. The boy chuckled and said that they weren't the only ones, because he had invited so many people that it would be hard to tell the difference from a festival. The bearded man frowned slightly and said that he didn't think he could go on the hike. The woman said that she was very sorry, and the man added that they had so many orders lately that they couldn't even sleep at night. The boy now scratched his head stupidly when he heard the words that the man could recommend them good places. The boy replied that he had no one else to ask. The warm rays of the sun illuminated the roof of the infirmary outside the city. Serena, lying on her bed, yawned widely and thought that she was the greatest creature in the world. The elf healed the boy's arm and said that everything would be fine now. She smiled softly and praised him for enduring the pain so well. Serena thought that even though she told her not to worry about money because her lair was full of treasures, the woman continued to accept patience. The elf noticed her friend waking up and was glad about it. The woman said that she was very persistent because she had already been told that there was a chance to even shower herself with gold. The elf smiled awkwardly and replied that gold would not save patience from pain. Serena raised one eyebrow and replied that she was more than sure that her friend was just a little stupid. The guy opened the door slightly, calling out to the elf. The blonde looked back with an embarrassed expression. Noticing the guy, the young man said that he wanted to tell her something. Serena watched them closely, thinking about the strange expression on her friend's face, and although it was an obvious smile, she behaved differently with patience. The blonde smiled widely, covering her mouth with her hand. The girl also added that it was slight excitement, joy and anticipation, so it was a whole mixture of feelings. The guy came closer to her and said that he decided to go on a hike with all the restaurant workers, and he thought that they would have a hard time, because they often come to them, and he wanted to ask if they wanted to go with them. The woman happily answered that she did, and she would definitely go with them. Serena slightly lowered her head. The elf also thanked him for this question. The girl thought that she wanted to better understand this expression. She brushed her hair and thought that it could be love, admiration, or something else, after which she said that she would do a favor and please them with her company. The guy turned around in surprise and asked if she wanted to go too. The girl was indignant that they were not going to her. Sunbeams penetrated through the roots of the trees underground. The guys went down into the cave, very surprised by the beauty. They came to a pond with a small waterfall. The blonde looked at the young man and asked how he found such a place. The guy replied that he was the life of the party and his friends recommended a good place to him. Suddenly he became sad, hearing the words of his subordinates that he says that he is sociable, and only 2 people joined them, but they are not allowed to say such things out loud, after which he asked to first lay out things. They carefully put the things they took on the ground. The girl came up to the guy, bent down and said that everything was ready, after which she asked if they were going to put up a tent. The heroes grinned and said that they could leave it for later. He took out a board game with a silly smile and said that they would play it. The boys took off their shoes and went onto the blanket. The girl said that everything was in his native language. The young man asked her not to worry because everything was clear there. He gave them some game money inside, 3 million units each. Pointing to the game board, he said that this was a game about managing a fortune, because you had to roll a dice, move a piece the number of times that the number on the dice fell out, and you could buy land and buildings with the money, and when another player lands on it, you collect a fee according to the cost of the territory and houses. Serena exhaled heavily, hearing the words there that after several rounds the richest player wins, and you can also bankrupt other players before reaching the end of the game. Ruin said that this was a game about taking over the world. The girl asked if he had brought them to this place to play with fake money. The young man lifted the dice, saying that there were prizes and punishments for the winners and losers. These words interested Lent. He rolled the dice and said that they were starting. Lent stepped onto someone else's land. Serena flared up in anger, laughed and said that he dare not step onto her land. The guy was surprised that it happened so quickly. The guy paid 10,000 units. Hearing the words that the rent in this place is low, the girl was indignant that this is too small a price. Ruin picked up a gold card and said that this is a special card. Suddenly she froze in place, seeing the inscription and there that her land was attacked by a dragon. She angrily clenched her teeth, saying that she would come for this dragon. The young man suddenly noticed that he ended up on the land of an elf. The blonde blushed embarrassedly. The guy was surprised that she built a restaurant in a hotel, but the girl did not listen to him, thinking that he was on her land. She plunged into her imagination and imagined a lonely house in a snowy field. She suddenly noticed the door opening and greeted the guest. A young man in a fur coat came inside and said that there was a very strong snowstorm outside. He came closer to the embarrassed girl and asked if he could spend one night in this place and how much it would cost. The girl began to stutter. Ellison looked at her embarrassed face in surprise while the girl said that everything was free and he could rest. Ment and Miltane were sitting next to each other, discussing hours where it was worth investing. The car explained that this city would not bring much money, because a simple store would be enough, but another city. The young man interrupted them and said that in this game everyone is for himself. Lent fell to his knees in front of his sister, asking her not to be greedy. The girl said with a smirk that she did not know, since when money issues were decided in the family. The young man asked her to relax, because this was not real money. The dragon jumped up from her seat and said that she would get out of the prison of power. The boy replied that she could not do this until she got the same number on the dice. After a while, their game finally ended. The boy sighed tiredly and told them to count the remaining money, after which he thought that they did not understand anything about board games, so it was impossible to even play with them. Ment and Miltane were next to each other, the man in 4th and the girl in 5th place. Matt sat on the back of her broken brother, she took 2nd place, and the boy in 6th. Both dragons were bankrupt at the end of the game. The boy said that the losers are visible to the naked eye. The guy smiled widely, he took 3rd place, after which he congratulated his friend. The elf looked at him embarrassedly, she took 1st place, earning 21,600,000 coins. The guy handed her one card and said that the prize for 1st place is any wish, because he will do everything in his power. She looked at the ticket with embarrassment, thinking about what she wants, and then asked if she could save this opportunity for later. Serena looked at her suspiciously. The young man answered that she could save it for later because the wish has no expiration date. The girl thought that her friend was a fool, because there is nothing to think about, because you need to grab the chance while it is possible. The guy took the box and said that places from 2nd to 6th can rest peacefully. The dragonette suddenly twitched, hearing the words that the 2 losers will put up a tent. The girls got to work, loudly cursing among themselves. After a while, the moon rose over the cave. In the men's tent were Ellison, Lint, and Matt. In the women's tent were Serena, Rurin, and Alina. Vika kissed the ticket she received out of joy. Suddenly she saw that one of her comrades got up in the middle of the night. She looked back and saw a dark silhouette, wondering who was there in the middle of the night. Miltane suddenly stopped. She quickly looked back, feeling someone's gaze on her. The elf pretended to be asleep. The girl left the tent. The elf looked frightened and did not understand what was happening. The girl left the tent and headed towards the lake. The elf looked after her and thought about where she was going at such an hour. Ment was waiting for her by the lake. The girl apologized for calling him late at night. She threw herself into his arms and said that she could not stand being apart. The man asked her to be quieter. The elf peeked at them from behind a rock, thinking that she rarely looked at them, so she never noticed their relationship. The lovers looked at each other, slightly blushing. The man said that they agreed to keep everything a secret. The girl replied that she had secretly got out, so that no one should know. Suddenly, a dragon appeared next to the elf, interrupting her thoughts that this should remain a secret, and it was good that everyone was asleep. The girls did not understand what was happening there. The lovers looked around in fear, hearing the girl's words that they had heard everything from the very beginning, and that it was not a secret because everyone had known about them for a long time. A beautiful light had penetrated the cave since the morning. The young man looked over his shoulder and said that this was an amazing story early in the morning. The guys lowered their heads in guilt. The young man asked if they were really dating. The man replied that he was going to tell everything. Lint looked at his sister stupidly. The girl told him that she would never have thought of such a thing. The boy said that they were such fools. Ellison replied that they should not be so guilty because he sincerely congratulated them. If he had known, he would have taken 3 tents. The boy picked up the frying pan and asked if they would tell about it all at breakfast because he had made curry, the perfect dish for a camping trip. He imagined frying onions and thought about frying the onions with butter for a long time on a low heat, and when they turn golden, shrink and acquire a rich taste, you need to divide them into parts and fry them alternately with other vegetables and meat on a creamy heat. He imagined himself pouring the rest of the ingredients into the pan, and added that then you need to add water and mix the curry thoroughly to avoid lumps. He poured the 2 ingredients into the pan and decided that he could finally add the pepper. After finishing cooking, he decided that it was the perfect dish for the hike and it was ready. The guys with wide smiles approached the frying pan, saying there that it looked and smelled very appetizing. The young man poured everyone a portion and said that he specially prepared a part without meat for the elf. The blonde tried a little and thought that she liked such thoughtfulness. The young man closed his eyes, scooped up some more and decided to get down to business. Miltane was sitting in an embrace with her lover. The young man asked who of them confessed first. The girl answered that it was she. The man bowed his head and said that he knew about her feelings, but did not take it seriously because of the age difference, because at first he was going to reject her, but the girl silently pressed herself to his shoulder. He added that then something clicked, and he thought that it was wrong to hurt someone who opens their heart. The blonde suddenly stopped, hearing the words there that their feelings are much more important. Roran put the spoon in her mouth and agreed with these words. The guy looked at them with a happy expression and said that the wedding would be in the city square. The man interrupted him and said that it was too early to think about it. Serena smiled mockingly and said that they should kiss because they needed to finish what they had failed to do yesterday. The guys agreed and began to egg them on. They applauded them, saying that they should kiss. Serena smiled widely and said that they loved each other, but could not kiss. Matt continued to persuade them. Suddenly the girl kissed her lover, closing her eyes. The guys were very happy with what they saw. Ellison and Alina also smiled at what had happened. Ment and Miltane blushed embarrassedly. Rurin turned away irritably. After a little while, the guys emptied the frying pan and said that it was very tasty. The brother and sister sat down on the ground. The boy said that he was very stuffed. The sister said that it reminded her of their first dinner together in a restaurant. Ment and Miltane decided to go for a walk. The dragoness approached the boy and asked to play with her again. The boy agreed and asked if she was still upset about her defeat. Serena put her hand on her stomach, released a flame and said that it was a good dish, which she approved of. The elf also said that she liked it. Suddenly she raised her eyebrows in surprise, hearing her friend's words that whatever was in there, you shouldn't keep it to yourself. Serena picked her teeth and said that desire may be eternal, but it is clearly a man's impatience, because someone can intercept it, and, as it seems, someone has already made a decision. The boy continued the game, but ended up in prison. Ruin waved her hand and mockingly said that he was unlucky. The boy called it a rough start. He lifted his coffee cup, took the cubes and said that she was probably surprised too, seeing the guys together. The girl looked at the card, while the boy asked her who would have thought that they would decide to date while they were away, after which she replied that she was not surprised, because Miltane initially liked mint. The guy took a sip of the drink. The girl added that she was more surprised by his reaction. The boy suddenly choked, hearing the words there that she liked him. He rubbed his chin, asking why she said it so suddenly. Dracosha answered that she thought it would be enough to just show it. She remembered the guy's happiness for their comrades and said in a trembling voice that she saw how everyone was happy for them and realized that everything was different for them. Then she remembered the happy face of the lovers and added that everyone wished them happiness and was happy for them. She looked down and said that they were clearly grateful, although very embarrassed, but it is not clear what exactly is different. She looked angrily at her lover. The guy said that they celebrated the beginning of a relationship, just like her birthday last time. Dracosha answered that this holiday was for her and not for their communication with him, and when she showed her feelings, no one was so happy. The guy raised his hand and said that they were like a family, always together. The girl objected and said that everything was completely different. She pursed her trembling lips and timidly said that these were not stupid feelings, because she did not want others to consider her an empty shell. The young man threw the dice while she was saying that her feelings were much more special. Suddenly 2 ones fell out. The girl handed him the card. Hearing the words there that he was lucky and he would get out of prison, she said that he would not go anywhere. The guy was scared but looked at the inscription on the card. The main text was crossed out and below it was written that if a person went to prison, to get out they would have to kiss a black dragon and nothing else would work. She got up from her seat and said that everyone was very happy when the boys kissed, and no matter how much she thought about it, that was the only difference. She sat on his lap and said that if there was so much meaning in touching lips, then there was no reason why they couldn't do the same. She grabbed him by the collar and added that this was the only difference that came to her mind. The girl bowed her head and blushed deeply. She closed her eyes and went to his lips, saying that she would get him out of prison. Suddenly, a pebble flew out from behind a rock and did not interrupt them. The boy jumped up from his seat and said that if he did not clean up the curry, everything would stick to the plates, so he should wash the dishes. The girl tried to stop him. He quickly walked away. She took the lid of the box and cried, not understanding what the difference was. The pebble lay quietly on the ground. A trembling elf sat next to it. Alina looked ahead in fear. She remembered how she took the dishes to wash them and said that if she washed them in the river, all the dirt would end up there, so it would be better to scoop up water, after which she heard the dragon's words. She noticed that the girl had straddled her lover and said that there was no reason why they couldn't do the same. The elf watched what was happening in silence. Her eyes reflected horror and hopelessness. She grabbed the stone. Clutching her face, she didn't understand why she had made noise and interrupted them, after which she called herself a fool. A wish ticket fell out of her pocket. She squinted and looked at it. Immediately, a memory of her friend saying that desire may be eternal, but a man's patience is far from being, and someone can simply intercept it, especially since someone has already made a decision. She took the piece of paper in her hand and said that he had done everything. She imagined the guy's shining face and thought that at first it was just curiosity and gratitude, and only idle interest, but this was a special relationship. She remembered how she ate his noodles with pleasure and thought that he taught her how to enjoy food. Then she remembered how she noticed a dying woman and a crying man, and then added that he helped her understand what wonderful people are. She remembered the image of the elf from the settlement, who said that she heard that the boy was Biden's comrade, and not just an ordinary comrade. The girl was horrified to hear the words there, that he was his closest comrade, one of the 3 heroes. The woman looked at Alina and said that she never thought that the girl would bring him to this place. The girl thought that at first it was just curiosity. The warm rays of the sun illuminated his restaurant. The girl thought that she went to the world of people for the sake of the hero who, together with Biden, saved all races without exception. The boy smiled widely and said that the food was ready. The girl thought that as soon as she satisfied her curiosity, other feelings would begin to appear. She looked at the boy with embarrassment. Memories of her friend were flashing through her mind. Looking at the wish ticket, she said that she had finally made up her mind. The rays of the setting sun were penetrating the cave. The guys decided to go back. The hero said that he hoped that everyone had a good time. The guys put on their backpacks with smiles. Lint said that it was the best hike and the food was wonderful, so he should learn how to cook curry himself. Serena suddenly noticed the sad dragon. She looked at her suspiciously and wondered why she was so downcast and if something had happened to the guy. Then she looked at the happy elf and thought that this would be good news for her. Ellison reached out to the dishes and asked if the elf had washed all the dishes herself. The girl replied that he invited her to drink, so it was the least she could do. The boy raised his eyebrows at her in surprise, hearing his name. The girl lifted the ticket and said that she would like to use her right to wish. He smiled softly and asked what she chose. The elf thought for a second. After a little while, she returned home. The girl stretched hard and said that the vacation was over and that it flew by very quickly. She looked back at her friend and asked if she liked it. The dragoness answered that she enjoyed being there. The blonde smiled and asked her to rest while she prepared everything for the patients. The dragoness called out to her and asked her there why she did it and why she spent her wish like that. A little earlier in the cave, the elf decided to use her wish. She smiled softly and said that she wanted the guy to continue running the restaurant in the city for a very, very long time. Closing her eyes, she said that this was her wish. The guy looked at the ticket in surprise, not understanding what had happened. Serena overheard their conversation. The elf asked if it was too difficult. The young man answered that it was not, but he was planning on running the restaurant anyway. He looked up at her and asked if she really chose such a wish. The girl answered that it was true and that she was fine with it because it was what she really wanted. The dragoness looked at her friend and asked why she did that, because she could have asked for a trip somewhere for the two of them. The blonde listened silently to her question about whether she thought there would be more opportunities like this. She lowered her head and said that she had seen something. An image of Roran immediately appeared in her imagination, who was reaching out to kiss the young man. She noticed the embarrassed eyes of the guy. The elf remembered how she herself had watched what was happening. She smiled with trembling lips and said plaintively that she had seen the guy looking at Roran. The girl watched her saddened friend, who said that she would just keep everything to herself and thought that she wanted to see it, following the blonde. The elf cried bitterly. The dragoness thought that if this sincere and pure-hearted girl fell in love, her love would be great for what she had. Alina said that she simply agreed to even see him sometimes in the restaurant. Serena extended her hand to her, thinking that she counted on being able to see the true love that she had dreamed of for so long. She hugged her friend and decided that it only brought sadness that was transmitted to her. At this time, the light was on inside the restaurant. Roran pouted, thinking that the guy had been acting strange lately. Lint watched as the guy cut the products with a stupid look and conjured something. The girl thought that he was mumbling something strange to himself. She frowned and thought that he was avoiding her now. She remembered how she glared at him when he turned away from her in bed, and thought that even at night he turned away from her and flinched every time she tried to touch him, but he never did that before. Nat turned to her and asked if the girl had grown up. She looked at her in surprise. The girl added that it had become noticeable even during the hike. Roran looked at her hand in surprise and thought that maybe it was because of the approaching ceremony. The girl approached her to ask if height was important. The girl answered that it was not, but she just seemed older. Lint watched the boy in shock, trying to call out to him, while the girls discussed whether it was good. The hero suddenly woke up, hearing the boy's scream. The young man asked him what was wrong. Allison's hand was cut. The boy said that he had cut himself. The hero had just noticed it. He smiled softly. The boy asked where the bandage was in the restaurant. The hero asked him not to worry because everything was fine. A beautiful image of Roran appeared in his imagination, who said that she would rescue him from prison. Suddenly, blood began to spurt out of the wound. The boy got scared and said that the blood was gushing out. The hero lowered his head and thought he had come to one conclusion. Putting his hand on the table, he decided that he liked Roran too. The moon rose above the sacred land of the Black Dragon. Medidonna touched his beard and asked if the preparations for the girls' ceremony were in full swing. Dihegma replied that there was no problem with that. The men sat at the table, discussing that if all the traditional preparations for the ceremony were taken into account, they were ready for anything. Medidonna frowned tensely, hearing the words that there must be an adult relationship with a partner. The man took out a scroll and said that they had selected several candidates, then asked if the old man wanted to take a look at them. The old man took the scroll in his hands and said that if Nis were alive, he would be among them. The interlocutor said that maybe it would be so. The old man narrowed his eyes and turned to the interlocutor. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise, heard the question about whether he still had hatred for Ellison, who killed his nephew. The man tilted his head to the side and said that he could not say that. He exhaled heavily, hearing the words about the girl's feelings for this guy, and said that he would be honest. Medidonna was shocked, hearing the words that the man knew about his nephew's plan to frame that guy. He put his hands on the table and added that, of course, he did not support him in any way, but he did not stop him either because the guy was right about the decline of the era of black dragons. The old man became furious when he heard the question of whether it was worth trusting a rare female specimen to a human in such a situation. Medidonna asked there what he was hinting at. The man folded his hands and calmly replied that his main priority was the Black Dragon clan itself, just like Mr. Headmaster. He then introduced the image of Baron and said that she was one of those who broke the clan's taboo, and even though she was the daughter of the headmaster, he personally imprisoned her in the dungeon. The man raised his head and added that this decision was shrouded in many regrets, so he wanted to be extremely honest. The old man angrily lowered his eyebrows. The man added that the girl should be related to the same black dragon. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.